Chapter 1. The Confused Little Kidnapper. In the sweltering summer of Lu City, the Su family languished in a state of despondency, particularly the third daughter, who was presently dabbing her tears with a handkerchief. The fourth daughter deftly arranged her disheveled hair. With her coarse hands, Madame Su gently smoothed her daughter's face, murmuring words of comfort, though her own heart remained heavy with worry. The youngest daughter, Yueya, just 15 years of age, was spirited and kind-hearted. She abruptly rose, indignant. "I shall confront him. Is this not an act of bullying? Stop right there. The Regent's palace is a formidable place. How can you, a young lady, venture there? Sit down and wait for your father and brothers to decide," Madame Su admonished, firmly restraining her impulsive daughter. Given the multitude of pressing matters, they could not afford to create further chaos. Mother Yueya whined playfully, and Madame Su guided her back to her seat. "Let your father and brothers deliberate first. Be obedient and do not add to my troubles, or else you shall feel my wrath." "Very well," Yueya acquiesced, though her heart had already formed its own intentions. The source of the Su family's sudden distress was none other than a powerful figure, a current regent, Li Changxian. Aside from his fearsome reputation, the regent possessed a notable flaw that became a topic of conversation among the populace's extreme frugality, to the extent that he remained unmarried well into his 20s due to his reluctance to part with dowry. This summer, the capital experienced an oppressive heat, and the regent, unwilling to spend money on ice to cool off, opted to journey to Lu City to escape the sweltering temperatures. However, upon hearing that the dowries in this region were relatively modest, he was struck by an idea. Upon inquiring, he learned that the esteemed magistrate of Lu County, Lord Su, had 3 daughters of suitable age. While the match may not have been ideal, the affordable dowry rendered any lofty expectations rather inconsequential. Thus, he promptly dispatched a matchmaker to propose marriage. This proposal ignited turmoil within the Su household, akin to placing 9 suns above their heads on this scorching summer day, causing immense agitation among the family. Lord Su, along with his eldest and second sons, pondered solutions in the study, while the womenfolk found no respite in the flower hall. Casting a glance at her sisters, Yuya's resolve solidified further. She quickly concocted an excuse to stealthily slip out of the flower hall, returning to her room to don a set of male attire. After making some subtle adjustments to her appearance and gathering her belongings, she set off. Possessing a modicum of martial skills, she confidently chose to scale the walls. Perhaps the regent had come merely for a respite from the heat, resulting in fewer guards accompanying him. Like a nimble cat, Yueya effortlessly scaled the walls and entered the regent's palace as the brother of the reigning emperor. The regent was the most powerful man in the Tang kingdom, instilling fear and caution in the hearts of all, including Lord Su. It was clear how formidable the regent was, as even the doting Lord Su dared not retract his daughter's marriage proposal. With a disdainful huff, Yueya resolved that she would not let this man who dared to bully her family go unpunished. Thus, her petite form flitted through the vast yet modest confines of the regent's palace, ultimately discovering a rather impressive study. "Send all the reviewed memorials back to the capital at once for His Majesty, without delay." "Yes, my lord." The captain of the guards tidied up the memorials, then exchanged a few furtive words with Li Changxian, who responded with a subtle smile, a glimmer of light dancing in his eyes. "Very well, you may leave." "Yes." Before departing, the captain cast a sly glance at the ceiling and turned to exit. Yueya rummaged through her bag, oblivious to the reactions of the 2 below her. Upon finding a glimmering dagger, she executed a clumsy maneuver, swinging down from the roof to the window before vaulting inside. With a swift roll, she positioned herself beside Li Changxian, the shimmering dagger poised against his slender neck. "Don't move." Her voice, feigning ferocity, struck a comical note, sounding both fierce and adorable, which made Li Changxian unable to suppress a smile. This infuriated Yueya. "What are you laughing at?" "No laughing," Li Changxian replied with a deep, melodious hum. And for a fleeting moment, Yueya, having never interacted with any man aside from her father and brother, found herself momentarily entranced. "Your voice is truly pleasant. Could you say a few more words for me?" Was he performing? Li Changxian's expression darkened. "Ah, I forgot the main point." Yueya suddenly realized she was supposed to be kidnapping him, not just admiring his voice, and resumed her authoritative tone. You, get up and come with me. If you refuse, beware of your do not concern yourself with my neck, it is quite sore. Li Changxian restrained his irritation, his voice taking on a calm tone once more. Yueya listened with delight. What shall we do then? Place the dagger in my waist, so my neck may have a moment of respite, Li Changxian instructed, gesturing to his waist. Yueya complied without hesitation, positioning the dagger there. The others present were left speechless. Come now, must you be so excessive? Do you consider us mere decorations as guards? The deputy head of the guards exchanged glances with the regent, understanding that their lord was in a playful mood. He cast a sympathetic look at the little bandit. Everyone, please step back, Li Changxian commanded. Chapter 2. The most compliant hostage in the world with an air of trepidation. Yueya let out a sigh of relief and turned to Li Changxian beside her. Do you have a carriage? She inquired. Yes, it's over by the stable, he replied. Very well. Let us proceed there and depart with the carriage. Agreed. In a state of bewilderment, the guards watched as the regent was led away to the stable. They scratched their heads in confusion. What on earth is happening? Gazing after the pair, the deputy guard commander, gripping his unsheathed sword, remarked solemnly, "This is perhaps the most cooperative hostage I have ever encountered in history. Is the regent not effectively kidnapping himself?" A nearby guard chimed in, only to receive a sharp reprimand from the deputy commander. Send a team to follow the regent discreetly. If anything seems amiss, eliminate that little kidnapper. Yes, my lord. The guard, still rubbing the back of his head, took his leave. Meanwhile, upon reaching the stable, Yueya faced a significant dilemma. After much effort in preparing a fine saddle and carriage, she realized she had no knowledge of how to drive it. Consequently, she turned to her captive once more, brandishing her dagger at his back. Do you know how to operate a carriage? Where are we going? Li Changxian asked. Yueya pondered for a moment, knowing she could not return to the Su residence, lest her father punish her severely. We can only go to the village, where I shall teach you a lesson and make you sign an agreement never to marry my sister before allowing you to return. With that thought, she blurted out, To Xia village. I do not know the way, he replied. I do. Very well. Thus, the regent took the reins of the carriage, with the little kidnapper brandishing her dagger in the back. They awkwardly made their way out of Lu City, heading towards Xia village. During the journey, Yueya grew weary from holding the dagger for so long and plaintively said, Please don't run away, all right? My hand is so weak and sore, I need a rest. Li Changxian acknowledged her with a hum, keeping his eyes on the road. All right, fine. Yueya obediently moved closer to him, pointing out the scenery along the way. What is your name? Li Changxian inquired. Yueya glanced at him, snorting in disdain. Do you think I'm foolish enough to divulge my name to you? And what is yours? She retorted. Li Changxian, he replied, his voice cold and clear, imbued with a chill. Ah, Yueya exclaimed, suddenly perking up her ears to listen. At that moment, their carriage was precariously near a cliff, where vast groves of bamboo stood, the soil loose and the leaves brittle, causing an unmistakable sound underfoot. The eerie silence was palpable, not a soul was around, and even the slightest movement of birds landing on the bamboo, leaves echoed loudly. Do you sense something ominous? Li Changxian asked. Yueya instinctively shrank towards him. If you keep moving closer, I might fall. He warned, frowning. All right. With trepidation, Yueya cautiously surveyed her surroundings, her fingers nervously clutching the hem of Li Changxian's garment, her round eyes filled with fear. I'm scared. What if they're a ghost? Scared of what? Li Changxian's voice, tinged with amusement, turned increasingly cold. Just a few foolish little rabbits that require a proper lesson from me. As soon as his words fell, Li Changxian swiftly drew his flexible sword from his waist, leaping into the air to sweep his blade across the rear of the carriage. The sword's energy surged forth, and two cloaked figures shrieked in agony as they tumbled from the speeding carriage, crashing heavily onto the ground. Other figures in black, emerging from the bamboo thicket, rushed towards Li Changxian, attacking him with ruthless intent. The sudden turn of events transpired in the blink of an eye. Yueya sat trembling in the carriage, her palms slick with perspiration, her grip on the dagger faltering. Li Changxian, I am afraid. Her soft, delicate voice drew the attention of the assailants, compelling Li Changxian to leap forth. dispatching 2 more black-clad figures with a swift stroke of his sword before seizing Yueya and jumping away from the carriage. Upon closer inspection, she beheld the bodies of over 10 fallen foes, nearly causing her to faint from shock. "Do not be afraid." A chilling voice resonated in her ears. Yueya nodded, her face pale as she struggled to swallow, clutching her dagger tightly as she stood back-to-back with Li Chengxian. "You must not come near." At times, she lunged forward with her dagger, intent on harming someone, prompting Li Chengxian to forcibly pull her back. Though a dozen of their attackers had fallen, 2 to 3 dozen remained, all skilled fighters. Yueya recalled the tale she had secretly read and asked Li Chengxian, "Do you think if I kneel and call the master, they might spare my life? If you dare to kneel, I shall strike you down first, understood?" Li Chengxian gritted his teeth, his tone frigid. Yueya shivered, declaring, I will never beg for mercy." After a fierce battle, Li Chengxian had vanquished several more foes, yet sustained grievous wounds himself. The two were compelled to fend off their attackers while retreating towards the carriage. "You stay in the carriage, I will drive it," Yueya declared decisively. "But you do not know how to drive a carriage," Li Chengxian replied, perplexed. "Did I not just see you driving it?" Yueya asserted, and with a crack of her whip upon the horse's rear, she commanded it to gallop forth. The horse bolted away, pursued closely by the remaining black-clad figures. The guards, arriving belatedly, managed to fend off the attackers, yet Yueya, unaware of this development, fled in panic, running indiscriminately. Li Chengxian, grabelibunda, could only resign himself to the unfolding chaos. When the carriage finally came to a halt, Yueya realized the gravity of their situation. Trembling, she gazed at Li Chengxian. "Li Chengxian, I do not know where we are. What shall we do?" Li Chengxian's face was ashen as he suppressed his anger. "Is there any hemostatic medicine in the carriage? I require it urgently." "Oh, all right." Yueya rummaged through the carriage, but found nothing. Her eyes filled with pity as she looked at Li Chengxian. "There is no medicine. Do you recognize any medicinal herbs?" "Go find some," Li Chengxian pleaded, desperate to survive, regretting the recklessness of their escapade. "I do, just wait for me," Yueya exclaimed, jumping down from the carriage. Her father was merely a county magistrate, earning a meager salary while supporting a large family. Her brothers were studying, and her mother, a farmer's wife, possessed some medical knowledge. Thus, they were familiar with cultivating herbs and occasionally sold them at the apothecary. Yueya scoured the mountainside and discovered the necessary hemostatic herbs. Wrapping them in her handkerchief, she crushed them with a stone, then lifted the curtain of the carriage, preparing to remove Li Chengxian's clothing. "What are you doing?" he questioned. "I am removing your clothing to stop the bleeding. Do you not value your modesty as a young woman?" "Oh, I'm a man now. It does not matter." Li Chengxian. Yueya tugged at his garment, revealing a deep and crimson gash on his abdomen, the flesh curling grotesquely. Yueya's face turned pale with fright, trembling hands betraying her trepidation. Chapter 3. Do not attempt to deceive me, coward. "You're the coward," she retorted. "Your entire family is filled with cowards." Yueya cried out, clearly agitated. She retrieved her handkerchief, squeezing out a viscous green liquid that dripped onto Li Chengxian's wound, causing him to wince in pain. Yueya glanced at the injury, unable to resist the urge to touch it. "Why does your flesh feel so uneven?" "It's surprisingly firm." With a swift motion, Li Chengxian swatted her hand away, closing his eyes in disinterest. "Why are you ignoring me?" Yueya asked, a hint of grievance lacing her voice. Li Chengxian remained silent, prompting her to withdraw her words. With a pouting expression, she removed her hat and used its strap to bind her handkerchief to his wound. The pain made Li Chengxian's complexion blanch, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Fortunately, the strap was long enough to encircle his taut waist. Once the bleeding ceased, Yueya exhaled in relief. She stepped out of the carriage to assess the sky, a sense of worry creeping into her heart. Turning back to Li Chengxian, she said, "It's getting late. We can't continue our journey, or we might perish in the mountains." "Why?" Despite nearly a decade of political battles and being the apparent victor, Li Chengxian was utterly unfamiliar with surviving a night in the wilderness. "You take charge. I will heed your instructions," he replied, embodying his principle of recognizing and utilizing talent. Yueya nodded, her round face taking on a serious demeanor. Do not wander. Stay in the carriage while I gather firewood. We must find enough before darkness falls. All right. Li Shankia Nakiasa. Unlike her delicate sisters, who were accustomed to luxury, Yueya was more resilient and capable, despite her youth. Before nightfall, she managed to gather a substantial amount of firewood, a few interspersed red and green peaches, and several small, fuzzy star fruits, still hard and sour to the eye. She lit a fire with her flint, and as night enveloped the landscape, Yueya felt a wave of relief wash over her. Are you truly that fearful? Li Changxian leaned against the carriage, the fire illuminating a considerable area around them, instilling Yueya with a profound sense of security. You're the fearful one. It's the night that is terrifying. Yueya shot him a glare. Sitting on a stone stool, she had moved, her feet beside the peaches and star fruits wrapped in green leaves. Explain why we cannot travel after dark, and why you claim we would die in the mountains. Li Changxian inquired, his curiosity piqued at last. You fool. When night falls, one cannot discern the path and risks getting lost, a phenomenon often referred to as a ghost wall. Moreover, the mountains grow exceedingly cold at night. If you sweat and your garments become damp without a change, you could fall ill, and illness, without a doubt, leads to death. There is no remedy. As Yueya spoke, a flicker of fear crossed her face. She glanced around nervously, instinctively shifting closer to Li Changxian by moving the stones nearer to the carriage. When he was not paying attention, she quickly retrieved the peaches and star fruits she had picked, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Unbeknownst to her, Li Changxian observed the entire scene, bemused. Aren't you the one who claimed not to be afraid? The crescent moon's glow painted her ears a rosy hue, yet she felt no fear. Rather, her concern lay in ensuring you were not hungry, so she prepared some food. If I do not come over, do you possess the strength to retrieve it? With a slight smirk, Li Changxian acknowledged her with a soft thank you. Oomph. She replied proudly, producing a fuzzy peach and brandishing her glimmering dagger to slice off a piece of her garment. Why are you cutting your clothes? Li Changxian inquired, perplexed yet intrigued. Moon Blossom picked up the severed fabric and vigorously rubbed the peach. This is a wild peach. It has many fine hairs. If not cleaned, it is unpleasant to eat. The reason I use my clothing was to avoid skin irritation, as these tiny hairs can cause itching and discomfort. Like a small farmer, she exhibited an impressive knowledge. Li Changxian raised an eyebrow and, with a subtle demeanor, remarked, Are you a farmer's daughter? Do not attempt to pry into my identity. Moon Blossom shot him a glare, handing him a freshly cleaned peach. Eat. Receiving the firm peach, Li Changxian hesitated to bite into it, merely toying with it in his hand. You are rather astute, he noted, having initially underestimated her intelligence. She had shown considerable caution, revealing nothing about herself. Flattered by the compliment, Moon Blossom's eyes sparkled. Of course, I am clever. As she took a big bite of the peach, the crisp sound echoed. Her cheeks puffed with fruit. Noticing Li Changxian's lack of appetite, she asked, Aren't you hungry? Though he was not particularly inclined to eat, Li Changxian did not wish to squander her kindness. Mimicking her, he opened his mouth wide and took a bite, surprised by the delightful flavor. The peach was crisp and sweet, quite delectable. Is it good? Moon Blossom gazed at him with her round, bright eyes full of anticipation. With a curt nod, Li Changxian quickly finished one, prompting Moon Blossom to hastily clean another to offer him. If you enjoy it, have more. You ought to grow plump and fair. Li Changxian thought to retract his previous compliment about her cleverness. After finishing the peaches, Moon Blossom appeared melancholic, hugging her knees with her head resting upon them, while her other hand absent-mindedly stirred the fire with a twig. I miss my father, my mother, my brothers and sisters, she lamented, lifting her gaze to Li Changxian. Her once yellow-tinted face now transformed into a charming, flower-patterned visage resembling a cute little kitten. Li Changxian cast a glance at her before shifting his focus. What rank does your father hold? My father is you. Oh, you're trying to extract information from me. How devious. Moon Blossom's expression paled as realization dawned upon her. Oh no, she whimpered. From your response, I can nearly deduce that your father is indeed an official. And having a mother and siblings implies you come from a family of at least 3. Among the officials of Lu City, only 3 possess more than 3 children. And of those, only one, County Magistrate Su Yueya, fits the age criteria. After articulating this, Li Chengqian's eyes darkened like the night, instilling fear in Moon Blossom, who trembled and knelt on the ground. "My lord, please spare me. You are exceedingly audacious. To dare intrude upon the regent's residence to kidnap me. Speak. Why have you done this? Was it your father who orchestrated this?" Li Chengqian's expression turned ominous, his gaze sharp as a blade, capable of severing all. Moon Blossom quaked. Her face drained of color. Oh, you are so fierce to me," shouting so loudly. "Oh," the moonlit bud began to cry, her sobs reverberating through the night, sounding particularly terrifying, sending countless birds scattering into the sky. The concerned party, Li Chengqian, felt a throbbing headache, filled with regret, immense regret. "No more wailing," he exclaimed, his temples pulsing with frustration, unable to endure any longer. "Well, all right." Raising her hand to wipe away her tears, the moonlit bud fought to suppress her sorrow. Observing her distress, Li Chengqian could not help but smirk slightly. The moonlit bud, absorbed in her tears, did not notice him. "Li Chengqian, could you not marry my third sister?" Chapter 4. The cunning adversary. Upon uttering those words, Li Chengqian immediately understood the nature of her emotional hostage situation. Unable to restrain a cold sneer. "You truly are loyal. Yet, one wonders if she reciprocates your concern." With red-rimmed eyes fixed on Li Chengqian, the moonlit bud was perplexed by his derision. "Are you unhappy? Is it because I am holding you captive for my sister?" Li Chengqian remained silent, merely gazing at her with icy indifference. His stare was sharp and candid, like a mirror reflecting all the world's imperfections, yet it inexplicably failed against the moonlit bud. She touched her own face, finding nothing amiss, bewildered. "Li Chengqian, why are you looking at me?" "I wonder how long you intend to feign ignorance," Li Chengqian replied, his wound throbbing painfully, his inclination to tease her long extinguished, his ill temper surfacing. The moonlit bud, increasingly confounded, stood and reached out to feel Li Chengqian's forehead. "You are not feverish. Why are you speaking nonsense?" Li Chengqian snapped. "Why do you remain silent again?" The moonlit bud sat back down, tossing a dry twig into the fire, then turned to him. "You have yet to answer me. Can you not marry my third sister?" Li Chengqian wished to ignore her, closing his eyes to circulate his energy and mend his body. Just as he completed a cycle, the moonlit bud interrupted. "Li Chengqian, why do you not respond?" Frustrated, Li Chengqian opened his eyes and glared at her. "I require silence to heal." His fierce gaze was terrifying, causing the moonlit bud to shrink back, afraid to speak further. She obediently settled on the stone bench, readying her disheveled hair into a high ponytail, realizing her hat lacked a string and could not be worn. So she placed it aside. After a considerable time, feeling parched, she picked up a green, hard star fruit, cleaned it, and took a bite. The sourness made her gulp down saliva, alleviating her thirst somewhat. Cautiously glancing at the healing Li Chengqian, she cleaned another fuzzy star fruit and carefully placed it beside him. She then added several large branches to the fire and descended from the stone bench, curling up by the warmth to sleep. Li Chengqian opened his eyes, the pain in his body somewhat alleviated. His hand fell and brushed against the fruit. Upon inspecting it, he found it had been cleaned. He took a bite, the sourness contorting his features, and just as he began to suspect the moonlit bud was deliberately tormenting him, he felt less thirsty. Unexpectedly glancing at the petite figure curled by the fire, Li Chengqian suppressed the sharp pain in his abdomen and gently draped his outer garment over her. The following day, before dawn, as the first light of morning crept in, the moonlit bud awakened. Upon opening her eyes and seeing the garment draped over her and the remnants of the extinguished fire nearby, she realized Li Chengqian had not slept throughout the night. Forcing herself to rise despite her aching body, she covered the sleeping Li Chengqian with her garment and unfurled the upper layer of the carriage to shield against the gradually rising sun. After completing her tasks, she found herself parched and began to search fervently, wandering quite a distance before discovering the roots of a large tree, beneath which flowed a modest stream. Unable to contain her thirst, she leaped into the water and drank voraciously, quenching her thirst before scooping up some water to wash her face. Glancing around, she selected non-toxic leaves and deftly wove them into a square container, layering them to hold water. She then used a dagger to cut a corner from her clothing, cleansing it in the stream before securing the dagger back at her waist and carrying the water along with the damp cloth toward the direction of the carriage. Upon reaching the carriage, the sun had risen to a large, round orb, casting a vibrant light upon the lush green leaves and grass that stood erect. The sunlight illuminated the leaves and the dewdrops upon the grass, creating a dazzling spectacle of refracted colors, truly enchanting. Li Changxian was still asleep, and noticing that the water in the woven container had diminished to nearly half, Yueya felt compelled to rouse him. Li Changxian murmured as Yueya gently called out his name. When he opened his eyes, the depths of his gaze met hers, and upon recognizing her, his expression softened. Water, she offered, handing him the container. For Li Changxian, who had endured a night of thirst, dreaming of water, this was akin to nectar of the gods. Yet, as a regent, even in his desperate thirst, his actions remained composed and graceful. Thank you. How did you make this? He inquired, holding the leaf-woven container. My mother taught me, Yueya replied, handing him the clean, damp cloth to wipe his face. Confused by her politeness, Li Changxian, after drying his face, looked at her and asked, What is it you desire? What do you mean? Yueya responded, perplexed. You woke early to fetch me water and even sacrificed a piece of your clothing to wash my face. What is your intention? He queried, tossing the damp cloth carelessly onto a branch, his eyes darkened with scrutiny. Are you foolish? Did you not save me yesterday? Even if you do not agree to annul the engagement, you are still my savior, Yueya replied, her face a mask of confusion, perceiving Li Changqian's demeanor as rather odd. Under her gaze, which was imbued with a sense of care for the simple-minded, Li Changqian felt a twitch at the corners of his lips. Let us return to the carriage, Yueya suggested, noting the brightness of the day and realizing that her parents and siblings must be frantic with worry. Indeed, Li Changqian replied as he boarded the carriage. Yueya took the reins, retracing the carriage's path from the previous day. Li Changqian, can you annul the engagement? Why? He asked, perplexed. In terms of status, I am the regent, second only to the emperor. In other respects, I am also an excellent choice for a husband. Why do you persist in requesting the annulment? Li Changqian was genuinely baffled, questioning whether he was so undesirable that the Su family wished to distance themselves. Though he recognized that it was this bewildered girl acting on her own accord, he could also glean the family's disposition toward the marriage. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yueya replied truthfully, because of your esteemed status, we feel we cannot aspire to such heights. You are also rather stingy, and we worry that my third sister might starve if she were with you. Li Changqian retorted, I believe it is you who are concerned that your sister might starve. His expression darkened as he spoke, for no one had ever dared to call him stingy in his presence, which irked him greatly. Feeling a chill run down her back, Yueya laughed awkwardly. Haha, well, are you angry? Will you not be angered? After all, you are the regent, capable of carrying great burdens. A cold smile graced Li Changqian's lips, revealing a sinister curve. I am the regent, not the prime minister. I cannot bear such weight. Yueya's expression faltered as she cautiously glanced at Li Changqian. But are you not a high official, even greater than the prime minister? Therefore, you ought to be able to carry an even larger burden. Which rank do you hold in the Su family? Li Changqian deftly shifted the topic. Fifth, Yueya, lacking guile, easily fell for Li Changqian's diversion, and with a smile, she inquired, Li Changqian, why are you so stingy? I see your garments have faded to a pale hue. Indeed, Li Changqian's deep purple brocade robe had been washed to a light lavender, particularly evident up close, stripping away his imposing aura. Only the golden crown atop his head signified his status. In that moment, Li Changqian regretted changing the subject. Chapter 5. The foolish girl. He remained silent, and Yueya felt a wave of frustration. Li Changqian, why do you not respond? You're so difficult to deal with. His silence prompted her to ponder her elder sister's unresolved marriage, deepening her anxiety. Li Changqian, will you not reason with me? Reason with you for what? Li Changqian raplia coldly. Will you break off the engagement? My third sister is delicate and cannot endure hunger. If you release her, I will find you a thrifty bride who eats little. How does that sound? Yuya's eyes sparkled with hope as she gazed at Li Chengxian, desperate for a resolution. That will not do, Li Chengxian replied, closing his eyes once again, causing Yuya to grow increasingly frantic. Stop the carriage, she commanded, pulling aside the curtain and brandishing a gleaming dagger at Li Chengxian's neck. You are like the characters in the tales, refusing to drink a toast but accepting punishment. Tell me, what must I do for you to agree to break the engagement? Spare my sister's life, Li Chengxian retorted, and what if you do not? First, plead for your own life. His eyes glinted coldly as he tilted his head, swiftly capturing Yuya's wrists, causing the dagger to fall. With a swift motion, he twisted her hands behind her back. You. Yuya was left speechless in shock. What about me? Li Chengxian sneered in response. Sit still. Do not cry, do not make a sound, and do not move. If you do, I shall have you executed and then take your sister home to starve. With that, he released Yuya and stepped outside to drive the carriage, the path already familiar to him. Yuya sat obediently in the carriage, biting her lip, tears streaming down her cheeks, yet she dared not make a sound or even wipe them away. As they drew closer to Lucheng, Li Chengxian exhaled in relief. He lifted the curtain only to find Yuya in her previous position, lips pressed together, tears rolling down her cheeks, her eyes filled with fear. Her hands by her side, too afraid to raise them to wipe away her tears. She appeared somewhat pitiable, like a soft and foolish little dumpling. Get down, Li Chengxian commanda. Yuya complied, her legs numb from maintaining the same position for so long, nearly stumbling as she stepped down. Li Chengxian assisted her with the whip. Standing by the carriage, Yuya's clear, bright eyes were red from crying, her fair face resembling that of a little calico cat. See, can I speak now? Speak, Li Chengxian replied, unable to suppress the softening of his gaze. Li Chengxian, why not let me marry you? I can eat less, and I can cultivate the land to support you. Could you spare my third sister? She spoke softly, wiping her tears as she did so, causing the cold-hearted and ruthless Regent's expression to soften. He could almost confirm that she was truly naive, certainly not pretending. Yet, if one were to label her as foolish, she possessed a firm resolve, could infuriate you with her words, and somehow manage to survive in adversity. If one were to argue she was not foolish, she would sacrifice herself for others, completely oblivious to her own needs. She was undoubtedly the most naive girl he had ever encountered. He couldn't fathom how Su Yueya had raised her. Li Chengxian, will you agree to my request? She implored, extending her slightly rough yet delicate hand to tug at the corner of Li Chengxian's garment. Are you not afraid I might harm you? Li Chengxian raised an eyebrow. Yuya shook her head. No, I'm not afraid. You wouldn't hurt me. You're just trying to scare me. With such good looks, you cannot possibly have a wicked heart, even if your stern expression is quite terrifying, far more than my father's. As she concluded, Yuya couldn't help but retract her neck, clearly still haunted by Li Chengxian's anger. Swatting away Yuya's hand that tugged at his sleeve, Li Chengxian maintained a cold demeanor. I shall escort you home first. We shall discuss the proposal later. Should there be any dissent, I will have you chopped into 8 pieces. Yuya let out a plaintive "oh" and climbed onto the carriage, her concern resurfacing as she saw Li Chengxian driving the carriage. Does your injury hurt? Shall I take over? Your face is completely uncovered. It is evident you are a woman and unmarried. If someone you know sees you, what will become of your reputation? Li Chengxian truly could not fathom her reasoning and kept glancing back at Yuya, who noticed his scrutiny. Li Chengxian, why are you looking at my face? Yuya's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling bashful under the gaze of such a handsome brother. I am not looking at your face. I am observing your mind. Li Chengxian raplia bluntly. What do you mean by that? Is there something wrong with it? Yuya inquired, touching her head, puzzled by his remark. Li Chengxian's gaza darkanat. I wish to exchange your mind for another. As the carriage sped away, Yuya fell silent, fearing he might truly change her mind. The carriage moved swiftly, and before long, they entered Lucheng, navigating through the streets until they arrived at the back entrance of the Su residence. Suppressing his pain, Li Chengxian stated, we shall postpone the proposal until I have recovered. Do you have any objections? He dismounted and picked up his dagger, while Yuya looked at the driver. I will wait for you at the Su residence. You must come quickly. ignoring her words, which sounded like a secret rendezvous. Li Chengxian turned the horse around and galloped away. It was only when the carriage had completely vanished that Yueya turned back, preparing to knock on the door when it was abruptly pulled open from within, causing her hand to miss. Su Yueya. The voice was filled with fury, sending chills down her spine as memories of past beatings flooded her mind. She turned to flee into the residence, but the person blocking the door had anticipated her move. Seizing her ear with a firm grip, Yueya cried out, "Mother, please be gentler. It hurts." Madame Su was quite furious, dragging Yueya by her ear to the study of Lord Su. "Su Yingyun, look at your precious daughter. She stands at the doorstep, still uttering nonsense about waiting for him and urging him to hurry." As she gazed at her pale-faced daughter, Su Qingyun felt a pang of heartache. "My precious daughter, where did you go last night?" "Your father was so worried," he exclaimed, reaching to wipe away tears, only to be met with a stern glare from Mrs. Su, causing him to hastily withdraw his hand. "Father, could you please help me first?" Yueya said, feeling exasperated at having such a weepy father. "My dear, let us first inquire and clarify the situation before any punishment is meted out." Su Qingyun replied cautiously, exchanging knowing glances with his wife. "Mrs. Su let out a cold huff, releasing her grip and settling herself with an air of authority. "Now speak. Where were you last night, and what transpired with that man? If you cannot explain, I shall take your skin." Trembling with fear while rubbing her ears, Yueya slowly approached and knelt before her mother, gently tapping on her knees. Her heart racing yet emboldened as she confessed, "The truth is, I summoned him to expedite the dissolution of his engagement to third sister." "Mother, you have misunderstood me." She touched her ears, which were still flushed from her mother's earlier grip. "Is that so?" Mrs. Su scrutinized Yueya with piercing eyes. Yueya dared not avert her gaze. Nodding obediently, indeed, not a single word of falsehood. "What did the Regent say?" Mrs. Su asked, a flicker of anticipation in her eyes, mirrored by Mr. Su's eager expression. Yueya chuckled softly. "He said that once he recovers, he will come to our home to discuss the matter of breaking the engagement." Upon hearing this, both Mr. and Mrs. Su sighed in relief, their expressions transforming as Mr. Su helped his beloved daughter to her feet. "My dear daughter, what would you like to eat?" he inquired, rubbing his hands together with enthusiasm. "Father, I wish to have osmanthus cake, chestnut cake, braised pig schrotter, lion's head meatballs, and ham stewed with pigeon, and red braised chicken." "Yueya, you must know when to stop," Mrs. Su reprimanded, her eyes blazing. "You devoured your father's salary for this month last month. Have you forgotten?" Yueya began counting off the dishes on her fingers, only to be interrupted by her mother's fierce gaze. "Madam, please lower your voice. You are frightening our precious daughter, Mr. Su hastily defended Yueya, inciting another glare from Mrs. Su. "Go ahead and indulge her. One day, when she marries, let us see who will pamper her then," Mrs. Su remarked with a hint of exasperation, lamenting her daughter's future. "Then our little darling shall never marry. I shall work hard to provide for you," Mr. Su said, his heart aching for his daughter, offering words of comfort for both himself and Yueya, which only served to infuriate Mrs. Su further. Yueya quickly moved to her mother's side, gently tugging at her sleeve to divert the topic. "Mother, I am hungry." At this simple statement, Mrs. Su's expression softened immediately. "Behave, and I shall prepare you some chicken noodle soup," she said, poking Yueya's forehead playfully. "Thank you, Mother. I love you the most," Yueya replied, hugging Mrs. Su and nuzzling her hand affectionately. "Do not be too sweet. Go wash up and change into clean clothes while I prepare the chicken noodle soup. As for this incident, it shall be forgiven, but should it occur again, I will skin you alive," Mrs. Su concluded, her tone turning grave once more. Yueya nodded eagerly, not daring to show any defiance. Once Madame Su had retreated to the kitchen, Yueya turned her gaze towards her father, her face beaming with delight as she sought his approval. "Father, am I clever?" Lord Su nodded appreciatively, but soon his expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Yueya, such matters must not occur again. Fortunately, the Regent is not a villain. Had he spoken of you in a less favorable light?" Lord Su's voice faltered, his eyes reddening with emotion. Gently patting her father's shoulder, Yueya smiled sweetly and retorted, "Oh, father, The Regent is no good man. He threatened to— What did he threaten you with? Speak quickly. Lord Su's countenance changed dramatically, his heart racing as he trembled. Oh, he said he would chop me into 8 pieces. Yueya exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation, recalling how terrified she had been at that moment. Lord Su clutched his chest, exhaling deeply as the tension in his shoulders lessened, his pallor improving slightly. Father, why do you look so frightened? Yueya asked, her face a picture of confusion, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Lord Su was hesitant to reveal his thoughts. In that fleeting moment, he had already contemplated how to secure his family's safety and then confront the Regent with fervor. No, it's nothing, he replied, feeling exasperated by his daughter's innocent naivety. Go wash up. Your mother is preparing chicken noodle soup for you. If you take too long, she will scold you. Ah, yes, yes. I almost forgot, Yueya exclaimed, dashing off. After bathing, she planned to soak her clothes to make washing easier. Although Lord Su held the position of a county magistrate, he hailed from humble beginnings, having married the daughter of a local scholar. Both were not of affluent lineage, and they did not indulge in extravagance. Their household lacked even a maidservant, comprising only 3 laboring women and a couple of young men to attend the gate and drive the carriage. Consequently, the meticulous tasks within the household, including those in the kitchen, were managed by the women of the Su family. For instance, while a servant would prepare the water for Yueya's bath and carry it to the bathing room, she would handle the bathing and changing of clothes herself. The women of the Su family were accustomed to such responsibilities and were far from delicate. After her bath, Yueya made her way to the small flower hall, where Madame Su was just bringing in a steaming bowl of chicken noodle soup, which made Yueya's mouth water. I only had a few peaches yesterday. I am starving, she exclaimed, swallowing hard. Eat up, Madame Su said, her eyes filled with affection as she hurriedly handed Yueya the chopsticks and urged her to sit down. While Yueya joyfully enjoyed the noodles prepared by her mother, the Regent had also readied himself and was currently having a physician attend to his wounds. Thank heavens! The hemostatic herbs were well chosen. They possessed the ability to dispel bruising. The wounds are not infected and will heal swiftly. Dr. Li breathed a sigh of relief. Upon hearing this, the frowning deputy guard leader relaxed, casting an angry glance at Li Chengxian. My lord, the assailants must have awaited this opportunity for a long time. I suspect that little kidnapper from the Su family is in league with them. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Dr. Li finished bandaging Li Chengxian's wounds, who casually adjusted his clothing and remarked to the deputy guard leader, she is irrelevant. If she were truly allied with them, would she have helped me find the medicine? The situation at that moment was perilous. That little rascal truly intended to harm him, and even if he did not perish, he would certainly suffer greatly. The deputy guard leader was about to speak when Dr. Li delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. Focus on the medicinal herbs and save the patient. Do not let your unscrupulous thoughts linger around a young lady. Rubbing his aching head, the deputy guard leader grimaced and retorted, Am I not just concerned for you? My lord, is this concern? Dr. Li challenged, leaving the deputy guard leader momentarily speechless. After all, who would dare oppose their own grandfather? Li Chengxian rose, prompting the deputy guard leader to hastily step forward to assist him, only to be halted by a mere glance from Li Chengxian. With a sheepish touch to his nose, he remained rooted in place, too intimidated to move. Do not doubt her. Continue your investigation. Ensure the officials of Lucheng and the factions in the capital are thoroughly scrutinized, with not a single detail overlooked. Yes, my lord, the deputy guard leader replied with a respectful bow before departing. Watching his retreating figure, Dr. Li sighed, My prince, I have troubled you. Li Chengxian was puzzled by her words, to which Dr. Li lamented. What a foolish grandson, I have to be able to serve alongside the prince. Truly a sign of my ancestors' blessings. Li Chengxian replied, Please, my lord, lie down. Do not take this injury lightly. Turning around, Dr. Li saw Li Chengxian standing by the window, attempting to assist him in lying down. Li Chengxian declinat stating. It is of no consequence. Let Lin Qin come in to attend to me. There are numerous memorials that require my review, and I cannot afford delays. Chapter 7. My neck aches, sir? Dr. Li's face was etched with worry. Li Chengxian walked back to the bedside, urging, Do not concern yourself. It is nothing. With a resigned sigh, Dr. Li turned to summon Lin Qin. Li Chengxian was a man of considerable busyness. Aside from the hours dedicated to eating, sleeping, and practicing martial arts, he spent the remainder of his time reviewing memorials, listening to reports from the guards, or immersed in reading. In stark contrast, Yueya lived a life of leisure and freedom, only venturing to the fields to check on crops. However, for Li Chengxian, she was the nemesis of his carefree existence. After waiting 3 days without a word from Li Chengxian regarding the cancellation of their engagement, Yueya grew anxious and restless. The concerned party, Su Yueya, was far less troubled, even advising her to sit quietly and embroider. Yueya, you have reached the age for courtship. You must learn to sew properly and not spend all day in the fields. Yueya was adept with a needle, producing neat and tightly woven stitches, yet she lacked the finesse for decorative work such as embroidery, deeming it unnecessary. As long as I can make clothes, I see no need to learn delicate embroidery. Besides, I have always believed that crops are far more important. With a chuckle, Yueya made excuses for her inability to embroider, while Su Yueya affectionately tapped her on the head, saying, "You always have your own opinions. Where's fourth sister? What's she up to?" "She is busy discussing floral patterns with the young lady from the Yi family next door. Not everyone shares your aversion to embroidery." Su Yueya replied with exasperation. Despite her sister's many admirable qualities, she could not fathom Yueya's disdain for intricate tasks. "Yet I can cultivate the land. What is the issue?" Yueya declared, content in her own way, unaffected by Su Yueya's influence. Then, she recalled a matter concerning Li Chengxian and began to share her thoughts. "Sister, in truth, Li Chengxian is quite handsome, although he is indeed rather stingy, with his Regent attire already faded." Yueya's impression of Li Chengxian is not entirely negative. She even perceives him as a formidable individual, albeit a terrifying one when enraged. The mere thought of this causes Yueya to halt, deciding it would be best to refrain from further contemplation, for his anger is indeed fearsome, as he once threatened to cleave her into 8 pieces. Ah, is he truly that frightening? Su Yueya's complexion paled, her needle inadvertently piercing her flesh, drawing blood and causing tears to well in her eyes. "Sister, quickly wipe that. I shall fetch some ointment for you." Yueya offered her handkerchief to Su Yueya and intended to retrieve the ointment from the room, but was abruptly pulled back by Su Yueya. "It is but a small prick. What is there to worry about?" She wiped her hand and gazed at Yueya. "Do not provoke him. Even I feel fear at the thought." "Sister, you are being silly. If I do not seek him out, how shall I dissolve the engagement?" Yueya resolved to visit Li Chengxian after nightfall, hoping to persuade him to write a formal agreement. After a vague conversation with Su Yueya, Yueya returned to her room, contemplating emulating the heroines from her stories by stealthily infiltrating the Regent's estate. On that night, the moon shone faintly amidst a scattering of stars. The chorus of frogs and birds resonated incessantly, creating a cacophony. After dinner, Yueya feigned fatigue and hurried back to her room, making a detour to the kitchen to stealthily acquire a piece of braised pig trotter. Once in her room, she waited a while to ensure her family would not seek her out, then donned the prepared black attire and quietly grasped the pig trotter along with a glinting dagger, making her way from the Su residence to the Regent's estate. This time, she did not don male attire but rather dressed as a woman, her slender figure and long legs somewhat concealed beneath the knee-length hem. Unlike her previous attempt to scale the wall, she leaped down from the enclosure this time, only to be caught by the deputy guard captain, a rather dim-witted fellow. "Stop! State your identity." Yueya felt tears welling up. Surrounded by a group of guards with long blades pressing against her neck, holding a bamboo box and a gleaming dagger. "What do you intend to do with that dagger? Are you plotting to assassinate the Regent? Speak." The deputy guard captain, Li Xing, scrutinized Yueya, his gaze shifting to the dagger in her hand, glaring fiercely. I wish to take Li Chengxian hostage," Yueya muttered, lowering her head. Li Xing glared at her intensely before shifting his attention to the bamboo box she held. "And what is this in your other hand?" "Pig trotter, a delicacy for him," Yueya replied with a smile, hoping to appease Li Xing. His heart softened slightly, yet he quickly composed himself, responding with a cold snort. "Do not smile. Now tell me, what do you intend to do by taking the Regent hostage? Whom do you belong to?" Yueya trembled, I am from the Su family. The Su family? Li Xing pondered, realizing there were no high-ranking officials by that name in court. What is your father's name? My father is Su Yueya, the magistrate of Lu City. Noticing Li Xing's lack of intellect, Yueya felt less frightened and added, I wish to see Li Changxian. Could you help me summon him? Li Xing cast her a cold glance. Do you think the prince is accessible to just anyone? I am not just anyone. I am to be his future beloved, Yueya declared, her face flushing crimson as she shyly lowered her gaze. Li Xing, apologiza. But how can you speak so shamelessly at such a tender age? Are you truly a respectable young lady? Where is my shamelessness? I am destined to be his future consort. If you do not believe me, feel free to inquire with him. Yueya, visibly displeased, could hardly believe that this person would insult her in such a manner. As the two exchanged heated words, oblivious to their surroundings, the guards surrounding Yueya, with their swords poised at her throat, exchanged knowing glances, feeling both overwhelmed and speechless. The captain of the guards, being the more astute one, discreetly slipped away to seek the prince. However, shortly after his departure, the two had exhausted their quarrel. Lixing finally relented, conceding, fine. Let us pretend you are indeed the future princess. I shall take you to see the prince, for I have no desire to bicker further. With a swift motion, she confiscated Yueya's box and dagger, gesturing to the guards. You all, keep a close watch on her. Do not let there be any mistakes, understand? Yes, my lady. The guards tightened their grip on the blades at Yueya's neck and escorted her towards the regent's study. Fuming, Yueya glared at Li Xing. You foolish girl. You dare take my belongings? Once I become your prince's consort, I shall ensure you eat nothing but vegetables until you are sick of them. Do you think my meals are particularly sumptuous? I am indifferent to it, Li Xing retorted, wearing an expression of defiance that left Yueya exasperated. Just as Yueya was about to unleash another tirade, Li Xing smugly added, Besides, it is you who must crave meat so dearly, fearing its absence. I have grown accustomed to the fare at the palace. Yueya, infuriated to the point of dizziness, stomped her feet in frustration, startling the guards who tightened their hold on the blades, fearful of causing her injury. Inside the study, upon hearing the news from the captain, Li Changxian emerged and was immediately struck by the sight of the petite and radiant Yueya being held at bay by 4 swords, the guards handling them cautiously to avoid any harm to her. Chapter 8. I shall ignore you upon seeing her prince. Li Xing approached Li Changxian with the box and dagger in hand, immediately reporting, My lord, she scaled the walls into our residence with a dagger and a bamboo box, claiming to be your future consort. At that moment, upon witnessing Li Changxian and hearing Li Xing's accusations, Yueya felt a surge of indignation. He is bullying me. My neck is sore. She pointed at the blades resting on her neck, suffering greatly. Please, make them release me. I promise I shall not threaten you again. I understand how painful this is. In a desperate attempt to avoid injury to her only neck, Yueya elongated it, her heart racing with fear. Observing this scene, Li Changxian's brow furrowed, and he rubbed his temples in irritation, commanding, Li Xing, release her. Let her go. With a show of authority, Li Xing instructed the guards to cautiously free Yueya. In a fit of anger, stormed over to Li Xing, extending her hand, return my box and dagger. Li Xing glanced at Li Changxian, who, with a chilling tone and a furrowed brow, ordered, give her the items. Shivering at the icy command, Li Xing promptly handed them over to Yueya, who triumphantly accepted them and shot a haughty glance at Li Xing. I told you I am Li Changxian's future consort. Yet you refuse to believe me. After expressing her frustration, Li Xing, with her mouth twisted in anger, Yueya gently tugged at Li Changxian's sleeve, saying, Li Changxian, I have something for you to eat. Let's go to the study. Li Changxian cast her a fleeting glance and grunted in acknowledgement before turning to enter the study. Yueya playfully stuck out her tongue at Li Xing, which only served to infuriate her further, nearly causing her to choke on her anger. She drives me to madness, Li Xing exclaimed, pounding her chest in exasperation. Yueya, however, was in high spirits, her eyes twinkling like the resplendent moon in the sky. Li Changxian let out a cold snort, instructing her to behave herself. This simple admonition immediately subdued Yueya. Upon entering the study, She secured a dagger to her belt and opened a box, revealing succulent pork trotters generously drizzled with chili sauce. With a charming smile, she presented it to Li Chengxian, saying, "I specially brought this for you." Li Chengxian returned to his desk, resuming his perusal of official documents, entirely indifferent to Yueya, not sparing her a glance. "Li Chengxian, why are you ignoring me?" Yueya closed the box and approached the desk, her expression one of confusion. Li Chengxian continued to disregard her, prompting Yueya to grow slightly irate. "Li Chengxian, I am angry." At her words, Li Chengxian raised his gaze briefly, muttering a non-committal before returning to his earnest examination of the documents. Yueya, having never encountered such indifference in her life, felt a surge of frustration. Not wishing to linger and embarrass herself further, she picked up the box and dagger, preparing to leave. However, as she recalled her purpose for visiting, she hesitated, dawdling as she approached the door of the study. Finally, Li Chengxian spoke. "You may leave, but leave the box behind." With a gasp, Yueya was nearly brought to tears by anger. She turned back, standing beside Li Chengxian, fuming. "I will not speak to you anymore. You are so mean." Li Chengxian remained unfazed, merely reaching out to take the box from her hands. "Since you initiated conversation, I shall allow you to indulge." Eager to seize the opportunity, Yueya promptly opened the box and placed the pork trotters before him. "Shall we eat with our hands?" Li Chengxian inquired, puzzled, and without waiting for her response. He called out, "Lin Qin, bring 2 pairs of chopsticks." "2 pairs? Why not just one?" Yueya asked, her face a picture of bewilderment. Li Chengxian paid her no mind, continuing to peruse the documents. With a huff, Yueya dragged a stool closer to sit beside him and pulled a volume from the mountain of documents, only to find herself perplexed. Each character was familiar, yet the words eluded her understanding. When Lin Qin entered with the 2 pairs of chopsticks, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The regent allowed a young girl to sit beside him, poring over official documents. Most astonishing of all, he was eating in the study. Lin Qin suppressed his astonishment, respectfully handing the chopsticks to Li Chengxian and bowing before exiting the room. "Indeed, there are 2 pairs of chopsticks," Yueya remarked with a smile as she handed 1 pair to Li Chengxian and took up the other herself. Suddenly, gazing at the chopsticks in her hand, she froze, disbelief written across her face as she looked at Li Chengxian. "Li Chengxian, you are remarkably clever." Realizing her inability to resist temptation, Li Chengxian did not glance at her, elegantly and swiftly picking up a piece of pig's trotter to eat, followed by a leisurely second piece. "Is it delicious?" Yueya gazed at Li Chengxian with sparkling eyes, but he paid her no mind, focusing on his own meal. As Yueya observed his face, she found herself entranced, only to later realize that the entire box of pig's trotters had vanished, leaving her on the verge of tears. Without giving her a chance to speak, Li Chengxian remarked, "You brought it." This single statement left Yueya speechless. With a pitiful expression, she set down her chopsticks. But her irritation was quickly diverted by the sight of Li Chengxian's profile, causing her frustration to dissipate entirely. Yueya could not help but support her chin with her hands, gazing dreamily at Li Chengxian's long eyelashes. "Li Chengxian, your eyelashes are as beautiful as my mother's fan." He responded, not lifting his eyes from the memorial. Yueya, undeterred by his indifference, continued to admire his lips and nose, exclaiming in awe, "Your nose is so high and straight, and your lips are like petals, even more beautiful than mine. How'd you come look like this?" Ignoring her, Li Chengxian remained focused, prompting her to voice her disapproval. "It's just that your eyes are too cold. I don't like that." The disdain in her tone was unmistakable, causing Li Chengxian to turn and look at her with a frosty gaze, startling her. "Why are you staring at me?" "You foolish girl, I don't like it either," Li Chengxian replied, satisfying his desire to see her face fall in disappointment. With a huff, Yueya stood up, no longer looking at him, and began pacing in the study. "This study is quite nice, though a bit too old. It feels rather poor." Her comment received no response, so she approached Li Chengxian. "When will you finish reviewing the memorials? Is there something you need?" Li Chengxian did not even glance up. Regarding my sister, when will you take action?" Yueya pressed on, but he remained silent, exacerbating her frustration. "Li Chengxian, why are you ignoring me again?" "I am quite busy," he replied, stealing a glance at her to utter those words. Yueya huffed again. So when will you have time? I don't know, Li Changxian replied succinctly. In my opinion, you are the real fool, not even aware of when you'll have time. I know my own schedule. Yueya playfully drew out a dagger from her waist, casting a proud glance at Li Changxian. Unbeknownst to her, her seemingly innocent complaint pierced Li Changxian's heart like a knife, causing a profound ache within him. As the daughter of a minor official, she had the privilege to dictate her own time, while Li Changxian, the regent of the realm, wielding immense power, lacked control over his own schedule. Perhaps reviewing memorials constituted his only time. His silence left Yueya feeling slightly anxious, for she had dared to call Li Changxian a fool. Actually, you're not foolish. You are quite remarkable. Li Changxian exhibited no reaction, prompting Yueya to exhale with relief. When will you visit my home? She inquired. I don't know, came her spontaneous response, leaving no room for Li Changxian's reply. He raised an eyebrow, suggesting they discuss it later. Yueya pouted, deciding to take a more direct approach. She drew the dagger from her waist, advancing step by step towards Li Changxian, and pressed the blade against his neck. You must write a note stating when you will come to my house to break off the engagement. Otherwise, I won't believe you. Do you wish to be cut into 8 pieces? Li Changxian replied coolly. Lin Qin, observing everything from the roof, nearly succumbed to laughter, though his chuckle was barely audible and still reached Li Changxian's ears. Li Changxian glanced upward, and Lin Qin instantly froze, a chill coursing through him, sweat forming in his palms, and his smile vanished completely. Unaware of this tension, Yueya looked up but noticed nothing amiss. Li Changxian, what are you looking at? Without waiting for his answer, she lowered the dagger and said softly, Can't you be more straightforward? It would save me a lot of trips. Return home. It's quite late. Li Changxian stated. Yueya huffed, placing the dagger back at her waist, turning angrily to leave. Li Changxian glanced at the roof again. Lin Qin, escort Miss Su home. Ensure no one sees her. Yes, sir, Lin Qin replied, descending silently from the rooftop and bowing respectfully. Yueya turned to Lin Qin, momentarily stunned. Hurry back. Don't waste time. Li Changyan interrupted her. Oh, she replied, and Lin Qin approached her. My lady, shall we depart? His previous actions and words suddenly sparked a thought in Yueya's mind, her eyes lighting up. Are you Lin Qin? Do you possess the martial arts spoken of in the tales? Can you fly? Will you take me with you when you fly? Certainly, my lady, Lin Qin responded readily. Wow, that's fantastic. I'm so delighted, Yueya exclaimed, eagerly pulling open the door. How will you take me flying? With a smile, Lin Qin instructed. You simply need to grasp my shoulders. All right. Yueya placed her hands on his shoulders, maintaining a distance between their bodies. Lin Qin relaxed and leaped onto the rooftop, soaring with Yueya as they glided across the night sky like swallows, both agile and elegant. Within the room, Li Changxian's fingers tightened around the memorial, turning pale. After a moment, he released it slightly, picked up a brush, and annotated, utter nonsense. After scrawling his notes, he tossed the memorial into a corner, exhaling deeply before picking up the next document to review. Unbeknownst to Yueya, upon reaching home, she expressed her gratitude to Lin Qin and even pilfered a generous piece of pig's trotter from the kitchen for him. It's delicious. My mother is an exceptional cook. As she spoke of her mother-esque culinary skills, her face beamed with pride. Lin Qin smiled, replying, Thank you, my lady. They had never encountered a girl like her in the capital. So bold, so spirited, devoid of the gentility and grace expected of a noble lady, nor the cautious demeanor cultivated by affluent families, yet undeniably charming. After enjoying the pig's trotter, Lin Qin bid farewell to Yueya. As the crescent moon returned to her chamber, she quickly tidied herself and collapsed on her bed, falling into a deep slumber that lasted until the sun had risen high in the sky. With a languid stretch, she leaped from her bed, donned her attire and shoes, and proceeded to the washroom to freshen up. Once she had composed herself, she dashed to the kitchen, where she discovered a pot of porridge warming on the stove and another pot boiling eggs. Taking a tray, she served herself a bowl of porridge and 2 eggs, carrying it toward the small flower hall. On her way, she encountered a servant and inquired about her family. Learning that her parents were not at home and her 3rd sister was also absent, with only her 4th sister and 2 brothers present, Upon entering the flower hall, where her elder brother, second brother, and fourth sister were enjoying breakfast, her first question was directed at them. Where are our parents and third sister? Her elder brother, Su Yueya, glanced at her and replied, They have gone to the village for a banquet. A cousin on our grandfather's side is getting married. Another monetary gift to prepare. I see, Moon Blossom remarked. Fourth sister, Su Yueya, echoed her brother's sentiment, noting that they had contributed a considerable sum, leaving the family finances strained. A situation she attributed to Moon Blossom's excessive eating last month. The last remark was accompanied by a pointed look at Moon Blossom, who pouted in response, retorting, But you all ate with me. You consumed even more than I did. Fourth sister's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, rendering her mute. Second brother, Su Yueya, shot a glance at Su Yueya, saying, Such comments should be avoided in the future. Let not the burden of our collective indulgence fall solely on our younger sister. Su Yueya observed his younger siblings and declared, I am off to the academy. I promise to assist my classmates with their essays and revise them. They pay me 15 copper coins for each. Rising from the table, he opened his coin pouch, emptied its contents, and divided the coins into 2 piles, offering one to Su Yueya and the other to Moon Blossom. Use this to buy something to eat, he instructed, tucking the now empty pouch away and affectionately ruffling Moon Blossom's hair. I must take my leave. Thank you, elder brother. I am delighted, Moon Blossom replied with a smile, her eyes sparkling with joy, as Su Yueya left the flower hall, wearing a broad grin. Su Yueya, though pleased, did not exhibit her excitement as openly as Moon Blossom. I will also visit the tea house. Once I have earned some money, I will share it with you, Su Yueya announced before departing the small hall. He enjoyed writing stories and poetry, possessing commendable martial skills, thus serving as both a garden manager at the tea house, while also being an adept storyteller. Although his earnings were modest, he spent them judiciously, contributing most of it to the family. With both brothers gone, Moon Blossom felt a rush of exhilaration. She was one who could never hold on to money, always yearning to spend it, particularly on food. Fourth sister, how much silver have you saved? Asked Su Yueya, who preferred saving over spending. She refrained from buying food for herself, but would partake in what others purchased, a trait Moon Blossom greatly admired. After pondering her small savings, Su Yueya smiled and replied, Not much, just a little. From the age of 5, your answer has always been a little, Moon Blossom retorted, unconvinced. Rising to leave, she was halted by Su Yueya's voice. Where are you headed? To the fields. I have melons and beans ready to harvest. I intend to bring some home for us to eat and sell the rest to a friend for profit. Yueya has little interest in literary pursuits or embroidery. Her sole passion lies in earning and spending money. Do be cautious, Su Yueya kindly advised as Yueya stepped outside. I understand, Yueya replied. Lucheng, not particularly large, is surrounded on 3 sides by mountains, most of which have been cultivated in a farmland where the county's inhabitants grow crops. With a county magistrate as a patriarch, the Su family possesses a considerable expanse of land, all of which is cultivated, albeit primarily by Yueya, Madame Su, 3 maids, 2 young attendants, and Lord Su, while the rest of the family remains uninvolved. Ascending the mountain, Yueya's cheerful and benevolent nature, unconcerned with wealth or status, has endeared her to most, resulting in friendly greetings from those she passes along the way. Upon reaching the summit, she first gathered 4 or 5 tender gourds and several bunches of beans. After completing this task, she intended to take a brief rest before heading home. Fortune smiled upon her as she stumbled upon a cluster of delicious chicken mushrooms in the field, which filled her with delight. Ensuring no one was around, she sighed in relief and carefully used a stick to pry up the delicate, white mushrooms. How fragrant, she thought, unable to suppress her salivation. What is so fragrant, Yueya? Came a voice from the path. Recognizing it as the daughter of the neighboring Yi family, Yi Yueya, who often engaged in flowery discussions with Su Yueya, she replied, Sister Yueya, I was just speaking of a new rouge my fourth sister acquired. It was no falsehood. Indeed, her sister had just purchased a new box of makeup. Is that so? Yi Yueya's curiosity was piqued. I must examine it closely when I return. Certainly, Yueya responded, feeling relieved. She quickened her pace, refraining from further exclamations about the delightful aroma, and meticulously placed the mushrooms in her basket. Once completed, Yueya felt a wave of relief wash over her. The sun was now quite intense, and glancing at her basket, she pondered the abundance of mushrooms. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she removed 2 gourds from her basket and laid a generous amount of gourd leaves at the bottom, carefully arranging the mushrooms atop them to make the most of the limited space. Satisfied, she covered the mushrooms securely with more leaves before squatting to lift the basket on her back, taking the 2 gourds in hand and descending the mountain step by step. The heat was palpable, and the sun's rays painted her cheeks a rosy hue as she walked, perspiration beading on her forehead. She intended to transform the chicken mushrooms into oil and present a jar to Li Chengxian as a means to persuade him to expedite the betrothal arrangements. This thought filled her with joy, and she was confident that Li Chengxian would acquiesce to her request. With this in mind, her steps became markedly lighter. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, she encountered her family's carriage at the city gate. "Father? Mother? Third sister?" she called out. The young attendant halted the carriage, and Lord Su's round head emerged from within. Upon seeing his beloved daughter, he leapt from the carriage without the aid of the step, hurrying over to her. "Why? How heavy? Why are you carrying 2 gourds?" Madame Su and Su Yueya lifted the curtain of the carriage to gaze outside, where another aunt known to Su Yueya was present. Su Yueya hastily greeted her. "Father, could you carry this for me? It's quite heavy." In front of her father, Yueya often feigned weakness. A young servant hurried over to take the burden from Yueya's back and placed it in the hands of Lord Su, who then transferred it onto the servantess back. "Xiaofeng, do not linger outside. Return home directly, understood?" Yueya reiterated her concern. Xiaofeng nodded eagerly, smiling. "Rest assured, miss. I know you must have gathered something wonderful." Yueya chuckled, appreciating Xiaofeng's cleverness. Soon, Lord Su took the reins of the carriage while Yueya settled into the spot he had just vacated. Antwin beamed at Yueya, inquiring, "Has she been betrothed?" Her question was directed at Madame Su, who shook her head with a smile, acknowledging her daughter's wild nature and fierce disposition, making matters difficult. Madame Su had no intentions of concealing her daughter's shortcomings. Aunt Wen's eyes brightened, and she cheerfully proclaimed, "I see no wildness in her. At such a young age, she is remarkably capable. If you trust me, I will handle her marriage prospects." Madame Su expressed her gratitude profusely, yet Yueya felt a tinge of displeasure, though she concealed it by gazing out the window. Unbeknownst to the 2 adults, Su Yueya, who had remained silent, noticed her discomfort. She gently patted Yueya's head, whispering, "Do not concern yourself with them." With a playful wink, Yueya's spirits lifted. "Has something joyful crossed your mind?" Antwin inquired with curiosity, while Madame Su cast a stern glance at Yueya. Naturally, Yueya, wary of her mother, refrained from speaking freely. "Today, I ventured to the mountain and observed that the crops are thriving this year, far better than in previous years. It shall surely be a bountiful harvest." "You are truly a good girl," Antwin remarked with satisfaction, leaving Yueya bewildered, unsure of what she had said to earn such praise, yet she dared not inquire further. The conversation continued between Madame Su and Antwin, while Yueya and Su Yueya exchanged not a word, only sharing a smile on occasion in response to the adults' dialogue. They first dropped Antwin off at her home before returning to their own. Once alone with family, Yueya eagerly shared her discoveries from the day. "Mother, I wish to have chicken mushroom stir-fried noodles, and I want to make chicken mushroom oil. Could you assist me?" "Yueya, a barrel of rapeseed oil is quite expensive. Be sensible. We will not make chicken mushroom oil." Madame Su, ever frugal, faced a few obstacles at home. Yueya felt a pang of disappointment, but then recalled something, her eyes sparkling as she pulled out all the copper coins her elder brother had given her. "Mother, is this enough?" Yueya smiled brightly. Madame Su gently tapped her forehead, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "Is this from your brother again?" Yes, I have no silver left," Yueya replied, grinning, unable to resist touching her soft little belly, where her funds had been spent. Madame Su looked at her youngest daughter with a blend of indulgence and exasperation before turning to place the copper coins in the palm of the county magistrate, saying, "Sir, please buy 2 pounds of rapeseed oil. I will prepare the chicken mushroom oil for you." Gazing at the copper coin in the palm of his hand, the county magistrate felt a surge of silent despair. "Madam, I must tend to the horse cart." "Why the urgency?" "Ah, Indeed, I had forgotten, replied Madame Su, her demeanor as accommodating as ever. Then let us return home and make the purchase. Yes, madam. The magistrate, without a semblance of opposition or resistance, wore a carefree expression. Yueya glanced at her own attire, mischievously taking the coin from Madame Su's hand. Mother, I shall go. Aunt Qing is so beautiful and familiar with me. Perhaps she will give me an extra 2 coins. Upon hearing Yueya's compliment about the proprietress, Madame Su's expression shifted, yet she offered no protest. The coin fell into Yueya's hands. Just remember to return home promptly. While speaking, Madame Su shot a stern glare at Master Su. The usually obedient master, Su shrank back, transforming into a rotund, adorable quail, utterly speechless as he diligently guided the horse cart. Suppressing her laughter, Su Yu lightly lifted the curtain, catching sight of her sister's swift departure, and couldn't help but marvel. This clever little sprite has her parents wrapped around her finger at such a tender age. However, it was evident that Yueya spoke the truth. Proprietress Zhao Qing indeed bestowed upon her an additional 2 ounces of rapeseed oil. What delectable dish do you plan to prepare? Yueya, I shall make chicken mushroom oil. Aunt Qing, shall I bring you some? No need for that, but your mother is still upset with me. I have explained several times that it was unintentional. By the way, in 2 days, I will be hosting a meal with Uncle Wong for friends and neighbors. Will you join us? Dressed in a soft gray gown, Zhao Qing's radiant beauty was undeniable. Her spirits lifted at the mention of the butcher Wong. Are you to be wed to Uncle Wong? Yueya's eyes sparkled. She was well acquainted with the townsfolk and, being young, often addressed them with familial respect. Zhao Qing's cheeks flushed as she bashfully lowered her head. Wed? We are merely gathering to invite everyone for a meal as witnesses. Very well, I shall be there, Yueya replied, her eyes gleaming with joy as she lifted the jar meant for the oil. Aunt Qing, I shall take my leave now. Go on, go on. Zhao Qing waved her hand. Departing from Zhao's grain and oil shop, Yueya hurried home and unexpectedly encountered Lin Qin at the apothecary's door. She approached him eagerly. Lin Qin, what brings you here? Where's Li Changxian? Today, Yueya had been crouched in the mud, collecting chicken mushrooms and sitting on the ground with her basket. Her clothes speckled with dirt, which surprised Lin Qin momentarily. I am here to fetch medicine for the master, he replied, raising the medicine bundle in his hand. Yueya's eyes lit up as she recalled her plans. Lin Qin, come to my home tonight when it is completely dark. Why would I go to your house? Lin Qin exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment at how fortunate it was that Miss Su spoke softly. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of unease, scratching his neck, which felt oddly foreign to him. Oh, I mean for you to escort me to your Wong residence. It would not be safe for me to walk alone, as it poses a slight danger. Yueya thought that Li Changxian would surely appreciate the chicken mushroom oil. Could this mean that the matter of the engagement might soon be on the agenda? As she contemplated this, Yueya felt a surge of joy, almost itching to take action. Lin Qin let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. So, my dear lady, what brings you to our Wangfu? Are you seeking Li Changxian? He inquired. Lin Qin, do remember to come back, Yueya replied, skipping away with a buoyant spirit. Lin Qin stood there, gazing at her retreating figure, rendered speechless. Her audacity surpassed even that of the runaway maidens in the novels. If word got out, it would surely tarnish the Su family's reputation. He resolved to return and inform the prince, recognizing that the young lady was still naive and sheltered, yet they should know better. With this thought, Lin Qin quickened his pace. At the Regency prince's residence, Lin Qin recounted the entire affair to Li Changxian. Setting down his teacup, Li Changxian prepared to intervene discreetly. My lord, I hesitate to speak, Lin Qin said. What is it? Li Changxian looked up, his expression inscrutable. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qin summoned his courage and continued. I fear that if this matter becomes public, Miss Su's reputation will be irreparably damaged. She is still young, coddled by her family, and unaware of the implications. But you understand this, do you not? Upon finishing, he quickly lowered his gaze, his heart racing with anxiety about potential retribution from Li Changxian. In truth, the ever-busy Li Changxian, who often rushed through meals, had not considered the ramifications until Lin Qin's warning brought the gravity of the situation to light. Setting aside the document he had been reviewing, he turned to Lin Qin, his gaze darkening. What do you propose we do? Lin Qin, a martial general unaccustomed to such intricacies, felt at a loss. Their household, devoid of any women except for a few rough servants, left him without counsel, save perhaps for Dr. Li, though it seemed inappropriate to involve him in this matter. After much contemplation, Lin Qin could not arrive at a solution. He bowed respectfully. My lord, I have no insights to offer. Go and fetch her, it matters not. I shall protect her, Li Changqian decisively declared, resuming his calligraphy with an air of solemnity. Relieved by the prince's assurance, Lin Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that those whom the Regency prince wished to safeguard were never left vulnerable, even if they themselves sought peril. Yes, my lord, he replied and departed. That evening, after preparing chicken oil, Lady Su packaged 3 portions. Puzzled, she asked, Yueya, why 3 portions? 1 for our family, 1 for Li Changqian, and 1 for Aunt Qing, as she is to wed Uncle Wang. I wish to congratulate them on their enduring union, Yueya replied, her demeanor unaffected as she arranged the jars neatly. The one for Zhao Qing being the oil jar. Lady Su's expression darkened, her mood souring. Why give it to Li Changqian? Who is he? Unaware that her mother was on the brink of anger, Yueya innocently remarked, the Regency prince, Li Changqian. Mother, is your memory so poor? After speaking, she looked at her mother in confusion. Lady Su, rendered speechless, shot a disapproving glance at her daughter. How could I know that you would so casually refer to the Regency prince? Even I dare not utter the name Li Changqian so freely, let alone with such nonchalance. Chapter 12. Cook a bowl of noodles for me, oh, is that so? Yueya felt a tinge of embarrassment, concealing her thoughts. She simply believed that addressing Li Changqian by his full name would foster a sense of intimacy, reducing the distance and formality. However, even if he were the regent, there was no need for such decorum. Madame Su remarked that she could indeed understand Zhao Qing's situation. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her eyes sparkled with realization. Zhao Qing is marrying the butcher Wang? Yes, we are invited to a dinner in 3 days. Mother, will you attend? Yueya inquired with a smile. No. What purpose would that serve? Would she flaunt her achievements before me? Madame Su retorted, then recalled that her precious daughter had yet to answer her earlier question. You still haven't explained why you gave the chicken oil to the regent. Oh, he hasn't come to break off the engagement, so I intend to bribe him with the chicken oil. Yueya expressed her confidence, convinced that this time, success was assured. Madame Su nodded, reminding her to complete this task promptly. By the way, what are your thoughts on the regent? A hint of anticipation emerged in her voice. Yueya chuckled, her eyes curving pleasantly. Indeed, he is quite stingy. The esteemed regent's garments are faded, and his residence appears less splendid than ours. If that is the case, then perhaps it is best to reconsider. Although Madame Su harbored aspirations of ascending the social ladder, she was ultimately unwilling to subject her daughter to hardship, thus setting aside her ambitions. All right, I shall attend to your father and inform him that Zhao Qing intends to be with Wang the butcher, urging him to abandon his sordid thoughts. At this, Madame Su's eyes gleamed with excitement as she grasped her beloved daughter's hand. Yaya, what do you think about us preparing a congratulatory gift to celebrate Zhao Qing and Wang the butcher? Madame Su's eyes seemed to blaze with fervor, startling Yueya. Before Yueya could respond, Madame Su hummed a tune, her spirits lifted as she went off to find Lord Su. With a resigned smile, Yueya lifted the second jar of chicken oil and returned to her chamber. She had already dined, bathed, and changed her attire, now awaiting Lin Qin's arrival. Eventually, as Yueya began to feel drowsy, Lin Qin arrived, albeit tardily. She was reluctant to go, but Lin Qin remarked, the prince has yet to have his dinner. We dare not advise him. Yueya aroused herself, rubbing her eyes. Why hasn't Li Changqian eaten? There was quite a stir in the capital. Lin Qin spoke in a dry manner, daring not to elaborate further, and fortunately, Yueya showed no interest. I will go find him and persuade him to eat. Yueya handed the jar to Lin Qin, placing her hands on her chest and leaning against his back, steadying herself on his shoulders. With a swift leap, Lin Qin propelled them both into the night, resembling a hawk soaring towards the regent's residence. This time, With Lin Xin accompanying her, Li Xing dared not make any moves, merely watching Yueya stride confidently into Li Chengqian's study. Even as she entered, she poked her head through the door, making a face and sticking out her tongue at Li Xing, fuming. Li Xing's eyes turned a shade of green, nearly losing his composure, prompting Lin Xin, who had emerged from the room and soared up a tree, to mock him relentlessly. "Sit down." Li Chengqian's stern voice compelled Yueya to retract her head obediently and take her seat, remaining still and compliant. As Li Chengqian gazed at the jar left on the table by Lin Xin, a sense of confusion washed over him. "What is this?" "It's a bribe, your chicken oil. It smells divine and makes for a delicious noodle dish," Yueya replied, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, her voice vibrant and melodious. Li Chengqian felt his troubled heart lighten somewhat, raising an eyebrow as he looked at her. "Can you cook noodles?" "Of course. You shouldn't underestimate me," Yueya responded, her tone slightly miffed. "Li Chengqian nudda. Then prepare me a bowl." "All right, but you must promise to withdraw your proposal. Otherwise, I won't cook for you," Yueya replied, displaying her newfound cleverness. "Can your noodles possibly match the taste I desire?" Li Chengqian raised an eyebrow, his gaze dark and challenging. "Are you questioning my culinary skills?" This provoked Yueya, who was quite indignant. While she may not excel in needlework or possess an air of grace, her talents in farming and cooking were undeniable. Clearly, Li Chengqian replied nonchalantly. Yet Yueya failed to notice the hint of amusement lurking in his eyes, too preoccupied with her indignation. "How infuriating!" she exclaimed, rolling up her sleeves. Just as Li Chengqian braced himself for her to strike, she declared, "Come, let us head to the kitchen. I shall show you what true culinary art is." With that, she stormed towards the kitchen at a brisk pace. Li Chengqian's eyes sparkled with amusement, and he said nothing as he accompanied her. This was Li Chengqian's first visit to the kitchen, and the rough servants and the head chef were taken aback, hastily kneeling to pay their respects. "Your Highness." Li Chengqian glanced at them, commanding, "You may leave. Your services are not required here." "Yes, Your Highness," they replied, retreating respectfully, unable to resist glancing back at Yueya as they departed. Soon, the vast kitchen was left with just the two of them. The kitchen was brightly lit, and since Li Chengqian had not dined yet, the chefs dared not rest, but now they felt free to relax. Of course, Yueya was unaware of this. She was bouncing around the kitchen, inspecting every nook and cranny. Leaning against the doorframe, Li Chengqian teased, "Aren't you here to cook noodles? You need to help me stoke the fire," Yueya naturally instructed. Li Chengqian was taken aback. He had expected her to scold him, but instead, she wanted him to tend to the fire, something he was utterly incapable of. "I can't stoke the fire," he admitted candidly. Yueya looked at him, saying earnestly, "You call me foolish, yet look at you now, unable to even stoke a fire." With that, she disregarded Li Chengqian, seated herself at the stove, and began using the fire tongs to toss kindling into the flames. Once she had done so, she stood up and settled back down, occasionally adding more wood to the fire. "All right," Li Chengqian replied, intrigued by the process of tending the fire. Yueya paid him no further heed, lifting the pot's lid to find boiling water inside. She glanced back and saw the freshly washed vegetables, deciding to prepare a vegetable noodle dish. First, she retrieved a white porcelain bowl, adding a small spoonful of glistening lard, a spoonful of soy sauce, a spoonful of vinegar, and a pinch of salt. She then chopped some scallions to add in, finishing with several chopsticks of dried chicken mushrooms from the jar. The moment she opened the jar, an irresistible aroma wafted into the air. Even the stoic Li Chengqian found his appetite stirred. Yueya scooped a ladle of boiling water into a bowl to prepare the noodle soup, adding a handful of vibrant green vegetables into the pot along with a portion of noodles. After cooking the noodles to perfection, she retrieved them and placed them in the bowl, also adding the greens and a pair of chopsticks. The meal was ready. Yueya set the dish on the table, gesturing towards Li Chengqian. Chapter 13. Would you consider marrying me? The delicate white noodles, bathed in a rich brown broth, complemented by the fragrant dried chicken mushrooms and the fresh, verdant greens, emitted an enticing aroma that tantalized Li Chengqian's palate. As he settled down, he noticed beads of sweat on Yueya's cheeks due to the heat of the kitchen, prompting him to suggest they eat in the cooler flower hall. Rising to leave, He was halted by Yueya's call. Serve the noodles? Li Chengxian, momentarily confused, thought he had misheard and asked for clarification. Yes, serve the noodles. I cooked them for you. And you still expect me to serve them? Yueya huffed, puffing up her cheeks in annoyance as she retrieved a tray and carefully placed the noodles upon it. Now serve. At that moment, Lin Qin, who had been perched on a tree, swiftly descended, stifling his laughter, and exclaimed, Your Highness, allow me to assist. Yet, Yueya made no attempt to stop him. Just as Lin Qin reached for the tray, Li Chengxian preemptively extended his hand. No need, this prince will handle it myself. A smile graced Yueya's face as she followed Li Chengxian to the refreshingly cool flower hall, leaving Lin Qin, astonished, rooted to the spot. He could hardly believe it. Had the prince not been angered? Why? Perplexed, Lin Qin followed them to the flower hall, resuming his watch from the tree. Is this what you intended to bribe me with? Li Chengxian inquired, lifting a piece of dried chicken mushroom with his chopsticks. While the aroma was pleasant, he had savored countless delicacies before and was unimpressed. Indeed, Yueya replied confidently, give it a taste. Li Chengxian obliged, placing the chicken mushroom alongside the noodles in his mouth. Under Yueya's slightly anxious gaze, she asked, Is it good? Typically reserved, Li Chengxian's expression remained unchanged as he affirmed, delicious. Then why didn't you express that sooner? Yueya pouted, her dissatisfaction apparent as she watched him. Ignoring her, Li Chengxian swiftly and elegantly consumed the noodles, prompting Yueya to feel a slight pang of disappointment. From his vantage point in the tree, Lin Qin was utterly astonished by the sight of his prince devouring the meal with such fervor. Even the palace chef's finest dishes rarely evoked such enthusiasm, leaving Lin Qin to marvel at the remarkable skills of Miss Su. Unaware of Lin Qin's thoughts, Yueya felt a tinge of sadness as she rested her chin on her hands, gazing at Li Chengxian with a soft tone. At this moment, having finished a bowl of noodles, Li Chengxian gazed longingly at the remnants of the broth, reluctant to part with it. He shifted his attention to Yueya and inquired, What is the matter? Did you deceive me? You didn't accept my bribe earlier, yet you still allowed me to prepare the noodles, Yueya lamented, her expression clouded with disappointment. Li Chengxian's gaze was calm as he asked, Where did the ingredients you brought me come from? From the fields, Yueya replied, smiling brightly. Li Chengxian then posed another question. Do you know the county magistrate, the chief clerk, or the county instructor? I do, she answered. And do you consider them good or bad? I do not know, she replied. Not know? Li Chengxian was perplexed, questioning who truly knew the answer. He himself was uncertain. Yueya believed she had never conversed with them, and thus had no idea whether they were virtuous or vile. Li Chengxian pressed further. Then who knows if they're good or bad? My father, she replied. They're all colleagues of my father. Yueya gazed at Li Chengxian with innocent eyes, puzzled by his inquiries. Forget it, Li Chengxian sighed in exasperation, deciding to await news from those he had sent out. He realized that questioning her yielded little, and could potentially raise alarms, especially since there were many matters regarding the county magistrate that he was not privy to. What do you mean by forget it? Yueya asked, utterly confused. You may go back now, he said, rubbing his temples. Upon mentioning her departure, Yueya recalled her purpose here. You haven't answered me yet. In a few days, I shall personally visit. At the very least, I must ensure the officials of Lucheng are thoroughly purged. So this journey is not in vain. All right, Yueya exclaimed, her spirits lifting. She knew Lin Qin was in the tree and called out for him. Lin Qin, come down and escort me home. Lin Qin leaped down, prepared to oblige Yueya, but Li Chengxian interjected, I will take her myself. Lin Qin, bewildered, asked, Why do you want to see her home personally? To escort you back, Li Chengxian replied, his expression darkening. Yueya glanced at Lin Qin, her mood slightly soured. I don't wish to walk. I want to fly. Li Chengxian's temples throbbed with irritation as he fixed a penetrating gaze on Lin Qin, who trembled inwardly. Miss, he possesses superior lightness of foot, soaring higher than I. Is that true? Yueya's eyes sparkled as she looked at Li Chengxian. He ignored her, and she tugged at his sleeve. Li Chengxian, is it true? Yes, he replied haughtily, still not engaging her. Yueya beamed with admiration, her eyes shining as she exclaimed, You are even more formidable than Lin Qin. Lin Qin turned away, retreating into the shadows, struggling to suppress his trembling shoulders. "Can you carry me?" "I'm a bit weary," Yueya implored, her gaze hopeful. She had been busy all day and longed for rest. "Very well." Li Chengqian knelt, extending his arms behind him. Yueya's eyes crinkled with joy as she obediently climbed onto his back, her hands gripping his shoulders, her face resting against his firm back. Li Chengqian lifted her by her slender legs, using one foot to push off the ground, and with a leap akin to that of a soaring eagle. He ascended towards the heavens, nearly reaching the moon. Lin Xin promptly followed, though he could not soar as high as Li Chengqian. Yueya gazed in wonder at the vast expanse of the sky, realizing for the first time how close she was to the stars and the moon. "Bo, Li Chengqian, I adore the starry sky." Her voice was soft and filled with excitement. "That's good to hear," Li Chengqian replied with a slight smile. "Will you marry me?" "I want you to take me stargazing and moon-gazing every day," Yueya expressed, her heart yearning for Li Chengqian in that moment. "Yeah, do not speak of such things again. Such matters should not be uttered lightly. You are still young, and your reputation is paramount." The thought of recent events in the capital cast a shadow over Li Chengqian's mood. Though he felt no particular affection for the woman, he nonetheless harbored a modicum of trust in her. Now, having been cast aside and betrayed, an undeniable discontent brewed within him, a sentiment he could scarcely conceal. His feelings toward the young lady from the Su family were more rooted in the joy she brought him, prompting a desire to see her more frequently. Naturally, he would safeguard her reputation and well-being, ensuring she remained unharmed, a responsibility that accompanied the happiness she bestowed upon him. Yueya was somewhat bewildered, questioning why she could not express her innermost thoughts, especially when they were in the heavens, far from the ears of those below. Chapter 14. What to do if the young lady fancies the young master. Li Chengqian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated her forthrightness. "Li Chengqian, do you not wish to marry me?" Yueya's voice was low, tinged with displeasure. "You are still young, and such matters require formal arrangements. They cannot merely be spoken of lightly," Li Chengqian replied, constrained to such a response. "Then you must cancel my sister's proposal and come to my home to ask for my hand," Yueya said, fatigue evident in her demeanor. Having uttered those words, she yawned and, with tear-filled eyes, leaned against Li Chengqian's back, falling into a drowsy slumber before he could respond. Li Chengqian chuckled softly, his previously cold expression softening. "Lin Xin, lead the way." "Yes, my lord," Lin Xin replied, swiftly moving ahead. After placing Su Yueya back in her chamber, Li Chengqian returned to the manor with Lin Xin. Along the way, he instructed Lin Xin, "Starting tomorrow, before we depart from Lu City, you shall remain by her side to protect her." "My lord? Why?" Lin Xin was puzzled. Having followed the prince since childhood, he had never been tasked with protecting anyone. Aside from the previous incident of the prince's abduction, a matter best left unmentioned. "I cherish the joy she brings me and must invest effort in ensuring her safety," Li Chengqian stated, his expression inscrutable. Lin Xin, possessing a kinder heart than Li Chengqian, felt compelled to interject, "But what if the young lady truly develops feelings for you?" Turning to face Lin Xin, Li Chengqian's countenance remained indifferent. "Lin Xin, the affections of the world are fleeting, and the young lady's fondness is no exception. Even while I am here, she may express her feelings for others. It holds no significance. Affection? Love? Merely the most illusory of concepts." He would not be swayed by such notions. Lin Xin stood rooted in disbelief, gazing at Li Chengqian's retreating figure. Meanwhile, Yueya remained blissfully unaware of these musings. Upon awakening the next day, memories of the previous night flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush as she rolled about in bed, feeling a delightful embarrassment. "Oh, how shy I am. Have I been too bold? Dear heavens, I am so brazen. Su Yueya, the sun is high in the sky, and you still slumber? Do you intend to grow moss upon your back?" Mrs. Su called out, her back turned to the glaring sunlight as she knocked on Yueya's chamber door. The morning sun illuminated the dewdrops, casting a spectrum of colors that mirrored the uplifted spirits of those it touched. "I am awake. I have been awake for some time," Yueya exclaimed, hastily leaping from her bed, frantically arranging her attire. When Mrs. Su entered, she found Yueya's clothing somewhat wrinkled yet neatly arranged. Yueya, do you not close your door while you sleep? Emerese. Swinquated. Glancing at the door that had swung open with ease. I was so tired last night that I forgot, Yueya stammered, her face flushed with embarrassment. She was typically truthful, and though she seldom lied, her occasional fabrication went unnoticed by Mrs. Su, who chose to trust her. Yes, Yueya responded eagerly, promising to remember. Quickly go to the bathing room and freshen up. Your mother is checking on the porridge in the pot, Lady Su remarked before turning to leave. Yueya let out a sigh of relief and proceeded to the bathing room to tidy herself. Once she was done, she joined her family in the small flower hall for breakfast. The minced meat porridge accompanied by boiled eggs was a favorite of both Yueya and Lord Su. However, their reactions were quite different. Yueya enjoyed her meal with delight, while Lord Su appeared distracted and troubled. Curiously, Yueya inquired, Father, why the glum face? Didn't Mother prepare your favorite minced meat porridge? With a heavy sigh, Lord Su was met with a sharp look from Lady Su, prompting him to hastily change the subject. No matter, eat up. I have pressing matters at the yamen. Yueya responded, glancing at her older brother Su Ichi, her second brother Su Ilong, her third sister Su Yuqing, and her fourth sister Su Yunan, planning to inquire about their father's demeanor once their parents had left. Unbeknownst to Lord and Lady Su, she was concocting her own thoughts. After their parents finished and departed, Yueya could not contain her concern. Brother, why does father look so troubled? Mother won't let him speak. Both Su Yuqing and Su Yunan turned their gaze to Su Ichi, while Su Ilong remained silent. After observing them, Su Ichi sighed. Last year, during the Dragon Boat Festival, the floods severely damaged the Luqing riverbank, resulting in significant losses for the farmers. The court had dispatched disaster relief funds, but now the Regent, who is vacationing here, demands to review the disaster relief accounts and requires father to explain the allocation of every single coin. Such matters were not clearly understood by the young ladies. But Su Ilong and Su Ichi were more aware of the implications. A wave of worry washed over Su Ilong. This time, our family may face difficulties. It is well known that the Regent is intolerant of incompetence. Wherever he goes, officials are on edge. In contrast, Yueya remained unperturbed. With a cheerful smile, she remarked, Father will be fine. Have you forgotten? During last year's floods, he tirelessly led us in assisting at the riverbank, to the extent that our own home was inundated, and all of Mother's dowry furniture was ruined. Moreover, wasn't it the county magistrate who managed the accounts? When the funds arrived, they didn't allow Father to touch them. And in frustration, he focused solely on guiding the people to safety. Because of his efforts, not a single citizen was harmed. Everyone is well. Yueya held unwavering confidence in her father, filled with pride and devoid of any anxiety regarding the potential corruption of officials. Her words eased the minds of the Su family members. Su Ichi chuckled heartily, looking at his younger sister. Indeed, if one is upright, they need not fear shadows. We have nothing to dread. However, once they left the small flower hall and entered the study, Su Ichi's tone shifted dramatically. Su Yilang, who had begun to feel somewhat relaxed, instantly became tense again. Brother, what shall we do? The Regent cannot tolerate even the slightest negligence. Even if Father did not partake in the embezzlement, it is a fact that he failed to safeguard the funds and did not inform the Jiangjun inspector. Su Ichi sat down, deeply exhaling, his heart laden with anxiety. But brother, Father is merely a seventh-rank official. Although the county magistrate and the chief clerk hold lower positions, they are affiliated with the prefect. The embezzled funds have all gone to the prefect. By not informing the Jiangjun inspector, our family can still enjoy a peaceful life. Can't we? If this matter were to be disclosed to the inspector of Jiang County, it might be feasible to bring down these treacherous ministers. However, if we fail, what fate awaits our family? Moreover, we are completely unaware of the inspector's true character. Su Yueya, unable to contain his frustration, vented his pent-up feelings. Sudwiki, knowing full well the intricacies of the situation, let's not lose our composure. After all, my father's predicament is not insurmountable. At worst, he may face demotion or dismissal from office. The most fortunate outcome for us would be to remain intact as a family, Su Yueya concluded, silently preparing for the worst. With a sense of resolve, Su Yueya smiled wryly, grateful for his elder brother's presence to keep him grounded. Let us not worry the younger sisters. They are still innocent and unaware of the gravity of this matter, especially the youngest. Su Yueya gently reminded Su Yueya. Stand, Su Yueya replied. Chapter 15. The true face of Li Chengxian. For Li Chengxian, this was merely a routine affair. Yet for the entirety of Jiang County, it heralded a catastrophic upheaval. The following evening, Li Xing, bearing a serious demeanor, hurriedly led a guard into the study of the Regent Prince, where Li Chengxian was immersed in his work. The guard, appearing disheveled and wounded, approached with a heavy burden. Your Highness, I have come to report, he began, the family of the inspector of Jiang County was assassinated last night, with only one daughter surviving. Li Xing clasped his hands in respect. What? Li Chengxian's expression shifted dramatically as he rose from his chair, immediately grasping the implications of recent events. Where's the survivor? The guard, upon hearing the inquiry, slowly removed his hat, revealing a delicate, pale face framed by cascading dark hair. Kneeling, he presented the burden he carried. Your Highness, I am Li Qingzhou, the daughter of Inspector Li Fengtian. Li Xing took the package from her hands and respectfully unfolded it, presenting the letters and documents to Li Chengxian, who accepted them. These are the evidences my father spent nearly a year gathering. He intended to submit them along with the documents. However, just as he completed the reports, a group of assailants invaded our home, murdering my father, mother, and sister. I possessed some martial skills which allowed me to escape, Li Qingzhou recounted, tears welling in her eyes as her voice trembled with suppressed sorrow. After swiftly reviewing the evidence collected by Li Fengtian, Li Chengxian turned to Li Xing. Please ensure that Miss Li is well taken care of. Addressing Li Qingzhou, he added, do not succumb to despair. I'm already aware of this matter and shall investigate thoroughly to bring justice for your father. Thank you, Your Highness. Li Qingzhou could no longer contain her tears as Li Xing promptly guided her away. Come, my lady, let us depart. After sitting in silence for almost the duration of an incense stick, Li Chengxian finally rose to leave. Your Highness? Li Xing awaited at the door. Prepare to visit the magistrate's residence, Li Chengxian instructed. Li Xing, somewhat perplexed, did not dare to question further and proceeded with the preparations. After completing the necessary arrangements, Li Chengxian officially visited the Su residence. The entire Su family, young and old, knelt respectfully on the ground to receive him. Yueya attempted to sneak a glance at Li Chengxian, but was swiftly reprimanded by her mother. Minister Su, I have been in Luqing for nearly a month without the opportunity to visit you. Today, I finally find the time. I hope, however, that you do not mind my uninvited presence. Today, Li Chengxian adorned himself in deep purple silk robes, crowned with a golden diadem, 2 purple jade sashes cascading elegantly over his shoulders. His demeanor exuded an imposing grandeur, a haughty pride that rendered him almost unapproachable. At this moment, he stood with his hands clasped behind him, surveying the gathered Su family with an air of superiority, a stark contrast to the familiar warmth he displayed before Yueya. Lord Su hastily bowed with utmost respect, stating, My family and I warmly welcome your highness. Though our humble abode may be lacking, we hope it does not offend you. The others dared not lift their heads, but Yueya seized the opportunity to glance up at Li Chengxian. Upon meeting his gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson, and her heart raced as she, like a startled fawn, quickly averted her eyes, lowering her head in nervousness, swallowing repeatedly, too anxious to look at him again. Rise, came Li Chengxian's low, indifferent voice, sending a shiver through Yueya, though fortunately, the others in the Su family remained oblivious to her predicament. Lord Su swiftly helped his family to their feet and respectfully intended to guide Li Chengxian to the main hall. However, Li Chengxian declined and suggested they proceed to the study. Lord Su dared not voice any objections and dutifully led him to the study. Li Xing, accompanied by the guards, followed closely, ensuring the study was secured, not allowing even a mosquito to enter. Meanwhile, the Su family remained ill at ease in the small flower hall. The women were anxious that Li Chengxian might be there to discuss marriage, while the men feared he sought to address the whereabouts of last year's disaster relief funds. In any case, regardless of the topic at hand, the The Su family was fraught with anxiety. After a considerable time, the study door reopened. Except for Lord Su. The hearts of the other family members were heavy with trepidation. It was not until Li Changqian departed that the Su family collectively exhaled in relief. Lord Su, particularly pale and drenched in sweat, slumped in his chair, panting as if he had just faced death. "My lord, what was the purpose of the prince's visit?" asked Madame Su, tenderly offering her handkerchief to wipe his brow, concern etched on her face. Both Su Yueya and Su Yueya were equally anxious. Su Yueya, the most frightened, trembled slightly, while Su Yuanan and Yueya comforted her beside them. With a weary smile, Lord Su finally revealed, "Rest assured, the prince's visit was not concerning marriage." A wave of relief washed over Su Yueya and Su Yuanan as they sank weakly into their chairs. Yet, just as they felt a moment of ease, Lord Su turned his gaze toward them and continued. "The prince has requested my assistance in investigating the specific allocation of the disaster relief funds. While I am unaware of the exact sum allocated by the court, I have meticulously recorded every expenditure I handled, substantiated by the signature of the county's deputy magistrate, which I have duly presented to the prince. All post-disaster reconstruction in Lucheng was overseen by me. Thus, the account records reflect the total expenditure related to the calamity in Lucheng. As for how much was allocated by the court or what remains after expenses, I cannot say, but it is evident that the regent is well informed." Contemplating these matters, Lord Su looked at his wife and children, a hint of remorse flickering in his eyes. "I previously mentioned to the prince that the calamities in the other counties were not as severe as those in Lu City. Therefore, if the expenditures of the other counties exceed those of Lu City, there must be some hidden agendas. Should this matter become public, my father would no longer be able to navigate the political arena." Master Su's eyes reddened slightly as he steeled himself for what was to come. Lacking any connections, he had refrained from forming factions or currying favor with the powerful over the years, opting instead to tread carefully to safeguard everyone within his means. Now, for the greater good, he was compelled to make a choice, to assist the regent in reclaiming the funds embezzled by these officials. "Father, you're the best," said Yueya, standing behind Master Su and giving him a shoulder massage. "We are not afraid. Yes, father, we have land at home. We will never go hungry." Su Yueya added with a smile. Others also voiced their support, and Master Su turned to look at his wife, who had remained silent. "Mrs. Su shot him a disapproving glance, saying, "When you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, you follow the dog. What do you expect me to do?" Master Su nodded, his eyes shimmering with gratitude. Upon receiving the detailed account ledger from Master Su, Li Changqian was equipped with a precise instrument to measure the accuracy of the accounts from the various counties. It was uncertain whether Li Changqian acted intentionally or inadvertently, but he made a grand show of going to the Su residence to retrieve the ledger, seemingly unconcerned about the potential for information to leak. Li Xing, perplexed, inquired of his grandfather. Dr. Li gave him a sharp slap on the back of the head. "Didn't I tell you to learn well from the prince? How is it you still don't understand?" Rubbing his sore head, Li Xing grimaced, "I have been studying diligently. But what can I do if I still don't comprehend?" Dr. Li, looking disdainfully at his grandson, replied coldly, "The prince's actions are to protect the Su family. Should anything happen to them, it would be tantamount to those individuals exposing themselves. Does that mean the Su family is in great danger?" Li Xing realized. So Lin Qin went to the Su family, right? Dr. Li shot a frustrated glance at his grandson, recognizing his resemblance to his foolish father. "Is that so? Very well then." Li Xing scratched his head, feeling somewhat guilty. He had thought Lin Qin was investigating the corrupt officials. "Knock, knock, knock. What is it?" "My lord, the prince requests your presence." Li Xing hurriedly exited the room and rushed towards Li Changqian's study. He inquired of the guards about the reason for the summons, but they did not know, only stating that the prince had not disclosed anything. Before long, he arrived at Li Changqian's study. "My lord," Li Xing bowed respectfully. Li Changqian, with his head lowered as he penned a confidential edict, did not respond until he finished writing and placed a brush upon the inkstone. He then lifted his gaze to Li Xing, saying, "I have heard that Miss Li is feeling quite out of sorts in the residence." Li Xing quickly replied. In response to the prince, There are only a few coarse maidservants in the household, lacking the finesse to communicate effectively with Miss Li. Her emotional state is unstable, and she is indeed struggling to adapt. Bring the young daughter of the Su family, Yueya, here to accompany and care for Miss Li, Li Chengxian instructed, sealing the edict and entrusting it to Li Xing with urgency. Ensure it is dispatched with utmost haste. Yes, my lord. Li Xing took the edict and turned to leave. Soon, a message was discreetly dispatched, and Li Xing led a group to the Su residence, making a grand entrance. They claimed that the orphan daughter of the Jiangjun censor faced numerous inconveniences at the Wang residence and requested that the young daughter of the Lucheng magistrate keep her company. Thus, Yueya arrived at the Regency Prince's residence with a small bundle, intending to care for and accompany Li Qingzhou. Before leaving, Yueya sent some chicken oil to Zhao Qing, expressing her regrets for being unable to attend the wedding feast of her and Uncle Wang, hoping for her understanding. The townsfolk were already aware of the Jiangjun censor's circumstances, and Zhao Qing, naturally informed, not only felt no anger, but also gifted Yueya a jar of fragrant oil to prepare dishes for Li Qingzhou, thereby soothing her heart. The selfless sacrifice of the Jiangjun censor was well known, and many on the road to the Princess residence urged Yueya to relay their condolences to Li Qingzhou, asking her not to grieve excessively. Yueya took note of these sentiments as she entered the courtyard where Li Qingzhou resided, and upon seeing the solitary figure of Li Qingzhou in the yard, she could not help but feel sorrowful. Li Xing departed swiftly, leaving the two young girls alone in the vast courtyard. Yueya approached Li Qingzhou, placing her belongings on the table. "Miss Li, are you hungry?" This was Yueya's first utterance to Li Qingzhou. Turning to face Yueya, Li Qingzhou met her gaze, and upon observing her red-rimmed eyes and frail appearance, Yueya gently inquired, "Miss Li, what would you like to eat?" To her surprise, Li Qingzhou burst into tears, collapsing onto the table in a pitiful display of despair. Yueya found herself a loss, unsure of how to respond, standing awkwardly until Li Qingzhou's sobs subsided. She offered her handkerchief, saying, "Do not cry, are you hungry? What would you like to eat?" Without accepting it, Li Qingzhou allowed her tears to flow freely, rising to embrace Yueya tightly. My sister, always asking if I am hungry, what I want to eat." But she was in the kitchen preparing our supper, and, before it was ready, she was killed, and mother was also murdered to let me escape, and father. Li Qingzhou was unable to continue, overwhelmed by despair and grief. Outside, Li Xing and Dr. Li exhaled with relief. After 2 or 3 days, Li Qingzhou had finally expressed her sorrow. Beside them, Li Chengxian lingered his gaze on Yueya for a moment before stepping into the courtyard, prompting Li Xing and Dr. Li to hastily follow. Upon entering, Li Qingzhou stifled her tears, gently releasing Yueya and wiping her eyes to bow to Li Chengxian, with Yueya awkwardly mirroring the gesture. Li Chengxian, hands clasped behind his back, remarked, "This is Su Yueya, the young daughter of Magistrate Su from Lucheng. Until the culprit is apprehended, she will accompany and care for you. You may confide in her. Her father is a good official." These words brightened Yueya's eyes, yet seeing Li Qingzhou's sorrowful expression, she remained silent. Li Qingzhou knelt and bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness." "Rise," replied Li Chengxian, extending a hand in a vague gesture, then turned to Yueya. "Go prepare a bowl of noodles for Miss Li." "Certainly," Yueya nodded, taking the fragrant oil towards the kitchen. Li Chengxian cast one last glance at Li Qingzhou, advising, "Miss Li, take good care of yourself. To witness the downfall of your enemies, you must maintain your strength." "Thank you, Your Highness, for your consideration." Li Qingzhou gracefully performed a bow. Li Chengxian nodded gently, then turned and exited the courtyard, with Dr. Li Xing hastily following. Halfway through, the two were intercepted by Li Chengxian. He accompanied Yueya to the kitchen alone. "The dried chicken mushrooms you brought last time have gone untouched. Let's use those for cooking. I believe the young lady of the Li family would appreciate it, and do prepare a bowl for me as well." Li Chengxian stood at the kitchen door, arms crossed, with a stern expression. Upon entering, Yueya noticed the jar she had previously brought and felt pleased. Today, she spoke little, which did not please Li Chengxian. "I have inquired. Your father has embezzled not a single tael of silver, and even contributed all his possessions, totaling 500 taels, to the disaster relief effort. He is a commendable official. At these words, Yueya turned to Li Chengxian, her eyes reddening. Isn't the inspector a good official? Why do some wish to kill him? They even murdered his wife and young daughter. Li Qingzhou told me her sister was slain in the kitchen while preparing a late-night snack. Unable to continue, her voice choked as she raised a hand to wipe her tears. Li Chengxian sighed and entered the kitchen, disdainfully using his sleeve to dab at her tears. Why are you crying? Am I not still here? I shall uncover the murderer, restore your father's name, and ensure that you are cared for in your later years, free from fear and want. What use is that? The person is still dead. Yueya expressed her discontent, wiping her nose on Li Chengxian's sleeve. His voice turned harsh and cold. It does not matter. Many will accompany her father in death. Must many die? Yueya's voice buzzed with distress. Li Chengxian acknowledged with a sound, realizing his words, and returned to the kitchen door, reflecting on their self-imposed demise for having slain the inspector of Jiang County. I trust you, Yueya said, determined to cook the best bowl of noodles for Li Qingzhou. Li Chengxian stood at the door, observing her as she prepared the broth, boiled the noodles, and served them, his gaze unwavering until she completed the dish. Chapter 17. She is afraid. Li Chengxian. Where will you dine? Yueya placed the bowl of noodles before Li Qingzhou, the white strands adorned with dried chicken mushrooms, shredded chicken, and vibrant greens. Li Chengxian glanced at his own bowl, puzzled. Why are there so few in mine? You are unwell. It is prudent to eat less. Yueya replied, unconcerned as she carried the tray towards the small courtyard where Li Qingzhou resided. Li Chengxian released a deep breath, his fierce demeanor softening slightly as he sat down to eat. Li Qingzhou had not eaten all day, yet remained oblivious to her hunger. When Yueya set the noodles before her, she displayed no appetite. Miss Li, please eat something, otherwise you shall not endure. Li Chengxian assured me that he will not spare any of those people. Yueya smiled gently, offering chopsticks to Li Qingzhou. Thank you. Li Qingzhou, unwilling to let Yueya's kindness go to waste, forced herself to eat while tears streamed down her face, pitiful and helpless. Miss Su, do you know the governor? Li Qingzhou hastily wiped her tears and, while eating, initiated a conversation with Yueya. Yueya nodded, acknowledging that she had seen him from afar. What of it? Before my father passed away, he visited my home and spoke of a great calamity, warning that his son intended to break off our engagement, urging us to prepare ourselves. The very next day, my father succumbed to death. Li Qingzhou, holding back her tears, spoke with a choked voice. She had been betrothed to Qin Wusheng, the son of the county magistrate, since childhood, and they had met a few times in the presence of their elders. Now, facing her family's misfortune, Qin Wusheng had not shown himself, as if she were utterly inconsequential to him. Li Qingzhou, an astute young woman, could not help but suspect that her father's demise was connected to the magistrate, who ruled over Jiang County like a local emperor. Her father's actions had undoubtedly infringed upon the magistrate's interests. What unspeakable deeds might they not commit to preserve their own power? What is the worth of a few lives? Yueya, listening to her words, was filled with dread, her complexion paling. Have you spoken to Li Chengxian about this? Such matters need not my mention. The prince has likely already uncovered the truth. Li Qingzhou exhaled slowly, suppressing the bitterness in her throat. Yueya, having been well protected by her family, was confronting the harsh realities of life for the first time, and it truly terrified her. That night, she shared a courtyard with Li Qingzhou and was plagued by nightmares. Before dawn the following day, Yueya awakened, her hair damp with sweat, her heart still gripped by fear. Glancing out at the dim morning light, she decided to rise. After freshening up, it was still dark outside. Yueya contemplated preparing a meal for Li Qingzhou in the kitchen, but before she could reach it, she heard the swishing sound of a long sword nearby and instinctively approached the source. In the courtyard, Li Chengxian, clad in simple attire, was practicing martial arts with a long sword, his movements sharp and his posture as graceful as a dragon in flight, the leaves swirling around him like ethereal spirits. Captivated, Yueya watched from behind a pomegranate tree until Li Chengxian concluded his practice. Upon catching her gaze, he shot her a piercing look, causing her to quickly lower her head. Her cheeks flushed. Come here and pour me some tea, Li Changxian commanded as he seated himself with an air of elegance. Yueya approached and poured him a cup of tea before sitting down herself, unable to refrain from voicing her fears. Li Changxian. Miss Li spoke to me yesterday about her family's plight, and I had a dreadful dream last night that frightened me to my core. Speak, he urged. I dreamt that my father was killed by the magistrate, and my mother, in her despair, hung herself beside him. My 2 sisters were sold off, my brothers exiled, and I became a beggar, pleading for alms, and you only offered me a single copper coin, enough to buy nothing but a bun. How miserly you are! Li Changxian stared coldly at Yueya, taking a deep breath to restrain himself from drawing his sword and cleaving her in 2. You certainly know how to provoke me. A mere dream can infuriate me so. Isn't it because you are too stingy? Yueya replied, a hint of grievance in her voice. Li Changxian's temple throbbed as he gritted his teeth. That was just a dream. Dare you repeat that? He revealed a fierce smile, brandishing his sword menacingly in the air. Yueya immediately wilted, her body trembling with fear, and her face adorned with a terrified smile. You are the least miserly. You are the best. With a haughty snort, Li Changxian sipped his tea with one hand while casually tossing the long sword behind him, the blade clattering into the scabbard embedded in the ground. He sat composedly, sipping tea, his tall and elegant figure unmoving. This sight truly captivated Yueya, who hastily rose and approached, exerting all her strength to draw her long sword. Li Changxian, you are truly impressive. Come, sit down, and refrain from overreacting, Li Changxian replied, his eyes glimmering with a hint of amusement. Yueya complied, taking a seat with her sword in hand. Li Changxian then instructed, relay to me everything Miss Li conveyed to you, word for word. Yes, of course, Yueya nodded. Recounting the words of Li Qingzhou, her betrothed, Qin Wuxing, had not appeared since the troubles beset the Li family. Thus, Miss Li suspected that the county governor might be the mastermind behind the assassination of the censor, aiming to prevent him from submitting the memorial to the court and safeguarding their interests. As Yueya spoke, her complexion turned ashen, her expression troubled. It is not just a possibility. He is indeed one of the perpetrators, Li Changxian affirmed, adding, Governor Qin Yin is one of Night King's disciples, and he has likely embezzled substantial funds, almost all of which he has offered as tribute. He will go to great lengths to protect Qin Yin. Fortunately, your father is meticulous and prudent. Each expenditure is validated by the signature of the county deputy, otherwise he too would be implicated and branded as a conspirator. Li Changxian, likely Qingzhou the previous night, had not considered these matters, and Yueya could no longer bear the weight of such revelations, speaking candidly about her fears. Trembling and pale as a sheet, she felt an overwhelming dread. These individuals were far more terrifying than the malevolent spirits in her tales. She licked her lips nervously, her voice quavering as she remarked, Thank goodness. I can't continue. Raising her sleeve, she wiped the perspiration from her brow. Li Changyan notiget her distress. His expression shifting slightly. Are you very afraid? Yes, I feel an overwhelming terror. These people are so dark, so frightening. Yueya nearly wept, her vulnerability evident. Li Changxian gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, Do not fear. You will remain here forever, shielded from those dreadful individuals. Your father and mother will protect you. And you? Yueya inquired. Me? He retorted coldly, his gaze dark and foreboding. I am destined to be more ruthless, more terrifying, more sinister than they are. Yueya dared not meet his eyes, lowering her head in fear. As the morning light bathed the earth, illuminating the ground before her, Yueya suddenly realized, hastily rising and stammering, I shall go to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for you. With that, she hurriedly departed. Chapter 18. Li Changxian's indulgence. Li Changxian discerned her fear, not merely the terror instilled by the dark and brutal figures like Qin Yin, but also the dread of herself, who was even more shadowy and formidable. However, it mattered little. He held no expectations for her. Once he resolved the matters in Jiang County and departed from Lucheng, their paths would diverge entirely. Li Changxian's thoughts were unknown to Yueya, who was fully engrossed in her cooking. After preparing breakfast, it was served to him by Li Xing, while Yueya carried her own and Li Qingzhou's to the courtyard. Li Qingzhou appeared unwell, and Yueya chose, not to utter words of encouragement for her to eat more. Knowing well that such sentiments bore no fruit and would only serve to heighten Li Qingzhou's stress, she remained silent, consuming her meal with remarkable speed and delight. Perhaps this was the reason why Li Qingzhou felt a flicker of appetite, managing to eat a little herself. Yueya sighed in relief. Yet Li Qingzhou noticed her pallor. "Miss Su, you look rather unwell. Have I affected you?" Yueya touched her own face and forced a smile. "No, I just miss my mother a bit. I could accompany you home to see her," Li Qingzhou suggested. Yueya quickly interjected. "No, they say it's quite dangerous outside. You should not venture out. Indeed, I remember the faces of those who invaded my home and slaughtered my family. They will not spare me. They are eager to eliminate me. I cannot fathom how many assassins lie in wait beyond the walls of the Regent's residence, merely biding their time for my departure." Li Qingzhou's eyes darkened as she gripped her chopsticks tightly. Observing her, Yueya suddenly felt a sense of her own fragility. So many tales had frightened her. But what of Miss Li? She had witnessed her family perish tragically, pursued relentlessly through the darkness to Lu City, enduring countless hardships alone. With a deep exhale, Yueya lowered her head. "What is on your mind, Miss Su?" Li Qingzhou managed a faint smile, touching her face. "Am I frightening you?" Her words prompted Yueya to quickly raise her head and shake it. "No, not at all. I merely feel that you have endured so much. It was a little hardship to me. My father." Li Qingzhou turned her head to wipe away tears, momentarily lost for words. Yueya hastily offered her a handkerchief, moving behind her to gently pat her back in comfort. "Li Changqian has vowed to not let those evildoers go unpunished." "I know," Li Qingzhou replied, taking a deep breath and drying her tears. "I am fortunate that the Regent has come here. Otherwise, I would have had no means of seeking help." "Wouldn't that be even worse?" Yueya remained silent, softly patting her back to soothe her. Outside the courtyard, Li Xing turned to find Li Changqian, recounting the situation within the courtyard. To his surprise, Miss Su had proven quite capable, taking good care of Miss Li. Li Changqian, engrossed in reviewing official documents, acknowledged with a curt nod, "Do not disturb them." "Yes, my lord," Li Xing replied obediently, refraining from further comment. Following Li Changqian's orders, he proceeded to deliver an urgent missive, still under the 600 Li Express protocol. Life continued at a relatively tranquil pace, and before long, 3 days had passed. Yueya remained in the palace, spending her days cooking and keeping Li Qingzhou company, doing little else. Her emotions, which came and went swiftly, had allowed her to forget the fears of previous days, prompting her to seek out Li Changqian in his study. At that moment, Li Changqian was engrossed in reviewing memorials, sitting upright and meticulous. Without knocking or announcing herself, Yueya boldly pushed the door open and strode in. "Li Changqian, I have prepared meals for you for 5 days. How much silver do you intend to give me?" The more she thought about it, the more unbalanced it seemed, leading her to confront Li Changqian. Without lifting his gaze, he replied coldly, "Miss Li, with such misfortune befalling you, you still desire silver? Do not misinterpret my words. I do not seek her silver, I seek yours. Cooking for her brings me joy, but cooking for you feels inequitable, hence my inquiry about the silver." Yueya grew increasingly frustrated these past few days. She had not only been anxious, but also fearful. Yet, despite her trepidation, she still prepared meals for him daily, primarily because he was rather particular about his food, which irritated her greatly. "Not a penny to your name, yet you forget that I am providing for your meals and lodging." Li Changqian continued to peruse the memorials, his tone unchanged, further aggravating Yueya's sense of injustice. "You miser, I no longer wish to engage with you," she exclaimed, her temper flaring. "Then leave if you do not wish to speak to me," Li Changqian replied nonchalantly, a flicker of joy igniting within him. Gradually, this joy burgeoned. Perhaps there was merit in provoking her. He suddenly realized that the benefits of inciting her ire were rather delightful. "Bo, Li Changqian, what is wrong with me? I shall ignore you." With a huff, Yueya turned and exited the study. In her brief existence, she had never encountered a more stingy individual than Li Changqian. It filled her with exasperation, yet she found herself unable to best him in argument. Dejected, she returned to the small courtyard where she resided with Li Qingzhou. Her spirit deflated. Li Qingzhou set aside his scroll and inquired, "What troubles you, Yueya?" Their relationship had progressed swiftly, evolving into a bond where they could call each other by their given names. With a downcast gaze, Yueya lamented, "Li Chengxian refuses to give me any silver and continues to vex me." Li Qingzhou gaped in astonishment, momentarily speechless. Previously, Yueya had been in a dark mood, teetering on the brink of despair, and thus he had not contemplated the peculiar dynamics between the regent and her. Now that her emotions had slightly settled, it became evident that their interactions were indeed unusual. For instance, the regent would not tease any other woman aside from Yueya, nor would he allow any other woman to address him by his first name, nor would he tolerate any other woman's loud exclamations or displays of disdain toward him. As for Yueya, she was unaware of her own demeanor. She was polite, charming, and accommodating toward others, yet she displayed a hint of temper only with the regent, revealing her true self. "Qingzhou, why are you silent? You aren't planning to defend Li Chengxian, are you?" Yueya asked, her irritation evident. "Of course not. I was merely contemplating that the regent treats you quite well," Li Qingzhou replied with a resigned smile. Upon hearing his words, Yueya widened her bright, clear eyes and reached out to touch Li Qingzhou's forehead. "You're not feverish. Why then do you speak such nonsense?" Li Qingzhou gently urged her to sit down. "Let us discuss this. Just take a seat." After she complied, he continued, "Speak, I am listening." After pouring tea for both of them, they began to sip. Taking a sip, Li Qingzhou couldn't suppress a smile and asked, "Have you ever considered that I have never actually called the regent by his name?" After a moment of reflection, Yueya nodded, confirming she had indeed never heard him do so. "But why don't you call him by his name?" she inquired. Li Qingzhou sighed, "Because it is forbidden. He is a prince, and we are not permitted to address him by his name. Otherwise, it is seen as disrespecting royal authority, which is a grave offense, unless he himself allows it." Chapter 19. This prince would not favor anyone. Yueya touched her delicate neck, her face filled with dread. "Grave offense? Beheading? This is not entirely the case, yet it is indeed difficult." Li Qingzhou smiled gently, pulling Yueya's hand down, "But you need not worry. The regent will not treat you harshly." "I find that hard to believe," Yueya quickly replied, not allowing Li Qingzhou a chance to retort. "He makes me toil endlessly, issuing commands daily, yet not a single copper coin does he bestow upon me. Surely, this must be his revenge for my audacity in addressing him by name." Li Qingzhou pondered. "Do you truly believe that?" Yueya's eyes sparkled with eagerness. With a forced smile, Li Qingzhou dared not speak carelessly. Yueya glanced at her, biting her lip. "Well, this matter is of little consequence." "What then is of significance?" Li Qingzhou inquired. "Apprehending the murderer is far more pressing," Yueya declared. Having been subtly influenced over the past few days to harbor a profound loathing for the one who had slain Li Qingzhou's father. Li Qingzhou's gaze darkened. "I have a premonition. This matter is nearing its conclusion." Her intuition proved correct. 3 days later, Li Chengxian set forth with their entire party, departing from Lucheng under the cover of night towards Jiangjun. To keep herself alert, Li Qingzhou rode alongside the guards, including Li Xing and Lin Qin. Within a massive carriage, requiring the strength of 3 horses, sat Yueya and Li Chengxian, accompanied by the guards who drove from outside. Inside the carriage, a glass lantern illuminated the space, where thick animal hides covered nearly 2/3 of the area. Yueya's petite frame sank into the furs, revealing only her rosy little face and slender, delicate neck. Li Chengxian, with his long, powerful hands, brushed against her fair neck twice before retracting his hand, opting instead to read a book beside her. However, Yueya's slumbering position was abysmally poor. She rolled from the furs to rest at Li Chengxian's feet, her hand groping about his seated legs, gradually inching towards his thigh. As Li Chengxian's expression darkened, she nestled her head against him, wrapping her arms around his firm waist, smacking her lips as she sank deeper into sleep. Li Chengxian's hand poised to push her away, froze in midair. His robust physique was not unaffected by the presence of this oblivious girl, naturally eliciting an inappropriate response. He closed his eyes, attempting to meditate and calm himself. After some time, he felt a dampness near his thigh. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered the sleepy girl drooling against him. her face adorned with a sweet smile. Li Chengqian's expression darkened further, his eyes reflecting disdain and irritation. Still, his hand remained suspended in the air, failing to push her away. Instead, he adjusted the fallen furs to cover her more securely. Moments later, the little muddlehead began to mumble in her sleep. Chicken leg? So delicious, oh so tasty, she giggled, saliva pooling as she spoke. Li Chengqian let out a breath of exasperation. You little miser. Even the chicken leg is to be snatched from me, she whimpered. At that, Li Chengqian could no longer contain himself. He forcefully pushed Yueya away, the movement quite vigorous, causing her to tumble back onto the carriage. Yueya's head hit the hard floor, jolting her awake. Ouch, that hurts, she exclaimed, rubbing her head as she struggled to open her eyes, only to find Li Chengqian sitting cross-legged, his back straight and handsome, with a dark expression. Why did you not assist me? She complained. My head aches. Could you please rub it for me? She took out a handkerchief to wipe the corner of her mouth, neatly tucked it away, and then took Li Chengqian's hand, placing it on her head to rub it. Li Chengqian withdrew his hand, ignoring Yueya, adjusting his wide sleeves and sitting up straighter. Awakened and deprived of sleep, Yueya felt a sudden pang of grievance. Li Chengqian, why do you ignore me? A little attention. Please, my head aches. Without waiting for a response, she grasped his hand again, placing it atop her head, urging him to rub it, as the pain was unbearable. A delicate head rested beneath a large hand. With just a slight exertion, this fragile life could be extinguished in an instant, never to reappear before him again. The atmosphere grew dark and oppressive under Li Chengqian's influence, cold and severe. Startled, Yueya slowly lifted her hand, lowering his from her head, and silently turned away to find a corner of the carriage, curling up in the animal hide, drifting into a quiet slumber. Li Chengqian observed her retreating figure, his gaze scrutinizing. He thought her clever, for she could sense danger immediately, yet foolish for remaining by his side, as if she believed that a mere distance could shield her from him. Indeed, he could not bridge that gap. Li Chengqian pressed his lips together tightly, abruptly lifting the carriage curtain. Stop the carriage. The guard complied promptly, halting the vehicle. Just as he was about to speak, Li Chengqian leapt down, ensuring not to disturb her slumber. Yes, my lord. The guard responded hastily. A guard holding a torch had already brought the horse over, and Li Chengqian mounted, his dark silhouette melding completely into the cold white moonlight. Ahead, Li Qingzhou deliberately slowed her pace, respectfully greeting Li Chengqian. This humble girl has encountered the prince. May I inquire if Yueya sleeps well? Recalling the events within the carriage and feeling the dampness at his thighs, Li Chengqian's expression darkened further, exuding an icy demeanor. His voice, heavy and cold, resonated in the stark moonlight. Li Qingzhou was an astute woman. She perceived Yueya's feelings and cautiously glanced at Li Chengqian, suppressing her fear. My lord, there is something I wish to say, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Speak. Li Chengqian raplia impatiently. Lowering her head, she contemplated their shadowy figures against the moonlight and the flickering torchlight for a while. Just when Li Chengqian thought she would remain silent, she hesitantly began. Likes the prince, does she not? Having initiated the conversation, it became somewhat easier. Looking at Li Chengqian, her gaze shifted from fear to a tinge of bravery. And what of you, my lord? Do you hold affection for Yueya? His eyes turned instantly cold, and he scoffed. Affection? Why would I? His tone dripped with mockery. Indeed, if you did not care for her, why would you indulge her so? Allowing her to speak freely, to provoke you without reproach, all while appearing to enjoy it. Beads of sweat formed on Li Qingzhou's forehead, her palms gripping the reins slick with perspiration. Her complexion was paler than the cold white moon, fear coursing through her, trembling. Yet, Yueya had shown her such kindness. She felt compelled to repay it, did she not? She could not stand idly by as Yueya was treated as mere amusement, a fleeting trinket, destined to be discarded once her usefulness waned. This prince? He does not harbor affections for anyone. Li Chengqian's voice was deep and melodious. It sent a shiver down Li Qingzhou's spine. What about Yueya? She clearly harbored feelings for the prince. Li Qingzhou's tone was tinged with sorrow, akin to a cry from the depths of an abyss. That is not affection. It is merely curiosity and amusement towards a stranger. Love? Believing in such things is a mark of ignorance and folly. They do not truly exist, Li Changqian retorted coldly, with a hint of mockery. Li Qingzhou wished to counter his words, but was suddenly reminded of her fiancé, Qin Wuxing, leaving her speechless, unable to utter a single word. After a lengthy silence, she quelled her disappointment and slowly replied, "Perhaps." This conversation plunged Li Qingzhou into profound sadness, not solely for herself, but also for the little one, Yueya, who slept soundly in the carriage. Both of them shared the same folly and ignorance. At dawn, they arrived at Jiangjun, dampened by the dew of the night, just as the city gates swung wide open. Before entering the city, Li Qingzhou dismounted and entered the carriage. Thanks to Li Xing's token, they evaded the scrutiny of the soldiers and gained entry into Jiangjun without incident. Upon their arrival, they sought refuge in a modest farmhouse, allowing Yueya to continue her slumber, resembling an adorable little pig, eliciting envy from Li Qingzhou. While they rested, Li Xing and Lin Qin departed for a considerable time, returning after nearly 2 to 3 hours. During this interval, Li Changqian did not step outside the courtyard, while the awakened Yueya and Li Qingzhou prepared a meal within. Yueya had not sought out Li Changqian all day, as his demeanor the previous night had frightened her. Li Changqian surmised correctly regarding Yueya's withdrawal. Her affection was merely superficial, and, given its instability, it was better left unexpressed. Yet, Yueya remained oblivious to these musings. Sitting on the bed, she gazed out the small window, noticing Li Qingzhou's restless demeanor beside her. "Qingzhou, what is troubling you?" Yueya inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she shifted her gaze back to Li Qingzhou, who wore a tense and anxious expression. Li Qingzhou forced a smile, lowering her head in sorrow as she spoke. "I have a foreboding that tonight will bring a fierce battle. I may encounter Qin Wuxing, as well as the perpetrator who killed my father." Her words left Yueya momentarily stunned. "A fierce battle? Will there be deaths?" Yueya's face turned pale with fear. "Many will die. There will be much bloodshed," Li Qingzhou replied unflinchingly, even harboring a sense of grim anticipation. From that moment until nightfall, Yueya was engulfed in trepidation, her heart racing until the moonlight descended, and Li Xing and Lin Qin began to ready the horses for departure. Clad in a deep purple robe with billowing sleeves and adorned with a purple gold crown, Li Changqian appeared regal and striking, his handsome visage making him stand out even more, causing Yueya to momentarily forget her fears. Both Yueya and Li Qingzhou donned dark garments, accompanying them as they set forth. Under the moonlight, their horses traveled for an extended duration before finally halting at the entrance of a vast estate. Dismounting, Li Xing approached the door with his blade in hand, knocking firmly. "Who is it?" The voice of the doorkeeper emerged from within, and as the door opened slightly to reveal a head, Li Xing swiftly targeted his neck with the tip of his blade. "Open the door. Do not utter a sound." Li Xing commanda coldly. The doorman, trembling with trepidation, cautiously withdrew the door bolt, shivering as he stood aside, pleading, "Please, sir, do not kill me. Who wishes to harm you? Open the door," Li Xing replied tersely. As soon as the doorman complied, he was struck unconscious by a swift blow and kicked behind the door. Subsequently, a group led by Lin Qin, with Li Changqian as the mastermind, stepped cautiously into the vast and imposing estate. Is this estate truly this expansive? Upon entering the courtyard, Yueya gazed around in astonishment, her face alight with wonder. How many acres does this cover? It must be larger than the estate of the most formidable landlord in Lu City. Li Qingzhou whispered in her ear, "An estate like this, if cultivated well, serves not only for agriculture, but also as a strategic point for troop deployment." Troop deployment? Yueya questioned, puzzled. Indeed, a location such as this is most convenient for harboring soldiers and executing nefarious deeds. Li Qingzhou, daughter of an imperial censor, possessed considerable knowledge, which left Yueya in awe of her wisdom. Silence. Li Chingqian's commanding voice silenced them, rendering them mute. No sooner had he spoken than the previously tranquil courtyard, graced only by the shadows of trees, was suddenly ablaze with the flickering light of numerous torches, encircling them completely. A multitude of torchbearers surrounded them, And after a brief moment, the crowd parted to reveal a dozen individuals clad in armor and official robes, leisurely stepping forward. In this moment of peril, Yuya nestled behind Li Changxian, cautiously tugging at his attire with one hand while grasping Li Qingzhou's hand with the other. Lin Xin and Li Xing stood guard on either side of Li Changxian, their eyes vigilant and filled with a lethal intent as they surveyed the torch-bearing soldiers around them. Amidst the throng emerged a figure dressed in the robes of a seventh-rank official, youthful and strikingly handsome. His presence, accompanied by 3 armored companions, rendered Li Qingzhou's complexion ghastly pale, her body swaying precariously. Noticing her distress, Yuya quickly supported her to prevent her from collapsing. The group of officials also recognized Li Qingzhou, and several among them instantly revealed menacing glares, their expressions suggesting a desire to eradicate the threat at its roots. Li Changxian snorted disdainfully, redirecting their attention back to him. "Who are you? What brings you here?" The foremost rotund official, with a cunning glint in his eyes, accused. "Are you here to deliver the daughter of a traitor to us?" His finger pointed accusingly at Li Qingzhou. Even Yuya, though not particularly astute, grasped the implication of traitor, her expression shifting dramatically. "You are the real traitors. Not only do you fail to pay your respects to the Regent, but you also surround us with such disrespect." "The Regent? Where's the Regent? Where?" The portly official scanned the area, his gaze deliberately avoiding Li Changxian. Adopting an arrogant demeanor, unable to contain her frustration, Li Xing retorted, "Open your eyes and behold, this is the Regent." "Oh, this is the Regent?" The rotund official called out to his companions. "Look, everyone, he claims this one is the Regent. What say you?" "Nonsense. He is but an ignorant pretty boy. A Regent. Indeed, how laughable," exclaimed a slender official. "How dare you impersonate the Regent? You must be weary of life. Seize them, lock them in the dungeons, and guard them closely," commanded an armored figure, stepping forward. As another official was about to speak, the middle-ranking bureaucrat raised his hand, and in an instant, the noisy gathering fell silent. All eyes were fixed upon him. "Please be quiet. We must not alarm our guests," he gently remarked, turning his gaze towards the portly official. "We have visitors. Prepare the guest quarters and attend to them. There's no need for such trouble. We can manage in your accommodations and play the role of hosts," Li Changxian replied nonchalantly. The young man sneered coldly. "And who might you be?" "Just a minor figure. Merely Li Changxian," he stated, regarding the young man with an unwavering gaze. The young man responded with a hum. "I am Qin Wuxing, the fiancé of the lady behind you. I wonder if Master Li could relinquish her to me." Chapter 21. Dominance indeed. "I can give her to you," Li Changxian replied with alacrity. The expression on Yuya's face shifted dramatically as she glared at Li Changxian, exclaiming, "No, he is a heartless rogue, a villain." Qin Wuxing's demeanor darkened, his gaze fierce and menacing as he glowered at Yuya, causing her to tremble and retreat further behind Li Changxian. "I can indeed give her to you, in exchange for your father," Li Changxian remarked with a sardonic smile, his eyes glinting with cruel amusement, resulting in grim expressions among all present. Fiercely glaring at Li Changxian, Qin Wuxing raised his hand, declaring, "Any who trespass upon the Qingyin pavilion shall face death without mercy." At that moment, those clad in armor and official garb began to withdraw slowly from the parted crowd, including Qin Wuxing. Soon, only Li Changxian and his companions remained tightly encircled, besieged by an uncountable number of onlookers, their eyes glinting with predatory intent. Seeing this, Yuya drew the dagger she had concealed, standing resolutely behind Li Changxian, despite her overwhelming fear. Li Qingzhou unsheathed the long whip at his waist, positioning himself to protect Yuya. Lin Xin and Li Xing led dozens of guards, swiftly drawing their long blades, instinctively forming a protective barrier around Li Changxian, Yuya, and Li Qingzhou. "You treacherous rebels dare to draw blades against the Regent. Do you not fear the annihilation of your entire lineage?" Li Xing roared, his fury directed at Qin Wuxing and his entourage, who merely wore expressions of mockery. The portly official, Zhang Nongyun, burst into laughter, but his expression darkened as he pointed 2 fingers at Li Changxian. "He is not the Regent. He is an impostor. The true Regent is currently in Lu City." negotiating a marriage with the county magistrate's family. As loyal subjects, we must alleviate the concerns of the regent and the emperor. In times of crisis, an impostor may be dealt with summarily. You ravenous wolf! Li Qingzhou glared fiercely at Qin Wuxing, wishing he could devour him whole, his blood boiling with rage. Yueya recalled the injustices suffered in prison, her teeth clenched in fury. Do not feign ignorance. Your true intention is to slay Li Changxian and, when the emperor seeks retribution, claim you've slain the wrong man, merely sacrificing another to absolve yourselves. This unspoken truth, which lingered in the air, was voiced by Yueya, casting a pall over the gathering. Indeed, only she could articulate such sentiments. Finally responding, Li Changxian stepped forward, prompting Li Xing to relent, despite his reluctance to obstruct him. Clad in deep purple robes with flowing sleeves and a white jade belt cinched at his waist, he emanated an air of noble dignity. He seized the long knife from Li Xing's grasp, advancing step by step into the throng. Layer by layer, soldiers were cowed by his imposing presence, clutching their weapons with trepidation, compelled to retreat. Li Changxian moved forward, and they fell back. Beneath the cold, silvery moonlight, his tall and graceful silhouette resembled a stately pine or bamboo, yet also evoked the most fearsome specter of the night. In the flickering torchlight, his piercing gaze, cold as the stars, was cast into shadow. Do not retreat. You cannot retreat. Hold back. With a swish, Li Changxian's figure darted forth like a blade. Under the moon's glow, the gleam of his knife flashed. Stop! In the blink of an eye, Zhang Nongyun's round head severed from his neck, rolling down the steps, only to be crushed beneath Li Changxian's black boots. The lifeless eyes held the glimmer of a cold blade, as drops of crimson slowly dripped from its tip, staining the ground and releasing a metallic scent. The body collapsed with a thunderous thud, causing the previously composed onlookers to be struck with terror, some faint-hearted souls even soiling themselves in fright. Li Changxian smirked, raising his knife and pointing its bloodied tip toward Qin Wuxing and the half-dozen others. You are unworthy to challenge me. His voice, resonant and commanding, was akin to a raging inferno and a deep, haunting melody of ice from the ocean's depths. Munya, transfixed by Li Changxian, could almost hear the rapid drumming of her own heart, the heated blood coursing through her limbs, rendering her weak. Fear gripped her at the brutal scene, yet simultaneously, an uncontrollable admiration for Li Changxian surged within her, creating a tumult of emotions. Unbeknownst to her, her gaze upon him sparkled with desire. Take them down. Kill them. Leave not a single one alive. Qin Wuxing's voice trembled with fear, jolting Munya back to reality, where she noticed the individuals surrounding Li Changxian hesitating and retreating. Pointing at everyone except Li Changxian, Qin Wuxing declared, "They are worth 1,000 taels of silver each." Then, redirecting his finger toward Li Changxian, he proclaimed, 500,000 taels. With such a lucrative bounty, a throng of men brandishing knives launched a reckless assault on Li Changxian's group. The attackers constituted over half of those present in the courtyard, illustrating the immense temptation posed by the reward. Munya, possessing only rudimentary skills, could fend off a few soldiers, but lacking combat experience, she soon sustained injuries. Despite Li Qingzhou's constant protection, with blades raining down like a torrential downpour, they were defenseless against the onslaught. Witnessing her guards fall one by one, with blood saturating the courtyard, a chill gripped Munya's heart, and her hand holding the dagger weakened. Lin Qin and Li Qingzhou fought valiantly to shield her, while Li Xing positioned himself near Li Changxian for his safety. The overwhelming numbers rendered their fists ineffective against the multitude. Li Qingzhou, not being an expert, was soon gravely injured after Li Xing had departed for but a moment. A slash marred her shoulder. This was a consequence of Munya's timely intervention, pulling her down to the ground. Otherwise, her shoulder would have been cleaved in two, bathed in blood, and nestled in the embrace of the crescent moon. Li Qingzhou's shoulder bled profusely, while Lin Qin bore grievous wounds. A throng of soldiers, their eyes ablaze with fervor, beheld them as if they were mere heaps of silver. Li Shangqian, will you not cease? Qin Wuxing descended the steps coldly, his black shoes sinking into the blood-soaked ground, splattering crimson droplets upon his garments, reminiscent of blooming red plums, both sanguine and cruel. Among the several dozen individuals present, only Li Changxian remained unscathed. The others lay dead or grievously injured. Grasping a long blade, Li Changxian found himself encircled by the surviving soldiers, who, though vigilant, hesitated to strike, biding their time for the opportune moment. Qin Wuxing approached Li Qingzhou in the crescent moon, seizing the latter by her delicate, pale neck. A new trinket, I see, not unpleasing in appearance, though rather foolish, he remarked. The crescent moon struggled against his grip, exclaiming, "Release me, you heartless wretch." Heartless wretch? Qin Wuxing retorted, tightening his hold, rendering the crescent moon's face a deep crimson and her breaths labored. Unfazed, he turned his gaze towards the nearly incapacitated Li Qingzhou. I am no heartless wretch. It is your father who lacks wisdom, opposing us without cause. I have been compelled to act as I have. Should this matter remain undiscovered, I would still consider marrying you, but you must endure some trials. Otherwise, how will you learn? Chapter 22. The Su family's fury. Li Qingzhou raised a hand, using his sleeve to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes brimming with hatred, the pain tearing at his heart. Hypocritical, cunning, you disgust me. I shall never, never forgive you. Forgive me? Do I require your forgiveness? Qin Wuxing scoffed, casting the crescent moon to the ground. Gasping for air, she clutched her neck in terror. Li Qingzhou positioned himself protectively in front of her, glaring fiercely at Qin Wuxing. Your entire family shall meet a grim fate. As to your family already met such a fate, Qin Wuxing replied coldly, crouching down to lift Li Qingzhou's chin, biting down hard on her lip until flesh was torn. He has never kissed you, has he? With a tender yet vicious hand, he caressed Li Qingzhou's slender neck, gradually tightening his grip. Her eyes bulged as she struggled for breath, her feet flailing against the ground, teetering on the brink of death. The crescent moon seized a long blade from the ground and swung it at him. Qin Wuxing released Li Qingzhou, evading the crescent moon strike, causing Li Qingzhou to collapse. Trembling in agony, kill her, Qin Wuxing commanded, and several soldiers raised their blades to strike the crescent moon. She shut her eyes in fear, overwhelmed with regret for having come. It was all Li Changxian's fault. Li Changxian snorted, hurling his long knife to intercept those blades, his body moving like a specter as he leapt forward, swiftly retrieving both the crescent moon and Li Qingzhou, coming to a halt. Do you think you can merely show some color and open a dye shop? Li Changxian said icily, just as Qin Wuxing prepared to respond. The synchronized sound of iron hooves and the blaze of torches illuminated the night, a gathering of countless flames drawing ever closer. Qin Wuxing's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes wide with alarm. You? What did you prepare for this? You lack the privilege to question this, Prince, Li Changxian replied, gazing towards the wide-open doors and the imposing soldiers entering. That was the exclusive iron guard of Li Changxian, led by the person known as Yueya. She first encountered him during her clandestine visit to the Regent's residence, where she saw the guards in Li Changxian's study. The commander of the guards, Lin Quan, arrived late and humbly requested punishment from the prince. Clad in silver armor and gripping the sword at his waist, he knelt on one knee to pay his respects. Li Changxian glanced at the group of over 10 individuals, including Qin Wuxing, and commanded them to be taken to the magistrate's residence, declaring that he intended to settle accounts with the magistrate. Yes, your highness, Lin Quan responded, gesturing for the others to apprehend these individuals. Yes, my lord. A throng of soldiers entered, encircling everyone in the courtyard and forcibly restraining them. Lin Qin, take the two ladies back to the farmhouse and summon a doctor to attend to their injuries, Li Changxian instructed Lin Qin. Lin Qin assisted Li Xing to her feet, replying, Yes, your highness. After issuing all his commands, Li Changxian led the arrest of Qin Wuxing and other important officials to the magistrate's residence to apprehend the magistrate himself. At that moment, the magistrate's residence was engulfed in flames. The departing figures of Yueya, Li Qingzhou, Lin Qin, and Li Xing observed, wondering if it was still possible to destroy the evidence. Is it too late to erase the evidence? Li Qingzhou uttered coldly, feeling a chill run through her body. Yueya, who was less severely injured, clung tightly to her for warmth. Lin Xing and Lin Qin were outside, hastily preparing the carriage, also nursing significant injuries. As the faint light of dawn broke, the four of them found a doctor and took him to the farmhouse. When the doctor examined Li Qingzhou, he was taken aback by the deep wound on her shoulder, which exposed bone. Yueya, having just returned to the farmhouse, was struck by a high fever and showed early signs of illness. They had only just summoned a doctor, and the situation kept him busy until the sun reached its zenith. Finally, Li Chengxian returned, accompanied by a dozen guards, though Lin Quan was absent. Li Xing expressed his concern. "My lord, he has already taken people back to the capital." Li Chengxian replied, glancing at Li Xing, "What about them?" "Miss Su is ill." The doctor mentioned she spoke incoherently throughout the night. "Based on my experience, she is likely suffering from shock akin to that of a soldier newly returned from battle." Li Xing remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. "How is Li Qingzhou?" Li Shangqian inquired. "Her shoulder injury is severe, but fortunately not life-threatening. She is now out of danger." Li Xing replied, frowning. "How unfortunate for her. Her fiancé's family has slain her own." Li Chengxian ignored his comment and stepped into Yueya's room. Yueya's frail body had grown weaker after a night of torment. Li Chengxian stood by her bedside, glancing at her a few times before averting his gaze. "Prepare to return to Lu City," he instructed, prompting immediate agreement from Li Xing, Lin Qin, and several guards outside. An hour later, Li Chengxian glared, listening as the doctor concluded his calculations. In a fit of anger, he paid the doctor for treating the four patients and set off for Lu City. "My lord, there is no need to return to Lu City. You can head directly to the capital," Li Xing said, perplexed and unable to suppress his curiosity. "The matter with the Su family is not yet resolved," Li Chengxian replied with indifference. Li Xing had intended to suggest that his subordinates could manage the situation, allowing him to skip the trip back to Lu City. However, Lin Qin shot him a warning glare, silencing his words. Li Xing was filled with confusion. Yet Lin Qin did not afford him the opportunity to speak further. As dusk fell, the group returned to the residence of the Regent Prince in Lu City. With the esteemed physician, Dr. Li, in attendance, the process of healing became remarkably straightforward. Both Yueya and Li Qingzhou were able to receive their treatments anew, while Lin Qin and Li Xing were deemed resilient enough by Dr. Li, who believed that their robust constitutions would suffice for recovery with ordinary remedies. This assessment left Li Xing quite disgruntled, harboring feelings of dissatisfaction and jealousy towards Yueya, while Lin Qin remained entirely indifferent. Meanwhile, the Su family, having not seen their cherished little one for nearly 8 or 9 days, were filled with mounting anxiety. Upon learning of the fall of the county magistrate and his associates, Lord Su, Lady Su, and Su Yueya hurriedly made their way to the Regent Prince's residence, eager to bring their beloved child back home. Upon their arrival, the Su family encountered the feverish and lethargic Yueya. Even Li Chengxian could perceive the dissatisfaction and resentment in the gazes of the Su family directed towards him. Initially, their little treasure had arrived full of vitality and charm. However, in just a week's time, she had transformed into a frail and pitiful creature. Lord Su, unable to express his anger, merely shot disapproving glances at Li Chengxian, while his demeanor towards the guards, including Li Xing, was far from amiable. Aware of his own shortcomings, Li Chengxian felt deep remorse for not having adequately protected Miss Yueya, which had resulted in her grievous injuries. Clearly, he was not one to readily apologize, and his words were rather dry. Lord Su refrained from voicing his frustrations, but Lady Su could no longer contain herself, exclaiming that as long as their daughter was alive, they were grateful to the prince for his protection. Upon hearing this, both Su Yueya and Lord Su broke into a cold sweat, hastily signaling Lady Su to reconsider her words. "Don't give me those looks. I am merely speaking from my heart," Lady Su retorted fiercely, directing a scathing glare at Lord Su. Finally, Li Chengxian comprehended from whom Yueya had inherited her forthright disposition. "Father and mother, let us hasten to take my sister home," Su Yueya suggested, eager to divert the conversation, fearing that his mother would continue to escalate the situation. Chapter 23. Spending the Regent Princess money, it was imperative to bring his sister home swiftly, lest she encounter further misfortune. For the people here were unable to ensure her safety. Lady Su gazed at her precious daughter with overwhelming concern, unable to suppress her pointed remarks aimed at Li Chengxian. Might you take the young lady from the Li family back as well? Her injuries are severe, and it is quite inconvenient for me to care for her in this household without the presence of a woman. Understanding Lady Su's maternal instincts, Li Chengxian chose not to take offense, knowing he required her assistance. Certainly, he replied without hesitation. I shall dispatch another physician and a guard to ensure their protection at all times. He exchanged a glance with Li Xing, who promptly attended to the arrangements. Thank you, Your Highness, Lady Su replied nonchalantly, while Lord Su offered a conciliatory smile from the side. Li Chengxian, dismissing the matter, paid it no mind. Thus, another guard named Lin Shun, accompanied by Dr. Li, entered the Su residence to provide dedicated protection for both Yueya and Li Qingzhou, with a particular emphasis on ensuring Li Qingzhou's safety. The Su family found themselves in a constant state of worry, as he had not only remained in stupor, but also struggled to eat, her condition visibly deteriorating in just a few short days. After several days of delay, Dr. Li suggested to Li Chengxian that they should provide Yueya with some ginseng soup to sustain her, lest she succumb to her condition. But where would they procure ginseng? The answer lay in purchasing it with silver from the apothecary. And where would the silver come from? It would be supplied by the Regent, for it was he who had brought her to Jiangjun, and it was his failure to protect her that had led to her injuries. Thus, the situation became quite clear. Your Highness, do not hesitate. Should you succeed with her, it would not be in vain, for she is, after all, your own beloved, Dr. Li remarked. Li Chengxian clenched his fists, restless and anxious, striving to calm himself with deep breaths. I shall pay. Is it not merely 200 taels of silver? With great difficulty, he extracted a crumpled banknote from his sleeve and, with utmost reluctance, handed it to Dr. Li, as though the doctor were a miser and he the oppressed victim. Lin Qin turned away, stifling laughter as his shoulders shook. Here was the Regent, surrounded by a throng of thousands, all eager to claim his life, yet he remained undaunted, slicing through the crowd with a blade in hand, coolly beheading a corrupt official, exuding an aura of authority and nobility. Yet, in this moment, parting with 200 taels felt as if it were costing him his very life. As Lin Qin chuckled, Li Chengxian noticed his unusual behavior and shot him a piercing glance, causing Lin Qin to straighten up, trembling and suppressing his laughter. To expend such a sum as 200 taels at once, making Yueya an unparalleled figure in Li Chengxian's life, was a significant event indeed. Whether it was the efficacy of the ginseng or some other factor, Yueya awoke after consuming 2 bowls of the soup. Upon hearing the news, Li Chengxian could not suppress a dark chuckle. It seems I must pay her a visit. With that, he departed the study, determination etched upon his face, riding forth to the Su residence. At that moment, Yueya, frail and pale, was seated in a chair basking in the sunlight, while nearby, Li Qingzhou appeared in far better spirits. Are you frightened? Li Qingzhou asked gently, eliciting a shy smile from Yueya, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I've been plagued by nightmares, sometimes dreaming in my head being severed, other times of being lost in a desolate, dark forest, or drowning in a sea of blood. The stench overwhelming. I am terrified of such a world. Yueya? Li Qingzhou's eyes filled with concern. We are doing good deeds. They are corrupt officials, deceiving the emperor above and oppressing the common folk below. Their deaths are no loss. Shaking her head, Yueya's eyes brimmed with tears as she forced a smile. Qingzhou, it is not so simple. Corrupt officials indeed deserve their fate, but what of the soldiers? Do they deserve to die? Li Qingzhou's expression faltered, struggling to respond. After a long pause, he gazed at Yueya with heartache. Yueya, you're too naive. It is not foolishness, she replied. I enjoy reading stories. Yet I do not relish the violence depicted within, where gallant heroes slay at inns and unwittingly harm innocent waiters. But I understand that these tales are mere fiction. They are not real, and I only feel sorrow for a moment. As Yueya spoke, she raised her head and wiped her eyes, casting a glance toward Li Qingzhou before continuing. But this time, I witnessed everything with my own eyes. Yes, the rotund official deserves his fate. I did not mourn his demise. However, the soldiers had no choice at all. The enemy troops followed the wicked commands of Qin Wuxing to meet their deaths, while our soldiers, striving to protect us, could only choose to perish in battle. It is profoundly unjust to them. Yueya paused, her mouth agape as she breathed rapidly, suppressing her tears, and after a moment, she added, I apologize, Qingzhou, for immersing myself in their plight. I believe that I am akin to them, mere pawns that others can easily extinguish. Hence my heart aches. At that moment, she felt no different from those soldiers. Only luck had spared her, thanks to Lin Qin, Li Xing, and Li Chengqian's protection. But what of them? Neither our men nor the enemy cared for their lives. They perished in silence. Li Qingzhou rose and gently embraced Yueya from behind, unable to contain her sorrow any longer. Yueya broke down in tears within Li Qingzhou's arms. They all died in their efforts to protect us. Who then would safeguard them? Yueya was still young, her understanding of the world so innocent and devoid of malice. In her eyes, everything was black or white. Yet, 2 years her senior, Li Qingzhou comprehended the complexities of life and patiently comforted her. Yueya, we are alive, and each individual possesses a significance bestowed by the world. The soldiers, in a broader sense, are destined for sacrifice, devotion, responsibility, honor, and fervor. Yet, these self-serving individuals exploit them. Do not forget, though, that when they heard our heads were worth gold, they too were tempted. In their pursuit of our lives, they acted, and in doing so, they sacrificed themselves. Those who manipulated them were, at the same time, their only option. Our guards, too, exist to ensure the safety of the Regent. As long as the Regent remains unharmed, they shall be honored, and he will surely take care of their families. Do not be sad, all right? Li Qingzhou herself did not fully grasp the entirety of the situation, but she offered her understanding to ease Yueya's distress. Although Yueya listened with a heavy heart, she felt somewhat better. Li Qingzhou sighed in relief and swiftly changed the subject to engage her in conversation. At the corner of the courtyard, Li Chengqian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of noble detachment. Beside him was the refined gentleman, Su Yueya, and they refrained from interrupting the 2 young girls engrossed in conversation. After hearing Yueya's words, Li Chengqian chose not to approach her. Instead, he sought out Mr. Su and Mrs. Su. In the main hall of the Su residence, Li Chengqian took the initiative to discuss the matter of marriage. I apologize for my previous oversight regarding the proposal, which was a hasty measure to divert the attention of the county magistrate and others. Should I have caused any distress to the young lady of the Su family, I am truly sorry and will ensure appropriate compensation. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Su immediately understood why Li Chengqian had previously agreed to release Yueya from the engagement, yet had not visited them. Chapter 24. The moon blossom sorrow. Lord Su clasped his hands, his demeanor grave and respectful. Your Highness, we appreciate your hard work. This matter has not spread, and it has not tarnished my daughter's reputation. It is an honor for the Su family to assist in this regard. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Li Chengqian broached the subject of his imminent return to the capital. Lord Su and Madame Su exchanged glances, and a sigh of relief escaped them. Subsequently, they respectfully escorted Li Chengqian to the door. That evening, during dinner with his family and Li Qingzhou, Lord Su spoke of this matter and mentioned that Li Chengqian would soon depart from Lu City to return to the capital. At this revelation, Moon Blossom was taken aback. The delectable dishes before her suddenly lost their allure. Each grain of rice she consumed felt heavy, and she bit her lip intermittently, lost in thought. The Su family, not hearing her utter a word, attempted to engage her in conversation, but her responses were disjointed and erratic. Had it not been for Li Qingzhou's timely interjections, she would have certainly revealed her turmoil. After the meal, Li Qingzhou took Moon Blossom back to her room. Once the door was closed, Li Qingzhou could no longer contain herself, pulling Moon Blossom into the inner chamber and seating her on the bed. Moon Blossom, what occupies your thoughts? What? Moon Blossom, her focus scattered, failed to catch Li Qingzhou's words, prompting Li Qingzhou to repeat herself patiently. Is it because the Regent is leaving? Is that why you are so troubled? Li Qingzhou tucked a stray lock of hair behind Moon Blossom's ear, but she lowered her gaze in silence. Moon Blossom, what are you thinking? Li Qingzhou asked, concern etched on her face. Their bond had long since transcended mere friendship, having shielded one another from harm. Thus, Li Qingzhou could not overlook Moon Blossom's disquiet. Moon Blossom raised her eyes to meet Li Qingzhou's, her clear, spirited gaze glistening with unshed tears, brimming with a sense of grievance. Li Changqian did not confide in me about his return to the capital. Does he not care for me? As the words tumbled out, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she hastily wiped them away with her sleeve, turning her head to avoid Li Qingzhou's gaze. With a heavy sigh, Li Qingzhou replied, the regent may have simply forgotten. She could only utter this, knowing that elaborating further would only deepen Moon Blossom's sorrow, which weighed heavily on her heart. I do not believe that, Moon Blossom declared resolutely. I must ask him. Ask him? When? Li Qingzhou was puzzled, glancing out the window to find the night had enveloped the sky in darkness. Tonight. Right now. Moon Blossom insisted, rising to her feet. Li Qingzhou grasped her hand firmly. Moon Blossom, you need to remain calm. Do not worry, Qingzhou. I am fine. I have gone to find Li Changqian late at night before, Moon Blossom replied, crouching down to retrieve a bundle from beneath the bed, revealing a set of black garments. She shipped them out for Li Qingzhou to see. If I wear this, it will be fine. This demonstration left Li Qingzhou astounded. Just remember to be cautious, she urged, still unable to quell her worry. She longed to accompany Moon Blossom, but her injured arm prevented her from exerting herself. Rest assured, Moon Blossom replied, deftly donning the black attire and removing her hairpin, leaving only a delicate aquamarine jade belt and a cascade of dark hair flowing down her back. Once she was prepared, Moon Blossom gently touched Li Qingzhou's hand. I'm off, with guards from the Su household closely watching as soon as Moon Blossom departed. Lin Chen glanced back at Li Qingzhou's room, hesitating for a moment before choosing to follow the silhouette of Moon Blossom into the night. This marked the third intrusion into the regent's residence, and Yueya felt a twinge of anxiety, accompanied by an ominous premonition. This sensation surged forth with ferocity, nearly overwhelming her courage. Fortunately, she managed to persevere, scaling the wall and evading the bewildered guards, making her way directly to the study. The newly appointed sentinels seemed to have been forewarned, as they refrained from brandishing their blades at her throat or pursuing her, appearing somewhat dazed. Yueya paid little heed to their confusion. Upon reaching the study's entrance, just as she was about to push the door open, she was interrupted by a voice, Miss. Wait a moment. Turning around, she found Lin Qin standing there. With a smile, she pointed towards the study, inquiring, I seek Li Changqian. Is he present? In response, Lin Qin reluctantly replied, the prince is not in the study. Yueya felt a sense of bewilderment. Why not? A letter has arrived from the prince's fiancée, and upon reading it, the prince was quite pleased and has gone out for a stroll to enjoy the moonlight, Lin Qin said, suppressing his own unease and maintaining a calm demeanor as he relayed the words entrusted to him. Internally, he was derisive, considering the notion of a fiancée to be mere banter between the late emperor and Prime Minister Zhang, especially since the young lady had already ascended to greater heights. Fiancé? Yueya could not restrain her curiosity, gripping her dress tightly, her knuckles turning white. Lin Qin, hesitant to meet her gaze, lowered his head and stammered, why yes. Fiancé. In that fleeting moment, Yueya felt that leaving this place had become a daunting task. As she attempted to turn away, her body faltered. Lin Qin reached out to steady her, but was deftly evaded. It's of no consequence. I shall return now, Lin Qin. There is no need to inform the regent of my visit. With her head bowed, she observed her legs, now heavy and rigid, and with great effort. She took a step, then another, departing the study. While scaling the wall, her mind was elsewhere, and she nearly stumbled, but Lin Qin caught her just in time. Miss, please be careful. I shall escort you home. All right, Yueya murmured in a daze, releasing Lin Qin's hand and slowly making her way homeward. Lin Qin followed closely behind, step by step, as she wandered in a trance. Neither of them noticed the tall, graceful figure on a distant rooftop under the pale moonlight who silently trailed them. Upon arriving at the Su residence, Yueya was so absorbed in her thoughts that she forgot it was still early and that her family was awake, neglecting to consider her weakened state and their heightened concern for her well-being. Thus, scarcely a breath after entering through the back door, she found herself in Mrs. Su's grasp, her ear being sharply twisted. Outside, Lin Qin, along with Li Changxian on the rooftop, froze at the sound of Ya's anguished cry. Such audacity! Su Yueya, how dare you venture out alone in the dead of night? You must be tired of living. Emerese, sophiste, covering Ya's mouth and seething in a low voice. Tears welled in Ya's eyes from the pain, and under the cold moonlight, not far off, stood Li Qingzhou, along with the entire Su family, Su Darren, Su Yueqi, Su Yuelang, Su Yueqing, and Su Yuenan, all witnessing her disgrace. And here she was, just returning from her own humiliation at the Regent's court. As Yueya contemplated this, an overwhelming sadness engulfed her. Ignoring the pain in her ears, she forcefully shoved Madame Su aside and collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. This sudden change left everyone bewildered. What are you crying about? I have yet to resort to punishment or teach you a lesson. Madame Su, taken aback by her daughter's reaction, lowered her voice to warn Yueya. Go ahead and punish me. Beat me to death if you wish. No one cares for me anyway. Dying would be a relief. Yueya's words, fueled by anger, struck Madame Su like a thunderbolt, nearly causing her to lose her balance. Su Yueqing and Su Yuenan hurried to support Madame Su, while Li Qingzhou rushed to assist Yueya. The other Su family members exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Yueya, stop your crying. I command you to go to the ancestral hall and kneel down, properly explain where you went tonight and whom you met. If you cannot provide a satisfactory account, I will treat you as if I never bore you. Chapter 25. Yueya's profound sadness. Madame Su was evidently enraged, and none dared to intervene. Yueya, aware of her mother's temperament, ceased her tears and refrained from arguing, obediently rising and wiping her tears as she made her way to the ancestral hall. In the Su family's ancestral hall, Yueya knelt on the mat, facing the sparse ancestral tablets, ready to admit her wrongdoing. Beside her stood Madame Su, brandishing a disciplinary whip, while family members and Li Qingzhou looked on with concern. Speak. Where did you go tonight? Whom did you meet? Madame Su's teeth clenched tightly, her chest rising and falling with agitation, her knuckles white from gripping the whip so forcefully. Mr. Su paced anxiously, while Su Yueqi walked back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. Su Yueqing nervously rubbed a handkerchief, and Su Yuenan fidgeted, biting her nails. Unlike the others, Li Qingzhou and Su Yulong exchanged a quick glance towards the ceiling, and then Li Qingzhou clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect before exiting the hall. Yueya was not adept at deceit and had no intention of lying. I went to the Regent's residence to find Li Changxian. I didn't see him, only his guards. What? What would a young unmarried lady want with the Regent? What are your intentions? Madame Su's eyes blazed with fury, her anger palpable. He is returning to the capital and did not inform me. I went to inquire about him, but he was absent. The guard, Lin Qin, told me he has a fiancée now, so I returned home. Yueya's revelations carried a weight of meaning. Madame Su's whip cracked sharply against the floor, startling Yueya and causing her complexion to pale. Please, mother, do not strike me. I understand my fault. I feel as though you are intent on driving me to my grave. Su Yueya, I have raised you with such care, teaching you propriety, not to encourage you to consort with men at night or to shame yourself. How could you disgrace yourself in such a manner? Do you realize that your actions stab at my very heart, cutting me to the core? Madame Su, overwhelmed with emotion, clutched her chest in pain, prompting Mr. Su to rush to her side for support. Seeing her mother in such distress, Yueya was filled with remorse. She crawled closer, embracing her mother's legs and sobbing pitifully. I am sorry, I am so sorry, mother. Please do not be upset. I beg you, do not be sad. I understand my mistake. She truly regretted it. Initially, she believed it to be inconsequential, but now she understood that what she dismissed as trivial was, for her mother, a source of profound anguish. Do you truly recognize your error? Madame Su's voice trembled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her hand gripping the whip, quivering with emotion. Madame, Yet, I acknowledge his here, mistake. Please, do not be angry, Su Darren implored, his heart heavy with sorrow, as he felt a flicker of resentment towards his once pampered daughter. This is the final warning. Should you ever again cause your mother such distress, I shall disown you, Su Darren declared, disappointment etched upon his features. In her heart, the pain stemming from Li Chengqian's actions pierced her like a dagger, rendering her fingers numb and devoid of sensation. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like scattered pearls, each one striking the ground as she knelt, surrendering to her grief. She understood the depth of her sorrow. The most heartbroken individuals in this world were her parents. Madame Su, unable to contain her anguish, cast aside the whip and enveloped her daughter in her embrace, hastily wiping away her tears. Do not cry, do not cry. Your weeping could surely break your mother's heart, she urged. Observing this, Su Darren exhaled a heavy sigh of relief, while Su Yueya and Su Yueya exchanged glances, begrudgingly admiring their father's cunning nature. On the roof, Li Chengqian glanced at Lin Shun and Lin Xin before gracefully descending, landing outside the ancestral hall, and entering with deliberate poise. His entrance was unexpected, even to Li Qingzhou and Su Yueya, who had anticipated his arrival. The Su family stood in stunned silence, the first to react being Madame Su, who approached Li Chengqian with deep respect and bowed. This humble woman greets His Royal Highness. Encountering you here is indeed inappropriate. I am remiss for my daughter's lack of decorum, she articulated, her words layered with dual meanings, both reproaching Li Chengqian's presence and attributing her daughter's indiscretion to her own upbringing. Though hailing from humble origins as the daughter of a scholar, she carried herself with grace, embodying the essence of an extraordinary woman. The other members of the Su family followed suit, bowing respectfully, yet maintaining an air of distance. Li Chengqian perceived their lack of welcome, sensing their latent dissatisfaction. Their politeness was merely a courtesy extended due to his status. Madame Su, Miss Su has committed no impropriety. Furthermore, she is my friend, and it is only natural for her to wish to witness my martial prowess. Please do not hold her accountable, Li Chengqian asserted, his words a blend of truth and fabrication. Yuer was unable to refute him, as she indeed harbored curiosity about his skills, particularly his lightness of foot. However, her heart was not filled with joy. She gazed at Li Chengqian and thought, I am curious about your skills, but my intentions are multifaceted. There is no need for you to defend me. Her candidness and bravery startled Li Chengqian, leaving him momentarily speechless, while Li Qingzhou looked on in astonishment, unable to believe what he had just heard. Only the Su family remained unfazed, their expressions betraying not the slightest hint of surprise. Li Chengqian remained silent for a considerable time, experiencing a profound sense of vulnerability before a young girl for the first time in his life. In the past, he had faced the mighty emperor and the scheming courtiers who wielded power, yet he had never felt such helplessness. After a prolonged silence, Yueya spoke again, saying, But it matters not. After tonight, nothing else will hold significance. With that, Yueya departed from the ancestral hall, brushing past Li Chengqian without pausing. One by one, the other members of the Su family followed suit, leaving only Li Qingzhou and Li Chengqian in the hall. Your Highness? Li Qingzhou azitata, but ultimately mustered the courage to say, Yueya truly cares for you, yet you have caused her sorrow. Li Chengqian remained silent as Li Qingzhou turned to leave. After standing in the Su ancestral hall for a while, Li Chengqian leapt onto the rooftop, slowly making his way away. Why, my lord? Lin Xin asked. Confusion etched across his face. Li Chengqian did not halt his steps. He glanced down at the ground beneath them. Beneath your feet lies mere earth, while beneath mine lies a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Lin Xin was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to respond, as Lin Shun patted him on the shoulder. The night passed, and just as Ya had begun to recover, she fell ill once more, though fortunately her condition was not dire. Rest was all that was required. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed, marking the day of Li Chengqian's departure from Lu City. His arrival had cleansed the political scene of Jiangjun, uncovering several million taels of silver from Qingyin Pavilion and liberating the entire populace of Jiangjun. As he departed, countless citizens lined the streets to bid him farewell. While it was not quite 10 miles, as some might exaggerate, they accompanied him for 3 miles beyond the city gates. Among the vehicles, one carriage stood out, the county magistrate's carriage, which some recognized. Chapter 26. Pursuit of the Regent Prince. The carriage continued for a considerable distance, only turning back towards Lu City once the procession ahead had halted. "My lord, it must be the young lady," Lin Qin remarked with a complex expression. Li Xing did not harbor affection for Yueya, yet he could not help but feel moved as he glanced back at the departing carriage. "My lord, the Su family girl is indeed sincere towards you." Li Doctor intended to comment further, but fell silent under Li Chengqian's cold glare. Li Chengqian's demeanor was frigid. His grip on the reins tightened with fervor as the horse grew restless, stamping its hooves. After a moment, he lashed the horse with his whip, exclaiming fiercely, "Let us depart." His eyes glinted with ferocity as he urged the horse to gallop recklessly. No matter how hard Lin Qin and Li Xing tried, they could not catch up and were ultimately forced to abandon the chase. Thankfully, this horse is a fine steed. Had it been an ordinary one, it would certainly have collapsed from exhaustion. After running for a while, Li Xing had to stop, pale and gasping for breath. Lin Qin remained silent, merely gazing in the direction of the departing prince, unable to comprehend the situation despite Li Chengqian's explanations. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Chengqian departed Lu City, bearing the gratitude of the entire Jiangjun populace. His absence, however, did not ease the troubles of the Su family. Yueya's illness lingered, neither improving nor worsening, and the doctor's remedies proved futile. A month passed in the blink of an eye, transitioning from the sweltering summer to the early autumn, yet Yueya's condition remained unchanged, persisting in its stagnant state. However, the Su family received delightful news. Lord Su, due to his outstanding abilities and significant contributions, was appointed to fill the position of the governor of Jiang County. As for his original post, it was left vacant, along with other positions such as the county magistrate and county clerks, which would be filled by past scholars, all arranged by the Ministry of Personnel. During dinner, Mrs. Su decisively addressed family matters at the table. The eldest son was to take the provincial examination this year, while the second son was unable to accompany them. "As for you, you're to assume your duties in Jiang County, and I must accompany you. Our 2 daughters, delicate and lacking in decisiveness, cannot be left unattended. You must find an escort agency to send her to the capital for one final attempt." The words of Mrs. Su did not elicit any signs of shock from the Su family. The most astonished was Li Qingzhou, who could hardly believe it, her beautiful phoenix eyes widening in disbelief. "Is this truly serious?" she wondered. Soon, Su Yueya provided her with an answer. "Miss Li, you may not know that my father is the one my mother pursued tirelessly. As the saying goes, a graceful lady is suited for a gentleman, but my mother disagrees. She believes that a gentle and refined man is also a worthy match for a woman." As Su Yueya spoke, her eyes crinkled with laughter, and her face bore a hint of pride. Li Qingzhou was utterly astonished. This was the boldest declaration she had ever heard from a woman. "All right, have the eldest speak to her. Tell her to stop languishing and causing her mother distress. She must take care of her health, and once she feels better, find an escort agency to accompany her to the capital. If she still cannot manage, then she must return home and give up entirely, with future marriage matters to be decided by her parents, without complaint." Mrs. Su turned her gaze toward Su Yueya and continued, "If the regent is unattainable, she shall remain in the capital. If you perform well in the autumn examination, you will go to the capital for the joint examination, and you can bring her back. If your results are poor and you cannot go to the capital, then find another escort agency to bring her back. The pursuit of a suitable match can be discussed later." "Yes, mother," Su Yueya replied as he stood up to find Yueya in her small courtyard. Li Qingzhou remained in a daze, never expecting such a turn of events. Mrs. Su, noticing her astonished expression, felt a tinge of embarrassment, which made Miss Li smile. "I simply do not wish for my daughter to live with regrets, for life can feel unbearable." As she spoke, a shadow of sorrow flickered in Mrs. Su's eyes. If a pursuit proves futile, one must completely let go and seek a suitable partner instead, for marriage should be rooted in mutual affection, lest it turn bitter. Lord Su gazed at her, recalling those memories with a pang of guilt in his heart. I am weary of this. What is there to be weary of? My happiness is earned through my own efforts with steadfast determination, Mrs. Su replied, taking a bite of braised pork, her mood slightly lifted. After dinner, Li Qingzhou returned to her room, chatting with the much-improved Yueya. Your mother? Li Qingzhou azitata. Yueya couldn't help but smile, her body still weak but her eyes sparkling. Isn't my mother quite extraordinary? Indeed, she is, Li Qingzhou replied with a smile, her fingers brushing against the hem of her garment. Not only women, but even ordinary men cannot compare to her decisiveness. Yes, in this regard, my father cannot match my mother's boldness, Yueya said, her eyes filled with pride. I love my mother dearly. She loves me just as much. At that moment, Yueya turned to see Li Qingzhou and suddenly remembered her family situation, feeling a wave of guilt. I am so sorry, Qingzhou. Shaking his head, Li Qingzhou revealed a smile, his eyes brimming with tears. Just like you, I too hold deep affection for my mother. Her temperament is as gentle as water, while my father is stern and rational. Yet, when it comes to my mother, his unwavering severity melts into tenderness. My mother bore only my sister and me, and though outsiders urged him to take a concubine to bear more children, he resolutely severed ties with such individuals. Speaking of his parents, Li Qingzhou felt a heart-wrenching pain, his teeth clenched tightly. The love he harbored for them was matched only by his disdain for the Qin clan. As he raised his hand to wipe away the corners of his eyes, he was suddenly embraced by Yueya, who declared, I will always stand by your side, and I shall forever accompany you. Thus, let us journey to the capital together. Shall we? Li Qingzhou yearned to witness the downfall of the Qin family, willing to traverse countless miles to the capital to deliver them a decisive performance. Regardless of the outcome, the Li family would ultimately emerge victorious. Very well, Yueya nodded in agreement, filled with anticipation and anxiety about their trip to the capital. Yueya devoted her days to honing her rudimentary skills alongside Li Qingzhou, assisting Madame Su in packing or shopping for dowries in the marketplace. After 4 or 5 days, as Yueya's health improved significantly, news arrived from the Wei escort agency, which was set to depart for the capital. Madame Su packed a large sack of sweet potatoes and 2 substantial bags of grain, securely placing them in the escort agency's cart, along with blankets, clothing, water, pastries, and furs. The cart was prepared for the journey, with the young servant Xiao Feng driving the horse-drawn carriage. Su Yueya presented a fine blade to the leader of the escort, who happened to be his close brother, Liang Zheng. With a light-hearted pat on his shoulder, Liang teased, You are willing to part with this knife, which you usually hesitate to let me wield. Truly, you are a devoted brother. Su Yueya smiled helplessly. Take good care of her. Stay an extra day in Jiangjun, and I shall treat you to wine at the Zui home building. I will ensure your brother's wishes are fulfilled. Liang chuckled, patting his arm reassuringly. The rest of the Su family bid farewell to Yueya, and Madame Su had much to convey. Though she cherished her, she reminded her not to lose her dignity, for a woman's self-respect is paramount. Do you understand? Chapter 27. Journey to the capital to pursue love. Furthermore, do not grow too intimate with him. No holding hands, no physical contact. Madame Su enumerated a long list of prohibitions. Yueya stood in shock, her face flushing. Mother, Li Qingzhou couldn't help but smirk. Rest assured, madam, I will keep a watchful eye on her. Evidently, Madame Su trusted Li Qingzhou more than Yueya, feeling reassured by his words. Very well, I place my faith in Qingzhou. At this moment, Madame Su produced a pouch of silver from her sleeve and handed it to Li Qingzhou. Please keep this safe for me. Do not let Yueya spend it on food, or I fear you may starve before reaching the capital. Thank you, madam, Li Qingzhou replied, a bit embarrassed as he accepted it. And here is this, Madame Su added, handing him a note. This is the address of a close friend of your father's schoolmate. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek his assistance. Your father once did him a favor. After imparting her instructions, Madame Su approached Yueya, her smile gradually fading, ultimately crystallizing into a visage of concern and sorrow. Even before her daughter had set off, her heart was already heavy with worry. Gently caressing the soft little face of Yueya, Madame Su felt her throat tighten, rendering her nearly speechless. Go on, go on. If he does not accept you, return with the Zhongwei escort agency. Or wait for your brother to head to the capital for the spring examination. Do you understand? I understand, mother. Do not be afraid. I am not afraid. Yueya embraced her mother, suddenly filled with an inexplicable sense of reluctance to part. Yet, she knew she must embark on this journey. Otherwise, she would never find closure in her life. This journey, rather than a pursuit, was more about finally letting go. For the first time, Yueya's small heart felt the unique melancholy, pain, and bitterness that belonged to a daughter, emotions she could scarcely bear. She released her mother and climbed into the carriage, unable to resist the urge to part the curtains once more to glance at her father and siblings, waving goodbye as she declared, I am leaving. Li Qingzhou beside her gazed on with envious eyes. Thus, Yueya, along with Li Qingzhou and the young servant Xiaofeng, set forth with the Zhongwei escort agency on their journey to the capital. Throughout the trip, Yueya felt lethargic, resting her chin on the carriage window, silent and withdrawn. This was her first time leaving home, departing from her parents, and she already felt a pang of longing. Fortunately, Liang Zheng possessed an engaging personality and initiated conversation with them, which helped lift Yueya's spirits slightly, much to the relief of both Liang Zheng and Li Qingzhou. For 2 days after leaving Lucheng, Yueya remained listless and devoid of energy. It was not until the 3rd day that her mood improved dramatically, to the point that Li Qingzhou struggled to keep his purse secure. In the days prior, Yueya had no appetite and desired nothing to eat. However, upon feeling better, it was as if she had 2 stomachs, yearning for everything: meat buns, meat pies, beef noodles, roasted chicken. She was generous, not only indulging herself, but also eager to buy for others. With so many people in the escort agency, it was no surprise that by the time they exited Jiangjun's territory, Li Qingzhou's funds were nearly depleted. On the 8th day, they arrived in Langzhou, the midpoint between Jiangjun and the capital, where the noodles were renowned. Yueya eagerly reached for her purse, only to find not a single coin within. Undeterred, she turned it inside out, even searching for the tiniest fragments of silver, but to no avail. Qingzhou, woe is me. Don't look at me. I have no money. I want to eat noodles. I want to eat pancakes. Li Qingzhou, munching on a pancake, admired Madame Su's foresight, knowing they would not manage their finances. She had prepared ample dry rations. Yueya, with a forlorn expression, handed her empty purse to Li Qingzhou. Qingzhou, I do not wish to eat pancakes. I do not want them. They taste delightful. Why wouldn't you want to eat? Li Qingzhou asked, puzzled. Yueya sighed. I've eaten them since childhood. What do you think? Very well, replied Li Qingzhou, taking another pancake, this one a sweet sesame treat, a flavor she adored. However, after too much sweetness, she craved something spicy. Just as she thought this, the 3rd pancake turned out to be a spicy pickled vegetable flavor, and Li Qingzhou was utterly impressed by Madame Su's foresight. Yueya gazed at Li Qingzhou with bewilderment. Is it truly delicious, Qingzhou? Indeed, it tastes somewhat similar to what my mother makes, Li Qingzhou replied, lowering her head. Yueya fell momentarily silent, choosing instead to obediently share the pancakes with her. Halfway through their meal, the gentle breeze rustled the curtains of the carriage as Xiaofeng announced. Miss, Ma Dage has come to see you. What is it? Yueya leapt from the carriage, and Ma Dage approached, saying, Miss, we have arrived at the old noodle house in Langzhou. I would like to treat you to some noodles. Really? Yueya's eyes widened in excitement. Ma Dage nodded with a hearty smile. Of course it's true. You've treated us to so many delightful dishes before. However, I don't have much silver at home, so I can only afford to add beef for 2 young ladies. We won't add beef. We'll just have noodles, as long as there are chili peppers. That will suffice. Thank you, Ma Dage. You are the best. Yueya exclaimed, eagerly returning to the carriage to share the news with Li Qingzhou. Li Qingzhou was equally delighted, but after a moment, she glanced down at her belly, regretting having eaten so many pancakes. Upon arriving in Langzhou, the group settled into a modest inn. Ma Dage and his companions stayed in a communal area, while Liang Zheng occupied a private room, as was their custom. Yueya, Li Qingzhou, and Xiaofeng lingered, feeling somewhat shy about their lack of funds, deciding they might as well sleep in the carriage that night. Liang Zheng turned to observe their hesitant demeanor and couldn't help but smile. Rest assured, your second brother anticipated your financial constraints and entrusted me with your accommodation expenses for the journey. Upon hearing this, Yueya's spirits lifted, and even the reserved Li Qingzhou felt a surge of happiness and gratitude towards Su Yueya. Xiaofeng also breathed a sigh of relief. After settling into the inn, Liang Zheng arranged for someone to guard their belongings. Once they were organized, they headed to the old noodle house for their meal. After enjoying the noodles, they strolled for a bit before returning to rest. The following day, they had a light breakfast and set off again. For the next few days, this pattern continued. One elder brother would treat them to a meal, and Liang Zheng would cover the lodging expenses. Before they knew it, 5 or 6 days had passed. On this particular day, they arrived in Jianzhou by noon, which was quite close to the capital. Just 2 or 3 more days of travel would bring them to their destination. Liang Zheng sighed with relief, and Yueya, perched on her horse, noticed his expression. "Brother Liang, what is that look on your face?" she asked. With a hearty laugh, Liang Zheng replied, "In 3 days, I shall safely deliver you to the capital, and then I can report back to your second brother." Jianzhou, being near the capital, was bustling with activity. After reaching the inn and settling in, the 2 young ladies decided to explore the area. Chapter 28. Saving a Wealthy Man. Despite their lack of silver, they could not purchase anything. Xiaofeng, carrying a bag of pancakes, carefully followed behind them, fearful that the young ladies might disappear from his sight. Unexpectedly, Yueya turned to look at him, which startled Xiaofeng greatly. "Miss, what are your intentions?" he stammered, clutching his pouch of coins tightly, prepared to face any consequence should she attempt to seize his money. "Not a single coin shall I part with." Yueya approached him and said, "Xiaofeng, I crave the sweet red bean soup from Jinzhou. I can already smell its delightful aroma. It is simply irresistible." Beside her, Li Qingzhou remained silent, yet her eager gaze betrayed a sense of urgency. Just ahead, there was a shop selling sweet soups. Xiaofeng, wearing a frown, tightly clutched his purse and replied, "My dear girl, I could lend you 80 copper coins, but you must repay me 100. Deal?" Yueya responded without hesitation. Xiaofeng, rather begrudgingly, retrieved a string of coins from his purse, extracted 20 of them, and handed the remaining 80 to Yueya. Holding the coins in her hand, Yueya instantly felt a surge of confidence. Her posture straightened, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Qingzhou could not help but laugh, and Yueya, with a grand gesture, pulled her towards the sweet soup shop. "Boss, how much for a bowl?" Yueya asked, unable to suppress her anticipation as she swallowed hard. The shop was bustling with patrons, and the couple running the stall was busy, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. 10 coins per bowl, my dear." After counting the coins in her hand, Yueya realized that with 80 coins, she could only afford 8 bowls. Turning to Xiaofeng, she implored, "Why not lend me 500 coins? I shall repay you 700 later." "Really?" Xiaofeng asked, somewhat incredulous, glancing at Li Qingzhou for confirmation. He trusted her more than his own girl. Li Qingzhou, blushing yet resolute, nodded and stated, "If she cannot repay, I shall." Yueya's face darkened in annoyance. But when Xiaofeng handed her 420 copper coins, she beamed, exclaiming, "You are the best, Xiaofeng." She then turned to the shopkeeper with a cheerful smile. "Let us start with 3 bowls, and later I have friends coming. There will be 10 of them, so we will need 10 more." "Very well, my dear. But our usual rule applies. Buy 10 bowls and get 1 free." 120 coins will suffice, the shopkeeper replied, wiping his brow with his sleeve. "Agreed," Yueya said, handing over the 120 coins. Finding a spot to sit, she instructed Xiaofeng, "I will return with Qingzhou after we finish eating, to keep an eye on our belongings while you wait for them." "All right," Xiaofeng replied, his face alight with joy, his eyes squinting with delight at the prospect of enjoying sweet soup without spending a dime, and even earning some coins for his girl. While enjoying their sweet soup, Yueya noticed Li Qingzhou's fondness for red beans and generously offered her own portion. "Hurry and eat, Qingzhou. Once we finish, we'll go back to fetch them." "Okay," Li Qingzhou thought, feeling a warmth in her heart that she had never experienced before. After finishing their sweet soup, the 2 returned to the inn, instructing Liang Zheng to bring the others for their treat. They settled in the area designated for their belongings at the escort agency, diligently guarding their possessions. However, just as the group departed, chaos erupted. A brawl broke out upstairs, spilling into the courtyard below, and a figure clad in black crashed into the communal sleeping area. Yueya and Zhou, hidden in the corner of the room, held their breaths, hoping not to be discovered. The black-clad figure dashed out again, engaging in combat with a group of individuals adorned in splendid attire. The lone figure in finery appeared to be at a disadvantage, fending off a dozen attackers. Yueya and Zhou exchanged a glance, picking up the weapons belonging to Ma Dage and his companions, gradually emerging from the communal lodging. Just as the gentleman in embroidered garments was about to be harmed, the martial skills of Zhou and Yueya finally came into play. Together, they managed to fend off a dozen assailants clad in black. The gentleman, however, immediately spat blood. Yueya and Zhou assisted him upstairs. "Hero, which is your room?" Yueya inquired respectfully, her voice tinged with anticipation. Zhou, with a furrowed brow, asked, "Young master, where is your room?" The gentleman, pale-faced, pointed toward a door. The two pushed it open and brought him inside. Yueya hastily said, "Zhou, you should guard the goods belonging to Brother Liang downstairs. We cannot afford any mishaps." "Are you sure you can manage alone?" Zhou, aware of her limitations in caregiving and lacking Yueya's boldness, recognized that it was best for her to guard the goods. "I'll be fine," Yueya assured, nodding. Zhou did not linger and went downstairs to watch over the items. After closing the door, they laid the gentleman on the bed. Yueya gently patted his face. "Hero, please stay awake." The few firm slaps roused him from his stupor. "I have medicine in my bundle. Could you please fetch it for me?" The gentleman's voice was strained and hoarse. Yueya nodded and retrieved a package from the table. Returning to carefully open it before him, she extracted a vial of ointment for external wounds and offered it to him. "As a woman, assisting you is my utmost limit, but I cannot apply the medicine for you. Will you be able to manage?" Yueya expressed her concern. The gentleman nodded, his face pale and beaded with sweat, continuing, "I can manage, thank you, miss. Do you reside next door? Might I trouble your servant?" "Indeed, how foolish of me. Please wait. I will summon my servant at once," Yueya exclaimed, hurrying outside. As she descended the stairs, she collided with Xiaofeng. "Xiaofeng, what brings you back so soon?" Yueya asked, slightly puzzled. Xiaofeng nodded, explaining. "Brother Liang said that if someone truly has their eyes on the goods, the two of you might be in danger. He urged me to return swiftly to keep watch." "Very well, let us proceed." Yueya guided Xiaofeng as they opened the gentleman's door. "Hero, my servant has returned." The gentleman lying on the bed sighed in relief. "Thank you for your assistance." Xiaofeng, noticing the bloodied state of the gentleman, was momentarily taken aback. "Miss, what happened?" "Do not ask too many questions. Just tend to his wounds, and I will explain later," Yueya instructed, taking the ointment from the gentleman and handing it to Xiaofeng. She then settled into a chair outside, succinctly recounting the events. After listening, Xiaofeng gazed at the gentleman's luxurious attire, nearly drooling. "Hero, are you wealthy? Your life must be quite valuable." At this, the gentleman's expression shifted, and he quickly shook his head. "Not at all. I'm not comparable to the illustrious figures. The ones who sought to take my life are my own kin, not thieves." "Oh," Xiaofeng replied, visibly disappointed, sealing the vial and adjusting the gentleman's clothing. "Miss, the medicine is applied." Yueya nodded and approached the gentleman. "Since you are no longer in peril, I shall take my leave. I have other matters to attend to. Escort me back to the capital, and I shall reward you with 1,000 taels of silver," the hero remarked nonchalantly. Yueya paused her steps, and Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Miss, if I assist the hero with his medicine daily, could I receive 100 taels?" Chapter 29. The price of his presence. Xiaofeng evidently had a penchant for wealth, his eyes shining with starry anticipation. "Jueya scoffed. I have been engaged in battle alongside Zhou. Would you administer the medicine for 5 taels? If not, I shall summon Brother Ma, who will accept but a single tael." Xiaofeng replied, "I will do it." Approaching the bedside, Yueya extended her hand. 1,000 taels, mind you. This is what the hero has promised, not I. The hero retrieved 1,000 taels in banknotes from his sleeve and handed them to Yueya. "I appreciate your assistance." "Mississippi, 1,000 taels. Such a substantial sum. Her hands trembled with excitement, and her eyes widened. She had never encountered such a large denomination of banknotes in her life. May I inquire your name? Fair maiden? I'm called Su Yueya. You may refer to me simply as Yueya, Sir Gu. But is it customary in the martial world to bow in such a manner, akin to the tales of chivalry? She pointed at Gu Zhaoyan's clasped hands, her eyes brimming with enthusiasm. Have I truly met someone from the martial world? Gu Zhaoyan, upon observing her, surmised that she was a sheltered girl, raised in indulgence, whose curiosity about the martial realm was piqued by the stories she had read. No wonder she was so animated upon seeing him. How embarrassing! I am not a figure of the martial world, nor a hero. I am merely Gu Zhaoyan, the heir of the northern king of the Tang Kingdom. He did not conceal his identity, but chose to reveal it candidly. Yueya, unfamiliar with this name, recognized the titles of prince and heir, her eyes filled with envy. You are a young master? Is your family not quite wealthy? Relatively, Gu Zhaoyan replied, slightly bashful. He felt unworthy of boasting to a young girl. How enviable! Just as Yueya finished her words, Li Qingzhou arrived. Yueya, Brother Liang, and Brother Ma have returned. I have informed them of the recent events. Indeed, I intended to share the news as well. Let us converse outside. Yueya responded to Li Qingzhou, then turned to exchange a few words with Gu Zhaoyan before departing with Xiaofeng and Li Qingzhou. The trio descended the stairs and entered the bustling common room, where Yueya recounted the matter of Gu Zhaoyan's silver to everyone present. Though we saved him, he will join our larger party into the capital, thus concerning us all. Therefore, I propose that Qingzhou and I claim 600 taels, while the remaining 400 shall be divided among you. Does that sound agreeable? 400 taels, divided among 10 of them, would yield 40 taels each, an amount they would typically earn over an entire year of escorting goods, provided there were no unforeseen circumstances. Now, with merely one additional companion, they could acquire such wealth. They would not refuse, even if it bore some risk. After all, they lived a life that danced on the edge of danger. Brother Ma readily agreed, and the others exchanged glances before also consenting. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng grew indignant, prompting Yueya to chuckle. Do not be angry. If you were to become upset, what would I do? Miss. Xiaofeng's expression darkened. All right, do not fume. I shall share 50 taels with you for my portion. As Yueya spoke, Xiaofeng's anger dissipated, and he brightened with joy. Yueya could not help but laugh, while Xiaofeng's cheeks flushed. I have always believed in the girl, she reassured Xiaofeng. The two ascended the stairs to inquire about Gu Chaoyan's needs. Gu Chaoyan lay on the bed, his complexion pale. I am hungry, he uttered. What would you like to eat? Yueya asked, gesturing towards Xiaofeng. You can rely on my little servant during this time. He is quite clever. Thank you, Miss Su. Gu Chaoyan sincerely expressed his gratitude. Are you heading to the capital? Yes, Yueya nodded. What business do you have in the capital? To find Li Chengxian. What do you intend to do with him? I wish to become his wife. Gu Chaoyan's eyes widened in surprise. Wife? Li Chengxian's wife? He scrutinized Yueya, his gaze making her uncomfortable. Lowering her head to assess herself, she inquired, What are you looking at? Is something wrong with me? I was merely observing whether you can withstand hunger. With such a petite frame, how could you endure? Why are you so determined to marry Li Chengxian? Are you planning to starve yourself for weight loss? Gu Chaoyan expressed his bewilderment. How could anyone wish to marry that miserly Li Chengxian, and to travel such a distance to seek him out? You must not speak of Li Chengxian in that manner. What is wrong with him? Except, perhaps, for being a bit stingy, Yueya replied, her voice faltering, her complexion slightly unnatural. However, she suddenly had a realization, her eyes brightening. Do you know Li Chengxian? Is it true? Of course, Gu Chaoyan replied, a hint of pride in his tone. Will you take me to find him? Yueya asked, her voice trembling with excitement. I can. Taking you to see him would be quite entertaining. Gu Chaoyan chuckled, basking in the opportunity to witness the Regent's folly. A rare occurrence indeed. Yueya beamed with joy. From Jianzhou to the capital, she traveled with a smile, filled with delight. On the third day at noon, the group encountered an assassination attempt near the capital. Fortunately, the assailants were few and were swiftly repelled. After dealing with the black-clad attackers, they resumed their journey. Gu Chaoyan sat in the carriage alongside Yuya and Li Qingzhou, laughing heartily. They must have thought I was alone, hence they sent so few assassins. Thankfully, it turned out this way. Otherwise, we would be doomed. You still find this amusing? Someone is attempting to kill you, and you're laughing? Yuya remarked. Why should I not laugh? They have failed, Gu Chaoyan replied, his expression darkening slightly. Since I departed from the Northern Territory, they have been attempting to assassinate me. Alone? Li Qingzhou Gastunat Pujlat. No, I was accompanied by a contingent. Gu Chaoyan's eyes clouded with sorrow. To protect him, an entire unit from the Northern Prince's residence had perished. All of them? Li Qingzhou's expression soured. Yes, Gu Chaoyan nodded. Yuya's complexion turned pale. The loss was indeed tragic. They died for my sake. My father and mother will ensure their families are taken care of. It is not entirely tragic, Gu Chaoyan stated. Is that so? Yuya felt a wave of sadness wash over her. Of course, are you not planning to marry Li Chengxian and become his wife? I must tell you, marrying him will bring about more assassination attempts, and you will find yourself killing for survival. Gu Chaoyan's expression grew serious. Initially skeptical of Yuya's words, after spending a few days in her company, he began to believe her. Given that Yuya had saved his life, he felt it prudent to share these thoughts with her. Could we not avoid this? Yuya smiled, but as time passed, her smile faded. Unconsciously, she bit her lip and tightly clasped her hands together. No, this was Li Chengxian himself. Since the age of 14, he had lived a life consumed by violence, either taking lives or facing death himself. Deep within Gu Chaoyan's heart, a voice whispered that he might have gone too far, frightening her. With a heavy sigh, Gu Chaoyan felt a pang of sympathy. His words were harsh, realistic, and cruel. Yet they were undeniable truths. Once one becomes part of the game, they are no longer the master of their fate. Chapter 30. Arrival at the Prince of the North's residence. Yueya gazed at Gu Chaoyan, recalling the events that transpired at the Qingyin Pavilion in Jiangjun, and found herself momentarily speechless. Li Qingzhou placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, saying, Yueya, if you can't comprehend it, then do not dwell on it. Do not burden yourself. Turning to Li Qingzhou, Yueya managed a faint smile, yet she mused, but sooner or later, I must come to terms with it, right? I cannot evade the truth. Has Li Chengxian decided to marry you? Gu Chaoyan inquired. Yueya shook her head. No, I'm here to ask him about it. Then you need not worry. He may not choose to marry you, and thus, you need not trouble yourself. Gu Chaoyan remarked playfully, provoking a cold glare from Li Qingzhou. Yueya nodded in agreement. What you say is true. The most pressing matter is whether Li Chengxian will marry me. If he does not, pondering the issue is meaningless. If he does, then I shall take my time to think it through. Indeed, that is the right perspective, Gu Chaoyan affirmed with a smile and a nod. Observing the two before him, Li Qingzhou found himself at a loss for words. Under the scorching autumn sun, their party finally arrived in the capital. Yueya exchanged currency at the bank, distributing the coins among all members of the escort agency and generously gifting 50 taels to the eager Xiaofeng. Subsequently, she accompanied Liang Zheng and the others to the Zhongwei escort agency. What was their purpose? To familiarize themselves with the location. After they had done so, they bid farewell to Liang Zheng and Ma Dage, with Gu Chaoyan leading the way to the regent's residence. The entrance to the regent's residence was grand and imposing, flanked by two fierce stone lions, while solemn guards stood at attention, weapons in hand. Yueya stole a glance at them, suppressing her intense anxiety and heartbeat, cautiously averting her gaze. Nearby was the west corner gate, a common entry point for those within the palace. They entered the regent's residence through this entrance. From the moment they arrived, Yueya felt increasingly restless. Once inside, her throat grew parched and her head spun. Unfortunately, the steward arrived respectfully to announce that the regent was absent, having left for morning court and would not return until the evening, as was customary. Very well. You need not concern yourself with us. We shall sit for a while and then depart. Gu Chaoyan instructed the steward, leading Yueya and Li Qingzhou to explore the premises. The residence hosted only a few scattered maids and servants, leaving Gu Chaoyan exasperated. He was as frugal as ever, remarking on the scarcity of staff. Yueya remained silent, having not truly heard his words. Li Qingzhou glanced around, noting the limited number of people, which also provided a sense of safety. Gu Chaoyan paused, taken aback by Li Qingzhou's comment. This girl had been remarkably discreet these past days, almost invisible, yet when she spoke, her words proved to be pivotal, leaving him astonished. How do you interpret that, Qingzhou? Gu Chaoyan pondered, perplexed. Li Qingzhou came to her senses and thought, oh, it's nothing. Her complexion paled slightly as she felt a hint of dissatisfaction with herself. She shouldn't have revealed anything and ought to maintain a low profile. She remained silent while Gu Xiaoyan spoke for himself, acknowledging the crowd and the difficulty of managing so many people, as outsiders could easily blend in. Li Qingzhou refrained from responding, managing only a strained smile, prompting Gu Xiaoyan to fall silent as well. Their gazes converged upon Yueya, who sensed their scrutiny and could no longer contain her unease. Shall we leave now? She proposed. Where to? Li Qingzhou, having followed Yueya's lead throughout the journey, still managed the finances. Taking a deep breath, Yueya suggested, let us find an inn to stay at first. Tomorrow, we can look for a small courtyard to rent. It should be considerably cheaper than an inn. These matters have been discussed by Madame Su with Yueya, requiring no further contemplation. Gu Xiaoyan glanced at them, unable to suppress a raised eyebrow. You are my saviors. Shouldn't you consider my opinions in these decisions? Why should we consider your opinions? Isn't this our affair? Yueya replied, her face a picture of confusion, while Li Qingzhou couldn't help but chuckle beside her. Gu Xiaoyan smiled, casting a glance at Li Qingzhou. Miss Qingzhou, should you have a word with Yueya? This cannot continue. However, Li Qingzhou held a different perspective, smiling as she said, I think Yueya's approach is quite commendable. With a puzzled expression, Yueya looked at them both, bewildered. What on earth are you two talking about? Nothing much. Just inquiring if you would like to stay at my residence. There are servants to attend to you, no cost involved, and meals are provided, Gu Xiaoyan said, unable to resist opening the fan at his waist, embodying a charming and elegant demeanor. After days of injury, he had not been able to display his graceful flair for some time. Yueya and Li Qingzhou exchanged glances, and pulling Li Qingzhou aside, they conferred. We only have 550 taels of silver. We must be frugal. He knows Li Chengxian, so he should be reliable. Why don't we go with him? The promise of free meals was particularly enticing to Yueya. Having spent enough time together, Li Qingzhou understood immediately. All right, I agree. Let us accompany him to his residence. Yueya nodded enthusiastically. Gu Xiaoyan looked at them, closing his fan. Have you made your decision, ladies? Indeed, we have. Yueya stepped forward, her expression stern. But you must not bully us. I am to be Li Chengxian as future wife. Gu Xiaoyan, with a resigned smile, turned to leave, saying, let us go. I merely hope you won't bully me. We certainly won't bully you. Yueya and Li Qingzhou exchanged glances before following him out of the Regent's residence. Yet, Yueya still felt a tinge of anxiety along the way. Turning to Li Qingzhou, she intentionally raised her voice. Qingzhou, do you still remember the address of Brother Liang's escort agency? I do. Brother Liang mentioned we should visit the agency within 2 days so that he would know we are safe. If we fail to do so, he will report it to the authorities, Li Qingzhou replied loudly. Their banter elicited laughter from Gu Xiaoyan, who chuckled heartily. All right. I've already stated that I am the son of the Prince of Northern Town. You should place your faith in me. Of course, we trust you. We're just a bit nervous, they replied. The crescent moon hung in the sky, and Yueya swallowed her saliva, while Li Qingzhou merely responded with a soft emma. Gu Xiaoyan, feeling a bit helpless, chose to ignore them. The small wind drove the carriage, which was tethered to a large chest filled with provisions and sweet potatoes prepared by Madame Su. Thus, they arrived at the residence of the North Town Prince in the capital, a place that, apart from its grand entrance, stone lions, and 2 guards, lacked the imposing grandeur of the Regent's residence, but surpassed it in opulence. Upon entering the North Town Prince's estate, it became evident that not only was the mansion lavishly adorned, but there was also an abundance of maids and servants, all of whom appeared spirited and lively. The butler greeted them courteously, and upon seeing the heir, his eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Gu Xiaoyan felt a bit awkward and turned to glance at Yueya, who was astonished by the grandeur of the estate. With a wave of his hand, he graciously declared, "They are my saviors." Please find 2 courtyards for them to reside in and assign 4 maids to attend to their needs. Their meals and attire should be provided in accordance with that of young ladies of the household. Chapter 31. Grandmother Su visits the prince's estate. Yueya's eyes widened in disbelief, and she hurriedly shook her hands, exclaiming, "No, no, no, it is unnecessary. Just provide us with food. We have everything else." Li Qingzhou, with a gentler demeanor, added, "Thank you, my lord. However, we have all we need. Simply providing us with meals would suffice." The butler cast a surprised glance at the 2 young ladies, his gaze lingering on Li Qingzhou, who looked somewhat familiar. "My father is Jiangjun's Inspector Li Fengting," Li Qingzhou replied with a slight nod. The butler's expression shifted to one of realization. It dawned on him that the young lady was the daughter of the esteemed inspector, explaining her familiarity. He recalled the recent imprisonments of various officials from Jiangjun, including the magistrate, prefect, and county officials, and a hint of melancholy crossed his face. Many of them faced dire consequences, while others were exiled to the southern regions. The inspector could now find solace. Gu Chaoyan, aligning this revelation with the recent news the butler had relayed, quickly understood. "So, you are indeed the daughter of Inspector Li Qingzhou. I beg your pardon for my earlier ignorance." "Your words are too kind," Li Qingzhou responded with a nod. "And may I ask who this is?" Gu Chaoyan inquired. Turning towards Yueya, who shyly replied, "My father is the magistrate of Lucheng in Jiangjun, and he is currently the prefect of Jiangjun." Her father was among the few officials who had escaped scrutiny during the regent's recent purges. Exchanging glances with the butler, Gu Chaoyan observed a newfound respect in the butler's demeanor, while he himself adopted a more serious attitude, causing Li Qingzhou and Yueya to feel somewhat uneasy. "I apologize for my earlier rudeness, as you are indeed the daughters of esteemed gentlemen," the butler said, bowing slightly, prompting the 2 young ladies to hurriedly explain their situation. Seeing their flustered reactions, Gu Chaoyan suppressed a smile. "Butler, please escort them to a small courtyard. We have yet to dine today, so ensure a splendid meal is prepared in honor of our esteemed guests. I wish to partake in their good fortune." With a grand gesture, the butler summoned 8 second-tier maids, assigning 4 to each of the young ladies, leaving them momentarily dazed. Gu Chaoyan chuckled, "Just accept it. Otherwise, my uncle will lose sleep over it." Thus, the 2 individuals, somewhat dazed, were escorted by 12 maidservants to 2 adjacent courtyards. Upon exiting the gates of these courtyards, one would find a sizable pavilion by the lakeside. Upon closer inspection, the pavilion was circular, surrounded by artificial hills and pavilions, adorned with numerous exquisite plants, exuding an air of elegance and opulence. Gu Chaoyan introduced them to the surroundings. These courtyards were designated for the ladies of the household, with matrons guarding the entrances and maidservants overseeing the interior, allowing them to feel completely at ease. Li Qingzhou, having encountered such situations before, expressed her gratitude calmly. Yueya, utterly astonished, looked around in admiration, exclaiming, "Your courtyard is truly grand. This residence for the ladies is equivalent to the one my family occupies." Gu Chaoyan could not help but smile, replying, "I am pleased that you like it." Li Qingzhou joined in the laughter, while Yueya, slightly embarrassed, thanked Gu Chaoyan. "You 2 young ladies should hurry along. I shall return to my quarters to tidy myself. Shortly, the steward will surely prepare a lavish feast for us 3 to enjoy." After a brief exchange, Gu Chaoyan, feeling a bit shy, reluctantly suggested, "Let us continue as we have before. I am unaccustomed to such formalities." Yueya nodded in full agreement. "I feel the same." Observing them, Li Qingzhou could not help but chuckle, as she was more accustomed to such liberties than these 2. The Prince of Northern Town's residence was indeed impressive. The maidservants were both courteous and gentle, far surpassing the household servants she was used to. Although Yueya felt somewhat out of place, she was also curious and anxious, allowing them to pamper her with a bath, hair wash, and manicure, while they ironed her garments and perfumed her attire. Immersed in a fragrant bath, she was taken aback by these experiences. The maidservants stifled their laughter at her astonishment, prompting a slight blush on Yueya's cheeks as she innocently inquired, "Are you all not tired from taking care of me?" The maidservants collectively paused, shaking their heads. "Not at all. It is our fortune to attend to you, Mississippi." The maidservant Shixiang smiled elegantly, while the lively Baiji made playful faces. Yueya reciprocated Baiji's antics, and then turned to Shixiang with a delightful grin. But it seems so exhausting to me. It feels quite bothersome. After her bath, the maidservants dried Yueya's hair and applied expensive face cream all over her body. Initially, she felt quite shy and itchy, wanting to evade their attentions. But the maidservants were quite serious about their duties, not allowing her to escape. Except for her private areas, they applied the luxurious cream everywhere. Yueya felt somewhat helpless, thinking this was rather troublesome. Unable to contain her amusement, Shixiang remarked, "Miss, the daughters of the nobility in this capital are all treated this way. Some officials' daughters have even more intricate routines, though there are those who cannot afford such luxuries and must conserve their cream." Yueya's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it truly that expensive? Not really. A single tael of silver can last an entire month, the lively Baiji chimed in. 1 tael of silver. Yueya's voice trembled as she glanced at the half-box she had used. How much silver is this? 100 copper coins, the reticent Tanxiang replied. So I have applied 50 copper coins worth on myself. Yueya suddenly sprang up, utterly astonished. The young lady remarked that this was not expensive at all. The maid, Zhu Sha, mentioned the price of the exquisite lip color and began to apply the dark green eyeliner to Yueya's brows. It was only after she was dressed in a flowing light blue cotton gown that she finally grasped the situation, staring in disbelief at her reflection in the copper mirror. Is this truly me? She pondered. The maids exchanged satisfied smiles at her astonishment. Shixiang gently adjusted the deep blue jade ribbon in Yueya's hair. Despite the absence of jewelry, the young lady remained pure and enchanting. Miss, you should take some time to purchase jewelry. The only pieces left in the residence belong to the second young lady, Shixiang suggested. The second young lady? Yueya asked, puzzled. Yes. She is the second sister of the heir, Shixiang clarified, picking up a horn comb to tidy Yueya's hairline. She must be quite wealthy to afford so many things, Yueya said, filled with envy. Indeed, the second young lady is quite affluent. Baiji couldn't help but laugh, only to be silenced by a sharp glance from the aloof Zhu Sha. Even Tan Xiang, who was arranging the garments, suppressed a chuckle. After more than an hour of preparation, Gu Chaoyan could no longer suppress his hunger and sent someone to summon them to the small flower hall for dinner. By this time, evening had fallen, with only the lingering rays of the setting sun remaining. Li Qingzhou accompanied Yueya to the small flower hall. Unlike Yueya, Li Qingzhou adorned herself with jewelry, walking with a natural grace that exuded the poise and elegance of a refined young lady. Yueya, on the other hand, found her gown slightly long, clearly indicating that Gu Chaoyan's second sister was taller. Her movements were lively as she raised her hand to catch a whiff of the fragrance lingering on her skin. Her innocent and vivacious demeanor drew the attention of the maids, who giggled and whispered among themselves, observing her as they would an amusing spectacle. There was no malice in their laughter, merely a hint of noise. Chapter 32. Li Chengqian seeks Yueya upon entering the small flower hall. Gu Chaoyan rose to greet them. However, when he laid eyes on them, his words caught in his throat, leaving him momentarily speechless. He had always known of Li Qingzhou's beauty, characterized by her gentle and graceful demeanor, yet Yueya's appearance took him by surprise. With her brows neatly shaped, revealing a hint of spiritedness, her round, luminous apricot eyes sparkled with vitality. Her delicate features, flushed with a subtle rosy tint, radiated youthful charm. However, her slightly awkward stance elicited a playful smile. What are you staring at? Are you taken aback by my beauty, or are you admiring Sister Qingzhou? Yueya exclaimed, her vivacity palpable as she took several confident strides into the flower hall, her movements brisk and decisive. In contrast to her spirited nature, Li Qingzhou exuded a gentle elegance. Each possessed her own unique allure. One was lively and charming, while the other was serene and graceful, captivating the attention of all present. As Gu Chaoyan's gaze shifted from Yueya to Li Qingzhou, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed his face. Once seated, the three of them dismissed those around them. Unable to contain himself, Gu Chaoyan remarked, Yueya, had you not uttered that statement earlier and walked with a bit more grace, you would have certainly made a striking impression. As they savored the roasted chicken with great delight, Yueya emitted a soft hum at his remark, questioning why one would resort to intimidation. Aside from Li Chengxian, I have no desire to frighten anyone, she boldly asserted. Her words were so audacious that Gu Chaoyan felt a slight flush creep onto his cheeks. You ought to exercise a bit more discretion. Such statements should be reserved for our company alone, never to be uttered in front of outsiders. Li Qingzhou could not help but interject, Yueya, the air is indeed correct. We are in the capital, amidst a multitude of voices. We must exercise caution. Both were genuinely concerned for her, and although Yueya did not perceive any threat to her safety, she agreed that it was best to speak less and err less. Very well, I shall only speak of it in your presence. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged a knowing smile and offered Yueya her favorite dompa pork, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, after a considerable effort, Li Chengxian finally completed his memorial and rode back to the estate. Upon arrival, the steward relayed an important piece of information. The heir of the Duke of Beijing, Gu Chaoyan, visited with two young ladies. Upon learning that the Duke was not in, they departed together. Li Chengxian responded with a nonchalant hum, dismissing the matter as he strode purposefully towards his study. After all, he was accustomed to receiving numerous young ladies, and to fret over each would be exhausting. However, the steward's next words brought Li Chengxian to a halt. According to the heir, the two young ladies are his life saviors. The younger one was called Yueya, and the other, Qingzhou. During their conversation, it appeared that the heir shares a close bond with them. The steward's keen observation suggested that they were not intended as gifts for the Duke. For the two young ladies were indeed unsuitable, particularly the younger one, who was exceedingly lively. The steward speculated that the heir likely had business with the Duke, rather than seeking to present beautiful maidens. The steward, not an ordinary servant, possessed unparalleled observational skills and hearing. Li Chengxian turned to him. One of them is named Yueya. Are you certain you did not miss here? The steward nodded affirmatively. I would not mistake it, and that young lady appeared rather rustic. Her attire faded and incongruous with the elegance of noble women in the capital. I remember it distinctly. The steward's words caused Li Chengxian to press his lips together, his grip tightening momentarily before he relaxed, fixing his gaze upon the steward. Prepare the horses. I shall visit the Duke of Beijing. Your Highness, the Duke's estate is currently in a precarious state. It would be unwise to involve yourself directly. Perhaps it would be better for me to discreetly inform the heir and arrange a meeting elsewhere. The Duke of Beijing was a thorn in the court's side, closely scrutinized by all, and excessive contact was indeed inadvisable. Yet, Li Chengxian was disinclined to heed such caution. His expression hardened, and his eyes gleamed with intensity. Prepare the horses. The steward hesitated, but ultimately bowed respectfully. As you wish, Your Highness. As dusk descended, under the waning sunlight, a lone figure rode a spirited steed through the streets of the capital, the sound of hooves echoing with urgency, a testament to the rider's impatience. At the Duke of Beijing's residence, the trio had thoroughly devoured the sumptuous feast laid before them, with Gu Chaoyan and Yueya being the primary contributors, while Li Qingzhou maintained her elegance throughout. Without a doubt, Yueya and Gu Chaoyan had overindulged, leaving Li Qingzhou at a loss for words. She finally suggested, shall we venture out to buy a bowl of hawthorn water? Really? Yueya lamented, clutching her stomach in regret. Gu Chaoyan, feeling a bit embarrassed, straightened his posture and fanned himself, saying, let us depart. I shall treat you all to drinks. However, this must remain a secret. It would be utterly disgraceful for anyone to learn that the esteemed heir has overindulged. He lamented, I truly cannot bear such excess again. It is entirely the fault of your exceptional chef. Yueya's gait was slightly awkward, prompting Li Qingzhou to observe her with concern and correct her posture sternly. Yueya complied, forcing herself to embody the demeanor of a refined, noble woman. As Gu Chaoyan suggested, a careful choice of words from her could indeed be quite imposing. The trio informed the steward and, accompanied by a number of attendants, departed the residence in an orderly fashion. As they made their way through the bustling streets of the eastern city, they brushed past a handsome young man on horseback. Li Chengxian would never have imagined that the rustic girl he was desperately seeking had now transformed into a noble lady, wandering the streets in search of hawthorn water. Upon arriving at the Wang residence in the north, Li Chengxian dismounted and knocked on the door. The guards respectfully allowed him entry. And Uncle Wang hurried over to greet him. "Your Highness," he acknowledged, bowing deeply, though inwardly he was quite flustered. Li Chengxian wasted no words, inquiring, "Where's Gu Chaoyan?" And the two young ladies he accompanied? The steward faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. Under Li Chengxian's impatient gaze, he stammered, They overindulged, and the heir took the two young ladies to the street for hawthorn water." Without uttering a single word, Li Chengxian turned and exited the Wang residence. The attendant had yet to properly secure the horse, and Li Chengxian seized the reins, feeling a rare frustration at the vastness of the city. It was surprisingly difficult to locate someone in such a sprawling environment. As he rode, his gaze flitted from side to side, anxiety gnawing at him, but fortunately, as evening fell, the streets were relatively deserted. At that moment, in a small dessert shop around the corner, the three sat together, each with a large bowl of hawthorn water before them. Yueya and Gu Chaoyan clinked their bowls and tilted their heads back, gulping down their drink in a single breath. Li Qingzhou, sipping delicately, could not help but chuckle at the sight of the two languidly reclining figures. "You two are the most admirable people I have ever encountered," she declared, placing her bowl on the table. Chapter 33. The fear of affection. Upon hearing this, Gu Chaoyan smiled at Yueya and mused. "Perhaps we were siblings in a previous life? Why not siblings of a different sort?" Yueya countered. Gu Chaoyan was rendered speechless, while Li Qingzhou couldn't suppress another smile. When Li Chengxian finally located them, he was met with this scene. Contrary to his expectations of finding Yueya in a state of rustic fragility, he was instead greeted by a clever, vivacious young lady with a mischievous glimmer in her eyes. Dismounting swiftly, he was approached by the shopkeeper eager to take his horse. Li Chengxian lifted the hem of his garments as he ascended the steps towards the trio, and with each step, his expression transformed, culminating in an air of cold indifference reminiscent of his usual demeanor. His imposing presence was unmistakable, drawing the gaze of everyone in the sweet soup shop. Even the trio, engaged in lively conversation, turned their attention to him. Each of the three displayed a distinct expression. Gu Chaoyan raised an eyebrow with a hint of teasing. Li Qingzhou's smile faded into respectful solemnity, while Yueya appeared dazed and foolish, her eyes reflecting a mixture of joy and nervous apprehension. Suddenly, she sprang from her seat, intending to flee, but restrained herself, following Gu Chaoyan and Li Qingzhou as they bowed to Li Chengxian. This was Yueya's first bow to Li Chengxian, her heart a tumult of emotions that words could not capture. "Please have a seat. When did you arrive?" Li Chengxian gestured towards the empty long bench, inviting them to sit alongside him. Yueya lowered her head, her ears flushed, too timid to utter a word, her hands neatly resting in her lap, nervously twisting together. Li Qingzhou and Gu Chaoyan exchanged knowing glances, unable to suppress the broad smiles blooming in their eyes. In response to the prince, "We arrived at noon," Gu Chaoyan called out to the nearby attendant. The boy nodded and soon returned with a bowl of hawthorn water, placing it respectfully before Li Chengxian. "Your Highness might wish to try this. The taste of the hawthorn water is rather pleasant," Gu Chaoyan urged, adding, "We indulged ourselves earlier, and a bowl of this has certainly eased our discomfort." Yueya wished she could bury her head in her neck and disappear from sight. Li Chengxian regarded Gu Chaoyan with a cold stare, his voice deep and indifferent. "This prince has yet to dine. I have no need for hawthorn water to aid digestion." Li Qingzhou and Gu Chaoyan exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. However, Yueya found her voice, murmuring, "Then you should return for dinner, and come back afterward for a drink." Li Qingzhou and Gu Chaoyan swiftly turned their heads, struggling to contain their laughter, too afraid to meet the eyes of Yueya and Li Chengxian. Observing Yueya's bowed head, Li Chengxian sneered, then shifted his gaze to Li Qingzhou. "I have discussed your father's matters with the emperor. There will be a reward. Do you have any relatives in the capital?" "Yes. My uncle's name is Yangji Shui, and he holds the position of Deputy Minister of Rights," Li Qingzhou replied, momentarily overwhelmed with sorrow as she thought of her deceased grandmother and grandparents. In this world, her only remaining kin were her aunt and uncle. As for her father's side of the family, they had severed ties due to his lack of sons, leaving her with nowhere to belong. This prince shall personally escort you to the deputy minister's residence tomorrow, and all the rewards for your family will be delivered there. In the future, should you marry, those will be your dowry. Certainly, your father will also receive a corresponding promotion. The court will not forget any official who has served the people well. At this moment, the market was closing, and few people remained in the vicinity. Li Changqian's voice resonated, rich and melodious, reaching the ears of the gathered. As the closing hour approached, the city gates and market gates began to shut, the sound of a street drum echoing in the distance, growing nearer with each beat. I shall escort you back, Li Changqian announced, rising to his feet. Thank you, Your Highness, Gu Chaoyan replied with a respectful gesture. The group made their way towards the northern prince's residence, with Yueya not uttering a single word to Li Changqian throughout the journey, her entire demeanor stiff and uncomfortable. The conversation was primarily between Li Changqian and Gu Chaoyan or Li Qingzhou. A few individuals arrived at the Wang residence in the northern part of the town. Li Changqian stood at the entrance, observing their entry, and watched as the grand doors of the residence closed, taking with them the trailing edge of a blue garment. It had been 2 long months since they last met, and given their brief encounters prior, the moonlit night inevitably instilled a sense of trepidation within Yueya, prompting her to contemplate escape. Upon entering the Wang residence, she retreated directly to her small courtyard, while Li Qingzhou, unable to quell her concern, chose to remain by her side. Qingzhou, are you planning to visit your aunt? Yueya inquired, her worry palpable. After Li Qingzhou departed, she found herself alone in the Wang residence, which could potentially tarnish her reputation if word spread. Li Qingzhou lowered her head, her voice heavy with reluctance. Yueya, I have no other choice. Yueya nodded in understanding. Very well, I shall accompany you tomorrow. She would not hinder any decisions made by Li Qingzhou. Let's set aside my matters and speak of you. When you meet the regent tomorrow, what are your intentions? Li Qingzhou pressed, unable to quell her concern for Yueya. With her hands folded atop the table and her chin resting upon her hands, Yueya was engulfed in despair. Am I too cowardly? Before arriving, she had felt confident. Yet now, standing before Li Changqian, she found herself at a loss, for the first time feeling unworthy of him. Forcing a smile, Yueya's heart sank deeper into doubt. Qingzhou, I never knew I could doubt myself. She had never experienced such emotions before, yet this time, they surged with an intensity that left her defenseless. My mother once told me that truly loving someone, particularly someone exceptional, often leads to feelings of inadequacy and the belief that one is unworthy of the other. This is entirely normal, so do not be afraid, Li Qingzhou reassured her. While Li Qingzhou herself had never felt such a sentiment, she believed her mother would not deceive her. Observing the scene before her, she realized her mother's words held truth. Is this what it means to feel inferior? Yueya uttered weakly. It seems so, Li Qingzhou replied, uncertain. Yueya then asked, do you think Li Changqian would like me? I can't shake the feeling that he does not. Yueya, I cannot speak to that. It will be best to inquire directly with the prince. He is not one to tell lies. He will be forthright with you. Li Qingzhou said, pouring 2 cups of hot tea from the kettle on the table. Have some tea, she offered, placing a cup before Yueya and taking one for herself. Yueya, disinterested in the drink, toyed with her cup. After arriving in the capital, I realized just how vast the difference is between Luqing and the capital. It's an endless expanse. Yueya, are you feeling fearful? Li Qingzhou suddenly asked. Yueya paused, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I wish to go home, she confessed, looking at Li Qingzhou with hope. Qingzhou, I miss home. Shall we return, please? As the journey progressed, she had felt little, but upon arriving in the capital, she had relaxed entirely, only to be beset by a longing for home as night deepened. Chapter 34. The regent's ears turned red. Li Qingzhou bowed her head, her voice choked with emotion. Yaya, do you not recall? I no longer have a home. From now on, the capital will be my home. I am sorry, Yueya replied, guilt weighing heavily on her heart. Li Qingzhou reached out, grasping Yueya's hand. The first departure from home is always like this. In time, one grows accustomed to it. So do not be afraid. Do not worry. Li Qingzhou's consolation had a slight effect, and Yueya let out a sigh of relief. Qingzhou, may I sleep with you tonight? She asked. Yueya, one must learn to embrace solitude, don't you think? Li Qingzhou declined her request, exchanged a few more words, and then departed from the courtyard. As she left, the courtyard felt half empty. Musk by Ji, Tan Xiang, and Zhu Sha kept Yi company. She inquired about Xiao Feng's whereabouts and well-being, to which they responded gently. Upon learning that Xiao Feng was residing and dining with a servant in the manor, Yuya felt a sense of relief. That night, as she lay in bed, sleep eluded her. She began to ponder whether it was truly worthwhile to distance herself from her homeland for Li Changqian. She even contemplated the necessity of decisively confronting him the following day, asking whether he intended to marry her. If he did not, she would promptly return home, hiring the Zhengwei escort agency to facilitate her journey with the silver she possessed. But what if he agreed to wed her? How would she proceed then? Yuya fell into deep thought. She desired to marry Li Changqian, for he was so striking and formidable. Yet, marrying him would mean leaving her homeland. A journey of nearly 20 days, which was terrifying to her. Lost in these thoughts, fatigue eventually overcame her, and she soon drifted into a deep slumber. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Yuya awoke quite late, only rising once Li Changqian had completed his morning court session. Emerging from the palace with a decree and accompanied by a throng of palace maids and eunuchs bearing royal gifts. At that moment, Li Qingzhou had already prepared her things and was set to rendezvous with the procession on East City Street before heading to the residence of the Minister of Rights. Fortunately, the maidservants were efficient, and in no time, they had Yuya ready. She donned a light blue wide-sleeve garment from the previous day, tying her hair with a deep blue jade belt. Yet, she felt lethargic and lacked spirit. Upon seeing Li Changqian, the sorrow and sensitivity from the previous night nearly dissipated. The estrangement she felt towards him was overshadowed by her fatigue, unable to surface. Li Changqian, I wish to accompany you all, she declared. Li Changqian, who had not properly regarded her the day before, now studied her closely. He tightened and then relaxed his hands at his sides, finally nodding with pursed lips. He led them to rejoin the procession en route to the Minister of Rights residence. As Yuya lifted the curtain of the carriage, she realized they were quite close to Li Changqian's residence. Looking up at him atop his magnificent steed, she exclaimed, Li Changqian, we are so near to your home. Indeed, it is close, he confirmed, his voice deep and melodic, pleasing to the ear. Instantly, Yuya felt invigorated, her first sensation being the grumbling of her stomach, which prompted a feeling of grievance. Li Changqian, I am quite hungry. Once this matter is settled, I shall take you to the Wang residence for a delightful meal, he replied, his tone contrasting sharply with his usual indifference towards her, leaving Yuya perplexed. With her hands folded atop the carriage window, resting her chin on her wrists, she gazed at Li Changqian, filled with curiosity. What has come over you? Li Changqian appeared puzzled. Yuya bit her lip, her eyes wide with confusion. You used to ignore me. I would say 2 or 3 things before you responded. Why is it today that I say one thing and you reply? Li Changqian. Observing Li Changqian, who sat silently on horseback with tightly pressed lips, Li Qingzhou could not help but laugh until tears welled up in her eyes. Fortunate that he could not see her. Additionally, I heard from Shixiang that the finest restaurant in the capital is called Huiwei Xian. I have no desire to dine at the Wangfu. I wish to go to Huiwei Xian. Yuya disregarded Li Changqian entirely and boldly stated her own desires. Li Changqian gritted his teeth, his face darkening, exclaiming that it was rather expensive. I will take you to eat, Yuya replied, pulling out her coin pouch and revealing a piece of silver in her palm, her eyes sparkling with delight. Look, my silver. Li Changqian was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a hesitant Yuya, uncertain, inquired, what does mean? Have you agreed to my request? He confirmed again, and Yuya's spirits lifted immediately as she eagerly dropped the carriage curtain and began chattering animatedly with Li Qingzhou. Unbeknownst to them, the regal and imposing Regent on horseback had an inkling of crimson tinting his ears. It seems I still have hope, Qingzhou. I have reconsidered my approach. I plan to cultivate a close relationship with Li Changqian. Once our bond deepens, I shall persuade him to marry me. Surely, this increases my chances. Yuya tucked the silver back in her pouch, her entire being radiating joy, infectious enough to uplift Li Qingzhou. Yueya, who was it that insisted on returning home last night? Saying, Qingzhou, please don't say it. Am I not regretting it now? Yueya quickly covered Li Qingzhou's mouth, only releasing her grip once Qingzhou nodded. Indeed, I was quite sorrowful last night, but this morning I have come to a realization. He is a dignified regent, a true dragon among men, while I am merely the daughter of a county magistrate. To desire him is akin to a hunter yearning to capture a phoenix. Thus, it is worthwhile for me to invest a little more effort. Li Qingzhou's eyes sparkled with a rich smile as she grasped Yueya's hand. Yueya, with your vibrant spirit, I ought not to succumb to solitary sorrow. I should muster my spirits, should I not? Yueya may feel sadness, but it only lingers briefly. After a time, she becomes the lively Su Yueya once more, full of vigor, her gaze bright and clear. And what of her? Once she falls into the mud, it seems she is destined to rot, though she could surely rise from it, could she not? Contemplating this, Li Qingzhou inhaled deeply, straightened her slender waist, and fixed her eyes on Yueya. I wish to learn from you, to strive to live fully. Are you seeking to learn from me? Yueya was somewhat puzzled by Li Qingzhou's words, but such understanding was unnecessary. She could not resist resting her head on Yueya's shoulder. Yueya, my absence last night was due to my own fears, my own anxieties. Will you despise me for it? I do not despise you. But what is it that you fear? Yueya gently caressed Li Qingzhou's face. Li Qingzhou offered a bitter smile. I fear the uncertainty of the future, the dread of becoming a burden to others, the anxiety of living under someone else's roof. I fear everything. Do not be afraid. I am here for you. I will find a way, Yueya reassured, her heart aching at the mention of being a burden. As the two conversed, the carriage outside came to a halt, and a gentle breeze stirred the curtain. Miss, we have arrived. He set down the small stool, supporting Li Qingzhou as Yueya dismounted from the carriage. And Li Changxian alighted from his horse, followed by a retinue of palace maids and eunuchs bearing imperial gifts. Chapter 35. Encountering a timid soul. As they traversed the bustling East City Street, the eyes of the crowd were fixated upon their party, particularly on the eunuchs and maids holding the bestowed treasures. Whispers arose, recalling the recent upheaval in the Jiangjun officialdom, swept away in one fell swoop by the regent. As the murmurs grew louder, the two young ladies descended from the carriage, both still garbed in the attire from the previous day, exuding an air of distinction. Li Changxian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, clad in a flowing black robe, tall and imposing, radiating nobility and authority as the eunuch bearing the edict stepped forward. The emperor has commanded. Minister of Rites Yang Zhishui received the decree. The voice resonated far and wide as the grand gates of the Yang residence swung open, and the assembled guests knelt in reverence, led by Yang Zhishui and his wife. The eunuch approached, inquiring briefly before commencing the reading of the imperial edict. By the grace of Tang Guoming Emperor, it is decreed. Li Fengting, the inspector of Jiangjun, has upheld integrity in public service. His daughter, Li Qingzhou, is wise and quick-witted, possessing a pure heart, and has aided the regent in solving cases. Out of compassion for her solitude, I command you to care for her. Thus decreed, your servant accepts the decree. Yang Zhishui extended his hands, respectfully receiving the edict. This is a matter entrusted by His Majesty. I hope Minister Yang will take good care of Miss Li and not disappoint the emperor. Upon concluding, Eunuch made a gesture. Gan li upsharbing li shanqian. Yueya took Li Qingzhou by the hand, leading her forward to kneel gracefully on the ground. I have met my aunt and uncle, Li Qingzhou murmured. Yang Zhishui and his wife hastily helped Li Qingzhou to her feet, while she avoided eye contact with Liang Shi, fearing she might break down in tears. Please, do enter, Yang Zhishui said, then turned to Eunuch Yi. I appreciate your efforts. It must be tiring. Do come in for a cup of warm tea. Business awaits. I dare not intrude. This servant takes her leave, Eunuch Yi replied, casting a glance at Li Changxian, pondering his own reluctance to enter. Safe travels, Eunuch Yi. Yang Zhishui bid farewell, before promptly bowing to Li Changxian. Your Highness, do come in for a cup of tea. Very well, Li Changxian replied curtly. Stepping into the Yang residence, prompting those still kneeling to rise. Yang Zhishui bowed slightly, carefully following behind Li Changqian. Though the decree originated from the emperor, this prince harbored the same intention. Treat the Li family girl as your own daughter and care for her well. Should any inconvenience arise, feel free to convey it to me. Li Changqian's tone was stern, leaving no room for dissent. Yang Zhishui repeatedly affirmed, cautiously guiding Li Changqian into the reception hall. Meanwhile, the items bestowed upon Li Qingzhou by the emperor were neatly arranged in the newly tidied courtyard, where Ya and Li Qingzhou explored every corner. They will surely treat you well, given the emperor's personal decree, so do not fear. Ya reassured Li Qingzhou, concerned that she still harbored trepidation. Li Qingzhou managed a faint smile, settling beneath the pomegranate tree in the courtyard. Without a home, what difference does it make where one is? Yueya joined her, gently holding Li Qingzhou's hand in a wordless gesture of support. Turning to the crescent moon, Li Qingzhou smiled gently, sweeping away the turmoil and sorrow within her heart. It is quite wonderful. During your time in the capital, will you often come and visit me? Of course, I will, Yueya replied without a moment's hesitation. The two engaged in conversation for a while when a lively girl bounced over. Are you my cousin? Will you be living in my house from now on? The girl appeared to be of similar age to Yueya, with a charming appearance and dressed in vibrant red, exuding warmth and exuberance. Li Qingzhou nodded lightly, yes. I am Li Qingzhou. I am Yang Qianrong, the third daughter of the Yang family. I have an elder sister and an elder brother. They will greet you when we have dinner together later. As Yang Qianrong spoke, a smile graced her face. Li Qingzhou nodded gently, good. Is this your maid? Why is she allowed to sit at the same table as you? Without parents, one should still adhere to proper decorum. Don't you agree, cousin? Yang Qianrong's gaze fixed intently on Yueya, seemingly displeased. It was one thing for a maid to sit with her mistress, but to not even greet her was utterly audacious. Cousin, she is my friend, not a maid. Li Qingzhou felt a surge of irritation, while Yueya, wishing to avoid discord on her first day, quickly grasped Li Qingzhou's hand, preventing her from uttering words that would provoke Yang Qianrong further. Let us go find Li Changqian. Lingering here is rather dull, Yueya urged, rising with Li Qingzhou, eager to seek out Li Changqian. Compared to others, she preferred conversing with him, as their exchanges felt inexhaustible. Li Qingzhou's earlier remark had already slightly irked Yang Qianrong, and Yueya's subsequent words only compounded her frustration. How shameless you are, a young lady seeking a man. You won't be like those other women, will you? Just because he is the regent, you throw propriety to the wind and pursue him? Yueya was no pushover. She merely wished to avoid trouble, but Yang Qianrong's excessive behavior compelled her to respond. You are a young lady speaking such ungracious and rude words. I feel embarrassed for you. Furthermore, go ask Li Changqian whether he pays me any mind. Yueya scoffed. I doubt you would dare to speak to him. This provocation struck a chord, and Yang Qianrong instantly bristled, glaring at Yueya defiantly. Why would I dare? It's merely a conversation. Isn't it? Very well. Let us seek out Li Changqian then, Yueya declared, tugging Li Qingzhou towards the exit, but Li Qingzhou resisted, holding her back. Turning to the visibly anxious and fearful Yang Qianrong, Li Qingzhou sighed. Cousin, Yueya is not my maid. She is more of a benefactor to me. Her father is the governor of Jiangjun. How could I ever dare to treat her as a servant? Moreover, let us allow this matter to rest. We all know how temperamental the regent can be. If you provoke him, what if he directs his wrath towards uncle? This final statement struck at Yang Qianrong's core. She would never jest about her father's career. Grateful, she cast a cautious glance at Li Qingzhou and said, You are right, cousin. I shall refrain. Yueya continued to play the antagonist, declaring, I shall go by myself. Yang Qianrong shot her a glare, to which Yueya defiantly responded with a playful face. Calling her a coward. Just you wait. Yang Qianrong, filled with indignation, stomped her feet and left the courtyard in a huff. As she departed, Li Qingzhou turned to Yueya and said, You need not play the villain to bridge the gap between me and them. I am not overly concerned with such matters at present. You foolish girl, Yueya replied, rising in agitation. If you do not cultivate relations with them, how will you manage in the future? The rules are indeed tiresome. Can you not simply live at my home? Li Qingzhou smiled gently. Aren't you supposed to seek out the prince? What for? I am still aware of the decorum. This place belongs neither to me nor to Li Changqian. Should any rumor surface, my mother would be furious. Yueya sighed. Chapter 36. Renting a house indeed. That is a sound reasoning, Li Qingzhou remarked, a smile gracing his eyes. Acknowledging Yueya's cleverness. Ah, you are diverting the topic again, Yueya realized. Li Qingzhou chuckled. Ah, our little Yueya is growing ever more astute. Initially irked, Yueya could not maintain her annoyance in the face of Li Qingzhou's lively demeanor and softly murmured, as long as you are happy. Li Qingzu laughed artidi. And Yueya joined in the laughter. Unbeknownst to Yueya, Li Qingzhou's tender eyes were clouded with sorrow. That evening, the Yang family dined with Li Qingzhou, Yueya, and Li Changqian. The men and women sat at separate tables, yet no screens were drawn to divide them. In a bid to protect Li Qingzhou, Li Changqian remarked, I trust you have all understood the emperor's intentions. I shall say no more, but I hope Miss Li can cast aside her grief and live well. When he spoke these words, his gaze, which ought to have rested on Li Qingzhou, instead lingered on Yueya. The Yang family dared not voice any objections, nodding obediently. Seizing the opportunity, Yueya made a face at Yang Qianrong, which only served to further incite her anger. After dinner, Yueya bid farewell to Li Qingzhou. Though reluctant to part, she recognized that she was in another's home and could not overstay her welcome, so she managed a few words before leaving with a heavy heart. Together with Li Changqian, Lin Qin, and Xiao Feng, they departed from the Yang residence. Come, I shall escort you home, Li Changqian offered. Yueya shot him a glance, somewhat displeased. I barely spoke to you today. Yueya had intended to cultivate a deeper connection with Li Changqian, wishing to converse more, yet now they were to part, leaving her unsatisfied. And what would you like to discuss? Li Changqian, suppressing his irritation, responded with a hint of exasperation. I don't know. You speak to me. I will know what to talk about. Yueya gazed at him expectantly, effectively dissipating his frustration. Li Changqian pondered for a moment, struggling to find the right words. Turning to look at Yueya, he was met with her pleading gaze, her large eyes glistening with emotion, and he found himself racking his brain for conversation. The case of Jiang Jun has concluded. The Qin family, father and son, are to face execution after autumn, while others have been exiled. Your father has been appointed as the governor. As for other vacancies, urgent positions will be filled by capable scholars, while less pressing roles will be arranged after the spring imperial examination results next year. Recently, the focus in the court has shifted to the northern prince's residence. The intentions of Gu Chaoyan in coming to the capital remain unclear, yet they are undoubtedly significant. The Empress Dowager is also restless, attempting to bolster her own brother's power at the expense of mine, urging me to return authority to the emperor, who is rather naive and easily misled. Li Changqian suddenly realized what he had just disclosed and paused, pressing his lips together in silence. Yueya, fueled by anger at his abrupt halt, naturally continued, easily deceived, unable to discern right from wrong, and even colluding with outsiders against you? Li Changqian replied, Next time, please refrain from speaking so bluntly, especially in public. He felt somewhat helpless, not anticipating her wild intuition would be so keen. Yueya huffed. I only speak this way in front of you. That's good, he remarked, feeling a modicum of satisfaction at her response, a gentle warmth gracing his expression. However, you mentioned that the focus in the court is on the northern prince, and that Gu Chaoyan has a purpose for coming to the capital? Why do you say that? Yueya inquired, her curiosity piqued, yet she could not grasp the intricacies involved. Li Changqian acknowledged her curiosity with a nod, explaining, there are 250,000 troops stationed in the northern border, all under the command of the northern prince, comprising 1/3 of the Tang nation's total military strength. With such a formidable force at his disposal, it is trivial for him to enact his will. Additionally, his son's sudden arrival in the capital suggests a hidden agenda, though we must observe carefully. Haste will yield no benefit. As he uttered these words, weariness flickered in Li Changqian's eyes, which Yueya noticed. Given that the Empress Dowager and her allies are causing you trouble, while the northern prince looms threateningly, and the emperor is somewhat ineffectual, you must be feeling quite exhausted, correct? Li Changqian cast a surprised glance at Yueya, astonished that she had once again discerned his state. A faint smile broke through his distracted demeanor as he replied, "Though you may be foolish, your character is quite perceptive." Yueya, indignant, stamped her foot, retorting, "You're the foolish one, stifling your frustrations while being targeted like this and calling me foolish." With a cold smile, Li Chengxian regarded her gloomily. "How do you know I'm stifling my frustrations? If I were capable of suppressing them, I wouldn't be Li Chengxian." At his words, Yueya's eyes sparkled with delight, her smile illuminating her face. "I knew you wouldn't be easily bullied. You truly are the person I admire." "What do you admire?" Li Chengxian's voice turned icy, laced with a hint of menace. Yueya instinctively recoiled, stammering, "In nothing." Li Chengxian huffed dismissively, "Let us return." As he spoke, he paused. "Li Qingzhou no longer resides in the Northern Princess residence. Do you intend to continue living there?" His question caused Yueya to halt as well, feeling a sudden uncertainty. "Shouldn't I be living in the Northern Prince's residence? What do you think?" Li Chengxian retorted sharply. "I don't know," Yueya admitted, bewildered, uncertain of where she truly belonged. "You don't know? Then what do you know?" Li Chengxian halted, gazing intently into Yueya's wide, confused eyes. "Do you believe it is appropriate for you to reside in the Northern Prince's residence?" Shaking her head, she deemed it inappropriate. Yueya was in distress. "What do you suggest I do? I can't possibly sleep on the streets." After pondering, Li Chengxian remarked, "What are you thinking? Your residence is so spacious and unkempt. Why not simply stay at my place? You could just claim to the outside world that I am your servant." A glimmer of cunning, intelligence, and self-admiration sparkled in Yueya's eyes. "A servant? How many books have you read? What have you even written?" Li Chengxian raised an eyebrow, causing Yueya to falter, her temper flaring. "Then what do you propose?" "In my opinion, it would be more appropriate for me to find you another courtyard to reside in," Li Chengxian replied, his tone somewhat displeased. Yueya, unconcerned about her reputation, was oblivious to this and assumed he looked down upon her. "No need for your assistance. I'll find a place myself. I'll do it tomorrow." "Fine, that works," Li Chengxian said, and Yueya, exasperated, stomped her feet. "You are so infuriating, Li Chengxian. You're driving me mad. What is there to be angry about? Sleep well tonight. Tomorrow, go house hunting. I have court duties and no time to assist you." "Let Lin Qin help you," Li Chengxian remarked, glancing at Lin Qin, who promptly nodded. "Could you lend me some silver? I only have 249 taels on me. It may not be enough for rent." Yueya was not well versed in the rental prices in the capital. 200 taels is more than sufficient for 3 years of rent. "How foolish," Li Chengxian said as he turned, hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his face. Unable to suppress his joy, Yueya hurried to catch up. "You're the foolish one. I'm much smarter than you." Chapter 37. I no longer like you. "Is that so?" Li Chengxian retorted. Yueya hesitated, lacking confidence in her own feelings, yet she refused to concede. "Of course." Li Chengxian made his mild incidents, which provoked Yueya's ire. "What are you laughing at?" "No laughing." Her lively and unpretentious demeanor brought Li Chengxian immense joy, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Let us go. I'll see you home." Yueya felt as though her fist had struck cotton. Irate, she lowered her head and walked slowly. The moon illuminated the path ahead, with Li Chengxian behind her. As she walked, she caught sight of Li Chengxian's silhouette beneath the moonlight. "Humph." Yueya approached slowly, unhesitatingly placing her foot atop Li Chengxian's head, followed by her arms, slender waist, and long legs. She remained silent, walking quietly yet producing a rhythmic sound, which instantly alerted Li Chengxian. He halted, even taking a step back. Yueya, bouncing with her head down, was unaware that the person ahead would suddenly stop. She jumped forcefully, landing squarely against Li Chengxian's back. A yelp escaped her lips, and tears welled in her eyes. "Who is it?" The city patrol, hearing her cry, swiftly approached in formation. Yueya, frightened, quickly covered her mouth and retreated several steps, tears streaming from her eyes in the bright moonlight. Li Chengxian turned leisurely, the corners of his lips curving slightly. "Does it hurt?" "It does," Yueya nearly cried. "Who goes there? Why are you wandering the streets at this late hour?" The city guards approached slowly, torches in hand, causing Yueya to feel an instant surge of tension, worry, and fear. She covered her nose with one hand while cautiously tugging at Li Chengqian's sleeve with the other. What should Li Chengqian do? Her heart raced as if it might leap from her throat. The palpable danger of being caught for a wrongdoing was utterly overwhelming. It was not merely about what Li Chengqian would do. It was about what Su Yueya would do. With a swift flick of his sleeve, Li Chengqian's demeanor transformed, exuding an aura of nobility and authority. The guards approached cautiously, demanding to know who was there and why one would wander the streets at such a late hour. "It is I," came a deep, melodious voice, steady and unyielding, yet somehow soothing enough for Yueya to miraculously calm her frantic heart. The prince. The guards, upon recognizing him, visibly relaxed. They marched with precision, torches held high, and upon reaching Li Chengqian, they immediately knelt in respect. "We have met the prince," announced Yan Wushuang, the leader of the city guards, as the others followed suit. "Proceed with your duties. I merely took my maid for a stroll to aid digestion," Li Chengqian stated nonchalantly, allowing Yueya to exhale in relief. However, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. The guards suddenly fixed Yueya with piercing, lethal glares, leaving her stunned. Before she could comprehend the situation, they drew their swords, positioning them threateningly against her neck. Yueya, momentarily paralyzed with shock, looked at Li Chengqian and Yan Wushuang, nearly on the verge of tears. "Li Chengqian, you are bullying me." She was not foolish. The realization dawned upon her. Yan Wushuang's expression hardened. "Enough of this. Speak. What is your intent in holding the prince hostage? Who are you?" Unable to contain herself any longer, Yueya burst into tears. "Li Chengqian, you are bullying me. I will not pay you any mind anymore." Yan Wushuang and the others were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances between the stoic yet imposing regent and the weeping maid. They were at a loss for how to proceed. After all, there were very few who dared to call the regent by name so openly. Hearing Yueya's heart-wrenching cries, Li Chengqian glanced at Yan Wushuang. "Indeed, she is my maid." "Ah, yes, release the young lady," Yan Wushuang commanded, casting a glance at the guards who, equally perplexed, looked at the pitifully sobbing Yueya, awkwardly lowering their swords. "My apologies, young lady. We were misinformed and believed you to be an assassin attempting to harm the regent," Yan Wushuang said, sweating profusely, feeling as though he had been outwitted by the regent, with an unsettling sense of having been manipulated. Before he could comprehend the situation, Yueya, while wiping away her tears, stammered, "Regardless of your matters, you may leave. I shall return on my own." She was genuinely saddened and wished not to be accompanied by Li Chengqian. She desired to make her way back alone. As this thought crossed her mind, tears once again streamed down her cheeks. "Dear sirs, could you not escort me to the residence of the Northern King?" she implored, her voice trembling with sobs. Her large eyes reddened and pitiful. Yan Wushuang was about to acquiesce, but was silenced by a piercing glance from Li Chengqian. Yan Wushuang, though reluctant, uttered a refusal. "I am sorry, my lady, but our paths diverge. Regrettably, we must take our leave. Our mission remains unfinished." With that, Yan Wushuang led a contingent of city guards away at a swift pace, resembling a charge against foes. Yueya ceased her loud weeping, quietly sobbing as she walked towards the Northern King's residence. Li Chengqian recognized that he had overstepped and quickened his pace to catch up with her. "Why do you weep? What is the cause of your tears?" His tone remained unervingly calm, yet Yueya felt a wave of unjust grievance wash over her. "I no longer wish to harbor feelings for you. Loving you only compels me to console myself. What do I gain from this? You despise me, you target me. Must I allow you to look down upon me? Because I am the daughter of a county magistrate, do you deem me unworthy of respect? You treat Li Qingzhou with courtesy and politeness. Why not extend the same to me? I must beg for your replies, and you respond so sparingly. I see it clearly now. You disdain and dislike me. Thus, I shall no longer demean myself. Tomorrow, I will visit the Zhengwei escort agency with money, requesting them to take me home. From this day forth, I shall no longer appear before you, and you need not be troubled by me any longer." Having spoken, Yueya wiped her tears and snot away, only to discover streaks of red on her hand. "I'm bleeding, oh no, I'm bleeding," she exclaimed sorrowfully, gazing at her bloodied hand. Chapter 38. A passionate kiss. Li Chengqian, You are a wicked person. You did this purposefully to collide with me, didn't you? I see it now. You not only look down on me, but also harbor disdain. Li Changqian furrowed his brow tightly. Be silent. Yet, Yueya not only remained vocal, but cried even louder. Li Changqian withdrew a handkerchief from his sleeve, encircled her slender hands with one of his, and gently used the handkerchief to wipe away her nosebleed, his movements meticulous and tender, filled with concern. What are you crying for? You are of an age to bear children. Release me. Are you not aware of the propriety between men and women? Yueya ignored his admonitions, struggling against him. She was not a delicate lady, accustomed to gentle treatment. Having worked in the fields, her hands were rough and strong. Her struggles made it slightly difficult for Li Changqian to maintain his hold, as he was reluctant to exert too much force, tightening his grip on her hands. After he finished tending to her, he withdrew the handkerchief and regarded Yueya with a dangerous yet mocking gaze. I disdain you. I look down upon you. How ungrateful. Do you wish for me to treat you as I do Li Qingzhou? His gaze was perilous, as if he intended to devour her piece by piece. Yueya was overwhelmed with fear, instinctively recoiling. I. Li Changqian's expression was frigid, laced with derision, as he advanced toward Yueya step by step. Would I allow Li Qingzhou to tug at my sleeve? Would I permit her to call my name? Would I remain with her in the same carriage? Would I walk alongside her at night? I ask you, would I? The final question was delivered with an abrupt chill, causing Yueya's heart to tremble, filled with both terror and an inexplicable joy that was difficult to articulate. You barged into my residence without inquiring about my intentions, threatening to abduct me. You declared your desire to marry me without seeking my consent, professed your disdain for me without my approval, and expressed your wish to ignore me without consulting me. When you intend to inquire about my feelings, Li Changqian seized Yueya's delicate neck, his lips crashing against hers with an intensity that exuded danger. Yueya quivered, yearning to escape, yet he ensnared her waist, rendering her immobile. With his grip on her neck and his lips fervently devouring hers, she found herself entirely imprisoned by him. Soon, a wave of warmth surged through her, nearly overwhelming her senses as she succumbed to his dominance. The kiss began fiercely, akin to the fervor of a rival's embrace. But after a time, Li Changqian softened, allowing her a moment to breathe. Yet, as soon as she regained her breath, he resumed his control. Yueya was entirely at his mercy, her emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, held captive in his hands. He was so dangerously ruthless, yet he couldn't help but bestow upon her a myriad of tenderness. Now, the one who had received his gentleness dared to inflict harm upon him, an occurrence he would not tolerate. I was wrong. Yueya exerted all her strength to push Li Changqian away, her demeanor pitiable as she acknowledged her faults. She recognized the stark contrast in how he treated her compared to Li Qingzhou, everything Li Changqian did for her. He would never extend to Li Qingzhou. This was the greatest disparity. With a cold smile, Li Changqian's eyes glinted icily as he caressed Yueya's neck, his fingers pressing against her bruised lips, exploring. From the moment I first beheld your slender, delicate neck, I longed to grasp it completely, to have my way with you. Do you understand? And your lips and everything about you. As he toyed with Yueya's lips, his gaze fixated on them, those enticing features swollen from his kisses. Do you truly believe I would reject you? I merely contemplated sparing your life, but you continuously approached me, then accused me of ignoring you. Since that is the case, I shall accept you. Do not regret it. He cautioned Yueya, his voice imbued with a venomous undertone, causing her to tremble. Yet, within her heart stirred excitement and joy. I am not afraid of you. I like you and wish to marry you as a princess. Very well, marry me, Li Changqian replied readily, his cold smile fading into perfection. Yueya paid no heed to such matters. She resembled a fearless little wild bull, unafraid of heaven or earth. With a leap, she bounded onto Li Changqian's body, wrapping her legs around his firm waist, her arms embracing his broad shoulders, her face nuzzling against his handsome visage. You promised to marry me, so you must not lie, she declared, planting a kiss on his forehead, her face radiating a brilliant smile, as if she had survived a calamity. Thus, Li Changqian held her close, walking step by step towards the royal residence. Not far off, a stunned Xiaofeng, firmly grasped by Lin Qin, observed the scene in bewilderment. Heavens! My girl, I thought she intended to sever ties with the prince yet. Lin Qin chuckled lightly, glancing at Xiaofeng. This should be quite normal, wouldn't you say? Your young lady has boldly intruded into the tumultuous life of the prince. She will have much to endure. What does that mean? Xiaofeng inquired, her face a canvas of confusion. Nothing much. Merely that one must bear the weight of the crown they wish to wear, Lin Qin remarked, his words laden with implication. Xiaofeng, evidently perplexed, gazed at Lin Qin, who chose not to elaborate further. The two fell silent, trailing behind the affectionate pair, and soon they arrived at the royal residence. Before the imposing stone lions, Li Chengxian finally set Yueya down, taking her hand to knock upon the grand door. An individual inside opened the door, revealing only his head. Upon recognizing Li Chengxian, he hastily retreated, but his abrupt movement caused his head to become wedged in the narrow opening, bringing tears to his eyes, yet he dared not utter a word. Cautiously retracting his head and swiftly opening the door wide. "My lord," he stammered, kneeling before them, not daring to lift his gaze. Li Chengxian glanced at him and remarked, "You have met the young lady." The guard quickly lifted his eyes to see Yueya, holding hands with Li Chengxian. "I have met the young lady." "No need to trouble yourself," Yueya replied, her cheeks flushed and uncomfortable. "You shall gradually grow accustomed to all of this." "Very well," Yueya responded, her tone tinged with disappointment. Li Chengxian addressed the guard. "Rise." "Yes, my lord," the guard replied, standing up and ushering them inside. As they entered, Yueya found herself lost in thought. Glancing back at the slowly closing door, it instilled within her the sensation that once this door shut, she would forever remain within Li Chengxian's grasp. But why would she wish to escape? Was this not precisely what she desired? Li Chengxian, observing her actions, tightened his grip on Yueya's hand, compelling her to avert her gaze instantly. Chapter 39. The Empress's concern for marriage gathered everyone in the estate to meet the young lady. Li Chengxian instructed the guard, his expression cold and devoid of alteration from his usual demeanor. The guard, sensing the gravity of the situation, replied, "Yes, my lord," and hurried off. Lin Qin followed suit, eager to summon the others, while Xiaofeng stood by, frozen in place, watching her lady in a state of disarray. She wished to say something, yet the imposing aura of Li Chengxian stifled her courage, compelling her to suppress her myriad emotions. If Xiaofeng felt so uneasy, Yueya was even more at a loss. Gazing longingly at Li Chengxian, "I feel so tired," she murmured, seeking support. Li Chengxian spoke softly, and Yueya pouted, stifling a large yawn, her eyes glistening with sleep. "I want to sleep now. Can we meet another day?" she lamented, regretting her words. Li Chengxian smirked coldly. "Isn't this what you wish for? Hold it in, don't yawn." Yueya felt a surge of tears, suppressing her yawn, her heart heavy with regret for provoking Li Chengxian that evening. Had she known, she would have refrained from engaging him. She truly had been too impulsive. After a while, the steward of the Wangfu finally arrived with the entire household. At that moment, Yueya found herself seated beside Li Chengxian, who held her hand firmly as she struggled to stifle another yawn while looking at the line of people below. She longed to yawn and sleep. "Greetings, miss," a resonant and authoritative voice boomed in her ears, jolting Yueya awake. She shook her head and saw the bowed figures before her, and as she prepared to rise and bow in return, Li Chengxian abruptly pulled her back. Dazed, she gazed at him, his piercing gaze snapping her to attention. "You all good day. I am Su Yueya," she managed to say. "From now on, treat this prince as you would her. Do you understand?" Li Chengxian stated coldly, his eyes sweeping over each individual. Not one dared to meet his gaze, bowing their heads in respectful acknowledgement. "Yes, your highness." "Leave 2 serving girls to attend to the lady. The rest may withdraw," Li Chengxian commanded, dismissing the group with a wave of his hand. Once they departed, Yueya looked at Li Chengxian with tear-filled eyes. "Li Chengxian, I am truly tired. Allow the lady to wash up before resting. Otherwise, she is not permitted to sleep." Li Chengxian instructed the 2 serving girls, who nodded vigorously and hurried to assist Yueya. "Oh, so sleepy," she murmured, watching as Li Chengxian walked away. That night, She had no recollection of how she returned to her room or where she had fallen asleep. However, when she awoke the next day, she found herself in a simple, unadorned room. Fortunately, the bedding was soft enough, allowing her to sleep well. As she lay beneath the covers for a while, Yueya slowly began to recall the events of the previous day, her face flushing with embarrassment as she pulled the blanket over her head. "Oh, my heavens! How could I be so mortified? Spare me!" She groaned, lamenting her shame. Li Changxian approached her door, and before he could draw near, he heard Yueya's voice filled with frustration and indignation. "This is too embarrassing. Oh, let lightning strike me down. I have lost all face. My lips ache, and my tongue feels numb. It's all because Li Changxian kissed too forcefully." Her enraged outburst resonated in Li Changxian's ears, causing even someone as composed as he to feel his ears flush with warmth. Fearing she might utter something scandalous, he knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. "Who is it?" Yueya poked her head out from under the covers, her eyes wide and alert. "It is I," Li Changxian replied, hands clasped behind his back. "Oh, I haven't dressed yet. Please wait a moment," Yueya stammered as she hurriedly donned her clothing. "There's no need to rush. It is still early. You may rest a little longer. I must attend the morning court. You are to accompany the steward to the northern town prince's residence to retrieve your belongings. Do you understand?" "Understood." After Li Changxian finished speaking, he departed, and Yueya let out a sigh of relief, slowly beginning to don her garments. The matters discussed in the morning court were entirely those Li Changxian wished to avoid. Just as he was relieved to exit the morning assembly, a eunuch awaited him at the entrance of the council hall, calling out, "Your Highness, the Empress Dowager requests your presence. She wishes to speak with you." Thus, Li Changxian reluctantly accompanied the eunuch to the Xian Palace. Inside the palace, the Empress Dowager, still relatively young and exuding an air of grandeur, had a palace maid kneeling at her feet, massaging her legs. At her side sat a captivating beauty, the newly married imperial concubine, Zhang Ran, whose father was the current prime minister and held considerable influence. The Empress Dowager set down her teacup, and the attending matron swiftly took it with both hands, placing it gently on the table. The Empress Dowager, delicately pressing a handkerchief to her lips, turned her gaze toward the beauty beside her. "Concubine, do you believe what Yan Wushuang has said is true?" Zhang Ran slightly inclined her head, elegant and alluring, responding, "It is mostly true. How could Yan Wushuang dare to deceive your majesty?" The Empress Dowager acknowledged her with a sound, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Ran's face. "What is your opinion on this matter? Was this a test?" Zhang Ran felt a chill in her heart, yet her demeanor remained unchanged, still exuding elegance and charm. "Your Majesty, I believe the regent, being of a certain age, ought to take a wife." The Empress Dowager withdrew her gaze and nodded slightly. "You speak wisely. However, this does not seem to be a proper young lady. What reputable girl would engage in a ruckus with a man in the middle of the night? Such behavior is utterly disgraceful." Zhang Ran remained silent, a faint smile gracing her lips, revealing no hint of discomfort. "Enough," the Empress Dowager continued. "Out of respect for the late emperor, I must invest some effort into his marriage." Her gaze returned to Zhang Ran. "Which young lady do you believe would be suitable for the regent?" Another test. Zhang Ran suppressed her resentment, striving to maintain her composure as she pondered the Empress Dowager's intentions. After considerable reflection, she finally mustered a response. "Your Majesty, I believe that General Zhao Xingbei's daughter, Zhao Yuro, is gentle, respectful, and possesses both beauty and intellect, making her worthy of the regent." At this juncture, the smile on Zhang Ran's face had turned markedly strained, her calm demeanor beginning to unravel. "However, Yuro is my own niece, and I fear the tongues of others." The Empress Dowager feigned innocence, compelling Zhang Ran to find further justifications. "Your Majesty, this is simply a union of family. Such a marriage would only strengthen ties. Others would be envious and would not dare to speak ill." After speaking, Zhang Ran discreetly clenched her handkerchief, thinking to herself that she could scarcely endure any longer. Just then, a voice called from the entrance, reporting to the Empress Dowager, "The regent has arrived." "Let him enter," commanded the Empress Dowager, then turned to Zhang Ran. "You may retreat to the back. If you have matters to attend to, feel free to leave without formalities." Yes, replied the palace maid, assisting Zhang Ran to rise. And the group moved gracefully to another room. Yet, the two chambers were in close proximity, and the conversation from one could easily be overheard. Chapter 40. Imperial concubine Zhang Ran. As Li Chengqian entered, he caught sight of Zhang Ran's garment vanishing from view. Son pays respects to mother. Li Chengqian respectfully performed a bow, acknowledging that his mother was of low status and had passed away early. He had been raised by the current Empress Dowager, who was once the Empress. Please rise and take a seat, the Empress Dowager instructed. A eunuch promptly brought forth a stool, and after bowing once more, Li Chengqian sat down, while palace maids approached to serve tea. After taking a sip, he gently placed the teacup on the table and looked up at the Empress Dowager, curious as to why she had summoned him. There is no particular matter. Merely a report from the city guard captain, Yin Wushuang, stating that you were seen in an altercation with a woman on the street last night. After much contemplation, I believe it is time for you to consider a marriage arrangement. It is not advisable for you to continue living so recklessly. Do you not agree? The Empress Dowager gazed intently at Li Chengqian, her eyes unwavering. He smiled subtly, acknowledging her words. Very well. I have a suitable candidate in mind, the daughter of your uncle's family, Zhao Yueya. To avoid any bias, I even consulted with the Gui Fei, who attested to Zhao Yueya's gentle and virtuous nature, deeming her highly compatible with you. The Empress Dowager's alluring gaze remained fixed on Li Chengqian. Although her smile appeared warm, it concealed a treacherous undercurrent, fraught with hidden dangers. At 23 years of age, Li Chengqian was no longer the defenseless child he once was. He offered a nonchalant smile, affirming, "Indeed, she seems an excellent choice. However, my residence is rather humble, and my cousin may endure some hardships. Moreover, without a proper betrothal gift, her family might face ridicule. I would never wish to cause her distress." As he spoke, heedless of the Empress Dowager's shifting expressions, Li Chengqian rose. Mother, given the current tumultuous times, there are numerous matters I must discuss with His Majesty in detail. I simply cannot spare the time to deliberate on marriage at present. I must take my leave. Without awaiting a response, he turned and, upon stepping away, his demeanor shifted dramatically. The warmth in his eyes morphed into a sharp, brooding intensity as he departed from Qian Palace. Not far behind, the Empress Dowager smashed her teacup onto the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. The palace maids and eunuchs hurried to clean up the mess, while her icy gaze bore down upon them. "And the Gui Fei?" she inquired. Responding to Her Majesty, "The Gui Fei has gone to the Imperial Garden, claiming the chrysanthemums are in full bloom and she wishes to see them," a eunuch reported, kneeling as he spoke. I suspect she wishes to see someone else," the Empress Dowager remarked, her eyes growing ever more perilous. Li Chengqian proceeded to the south study to review memorials and, on his way, passed through the Imperial Garden where he was intercepted. "Esteemed Prince, the Gui Fei awaits you in the pavilion ahead. She has matters to discuss with you," a maid announced. Maintaining a respectful demeanor, Li Chengqian acknowledged her with a grunt and followed her to the pavilion. There sat an elegant and captivating beauty, her skin as fair as snow, fingers delicate and white as scallions, adorned in luxurious attire that commanded attention. "I wonder what urgent matters the Gui Fei wishes to discuss with me?" Li Chengqian stepped onto the pavilion, his gaze indifferent as he regarded Zhang Ran, maintaining a facade of normalcy. "The Empress Dowager wishes to arrange a marriage for you, currently favoring Zhao Yueya, the daughter of General Zhao Xingbei. I am curious how you perceive this matter." Zhang Ran's heart churned with dissatisfaction. It was she who had initially broken the engagement, yet observing his nonchalance ignited feelings of resentment, humiliation, and pain within her. Is there any particular viewpoint to consider? Does the Gui Fei have other matters to address? Li Chengqian's tone edged toward impatience. "Your Highness, I wish to inquire about a matter. Did Yin Wushuang see the lady accompanying you last night? Is she to be your future princess?" At this juncture, Zhang Ran's tone grew exceedingly peculiar, her voice trembling on the verge of tears. Over the years, she had genuinely harbored feelings for Li Chengqian. Had it not been for her grandmother's passing and the 3 years of mourning she was bound to observe, she would have long since wed Li Chengqian, wouldn't she? Reflecting upon it now, Had they married back then, it would have been preferable to the present circumstance. Li Chengxian merely grunted in response, his tone cool and detached. As long as she does not flee, she shall remain my princess. My lord, it seems you are quite fond of her, Zhang Ran remarked, her heart aching profoundly, each beat resonating with a dull pain as regret seeped in. Contemplating the visage of Yueya and the sweetness of her lips, a faint, elusive smile graced Li Chengxian's lips. It could hardly be termed affection, yet her presence was undeniably pleasant. At the very least, it brings me joy, he mused. Zhang Ran, jolted by this revelation, whispered, What of me? The noble consort has lost her composure. I have pressing matters to attend to, Li Chengxian replied with a slight nod, turning on his heel and striding out of the imperial garden. Once he departed, Zhang Ran could no longer suppress her fury, gripping her cup with such fervor that her knuckles turned white. Why? Li Chengxian, why do you hold her in such esteem? The enigma baffled her. When had he ever allowed a woman to linger by his side? Never, never. Yet now, that woman not only remained at his side, but he dared to declare that as long as she did not flee, she could become his princess. Such words, spoken by another, might merely be seen as jest. But for Li Chengxian, they represented a profound promise, weighty as 1,000 pounds, for he seldom made assurances lightly, despite their long acquaintance. Li Chengxian had never bestowed upon her a single promise. Zhang Ran felt a sharp ache in her heart. Why was it that she, who had chosen to let go, felt such an unwillingness? Why? Unable to articulate her turmoil, she succumbed to the agony within. As Li Chengxian departed, his mood was slightly affected, though not by love, but rather by a sense of dignity that felt challenged. In his life, romance held little significance. Upon arriving at the southern study, before he could enter, he overheard the current emperor, Li Chengfeng, engaged in playful banter with a young eunuch. Li Chengxian's expression darkened as he strode in, discovering Li Chengfeng atop the eunuch, striking him with a riding whip and urging him to hasten his movements. Upon hearing Li Chengxian's footsteps, Li Chengfeng swiftly dismounted, delivering a kick to the eunuch's backside. You insolent wretch, begone. Do not disturb my review of memorials. The eunuch knelt before Li Chengxian, bowing deeply before scurrying away. Li Chengxian stood coldly at the doorway, and Li Chengfeng hurried over. Brother, come sit. You must be weary. Observing the attendant Yi Quan, he continued, Yi Quan, fetch a soft pillow for my brother to sit upon. Yes, your majesty, Yi Quan replied, promptly departing, only to be halted by Li Chengxian. No need. It is of no consequence. Yi Quan hesitated, uncertain of whom to heed, until Li Chengfeng, taking a step back, commanded, Away with you. Do not disturb us as we review the memorials. Understood, Yi Quan replied, cautiously leading the other eunuchs and palace maids from the study, standing respectfully outside, not daring to stray. As the presence of others faded away, Li Chengfeng plopped himself onto the chair beside the desk, gesturing towards the main seat at the table. Your Majesty, you should sit here and review the memorials. This spot is quite suitable. Li Chengxian glanced at him indifferently, lifted him up effortlessly, and took his place at the desk, leaving the principal seat vacant. Your Majesty, please commence. Why must you be so dull? Li Chengfeng grumbled as he was compelled to sit down and pick up the brush to review the memorials, pouting slightly. It vexed him that day after day he scrutinized these documents without a single blossom of joy emerging from his efforts. Li Chengxian paid him no heed, swiftly scanning the contents of the memorials with an adept eye, occasionally pondering whether the muddled little girl at home had managed to pack her belongings. Had Yueya packed her things? With Gu Chaoyan's assistance, she had indeed done so. At that moment, she was dining at the Recollection Pavilion with Li Qingzhou and Gu Chaoyan. The latter had insisted on treating them, stating, Since you are not residing in my home, I should at least treat you to a meal. Yueya proposed inviting Li Qingzhou to join, and Gu Chaoyan readily agreed, resulting in the three of them ordering a sumptuous feast at the Recollection Pavilion. So, you have decided to remain at the Wangfu until your elder brother arrives in the capital? Li Qingzhou inquired, somewhat incredulous, as she held a green vegetable on her chopsticks. Upon noticing Gu Chaoyan's gaze, she awkwardly placed the vegetable into her bowl. Yeah, oblivious to this exchange, continued, pretty much. And what is your current situation? Li Qingzhou asked, glancing at Gu Chaoyan, who reciprocated the look, clearly indicating that neither of them comprehended the matter at hand. Well, I'm not entirely sure myself, Yueya admitted, her expression a mixture of confusion and uncertainty. Li Qingzhou and Gu Chaoyan were rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, Gu Chaoyan finally ventured, "So, you are still living in his household?" "Yes, I am his attendant," Yueya replied thoughtfully, realizing the contrast in her circumstances. Previously, Li Chengqian disapproved of my affections for him, but now he seems to accept my feelings. With a resigned sigh, Li Qingzhou expressed her exasperation, delicately admonishing, "Yueya, as an unmarried young lady, is this truly appropriate behavior for you? Traditionally, it is the men who pursue women. It is rare for a woman to take the initiative." Yueya regarded Li Qingzhou with a serious demeanor. "Qingzhou, have you considered that Li Chengqian possesses power and good looks? Though he may not openly declare his kindness, he does not harm the innocent, and his pride prevents him from resorting to deceit. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. To win his heart is akin to a hunter striving to capture a phoenix. How arduous it is! Yet, if I were to marry him, I would find lifelong happiness. Even if I do not succeed, I am still young, and I am unafraid." What Yao expressed echoed the aspirations of her mother, a common scholar's daughter who longed to wed a morally upstanding and capable magistrate who would not take concubines. How challenging that must have been, yet she had achieved it. Despite enduring some hardships along the way, she has reaped the rewards of Lord Su's unwavering affection over the decades, and is blessed with several accomplished and charming offspring. Her eldest son, in particular, is a paragon of talent, and now her husband has ascended to the esteemed position of governor, making her the governor's wife. Indeed, what more could one desire? In comparison to other young ladies of similar standing, her life could be described as an exhilarating ascent. Li Qingzhou and Gu Chaoyan gazed wide-eyed, particularly Gu Chaoyan, who was inwardly astounded. Li Qingzhou felt a hint of conflict. "Did you not care for your reputation?" Although this dynasty is not as stringent in its moral codes as the previous one, women still face numerous restrictions, never enjoying the same freedom as men. "What are you pondering, Qingzhou?" "I am not naive. I trust my judgment in discerning character. Li Chengqian does not harbor disdain for me. In fact, he indulges and cherishes me. This gives me confidence, and I have a strong premonition that as long as I do not take the initiative to depart, he will be mine, never to belong to another." The decisions made by Yueya were not taken lightly. They were the result of careful contemplation. After all, success would mean becoming the regent's wife, and failure would not be a concern. She is still young and will surely encounter a man who appreciates her. If all else fails, she can return home and spend her life accompanying her parents, unperturbed by adversity. Yueya's self-assured composure evoked envy in Li Qingzhou, leading her to wonder whether, had her parents still been alive, she too could possess such carefree freedom. "If you have made up your mind, I shall not dissuade you," Li Qingzhou murmured as she lowered her gaze, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Yueya gently touched her hand. "Qingzhou, are you not happy?" "No, I am merely pleased for you," Li Qingzhou replied, her tone tinged with melancholy, for she felt she had lost the right to choose. After a prolonged silence, Gu Chaoyan turned to Li Qingzhou. "What troubles you, Miss Qingzhou? You seem unhappy." Yueya immediately grew concerned. "Has Yang Qianrong been unkind to you?" "Not at all." Li Qingzhou managed a strained smile. "Do you miss your parents and sister?" Yueya grasped Li Qingzhou's hand. "Why not move to the Wang residence and live with me?" "How could that be? I'm not like you. I already have a place to stay. If word got out, I would become a subject of ridicule. I do not wish for my parents to be scorned after their passing." Li Qingzhou's thoughts were intricate and heavy, contrasting sharply with Yueya's lightheartedness. However, Yueya was determined to take action, and Gu Chaoyan shot her a glance, prompting Yueya to swiftly change the subject. "But if you do not watch me, I fear I may cause trouble again, and then Li Chengqian will surely have me cut into 8 pieces." Yueya playfully tugged at Li Qingzhou's sleeve. Recalling amusing moments that made her smile, "The prince would never truly harm you. He merely wishes to frighten you. Hibbins, no. If I truly provoke him, while he would not slice me into 8 pieces, I fear a beating would be inevitable," Yueya replied in exasperation. "It seems you know him quite well," Gu Chaoyan interjected. Yueya pouted. just as a waiter approached, and she quickly stood to greet him. "Excuse me. Could you please prepare an extra serving of braised pig's trotter for me to take away? This gentleman will settle the bill later." "Thank you." "Certainly, miss," the waiter replied. Departing downstairs, Yueya resumed her seat, only to find Gu Chaoyan looking utterly speechless. "You, the esteemed heir of the northern town king, should not be so miserly." "Miserly? Shouldn't this belong exclusively to your esteemed prince?" Gu Chaoyan winced from toothache. "Indeed it does." Yueya nodded in agreement, picking up a piece of braised pig's trotters to eat, her eyes sparkling as she offered a piece to Li Qingzhou. Gu Chaoyan remarked that it was the first time he had witnessed someone being addressed in such a manner without rebuttal, but rather an outright admission. "You are quite candid." Gu Chaoyan also indulged in a piece of the braised trotters. "This is indeed a fact," Yueya calmly stated, passing over a bottle of apricot blossom wine. "Here you go." Accepting the wine, Gu Chaoyan wore a look of schadenfreude. "I am not worried about you, but rather concerned that the dignified regent might be driven to his demise before you." Chapter 42. Once I become the princess, that would not be the case. Given his temperament, he would surely eliminate me before succumbing to rage, Yueya replied coolly. Gu Chaoyan and Li Qingzhou shared a moment of silence. After their meal, the waiter brought a portion of braised pig's trotters in a food box for Yueya, who expressed her gratitude for the young lord's generosity. She glanced at Li Qingzhou, a smile gracing her lips. "This meal has brought us much joy. As long as you are happy." It must be said that hearing Yueya's words significantly lifted Gu Chaoyan's spirits. "Qingzhou, shall we escort you home?" Yueya proposed, and Gu Chaoyan concurred. "Yes. We shall see you home." "Very well." Li Qingzhou did not object, allowing them to accompany her back. However, this escorting led to unforeseen troubles. Yang Qianrong, harboring resentment from a prior incident, was already disinclined to favor Yueya, and Li Qingzhou could not bear to see her treat Yueya with such disdain, resulting in a conflict. What good could come from associating with a man daily? Yang Qianrong scoffed, turning to Li Qingzhou. "Cousin, do not engage with such a girl anymore. I fear she may tarnish your reputation." Yueya, incensed, stepped forward to stand before Li Qingzhou. What sort of virtuous person does Miss Yang envision? Is it someone like herself? I think not. Is she not also prone to snide remarks? Yang Qianrong widened her eyes, momentarily rendered speechless by Yueya's retort. Slowly, Yueya approached her, whispering, "You are clearly targeting me. In truth, you are striking Li Qingzhou's face. Do you think I am oblivious? You consider yourself clever." With a forceful shove, Yang Qianrong, struck at the heart of the matter, retaliated with ire. "Get out. I do not welcome you. You have no right to come to my home." Fuming, she glared at Li Qingzhou. "How could I have regarded you as a cousin when you choose to associate with such a person, intent on ruining my family's reputation? What are your intentions?" Li Qingzhou swayed, nearly collapsing, but luckily, her martial skills allowed her to grasp the stone table for support, preventing her fall. "Qingzhou!" Yueya exclaimed in concern. "I am fine, do not worry." Li Qingzhou felt as though all her strength had been siphoned away, leaving her utterly fatigued. Witnessing this scene, Yang Qianrong secretly reveled in her superiority, demeanor haughty and disdainful. How could one not be concerned? Yueya was infuriated. "Let us leave. We shall stay at Li Chengqian's home and sever ties with them entirely." "Yueya, do not act impulsively." Li Vingshuregainet had composure. She had already been placed here by the emperor and the regent. Where else could she possibly go? Residing at the residence of the regent would only invite ridicule. She is not Yueya, endowed with the fortitude to face such challenges. Yueya scorns convention, yet she must endure. "You should return. Do not concern yourself with me. I am perfectly well. Uncle and aunt treat me exceptionally well, and Qianrong, despite her sharp tongue, has a tender heart. It is of no consequence." Li Qingzhou smiled gently, reaching out to touch Yueya's hand. Casting a glance at Yang Qianrong, Yueya felt an overwhelming surge of anger. She did not believe Li Qingzhou's words. Suppressing her sorrow, Yueya leaned closer to Li Qingzhou's ear and whispered, "Wait for me. I will seek out Li Chengqian. Once he agrees, I shall come to fetch you." "Very well." Li Qingzhou nodded, a hint of mirth dancing in his eyes. Yueya turned her head to glance at Yang Qianrong, her gaze as clear as a polished mirror, reflecting the concealed facets of Yang Qianrong's character. I need not utter another word. Let me simply say this. Li Qingzhou possesses a gentle disposition, while I do not. It would be wise not to provoke me. With that, Yueya strode out of the Yang household with determination. In the nearby, small garden of the inner courtyard, Gu Chaoyan was engaged in conversation with the eldest son of the Yang family when he noticed Yueya storming out, concern etched on his face. He hastily bid farewell to the Yang heir and approached Yueya. What troubles you? Let us speak outside, Yueya replied, her gaze locking with that of the Yang heir. She nodded politely and exited. Gu Chaoyan exchanged another remark with the Yang heir before following Yueya. What's wrong? You seem quite upset. Yueya ignored him until they had exited the Yang estate, at which point she paused and turned to Gu Chaoyan. Are you a child without parents? Forced to live under the mercy of others? Are you subject to their whims? What has happened to Qingzhou? Gu Chaoyan sensed something amiss. Nothing, Yueya exhaled, regaining her composure. It was better to speak less until matters were resolved. Indeed, Gu Chaoyan, being astute, refrained from probing further. Allow me to escort you home. Very well. Yueya nodded and turned toward the Regent's residence, with Gu Chaoyan trailing closely behind, casting glances around as if he were merely a passerby. Upon arriving at the Regent's residence, Yueya waved at Gu Chaoyan. Thank you for the meal. See you again. But her words were interrupted by Li Changxian, who rode back to the estate. Dismounting swiftly, he regarded Gu Chaoyan with a cold stare. You seem rather idle today. Isn't that normal? As a mere young lord, I have little to occupy my time. Certainly not comparable to the Regent's myriad responsibilities, Gu Chaoyan retorted with a mocking tone, though a smile graced his eyes. Since you are here, why not come in for a while? Li Changxian extended an invitation, to which Gu Chaoyan readily acquiesced. I would be delighted. Not at all. Li Changxian approached Yueya, who handed him the food box. It's heavy. Gu Chaoyan was taken aback. Throughout their journey, Yueya had never complained of the weight nor requested his assistance. Yet, upon seeing Li Changxian, she exhibited such feebleness. Women are truly capricious. Gu Chaoyan could not help but muse. Li Changxian glanced at Gu Chaoyan, contemplated for a moment, and then accepted the box, thinking it unseemly to let her appear diminished in front of her friend. Yueya felt a flicker of joy, gazing at Li Changxian with a smile that lit up her features. I brought back some braised pig trotters for you. They are particularly tender and delicious. Have you tasted them? Li Changxian raised an eyebrow. Two individuals conversed ahead, while Gu Chaoyan trailed behind, momentarily incensed. Hey, I'm a guest here. What does it mean to leave me behind? His intention was to catch up. Yueya turned with a cheerful smile, and Gu Chaoyan snorted dismissively. When you previously visited my residence, I treated you with utmost courtesy. Once I become the princess, I will extend the same courtesy to you. Am I not a guest myself now? Yueya readily acquiesced. Oh, you have lofty ambitions. Gu Chaoyan stepped forward, admiring her slightly. Yueya beamed proudly. Oh, it's nothing extraordinary. Their playful banter caught Li Changxian's attention, who frowned deeply, his face a mask of frost. When Ya inadvertently glanced at him, she immediately fell silent, obediently following by his side like an endearing little cat as they made their way to the estate. Gu Chaoyan, with a sly grin, instigated from behind, Miss Yu, what would you like to eat another day? I shall treat you. Yueya, incensed, shot him a fierce look and made a silly face, only to have Li Changxian's large hand cover her face, forcibly turning her head back. Behave. No mischief. Chapter 43. No whining. Yueya pouted in irritation, and Li Changxian added, no whining. I'm not whining. Yueya retorted, puffing up her cheeks. This is indeed whining. For the last time, do not behave this way in front of others. Li Changxian reiterated, completely disregarding Gu Chaoyan's thoughts. Gu Chaoyan mused to himself. These two peculiar individuals are best kept together, never to part ways, and never to cause trouble for anyone else. Within the Wang residence, upon their return, the steward initially expressed delight, but his demeanor shifted upon noticing Gu Chaoyan behind them. Gu Chaoyan perceived this cold reception, realizing the steward did not seem particularly welcoming. The steward, concerned about providing inadequate hospitality to someone of noble status, said coolly, what would the prince like to eat? A bowl of rice will suffice, Li Changxian replied, gesturing towards the box he carried. The steward nodded and departed. Your steward has quite the temper, Gu Chaoyan remarked hesitantly. Li Chengxian responded. He is specifically tasked with managing individuals like you, and he must maintain a strict demeanor. Individuals like us? Gu Chaoyan emphasized. Yueya inquired. Li Chengxian? Why is that? They hold esteemed positions, and I fear inadequate hospitality may provoke the stewardess' ire. Once they depart, it will be less troublesome for me, Li Chengxian said coldly, heading towards the small flower hall. Gu Chaoyan was left speechless, pondering how much the regent despised complications. At that moment, the small flower hall had been prepared with hot tea, and two indifferent maidservants stood by, greeting them with respect as they entered. Greetings, Your Highness, esteemed heir, and young lady. That will be all, Li Chengxian said, placing the box on the table. The maidservants bowed and withdrew. Ye pulled out a chair. Please sit. I shall pour you some tea. She filled 3 cups and opened the food box, discovering the pig trotters had warmed slightly. Frowning slightly, she said, I will take it to the kitchen to heat it up. Go ahead, Li Chengxian replied, taking a sip of tea. What else would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you. As Yueya carried the food box, she mentioned a dish or two, to which Li Chengxian responded casually. Following her departure from the small flower hall, Gu Chaoyan turned to Li Chengxian with a cold expression, inquiring whether the prince could speak to his majesty about withdrawing the spies from his manor. Li Chengxian's demeanor remained unchanged as he replied, Young master, there are no spies in your manor. His majesty would not engage in such actions. Is that so? Gu Chaoyan retorted. Li Chengxian set down his cup and affirmed, indeed, His Majesty would not do such a thing. But what of you, Regent Prince? Gu Chaoyan's gaze sharpened as he shifted the conversation. Me? It's uncertain, Li Chengxian replied ambiguously. Gu Chaoyan tightened his grip on the cup, stating, Since I have come to the capital, I have tacitly agreed to the marriage with Princess Mingzhu. Why must you continue this way? He had compromised, intending to accept the union with Princess Mingzhu in exchange for a fleeting peace in the northern territories, deeming the marriage worthwhile. Perhaps you should first withdraw the spies from the northern king's manor in the capital. Only then can we have room for discussion. Li Chengxian's expression remained impassive. Gu Chaoyan lowered his head, silent for a while Li Chengxian observed him gloomily, asserting, I believe, young master, that you may need to calm down. Thank you for the reminder, Regent Prince. I understand, Gu Chaoyan acknowledged, aware that he was no match for Li Chengxian, suspecting only his father could contend with him. Their conversation, laden with veiled barbs, ceased only upon Yueya's arrival. Yueya appeared with 2 maidservants. One carried a dish of stir-fried vegetables with chili, while the other held utensils, and Yueya herself brought in a pot of braised pig's feet. Noticing 3 sets of utensils, Li Chengxian raised an eyebrow, asking, Haven't you already eaten? Yueya huffed, setting down the pig's feet. You can't expect us to watch you eat. I can. Li Chengxian replied nonchalantly, reaching for the rice and chopsticks, casually greeting Gu Chaoyan before beginning his meal. He was genuinely hungry today. Yueya and Gu Chaoyan sat beside him, observing Li Chengxian's elegant dining, while casually conversing. Li Chengxian, can Qingzhou come to the prince's residence to stay with me? I'm a bit unaccustomed to being alone, Yueya inquired. Her tone normal, yet her heart raced. Not possible, Li Chengxian decided without a moment's hesitation. Yueya's mood dampened. Why not? Because you're not unaccustomed, Li Chengxian replied, focused on his meal without sparing her glance. With a huff, Yueya proposed a trade. If I forego dining at the Recollection Pavilion, can I exchange that for Qingzhou to stay with me at the prince's residence? That is acceptable. Li Chengxian's expression and actions remained unchanged, devoid of any variation. Really? Yueya exclaimed, rising in excitement. Li Chengxian cast her a faint glance, commanding, Sit down, it's improper. Pouting, Yueya obediently took her seat. Turning to Li Chengxian with a broad smile, her voice soft, Li Chengxian, you are truly wonderful. Li Chengxian ignored her, yet she bore no resentment. Instead, turning to Gu Chaoyan, asking, Chaoyan, when will you have time to help Qingzhou move? Tomorrow afternoon, Gu Chaoyan began, but Li Chengxian interrupted, No moving. Simply pack your belongings to stay. Both their gazes fell upon him. There is no room for negotiation, even if you forego your meals to save all your rations. It is not permissible. Li Changqian, clearly a bit helpless this time, set down his bowl and chopsticks, casting a glance at Yueya. The residence of the Minister of Rites is now, after all, Li Qingzhou's home. Yueya was about to express her thoughts when she was interrupted by Gu Chaoyan, who remarked that the prince had indeed considered the matter thoroughly. The situation was as such. What exactly is the situation? Yang Qianrong exhibited no regard for Qingzhou, openly slapping her in my presence, treating her with utter disdain. Yueya's face turned pale with indignation. Qingzhou had been so kind to her, and she always wished to assist, determined that she should not endure a life of dependence, constantly at the mercy of others. Yueya, the prince just mentioned that Qingzhou's current home is the Minister of Rites residence. Tell me, which young lady would reside in another's home indefinitely? It may be acceptable for a short while, but over time, whispers would surely arise. Not to mention the potential gossip if she were to move. Gu Chaoyan, aware that Li Changqian had no desire to elaborate to Yueya, took it upon himself to explain the situation in detail. Very well, Yueya replied somewhat sullenly. I still have official duties to attend to. I shall retire to the study. Li Changqian, without casting a glance at them, rose and made his way toward the study. You haven't finished your pig's trotter, Yueya remarked, glancing at the dish. But Li Changqian seemed oblivious, striding away with purpose. What is wrong with him? Yueya inquired of Gu Chaoyan, somewhat perplexed. Gu Chaoyan shook his head and shrugged. I'm uncertain as well. Chapter 44. Used by me sighing, Yueya glanced at the sky, now darkening. Tomorrow, she would go to the Minister of Rites residence to escort Qingzhou back to the prince's manor. What a busy day it has been for me. Gu Chaoyan chuckled softly. Indeed, you have been quite occupied. After sharing a laugh, he rose from his seat. I shall take my leave, should you require assistance in fetching Qingzhou tomorrow. Do not hesitate to seek me at the northern town prince's residence. Very well, I shall see you off. Yueya stood and escorted Gu Chaoyan out of the residence. On her way back, Yueya happened to cross paths with the departing Li Xing. Their mutual dislike was palpable, yet Yueya managed a strained greeting, only to find that Li Xing ignored her entirely. Infuriated, Yueya stamped her foot, vowing to find an opportunity to teach Li Xing a lesson. Miss, what troubles you? Xiao Feng approached, having witnessed Yueya's display of frustration, his expression one of curiosity. Yueya cleared her throat. It is nothing. I'm merely crushed an ant. She glanced down at the ground, but saw nothing. Xiao Feng continued. Oh, by the way, miss, I have placed your rice, sweet potatoes, and other belongings in your courtyard. Very well, you may rest now. You have worked hard today. Yueya waved her hand, and Xiao Feng bowed before turning to leave. Yueya resided in a small courtyard within the prince's manor named Yulan Xian, while Li Changqian was not far off in the main building of Tingshui Yuan. Upon entering Yulan Xian to tally her belongings, she found everything accounted for. With a rare moment of leisure, she wandered around the vast grounds of the manor, astonished by its immense size. Her home in Luqing was merely a two-courtyard affair, while this estate boasted 5. She occupied the eastern chamber of the 4th row of Yulan Xian, whereas Li Changqian resided in the main house of the 3rd row of Tingshui Yuan. Both courtyards featured pomegranate trees and similar flora, yet they appeared neglected, overgrown with weeds. As Yueya strolled through the courtyard, she ultimately resolved to plant some vegetables. Leaving such a large expanse of land unutilized would be a dreadful waste. The small courtyard features a cross-shaped pathway, with 4 surrounding patches of land suitable for planting vegetables amidst the trees. After careful contemplation, Yueya increasingly felt that cultivating vegetables was a splendid decision. Having made up her mind, she skipped joyfully to Shuan to find Li Changqian, who was engrossed in his studies, diligently reviewing memorials without lifting his gaze. Gumin, Li Changqian commanded, his eyes fixed on the documents. Yueya pushed the door open and cautiously approached the desk. Li Changqian, may I plant some vegetables? She inquired. Is there a shortage of food in the Wangfu? Li Changqian replied nonchalantly, his brush dancing across the paper, producing robust and ancient characters. Yueya shook her head. No. By growing vegetables, we won't need to purchase them, and we could even sell some for profit. Very well, Li Changqian answered without hesitation. Did you agree because you heard it could earn money? Yueya leaned over the desk, her large eyes fixed on Li Changqian, eagerly asking. Li Changxian glanced at her, his gaze icy. If it cannot yield profit, your vegetables shall be uprooted. Pouting slightly, Yueya felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, reasoning that even if they did not generate income, having them for personal consumption would save money. Why would they need to be uprooted? Because the Wangfu already cultivates vegetables. Li Changxian replied in a tone that was devoid of warmth. Yueya's eyes widened in surprise, feeling somewhat deflated. All right then, can you read? Li Changxian suddenly recalled her earlier confession about enjoying stories. Yueya nodded, self-aware. I can read, but my handwriting is not pleasing. Come here and practice your calligraphy. Li Changxian gestured to the long table, which had ample space for her practice despite his occupation a part of it. I do not wish to write. I do not enjoy it. Yueya confessed with a hint of distress. To aspire to be a princess, one must possess exquisite handwriting and read numerous classics. Otherwise, one cannot fulfill the role of a princess, Li Changxian stated, his expression unchanged, rendering Yueya momentarily speechless. I shall write, she declared, her determination ignited. Was it not merely writing and studying? She could certainly manage that. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Li Changxian's dark eyes, and, as Yueya looked at him, she found herself captivated by the starry depths of his gaze. Lin Qin, Li Changxian called out. Lin Qin descended from the roof, entered the room, and bowed respectfully. Master, go inquire at Yunjai for a set of writing materials, and bring out the set I used in my youth from the storeroom. Clean it up for the young lady. Li Changxian instructed, recalling a set he had from a decade prior, still likely functional. I have money. I can buy a new set, Yueya interjected, presenting several pieces of silver in an attempt to persuade Li Changxian, but to no avail. Do you prefer a new one? Li Changyan kuishnitev. Yueya affirmed with certainty. I want to use a new one. I shall give you this set. I will use the old one, Li Changxian replied, directing his gaze towards Lin Qin. Be prompt in your task. Yes, master, Lin Qin responded before departing. Yueya's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the exquisite jade inkstone, jade brush holder, and fragrant ink cakes that Li Changxian utilized. Will you truly let me use them? Indeed, this set has served me for 10 years. It can be considered old now. Li Changxian remarked, his fair and slender fingers brushing against the ink block, creating a striking contrast with its dark hue. And what about the other set? Yueya couldn't help but inquire. 8 years, from the tender age of 5 to the age of 13. As Li Changxian uttered these words, a hint of nostalgia glimmered in his eyes. Then I shall use the set I have employed for 8 years, and you may use this one for the next 10. Yueya resolved decisively, a flicker of pride evident in her gaze, clearly indicating that this new set was somewhat older. Are you certain? Li Changxian raised an eyebrow, to which Yueya nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Li Changxian resumed perusing the memorials. Yueya, beaming with joy, surveyed the expansive study, noting that the topmost shelves required a ladder to access. Everything in the study was grand. Tables, inkstones, chairs, all exuding an ancient and stately aura. Li Changxian, your study is larger than the combined spaces of my elder brothers and father, Yueya exclaimed in awe, ascending the lengthy ladder to discover numerous sword manuals atop the shelves. Sword manuals? May I practice? You may, Li Changxian replied without lifting his eyes. She glanced at the myriad of manuals, momentarily overwhelmed, and descended the ladder to continue exploring the study. Upon discovering a door, Yueya pushed it open, revealing yet another room filled with books, this one corresponding to the eastern wing of her own courtyard. Retracing her steps, Yueya looked at Li Changxian in astonishment. The eastern wing is filled with books as well. What about the western wing? Are there many books there? There are only these 2 studies, Li Changxian answered candidly. Nodding, Yueya climbed the ladder once more, examining the volumes before selecting 2 sword manuals. Li Changxian, could you teach me to wield a sword? She inquired, standing expectantly before the engrossed Li Changxian. I cannot, he replied nonchalantly. Why not? I wish to learn so that I may protect you. Yueya's expression soured slightly. Reckoning Li Changxian's exceptional swordsmanship. Chapter 45. Li Changxian, you are quite impressive. I shall find you 2 masters another day, Li Changxian remarked, casting her a sidelong glance tinged with mockery. With your little arms and legs? Protect me? You think I'm like you with long limbs? And why can't my small arms and legs protect you? Yueya retorted, vexed, as she detested being reminded of her stature. At that moment, Lin Qin approached, carrying a substantial box. Yueya's attention shifted, and she bounced over, exclaiming, "May I have it?" "Thank you, Lin Qin, you are the best." "No need for thanks, young lady," Lin Qin replied respectfully as he presented the box to Yueya. Opening the large box upon the table, Yueya's eyes sparkled upon discovering a complete set of writing tools, brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, each piece crafted from jade. Unlike Li Chengqian's set, this one bore intricate lotus leaf patterns on the inkstone, white magnolia branches carved into the ink block, and orchids etched upon the brush, with even the brush holder adorned with ancient motifs. Li Chengqian's set, by contrast, was devoid of such embellishments. "Yueya, alata," exclaimed Li Chengqian. "You are wonderful. I adore this." Stopping to carefully arrange the items beside Li Chengqian, she basked in her delight. Lin Qin, though taken aback, remained silent, his eyes reflecting admiration for Yueya. She then sat beside Li Chengqian, and under Lin Qin's incredulous gaze, she poured a bit of the tea he had been drinking into the inkstone and began to grind the ink block slowly. Lin Qin approached to assist, taking a stack of paper and neatly cutting it with a knife before placing it by the table for Yueya's convenience. "Thank you, Lin Qin," Yueya said as she pulled out a chair to sit down, picking up a wolf hair brush, ready to write. However, she was halted by Li Chengqian, who had remained silent until now, as he handed her a goat hair brush instead. "I don't want to use the goat hair brush," Yueya pouted, for she believed her writing appeared terribly unattractive with it. "You should first practice with the goat hair brush. Once you have mastered it, you can use the wolf hair brush to create beautiful characters. If you start with the wolf hair brush, it will assist you, but your practice will yield diminished results," Li Chengqian explained while placing the wolf hair brush on the stand, obscuring Yueya's view. With a sulky expression, Yueya refrained from further protest and began writing with the goat hair brush, producing characters that were crooked and chaotic, fragmented and disjointed. Li Chengqian's previously calm demeanor shifted to one of icy rigidity as he remarked, "Your father and brothers surely do not possess such atrocious handwriting." Yueya retorted, "My writing isn't ugly, it's just a bit unclear. This is called the creeping insect style. Do you understand?" Li Chengqian raised an eyebrow. "Creeping insect style?" "Yes. The strokes resemble the movements of a crawling insect," she asserted. "I have never heard of it," he replied. Yueya huffed, a hint of pride in her tone. "Of course you wouldn't know. Your experience is rather limited." "Ah, it seems you know everything," Li Chengqian remarked. "Of course I do," she nodded while continuing to write. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask you. Did Qingzhou come to the Wang residence, and is he staying in the same courtyard as I am?" Yueya inquired. The moment she posed the question, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and Li Chengqian's expression soured. A fleeting shadow of gloom passed over his face, which even someone as oblivious as Yueya could perceive. "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" she asked. Li Chengqian offered a cold smile, prompting Yueya to shiver slightly. "You're not displeased that Qingzhou is here, are you?" At her words, his expression darkened further, leaving Yueya perplexed. "Is it not because of me? Then who is it?" Upon hearing this, Li Chengqian's demeanor softened. Yueya, bewildered, pointed at herself. "Because of me? Are you angry?" "Why?" Silence enveloped them as Yueya glanced at Lin Qin, who merely shrugged, indicating his ignorance. "What did I upset you?" she asked, her innocent face appearing quite endearing. Li Chengqian's mood lightened slightly. "You seem rather close to Gu Chaoyan." Upon hearing this, Lin Qin instantly understood, his eyes sparkling with restrained amusement, leading him to discreetly exit the room. Lin Qin grasped the situation while Yueya seemed somewhat oblivious. "It's not that close, really," she insisted. Li Chengqian's expression turned frosty once more. "Not close. You asked him to help you move, and you allowed him to accompany you to assist Li Qingzhou? Is that not considered closeness? I have not interacted much with outsiders, so I don't quite understand." "So this is what it means to be close. Now I see." Yueya nodded thoughtfully, gazing at Li Chengqian with a sweet smile. "Li Chengqian, you're the first and only person I truly like. Thank you for allowing me to adore you and for permitting me to stay in your residence. So, when shall we officially be together? She smiled sweetly, resembling a tender, fluffy rabbit bun, her eyes sparkling with sincerity as she posed this significant question to Li Chengxian. This, of course, is merely her fade. In truth, her heart raced uncontrollably, overwhelmed by anxiety. Upon hearing her words, Li Chengxian's earlier irritation, sparked by her familiarity with Gu Chaoyan, dissipated like mist. Once you master the art of calligraphy and have read 50 sacred texts, we shall officially be together. The one who tells lies is but a pup. Yueya let out a sigh of relief, her smile sweet and gentle, tilting her head to rest against Li Chengxian's, affectionately rubbing her forehead against his. Li Chengxian, I will certainly strive to improve. He responded with a nonchalant his previously stern expression softening, akin to ice melting beneath the warmth of the spring sun. Yueya chuckled, sitting upright to continue her practice. From a melody she hummed, it was evident that she was exceedingly happy, her voice unbothered by its lack of refinement. Li Chengxian resumed reviewing official documents, casting occasional glances at her progress. But each time, he found himself furrowing his brow. Ultimately, for the sake of his own heart, he decided to avert his gaze. After nearly 2 hours, Yueya felt utterly exhausted. Li Chengxian, I must go to sleep. I'm so tired. Go ahead, he replied, and she nodded, turning to leave the listening snow courtyard and returning to her own Yulan pavilion. As soon as she departed, Lin Qin arrived, meticulously gathering her calligraphy tools. Do not make a mess, Li Chengxian instructed. Lin Qin paused, observing the crooked characters Yueya had penned, puzzled by her earlier words. Sir, why not be with the young lady now? He held up the chaotic script for Li Chengxian to see, adding, at this rate, it seems she will not master it for at least a year or two. She is still young. In a year or two, it will be just right. Li Chengxian replied without lifting his eyes, his tone indifferent. Lin Qin was taken aback and fell silent, instead retrieving the box that had housed the writing implements, carefully organizing the discarded papers she had written on and placing them neatly inside. Li Chengxian glanced at him and instructed, find a suitable spot on the shelf for it. Ensure it is not disturbed. Yes, sir, Lin Qin replied respectfully, turning to find an ideal location, gingerly placing the box upon it. Chapter 46. His favoritism turning to observe Li Chengxian still grappling with a multitude of documents. Lin Qin furrowed his brow slightly. Sir, you may retire early. Li Chengxian merely grunted in acknowledgement. You may leave. Lin Qin, not daring to say more, obediently exited. Li Chengxian was exceedingly busy, rising early and retiring late. At dawn the following day, Yueya emerged from her room, dressed and ready, practicing her rudimentary martial arts in the courtyard. A servant brought her a bowl of minced meat porridge along with steamed buns. Li Chengxian, have you eaten? She inquired, in response to the young lady. The sir has not eaten and has gone to the morning court, the servant relayed, placing breakfast on the table. Young lady, eat while it's hot. Yueya acknowledged, moving to the small flower hall to sit down. Gazing at Han Yue, she asked curiously, Han Yue, do you know martial arts? Han Yue stiffened, her expression slightly awkward, unsure how to respond. Yueya, seemingly oblivious to the difficulty of the question for Han Yue, took a bite of the bun, her eyes sparkling with delight. Han Yue, your buns are so delicious. I absolutely love them. As Han Yue noticed the shift in her attention, she let out a significant sigh of relief. It was pleasing to see that the young lady enjoyed her food. Yes, I truly like it. You are wonderful, Yueya exclaimed. Instinctively, Han Yue's body stiffened. She had never been praised in such a manner before and had never realized that receiving compliments could evoke a sense of satisfaction and joy within her heart. After I finish eating, I will go fetch Qingzhou. Could you assist me in tidying up the room? I shall bring you some delicacies upon my return, Yueya said, taking another bite of her bun and sipping her porridge. Han Yue glanced at Qingzhou, who was entering Yulan Pavilion with a bundle of clothes, and beckoned her over. What is it? Qingzhou inquired. I am going with the lady to fetch Miss Qingzhou. Please help her tidy up the room, Han Yue instructed coldly. Understood, Qingzhou replied. Are you coming with me? Yueya asked. a hint of joy in her voice as she quickly finished her meal and departed with Han Yue and Xiaofeng to the residence of the Minister of Rites. Upon entering the main gate, the steward of the minister's household, upon recognizing Yueya, displayed a slight displeasure in his tone. Han Yue shot him a frosty glare, causing the steward to momentarily freeze, then quickly adopt a polite demeanor. He recognized her as a maid from the regent's household and was taken aback upon glancing at Yueya, astonished that a somewhat attractive young lady had garnered the regent's favor. What could she possibly have done? Before he could ponder further, Han Yue spoke coldly. Lead the way. Our lady intends to bring Miss Qingzhou to the palace for a time. I will personally discuss this matter with Madame Yang. Yes, the steward replied, not daring to utter a word out of line, and respectfully guided them to Li Qingzhou's courtyard. Xiaofeng, being male, could not enter the inner quarters, so he waited outside in the small garden where Gu Chaoyan had previously conversed with the eldest son of the Yang family. Han Yue approached Madame Minister to discuss the matter, while Yueya proceeded to the small courtyard where Li Qingzhou resided. Perhaps there had been some past grievances between Yueya and Yang Qianrong, resulting in their ongoing rivalry in this lifetime. Once Han Yue had conferred with Madame Yang, Yueya assisted Li Qingzhou in packing her belongings. Yang Qianrong, seemingly having received word of the situation, hurried to the small courtyard. She fiercely attempted to prevent Li Qingzhou from leaving. Cousin, this is your home. What does it mean for you to reside in the palace? What will others say? Li Qingzhou remained silent. Although she was always mindful of the greater picture, she retained her own convictions and despised compromising her principles. Stepping forward to shield Li Qingzhou, Yueya's temper flared. Yang Qianrong, speak respectfully. Qingzhou is merely accompanying me for a time, not moving to the palace permanently. In the palace, what status do you hold? Are you not confused about your own position? Do you wish for my cousin to go to the palace only to be ridiculed? Were it not for her conversation with Li Changqian the previous night, Yueya might have been genuinely upset, yet, bolstered by Changqian's promise, she felt unafraid. Miss Yang, my lord has stated that we shall treat your lady in the palace as we are treated. What status do you believe she holds there? Hong Yue's voice resonated with conviction as she coolly regarded Yang Qianrong, who instinctively took 2 steps back, startled by her fierce gaze. Suppressing her inner sorrow, Li Qingzhou approached Yang Qianrong. Yueya informed me that the prince required her to practice writing and studying, which she found bewildering, thus requesting my assistance at the royal residence. With no ulterior motives, I intended to speak to my aunt about it. Yang Qianrong remained silent, while Hong Yue's icy gaze bore down on her, causing her to pale with fear. I accompanied Miss Qingzhou to address the matter. Hong Yue uttered a remark, and Yueya chimed in, expressing her desire to join. Thus, the 3 of us, along with Yang Qianrong, sought out the wife of the Minister of Rites. Hong Yue merely reiterated that Li Qingzhou intended to teach Yueya reading and writing at the royal residence, and the minister's wife did not refuse, as it was merely a repetition of prior discussions. Yueya cast a glance at Yang Qianrong and spoke in a subdued tone. Look at Miss Yang. I had thought the minister's wife possessed a forthright and unreserved temperament, but it appears she is, in fact, quite gentle, elegant, and refined. After a fleeting look at Yang Qianrong, Madame Yang offered a forced smile, acknowledging that her daughter was indeed somewhat direct and unreserved, which had offended many. Yet she harbored no malice. Yueya sweetly smiled. I see it too. Miss Yang seems to have a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. After another exchange, Yueya, accompanied by Han Yue and Li Qingzhou, departed from the minister's residence, while Madame Yang and Yang Qianrong saw them off. Once they had gone, Madame Yang turned to Yang Qianrong. You have done well. You have brought shame upon your mother. Your cousin's visit to our home ought to be a source of pride. Yet here we are. How many times have I warned you? And yet you persist. Yang Qianrong felt a pang of grievance, lowering her head as tears welled in her eyes. I cannot comprehend why she is so close to Su Yueya, while treating me with such distance. We are relatives, yet Su Yueya is but a stranger. Madame Yang Siget, treat her with kindness, and you shall find camaraderie. Consider this. If you were in your cousin's position, with a friend like Su Yueya, how would you feel? After a moment of hesitation, Yang Qianrong slowly replied, I would be very happy, for she would not allow me to suffer, she would protect me. Madame Yang nodded. Indeed. Your discontent has been misdirected toward your cousin. Su Yueya, in her myriad thoughts, seeks to safeguard her. Whom do you believe she will grow close to? Silenced. Yang Qianrong was filled with regret. Go back. It is good that you recognize your mistake. Madame Yang smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair, understanding that her daughter, by nature, was kind-hearted. In a few days, shall we invite your cousin back? Yes, that sounds good. Yang Qianrong nodded. Chapter 47. He cares for her. The departing group remained oblivious to these exchanges, as Yueya was busy purchasing items with silver. I wish to buy candies and pastries to share with everyone at our residence. Han Yue, what do you enjoy eating? She was filled with delight, bouncing with joy. Han Yue and Li Qingzhou were older than her, radiating an air of maturity, gently following behind her with grace. What has brought such joy to you? Has something delightful occurred? Li Qingzhou inquired, perplexed, seeking clarification from Han Yue. With a subtle smile, Han Yue replied, I heard that last night. The prince instructed Lin Qin to retrieve the calligraphy supplies from the prince's storeroom, which he practiced with as a child, to gift to the young lady. Perhaps this is the reason for her happiness. As she spoke, a hint of amusement sparkled in her eyes. I have noticed that since the young lady arrived at the royal residence, the coldness on the prince's face has diminished considerably. Li Qingzhou glanced at Yueya, who possessed an innate ability to bring joy. She understood that the prince must hold Yueya in high regard, for he would not bestow upon her something he cherished and collected for many years. Indeed, the presence of the young lady brought much liveliness to the Wang residence. Han Yue looked at Yueya, her face adorned with smiles. Yueya was quite the glutton, particularly when it came to shopping. 5 pounds of chestnut cake, 5 pounds of mung bean cake, 5 pounds of osmanthus cake, and 5 pounds of hibiscus cake. My dear lady, is this truly necessary? Have you forgotten that our household is not particularly large? Han Yue had to step in to halt Yueya, fearing they might purchase an excessive amount that would go uneaten. Yueya pondered for a moment and conceded, very well, let us only take 5 pounds in total of chestnut cake, mung bean cake, and osmanthus cake. Certainly. Please wait a moment, the shopkeeper replied, beaming with delight, for once this order was fulfilled, he could close for the day. As he wrapped the pastries in oiled paper, he cheerfully added, Here, I shall gift you a piece of hibiscus cake. Thank you, kind sir, Yueya replied, her smile sweet and soft. I shall be the one thanking you for such a generous purchase. The shopkeeper carefully tied the oiled paper packages together and handed 3 bags to Han Yue, while Yueya hurriedly paid the silver. Once they had completed their shopping, they returned to the Wang residence, chatting and laughing merrily along the way. However, suddenly, a flock of birds soared overhead, and Han Yue abruptly halted, her previously joyful expression morphing into one of sharp vigilance. She stepped forward, swiftly positioning herself between Yueya and Li Qingzhou. Xiao Feng, perceptive as ever, stepped up to take the item she had handed him, standing protectively before Yueya and Li Qingzhou. Both wore expressions of alertness, the tension of impending danger palpable in the air. Yueya looked at Li Qingzhou, her eyes wide and bewildered. Qingzhou, what is happening? With an outstretched hand, Li Qingzhou shielded Yueya behind her, her throat tightening in fear as she sensed a malevolent presence approaching, uncertain of its target. Is someone trying to kill us? Yueya panicked. I don't want to die. Please don't obstruct her. Li Qingzhou's expression shifted dramatically as a figure clad in black, wielding a gleaming sword, descended from the rooftop, revealing only a pair of cold, murderous eyes. Han Yue swiftly drew her whip, engaging the cloaked figure, while Xiao Feng, trembling with anxiety, stood frozen before Yueya and Li Qingzhou, his face pale. The whip cracked fiercely, striking the ground and splintering the floorboards, sending tiny stones flying, obscuring vision and amplifying the sense of imminent peril. What should we do if Han Yue is injured? Yueya fretted anxiously. Fear not, Yueya. Han Yue will be fine. Li Qingzhou gently reassured her, her gaze fixed intently on the fierce battle unfolding between the two combatants, now soaring atop the roof, then back to the ground, then up into the trees. The fierce clash persisted for an extended duration until the city guards arrived. Sensing the tide turning, the black-clad assailant lunged at Han Yue with a sword. Han Yue deflected the blow with her whip but the assailant sneered coldly, stepping on her whip to gain momentum and swiftly leaping away into the distance. Han Yue, enraged, descended from the rooftop, her countenance stormy as she glared at Yan Wushuang. The leader of the Yin clan could certainly afford to arrive a tad sooner. She was a maidservant of the royal mansion, and no one dared to provoke her. Yan Wushuang's complexion turned pale as she hurriedly clasped her hands in greeting, explaining to the young lady that a rice shop in the West City had caught fire, and she had rushed there with others to rescue people. It was truly unintentional that she arrived late. Chapter 48. He became jealous very well. I shall not disturb the busy chief Yin any longer. Farewell. After speaking, Han Yue led Yueya, Li Qingzhou, and Xiaofeng towards the royal mansion. Upon their return, they coincidentally encountered Li Changxian, who had just arrived. Han Yue instructed them to return to their courtyard while she proceeded to Li Changxian's study to recount the day's events. Chief Yin arrived just in time. The person has fled. It is the fault of my subordinates. Please punish me, Your Highness. Han Yue clasped her hands and knelt on one knee. And the young lady? Li Changxian did not lift his gaze, his tone icy. The young lady seems unharmed, but she may have been frightened. Han Yue lowered her head, unable to meet Li Changxian's eyes. Go and receive your punishment, Li Changxian said as he lifted his head, setting down the brush in his hand. Yes, my lord. Han Yue exhaled in relief and turned to leave. Li Changxian did not continue attending to the memorials, but rose to head to Yulon Pavilion. At that moment, Yulon Pavilion was lively and bustling, with even the rough maidservants receiving half a gene of pastries, and the young servants as well as the steward were similarly rewarded. Yueya smiled brightly. As long as you all enjoy it, this half gene I shall reserve for Han Yue. She fiercely protected me. Yes, my lady, please go down, a chilling voice echoed, startling the maidservants and young servants. Even the steward was visibly shaken. They clutched their pastries, tremblingly gazing at the entrance where Li Changxian strode in, momentarily unsure of where to place their hands. Li Qingzhou, quick to react, greeted, "This humble girl has met the prince." "My lord." The maidservants and young servants bowed in unison, then cautiously exited Yulon Pavilion. "What brings you here?" Yueya asked, somewhat puzzled, still holding 2 bags of pastries. "I came to inspect your progress in practicing calligraphy." Li Changxian glanced at the pastries in Yueya's hands, his mood slightly lifting. Yet the subsequent misfortune that unfolded rendered his expression exceedingly grim. "These are for you. This matter, please entrust to Han Yue. I shall go to the study to practice my calligraphy first." Yueya, in a fluster, hurried off to Tingshu courtyard. Li Changxian's gaze turned cold, fixated on the 2 bags of pastries in Li Qingzhou's hands, his eyes blazing as if to incinerate the treats with his stare. Even Li Qingzhou, though not the sharpest, sensed the shift in Li Changxian's expression and was momentarily frightened, her complexion paling as her heart raced. She desperately wanted to say that these 2 bags of pastries belonged to the prince, and she had none. However, she was aware that Yueya's previous words had reached his ears. Ugh! Li Qingzhou felt tears welling up in despair. "I have matters to attend to outside. You go teach her calligraphy." Li Changxian withdrew his gaze, coldly uttering the command before sweeping out of the room. Li Qingzhou let out a significant sigh of relief, raising a hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. "Yueya, do you not understand that I have no desire to be the object of the prince's jealousy?" She returned to the west chamber to set down the pastries before turning around to seek out Yueya in Yulon Pavilion. At that moment, Yueya was diligently practicing calligraphy, using the exquisite set of brush, ink, paper, and inkstone gifted by Li Changxian. Li Qingzhou could not help but marvel upon seeing it. The jade material was of exceptional quality, and acquiring a complete set for a brush holder or inkstone was no simple task. How difficult can it be? "Look, Li Changxian has another set right here." Yueya pointed to the space beside her where Li Changxian usually sat. It was indeed a complete set of jade ink wash, inkstone, brush rest, and the only distinction from the exquisite set used by Yueya was the absence of a lotus leaf pattern. Li Qingzhou glanced at it and smiled, remarking that it paled in comparison to her own set, which was a true treasure with its naturally adorned patterns, priceless and rare. "It seems my choice was indeed wise," Yueya replied, a hint of pride illuminating her face, warmth blossoming within her heart. Li Qingzhou nodded, recalling the earlier episode of the Regent's displeasure. With a touch of helplessness, he inquired, "Did you not prepare pastries for the prince?" "No, why?" Yueya casually responded, engrossed in her calligraphy with a goat hairbrush. Upon hearing his question, Li Qingzhou was taken aback. "Why did you not offer him any?" "Because I wish to make them for him myself," Yueya replied, her eyes sparkling with delight as she fixed her gaze on Li Qingzhou, her brows arched in a gentle curve. Li Qingzhou paused for a moment, letting out a sigh of relief. I see, that is good. Yes, yes. Come and teach me how to practice my writing. I wish to work diligently and become Li Chengqian's princess as soon as possible," Yueya exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she daydreamed about the day she would wear the crown, her face breaking into a silly smile. "Hey, Yueya," Li Qingzhou called. What is it, Qingzhou? Why are you smiling so broadly?" he asked, rubbing his arms, a bemused expression on his face. Yueya blushed, lowering her head shyly. I was just smiling, nothing more, yes, nothing at all." Li Qingzhou remained unconvinced, yet he did not press her further. "Let's practice writing. Focus now." "All right," Yueya obediently replied, though she could hardly contain her fantasies. Meanwhile, Li Chengqian rode to a small villa on the outskirts of the city, dismounted, and hurried inside, navigating several turns until he arrived at the Yao Shui pavilion. Inside, an elderly man with a white beard was engrossed in a game of chess, showing no sign of acknowledgement upon his arrival, continuing with his game in solitude. Li Chengqian paid him no mind and took a seat. After a considerable time, the old man concluded the entire game and finally looked up at him, asking, "What brings you here?" "Today, someone attempted to assassinate them in a narrow alley, and I find myself perplexed," Li Chengqian confessed, his expression a mixture of conflict and concern. The old man chuckled heartily, stroking his snowy beard. "What you find perplexing is not a mystery. Rather, it is your reluctance to accept the truth." Hearing this, Li Chengqian smiled vacantly, feeling utterly helpless. She merely resides in the palace, yet they cannot contain their impatience. There is no remedy for this. The young lady stands in the way of others. Her presence in the palace obstructs other young ladies from entering. How many eyes are watching your residence? She cannot be easily overlooked. I fear her life may be spent amidst assassination attempts," the old man said, lifting a cup of cool tea from beside the chessboard to take a sip. Li Chengqian fell silent, engulfed in profound turmoil. He was acutely aware that the girl possessed only rudimentary skills and a vivacious, innocent nature, making her susceptible to schemes and deceptions. "You must consider carefully. Can a pure-hearted little kitten survive in your dark world? And can you protect her?" The old man's eyes reflected a tinge of sorrow. He understood his disciple well. Surely, he would not seek him out for such trivial matters. As anticipated, it was indeed a matter of love. Li Chengqian, feeling despondent, rose to depart. "I shall take my leave." Go on, the old man said kindly, watching him leave the Yao Shui pavilion. Upon returning to the royal residence, Li Chengqian initially desired solitude, yet he beheld Yueya standing in the listening snow courtyard, her demeanor fierce as she awaited his arrival. He refrained from speaking first, and, as Yueya waited in vain for him to break the silence, her bravado diminished slightly. "Why did you strike Hongwei? You even dealt her 10 strokes," she exclaimed. Li Chengqian's countenance darkened, causing Yueya to instinctively step back, though she remained defiant. "But there is a reason," she insisted. "What reason?" Li Chengqian retorted. Yueya racked her brain, summoning all her mental faculties until, in a moment of clarity, she exclaimed, "It is because of that leader Yin." "Yes, precisely because of him. Is there anything else?" Li Chengqian inquired coldly. "Moreover, that leader, Yin, mentioned they were delayed because they had gone to the rice shop to rescue someone and extinguish a fire. How peculiar it is, isn't it? Why would the rice shop catch fire just at that moment?" As Yueya pondered this, her eyes brimmed with confusion. Li Chengqian's icy demeanor softened slightly. "And what else? Based on my father's extensive experience in solving cases over the years, it is plausible that the arsonist at the rice shop is affiliated with the black-clad individuals. Thus, capturing the arsonist would reveal the identity of the black-clad men." Upon reaching this conclusion, Yueya gazed at herself with admiration, thinking how astute she was. Li Changqian. I'm truly clever. Coughing lightly, Li Changqian remained impassive, prompting Yueya to feel a tinge of embarrassment. Am I not intelligent? Quite clever indeed, Li Changqian replied, a faint smile flickering across his face, which Yueya noticed with delight. Li Changqian, you look so handsome when you smile. At this remark, Li Changqian's smile vanished instantly. This matter shall be entrusted to you. Do you have any objections? Regarding the investigation into the identities of the black-clad men, Yueya felt a pang of uncertainty. She lacked substantial knowledge and had merely absorbed the details of her father's cases through frequent listening. Very well, let Hongyue accompany you, Li Changqian stated with a nonchalant tone. Yet, Yueya's expression changed dramatically. I have fallen prey to your distraction again. You still haven't answered me. Why did you strike Hongyue? It wasn't her fault. This is the rule. There is no need for further discussion. How did your writing practice go today? Li Changqian adeptly shifted the topic, successfully diverting Yueya's attention. Yueya, feeling sheepish, lowered her head. What progress could be made in a single day? Lead me to see, Li Changqian commanded, strolling towards the study with his hands clasped behind his back. Yueya hurriedly obstructed the doorway, but sensing something amiss, Li Changqian deftly moved her aside and pushed open the study door. Inside, Li Qingzhou sprang up from Yueya's chair, and upon recognizing the visitor, her face paled dramatically. This humble girl has encountered the prince. Did you assist her in writing? Li Changqian queried coldly, moving to the table. Upon inspection, he discovered the situation was not as he had feared, but still concerned, he examined a stack of papers and found them all to be similarly written. His expression easing slightly. Each sheet was divided into 15 lines, with the beginning of each line adorned in delicate calligraphy, clearly intended for Yueya to emulate the handwriting for practice. Unfortunately, the writer's bold personality shone through, producing characters that were rather grandiose, lacking the grace of the delicate script. Save for the first character, Yueya, head bowed, stepped cautiously into the room, avoiding eye contact with Li Changqian. I know my writing is ugly. Can you please not be angry? It was not my intention. I beg your pardon, Your Highness. The humble girl believes that Yueya's casual approach to writing may yield no results. It would be wiser for me to instruct her in the art of calligraphy. This is solely my initiative, and I implore you not to hold Yueya accountable. Chapter 50. A secret kiss. Li Qingzhou harbored a deep fear that Li Changqian might take offense at Yueya. She understood that Yueya's fervent desire to practice her writing stemmed from her aspiration to become his princess. Ignoring Li Qingzhou, Li Changqian turned his gaze toward Yueya and declared that she must write 20 characters daily. Failing to do so would result in her missing a meal. Yueya's expression soured, transforming into that of a distressed melon. Sensing the dire situation, Li Qingzhou approached the table and casually bowed to Li Changqian, saying, I have matters to attend to, before hastily departing. With Li Qingzhou gone, Yueya's expression grew even more forlorn. Could you perhaps lessen the requirement? Would 10 suffice? No, Li Changqian replied succinctly. Without a hint of compromise, Yueya tugged at his sleeve, pleading earnestly, I beseech you, would 10 be acceptable? Absolutely not, he reiterated, maintaining his resolute tone. Desperation overcame Yueya. She truly wished to avoid writing 10 characters. What could she possibly do to lessen the burden? With this dilemma weighing heavily on her mind, she began to brainstorm. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her thoughts, recalling a tale she once read. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she nervously fidgeted with the hem of Li Changqian's garment. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she steeled herself against her overwhelming nervousness and approached Li Changqian. I shut tight. She rose onto her toes and pressed a gentle kiss upon his lips. Embarrassment washed over her as she tightly clutched the fabric of his clothing, her ears and neck blooming a seductive shade of pink. Could you perhaps allow me to write a little less? Would 10 suffice? I implore you. Her voice was soft and sweet, reminiscent of fragrant osmanthus wine, utterly enchanting. The warmth of her sudden affection lingered for only an instant before dissipating. Li Changqian stood frozen for a moment before slowly responding. No, please write, he continued. You have not completed a single character today. I shall return to check later. With these words, he turned and exited the room. Once outside, his fingers involuntarily lifted to gently caress his lips. However, Yueya was unaware of this, or she would surely have mocked the stubborn prince. Oblivious to the truth, Yueya fumed, her frustration evident as she stomped her feet, lamenting her plight. Fortunately, the earlier encouragement from Li Qingzhou had provided her with some motivation. Otherwise, she might have succumbed to tears. Tales were deceiving. In those stories, when the heroine kissed the hero, he would soften. Alas, I am not the heroine of a tale, nor is Li Changqian the hero of one. Before long, the sun dipped below the horizon. In total, Yueya managed to write only 6 characters, and the daunting task ahead loomed ever larger. Anxiety gripped her as she prepared herself for hunger, relinquishing her worries and settling into a leisurely pace of writing. At dinner, Li Changqian found the flower hall devoid of Yueya's presence, instead encountering Li Qingzhou, who felt uncomfortable sitting alone at the table meant for him. "Where's the young lady?" he inquired. Qingwei, carrying a dish, quickly replied, "Your Highness, the young lady is in the study practicing her writing." I inquired, and she stated that she would not eat until she had completed 20 characters. Li Changqian furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback by the unexpected self-discipline exhibited by Yueya. He had intended to summon her for dinner, intending to convey that the rules would commence the following day. After a moment of reflection, he realized that it was rather inappropriate to expect her to adhere to the rules, given that he had made his request too late in the day. Qingwei set down the dishes and replied, "Yes, master." Shortly thereafter, Qingwei returned, but she was alone. It was evident that Yueya had not been summoned back. "What did she say?" Li Changqian raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. Qingwei, her expression awkward, lowered her head and explained. The young lady stated that she would not eat, as she does not see herself as the heroine. Therefore, she intends to diet and become beautiful like the leading lady. What does heroine mean? Li Changqian inquired bamusha. As he had never encountered this term before, Qingwei elaborated that it referred to the protagonist in a story, where the female character was termed the heroine, while the male counterpart was referred to as the hero. Qingwei was astonished to find that her question was quite similar to that of the prince. Then who is her hero? Li Changqian's expression darkened. Qingwei, momentarily frightened, replied timidly, "The young lady mentioned that you are not the hero of the story. As a kiss holds no significance, it cannot change anything. She still has to write 20 essays." Chapter 51. Continue the kiss. Qingwei felt tears welling up. She dared not lift her gaze. "I shall personally invite her for dinner," Li Changqian declared, his countenance grim, as he rose and made his way to Yulon Pavilion. Once he left, Qingwei breathed a sigh of relief, placing a hand over her chest. That was terrifying. Li Qingzhou observed her with a hint of amusement. "Did Yueya truly say that?" Qingwei turned to Li Qingzhou, recalling her earlier reaction, still shaken, and confirmed. "Indeed, she said so." Li Qingzhou would have "You may return to your own tasks. There is no need for you to attend to me here." "Yes, Miss Qingzhou," Qingwei replied, reflecting on her thoughts as she hurried out. In the study, Li Changqian had initially approached the matter with reason, yet upon entering, he found himself at a loss for words, awkwardly shifting the conversation. "Are you hungry?" He coughed lightly, attempting to mask his discomfort. Yueya did not even glance up. Engrossed in her writing, "I am not hungry. Your Highness should go eat." "Your Highness?" Li Changqian raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk forming on his lips. "Call me Your Highness a few more times." The tone carried a hint of menace, prompting Yueya to refrain from speaking further. She chuckled foolishly. "I just want to test their titles." "Ha! Is it true that when the heroine kisses the hero, it proves useful? Yet when I kiss you, it is of no use. Does that mean we are not the hero and heroine?" Li Changqian's gaze turned frigid, his tone chilling, enveloping Yueya in a winter's chill. She trembled in fear, utterly unprepared for the repercussions of her grievances being relayed to Li Changqian by Qingwei. "Are you not going to speak?" Li Changqian regarded Yueya with a mocking smile. Provoked by his accusatory demeanor, Yueya felt a surge of defiance and angrily set down her brush. "You criticize me, but in stories, when the heroine steals a kiss from the hero, he grants her every wish. I stole a kiss from you, yet you grant me only the task of writing 10 essays. As the moonlit crescent waxed increasingly irate and somewhat aggrieved, she lamented, "You do not care for me at all, nor show the slightest concern. You only think of making me right. I am quite famished, yet I dare not partake in a meal, fearing your reproach." The protagonist, Li Changxian, reflected with regret, profound regret. Alas, it was of no consequence. The moonlit crescent's tirade was a lamentation that could move heaven and earth. Li Changxian could only endure her complaints until she eventually exhausted herself. With a sigh of relief, he observed her slumped on the chair, her hand gently caressing her soft abdomen. "Li Changxian, I am so hungry. Let us dine, and we shall resume practicing calligraphy according to the rules tomorrow." A flicker of leniency emerged in Li Changxian's gaze, dissipating the unwavering resolve he had previously displayed. The moonlit crescent, picking up the 6.5 pieces she had practiced today, inquired, "Can this count towards tomorrow's quota? Does that mean I only have to write 13.5 pieces tomorrow?" Li Changxian retorted, "If you remain silent, I shall take it as your agreement." "Ah, how delightful!" The moonlit crescent, elated, nearly felt the urge to dance. "Not at all." Li Changxian's frosty words extinguished all her hopes. The moonlit crescent, taken aback, implored, "Could you repeat that? I did not hear you clearly." "I said, the 6.5 pieces written today cannot be counted towards tomorrow. What is written today belongs to today. Tomorrow, there are still 20 pieces to complete. No slacking off, or you shall go without food." Li Changxian's demeanor was cold and unyielding, his face a mask of sternness. The moonlit crescent felt tears welling up. Mimicking the affected demeanor of heroines from stories, she protested, "You cannot treat me this way. You are so cruel. I am clearly the one wronged." Li Changxian scoffed, his fists clenched, the sound echoing ominously. "Say another word, and I shall break your legs." The moonlit crescent retorted, "You are certainly not the hero. At this moment, you should be comforting me, saying I never need to write again." Silence. Li Changxian's forehead pulsed with tension, his eyes gleaming with menace, suppressing the urge to throttle her. "Utter one more word, and I will fetch a knife to chop you into 8 pieces." The moonlit crescent recoiled, turning to flee. Laughter erupting from her, a triumphant and audacious sound that irked Li Changxian, causing his expression to darken significantly. Upon reaching the small flower hall for dinner, she slyly confided in Li Qingzhou, "I have discovered a weapon to use against Li Changxian. He he." "Huh?" Her mischievous grin left the genteel Li Qingzhou utterly astonished. "What do you mean? Do not say another word, little ancestor. The prince is coming." Li Qingzhou gently pulled the moonlit crescent, halting her words. Yet, she was unperturbed. She truly felt fear. The moonlit crescent ceased her chatter and turned to see Li Changxian, his expression dark and smoldering with anger. The servant Qin Yue kept her distance, visibly frightened. Once he took his seat, the moonlit crescent found herself gripped by trepidation, her palms slick with sweat, her heart racing in a fervor. Li Qingzhou, throughout the ordeal, kept her head down, daring not to take any food, content to eat only plain rice. Chapter 52. The prince's shyness realizing the predicament was of her own making, the moonlit crescent resolved to apologize. She proactively served Li Changxian some food, urging, "Eat more. Do not let your anger consume you." Li Qingzhou and Qin Yue exchanged glances, while Li Changxian tightened his grip on his chopsticks. Under the watchful eyes of the moonlit crescent, Li Qingzhou and Qin Yue, those chopsticks crumbled into dust within his palm. As the scene of being crushed by Li Changxian flashed through her mind, Yueya's heart trembled. With great caution, she extended her chopsticks towards Li Changxian, suggesting, "Perhaps you might use my chopsticks?" Li Qingzhou, feeling despondent, silently lamented in his heart, calling Yueya his ancestral deity. Qin Yue, turning pale, discreetly set down her dish after years of experience and fled swiftly. Her departure ignited Li Qingzhou's instinct for survival. He stood up, suddenly parched, and went to fetch some water. He too made a hasty exit. Only the two of them remained in the flower hall. Li Changxian's cold smile radiated a dangerous glint. "Itching? You seem rather pleased." Yueya forced a laugh. No, I'm not itching. I'm just hungry. I was wrong," she added, as Li Changxian rose, leaning forward, his large hands reaching across the table. His long, Strong fingers gently lifted Yueya's chin, and he leaned in for a firm kiss. After a while, he moved closer, one hand gripping her delicate waist while the other held her slender neck, kissing her fervently. Initially, Yueya felt pain, but soon her body grew warm and soft, trembling uncontrollably. Had it not been for Li Chengqian's strong grasp, she might have collapsed to the ground. When he finally ceased, her lips were swollen, her tongue tingled, and speaking became a challenge. Li Chengqian, smirking, wiped the moisture from her lips with his thumb, his gaze fixed intently on her clear eyes. "Do you still dare to provoke my anger?" Yueya gazed at him dreamily. "You are so handsome, resembling a domineering lord from a novel. No, you are even more handsome. Do not be angry. Consider it a compliment." Li Chengqian repeatedly reassured himself, suppressing the urge to strangle Yueya in frustration. "I'm hungry." Yueya's voice was soft, and Li Chengqian glanced at her, saying, "Eat." "Then I shall begin," she replied, sitting down happily to eat. Initially, her mood was exuberant, but soon it shifted to a more bashful demeanor. Her heart filled with shyness and the awkwardness of a girl before her beloved. "What's wrong with me?" Li Chengqian queried, noticing her peculiar behavior. Yueya, taking one grain of rice at a time, felt her ears flush and her cheeks bloom like springtime peach blossoms. Her eyes sparkled with a clear, delicate charm, reminiscent of pink peach blossoms drifting gracefully in crystal-clear waters. "We've kissed 3 times now," she confessed, torn between contradiction and boldness, yet brimming with passion. Despite his strong demeanor, Li Chengqian was considerably more reserved. His face flushed crimson, and he abruptly stood, declaring, "I am full. You may take your time." Yueya gasped, about to speak, but saw Li Chengqian walking away, his gait subtly awkward. "How could you be full so quickly?" She pondered, slightly confused, before focusing intently on her meal. Once Li Chengqian left, Li Qingzhou soon arrived. "Qingzhou, after I finish eating, I wish to summon a doctor for Hongyue. She was injured because of me. Will you accompany me?" Yueya felt a twinge of guilt for Hongyue. Li Qingzhou nodded. "Of course, I will accompany you." After finishing their meal, the two intended to venture out in search of a doctor, only to be halted by Li Xing. "My dear, the world outside is far from peaceful at present. It would be unwise for you to go out. What if someone encounters the Red Moon situation again?" Such words were undeniably blunt and hurtful. Yueya felt a twinge of anger, but restrained herself, asking Li Xing politely, "Then, who in the manner possesses medicine for bruises and injuries?" Li Xing snorted derisively, a mocking expression crossing her face. "The steward has it, but it has already been given to the Red Moon. There is no need for you to trouble yourself." "Very well, I understand." "Thank you," Yueya replied, turning towards the guest quarters where Hongyue, Qingyue, Xiaofeng, and other servants resided. Lin Qin, Li Xing, and Lin Quan, the guards, were stationed in the 5th courtyard. Not having taken more than a few steps, Yueya was once again obstructed by Li Xing. "My lady, Hongyue has decided to rest. You should not disturb her." Enraged, Li Qingzhou stepped forward, delivering a forceful strike. Li Xing's expression shifted as she countered with a powerful blow, and the two became embroiled in a fierce struggle. Though Li Xing held the advantage, she refrained from harming the loyal servant, ultimately being sent crashing to the ground by Li Qingzhou's forceful strike. Li Qingzhou approached, looking down upon her. "Lordly, I advise you to temper your actions. Even a clay figure possesses a measure of temper. We are not clay figures." Li Xing turned her face away, her displeasure towards Yueya intensifying, despite her reluctance to confront Li Qingzhou directly. "Yueya, let us go." Li Qingzhou grasped Yueya's hand, leading her towards the guest quarters to visit the recuperating Hongyue. Chapter 53. Li Xing was terribly frightened within the guest quarters. Hongyue lay dreamily on the bed, lost in slumber. Suddenly, the sound of a knock roused her from her dreams. Shaking her head, she queried, "Who is it?" "It is I, Hongyue," came Yueya's soft voice. Instantly recognizing it, Hongyue murmured, "My lady?" Realizing it was indeed her lady come to visit, her eyes brightened. "Please come in." As Yueya and Li Qingzhou entered, they caught sight of Hongyue attempting to rise from her bed, which startled them. "Do not move about recklessly. Did you not receive a beating?" Yueya admonished gently, assisting her back onto the bed. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Hong Yue's cheeks flushed. It was merely 10 lashes. It is of no consequence. Please do not worry. Lie still. Li Qingzhou interjected, placing a hand on her shoulder to prevent any further movement. I assure you, I am truly fine. Do not fret, my lady. Hearing Li Xing's implication that her injury was due to her, Yueya felt a pang of guilt. Why would the men in black target me? I do not recall having offended anyone. Quickly, Hong Yue shook her head, a hint of urgency in her voice. My lady, do not speak such words. As a mere servant, my duty is to ensure the safety of everyone in the manor. Even if it were not you, I would still fulfill my responsibilities. The prince ordered my punishment due to my negligence, and it is unrelated to you. Yueya, with her innocent heart, did not dwell too heavily on the matter. Upon hearing Hong Yue's words, she felt reassured. Then wait for me a moment. I have not yet fetched the pastries I bought for you. With that, she dashed out, leaving Hong Yue with no opportunity to voice her thoughts. Li Qingzhou took a seat nearby, unable to stop her. She distributed half a pound to everyone. You have a full pound. Such an abundance. The red moon left her somewhat speechless. Indeed, the pastries of the capital were not inexpensive. She spent her silver with abandon. Li Qingzhou, with a mixture of helplessness and fondness, remarked on this. Before long, Yueya arrived, presenting a pound of pastries infused with 3 distinct flavors to Hong Yue, expressing her gratitude for saving her life. Hong Yue could not help but smile. It was her duty, and the girl need not thank her. The two lingered in Hong Yue's room for a while before returning to Yulon Pavilion. Yueya, having narrowly escaped an assassination attempt during the day, was too preoccupied with other matters to dwell on it, choosing instead to bury it deep within her heart. However, as night fell and she found herself alone, a wave of discomfort washed over her. She had a tendency to think of her parents and siblings whenever trouble arose, longing for home, and this night was no exception. Yet, returning home was not an option that evening. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, she donned a simple white garment, left her hair uncombed, and sought out Li Chengxian. Li Chengxian was reclined in his room, absorbed in a book, occasionally nibbling on a mulberry. The collar of his shirt was open and under the dim candlelight. His well-defined chest muscles appeared quite alluring. As Yueya pushed open the door, her head bowed, hands hanging limply, and long hair cascading down, she lethargically stepped into Li Chengxian's room. Before she fully entered, a peculiar shadow, elongated and eerie, cast itself upon the floor, illuminated by the moonlight. Li Chengxian's gaze shifted from his book to the uncanny shadow, and even he, robust as he was, felt a shiver run down his spine, his pupils dilating in alarm. I miss my father, my mother, my brother, and my sister. What should I do? She spoke softly, her voice trailing off. It brought a profound sense of relief to Li Chengxian. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he set the book aside, attempting to calm his racing heart, and remarked ominously, Are you afraid that I will live too long in this ghostly guise? Yueya paid him no mind. Sluggishly making her way to his side and sitting down, she began to eat the mulberries one by one, disregarding her image as she wiped her mouth with her sleeve, leaving it smeared with the crimson juice of the fruit. Ah, I truly miss home, she sighed, having consumed a handful of mulberries and nodding in satisfaction. They're quite delectable. After finishing her handful, she continued, I miss my parents, and I long for roasted chicken, braised pork knuckles, lotus cakes, and cloud cakes. Eventually, only one mulberry remained in the dish. As Li Chengxian reached for it, it inexplicably fell into Yueya's hand before he could touch it. He silently withdrew his hand, watching as she lifted the last mulberry to her lips. Are you still hungry? He inquired. With a hint of grievance, Yueya nodded. Yes, I am. The meals in the palace cannot compare to those at home. Is that all? She reached out again, only to discover the dish was completely empty, which left her feeling somewhat dejected. Li Chengxian, feeling a sense of exasperation, advised, You should return and rest. As an unmarried lady, it is inappropriate for you to be in my room at such an hour. Yueya merely responded with an "oh" as she wiped her mouth, failing to notice the purple-red stains of mulberry juice on her hands. In an instant, her face turned crimson, her disheveled hair was also stained, and her white garment bore the marks of her indulgence, rendering her a rather frightful sight. This is what one might call a debt-collecting little ghost. Li Changqian sighed, running a hand over his forehead. Li Changqian, I can indeed flip my eyelids. Would you care to witness it? If it brings you joy, might I request an additional serving of meat with each meal? Yueya descended from the soft couch, standing before Li Changqian, raising her hand to flip her eyelids. Before he could utter a word of refusal, he was met with the sight of two large, vividly red eyelids and a gaping mouth stained with the deep purple juice of mulberries, splattered across her pristine white attire. Taking a deep breath with his eyes closed, Li Changqian suppressed the wild thumping of his heart. Please go outside. I wish to read. More meat? Yueya asked, her expression one of feigned distress, looking quite pitiable. Li Changqian, overwhelmed and weary, understood that he must not succumb to anger. The repercussions of such a reaction would lead to profound regret. Thus, he spoke gently. Tomorrow, I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare braised pork knuckles for you. Be good and return to rest while I continue my reading. Am all right? Yueya beamed, her lips curling into a smile. The memory of her darkened mouth, stained by the mulberries, was a source of anguish for Li Changqian, prompting him to close his eyes in discomfort. Please, return to rest. Enthralled by the thought of the forthcoming delicacy, Yueya left Li Changqian's chamber, forgetting to revert her eyelids. However, after only a few steps, she was interrupted by someone who placed a hand upon her shoulder. Who is this little imp? State your name. Upon recognizing the voice of Li Xing, Yueya's mood soured, and she swatted his hand away, spinning around to glare at him. In a weak yet defiant tone, she challenged, Who are you calling a little imp? What Li Xing beheld in that moment was the most terrifying sight of his life. In the darkness of the night, illuminated only by a few dim lanterns hanging from the eaves, stood a woman clad in a flowing white robe, her entire form drenched in blood, her face smeared with it, her hair disheveled and stained, and most horrifying of all, her teeth glistening with blood, her eyes appearing as gaping red voids. Chapter 54. The true misery of Li Xing. A gust of night wind swept through, causing her ample robe to flutter eerily. Who are you calling a little imp? She demanded, her tone laced with displeasure. Li Xing froze in terror, his eyes wide with fear, unable to utter a sound despite his desperate attempts to scream. As the wind brushed against Yueya's eyelids, she found it irritatingly uncomfortable. With little regard for Li Xing, she lifted her hand to flip her eyelids back into place. Her fingers still smeared with mulberry juice, rendering her eyes a bizarre shade of purple-red under the lantern's glow, creating an unsettling and sinister aura. Li Xing's gaze was filled with sheer terror. He realized this spirit was no mere imp. She could flip her eyelids, and her eyes, oh, her eyes. In that instant, a blood-curdling scream escaped Li Xing's lips, and Yueya, startled by his reaction, joined in the panic. There's a ghost. There's a ghost. Tears streamed down Li Xing's face as he reacted instinctively, fleeing in a frenzy through the Wangfu. Yueya, equally alarmed, thought there must indeed be a ghost. Where is it? Where's the ghost? Li Changqian, there's a ghost. Save me. Two individuals sprinted in opposite directions, only to collide on the narrow path, leaving Li Xing in a dire predicament. I do not wish to perish. Great Spirit, spare me. From now on the 1st and 15th of each month, I shall abstain from meat and never take a life again. Seeing the terror that gripped him, Yueya was convinced a ghost lurked behind her, and her hair stood on end. Li Changqian, save me. I am frightened. Their cries awakened the entire mansion, including the slumbering Hong Yue and Li Qingzhou. Not to mention, Li Changqian, who was not far from the scene, rushed over only to find that Li Xing could no longer bear the fear. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground. Yueya, upon sighting Li Changqian's approach, leaped into his arms, wrapping her hands around his neck and her legs around his waist, trembling in fright. I am scared. There's a ghost. Tears and snot smeared across Li Changqian's attire as he felt a surge of agitation, glancing at Li Xing on the ground before giving him a kick. With a howl, Li Xing awoke, only to see a ghost hanging from Li Changqian. His eyes rolled back again, and he fainted once more, exclaiming, I fear ghosts. Li Changqian exhaled deeply, suppressing a strong urge to inflict harm. At that moment, several servants, including Hong Yue, Qing Yue, and a few young lads like Lin Quan and Lin Qin arrived at the listening snow courtyard. They beheld the terrifying sight of Yu clinging to Li Chengxian and Li Xing sprawled on the ground, eyes rolled back. Lin Quan could hardly bear to watch and approached, delivering 2 kicks to rouse Li Xing. This time, Lin Quan stood protectively in front of Li Chengxian, shielding him from Yueya. Li Xing, now conscious but still trembling, upon recognizing Lin Quan, nearly broke into tears. Lin Quan, there's a ghost. A ghost. His voice quivered with fear. Lin Qin positioned himself behind Li Xing to restrain him. Is that truly a ghost? Lin Quan stepped back, revealing Li Chengxian and Yueya. Li Xing's eyes widened in shock, almost succumbing to unconsciousness again, until Lin Qin bellowed, "Look closely before you faint." Yueya, equally terrified, clung tightly to Li Chengxian. I'm scared of ghosts. Taking a deep breath, Li Chengxian suppressed his rising anger and gently set Yueya down. Fear not, I shall protect you. It is all right. Yueya released a sigh of relief, gradually standing on her own, yet still gripping Li Chengxian's hand tightly. She slowly turned to face Li Xing. Lin Qin, Lin Quan, Li Qingzhou, Hong Yue, Qing Yue, and Xiaofeng. With the exception of Li Xing, nearly everyone gasped in shock, deeply frightened. Li Xing, overwhelmed by anxiety, fainted once more, but this time Lin Qin caught him. Seeing their expressions, particularly Li Xing's, Yueya exclaimed, Li Chengxian, there's a ghost behind me. Li Chengxian and the others thought, Ancestor, you have frightened someone into fainting so many times, yet you remain oblivious to the fact that you are the ghost. Suppressing the urge to throttle Yueya, Li Chengxian scooped her up and commanded, you all return to your quarters. Lin Qin, take good care of Li Xing. Yes, my lord. Lin Qin and Lin Quan exchanged a glance, and together they lifted Li Xing, prompting the other servants to hasten over to assist. Meanwhile, Li Qingzhou, along with Hong Yue, Qing Yue, and Xiaofeng, could not contain themselves and erupted into uproarious laughter. Their mirth was so infectious that Li Chengxian nearly succumbed to laughter himself. Upon returning to the room, he positioned Yueya in front of the dressing mirror, turning her around to face her reflection, which would explain why Li Xing had been so terrified. Yueya was gripped by fear, clutching Li Chengxian's hand tightly, on the verge of tears. I don't want to see. I'm afraid of ghosts. Please, don't make me look. If you don't look, you won't be my princess, Li Chengxian replied, struggling to suppress his amusement. This was the very phrase that filled Yueya with dread, prompting her to slowly turn around, cautiously covering her eyes. I'm right beside you. What is there to fear? Li Chengxian reassured her, and emboldened, Yueya opened her arms to behold her reflection. What she saw was a frightful sight. Her white robe was stained with dark red mulberry juice, giving it an ominous appearance under the dim lantern light, reminiscent of blood. Her pristine face, eyes, and mouth were smeared with the same eerie liquid, making her look ghastly. Startled, Yueya took a step back, her eyes pleading with Li Chengxian, I'm so frightened. What should I do? Li Chengxian, overwhelmed by exasperation, approached his position, soaked a cloth with tea, and rubbed it roughly across her face. To his surprise, Yueya did not resist, allowing him to act as he wished. He sighed, his touch softening as he worked. After a short while, satisfied with his efforts, he withdrew his hand, tossing the cloth onto the table, and turned Yueya to face the mirror once more. Do you still find it terrifying? He inquired before returning to his seat. He contemplated picking up a book, but decided against it, thinking it best to wait until the following day. When Yueya opened her eyes, she beheld a clean, fair visage, her face lighting up with joy. I'm all clean now. She turned back to Li Chengxian, her face radiating with a bright smile. Li Chengxian, it turns out I was the ghost all along. Y frighten Li Xing so terribly. Li Chengxian shook his head in resignation. You mustn't do that again. Do you understand? Understood, Yueya replied, her voice soft and sweet. Let's go. I shall escort you home, Li Chengxian said, leading her outside, their shadows falling side by side. Noticing this, Yueya deliberately slowed her pace, trailing slightly behind him. Their shadows intertwined on the ground, and she beamed at him with a gentle smile. Li Chengxian observed their joined shadows, one tall and upright, the other petite and delicate. A perfect match. Li Chengxian, look, Even the moon knows I adore you, Yueya whispered shyly, her voice resonating with a steadfast sweetness in the tranquil night. Li Chengxian remained silent, merely slowing his pace to walk alongside Yueya once more. This time, the distance between them diminished significantly, bringing them closer than ever. Yueya sweetly revealed a bashful smile, her ears tinged with a delicate shade of pink. That night was destined to be one of peaceful slumber. She tightly wrapped herself in the quilt, overwhelmed with joy as she rolled about in bed, giggling like a soft, plump kitten exposing its tender belly. How shy I am. Am I being too brazen? She pondered. No, I'm not brazen at all. It's all Li Chengxian's fault for being so handsome. Yes, it's him. His good looks are simply irresistible. After a bout of self-reflection, she cast her uncontrollable shyness and excitement upon Li Chengxian, finally curling up with her soft belly exposed. Her rounded, gleaming toes tucked in as she drifted into a deep sleep. The following morning, Li Chengxian set off early for court, while Yueya, having finished her breakfast, prepared to accompany Qingyue and Li Qingzhou to investigate the fire at the rice shop in the western city. At the entrance, she encountered Li Xing. Upon seeing Yueya, Li Xing's face turned a shade of liver red, and he greeted her stiffly. Miss, are you heading out? Yes, to look into the fire at the rice shop. Yueya replied, her demeanor slightly bashful. I apologize for last night. I was frightened too. I thought there was a ghost behind me, and it must have startled you. She felt a pang of embarrassment for her earlier clumsiness, fearing the public recall of her misstep. Li Xing trembled with anger, unable to even glance at Yueya, his voice trembling as he urged, Miss, please go ahead. I have other matters to attend to. Ah, all right, Yueya sighed in relief, leaving the royal residence with a barely contained smile alongside Qingyue and Li Qingzhou. As Li Xing watched Yueya's retreating figure, his eyes burned with frustration, gripping the hilt of his dagger tightly to suppress his inner turmoil. Yueya remained unaware of his feelings, yet she felt a twinge of guilt over the previous night's events. It seems I truly frightened him, she mused. But then again, he scared you too. Li Qingzhou's teasing smile revealed a blend of affection and exasperation as he gently patted Yueya's chubby cheek. We must focus on the task at hand. Indeed. Taking a deep breath, Yueya steeled herself and headed towards the western city. At the Hong family rice shop in the western city, chaos reigned. Hurry, move this pile of rice to the warehouse. The shopkeeper kicked the laborer with unyielding force, who, enduring the humiliation, sluggishly carried 2 bags of rice towards the warehouse. The shopkeeper, shaking his broad sleeves, grumbled about the daily frustrations of his trade. As the laborer emerged from the warehouse once more, he was kicked again, this time right in front of Yueya and her companions. Yueya frowned slightly, but remained silent. Qingyue approached the shopkeeper, inquiring, Sir, you're aware that this rice shop was set ablaze the other day. Do you know who started the fire? The shopkeeper arrogantly glanced at Qingyue and pointed to the laborer. Who else could it be? Are you so certain? Li Qingzhou questioned, skepticism in his gaze. With a cold smile, the shopkeeper retorted, how could it not be him? He cast an impatient glance at Li Qingzhou. You young ladies should not be asking about such matters. Do not disturb our business. He attempted to shoo Yueya, Qingyue, and Li Qingzhou away. Yueya, staring intently at the shopkeeper's face, pressed, are you truly certain he is the arsonist? The shopkeeper's expression was slightly unnatural, but soon turned resolute. How could it not be him? Just days ago, he had attempted to harm our master. Perhaps, in a bid for revenge, he set fire to our rice shop. Thank you, shopkeeper. The moonlight reflected in Yueya's eyes, sparkling with joy, her innocent round face exuding simplicity. The shopkeeper exhaled in relief, urging her to leave quickly, as customers were arriving, and they should not disturb the business of the rice shop. Lowering her gaze, Yueya turned and departed the Hong family rice shop with Qingyue and Li Qingzhou, seeking a window-side table at a nearby tea house, where she ordered a pot of tea and 3 plates of pastries. Qingyue, once that laborer finishes moving the rice, asked him to come see us. Yueya poured 2 cups of tea, placing one before Li Qingzhou. Qingyue stood by the window, observing the rice shop's activities. Yueya had been speaking incessantly, leaving Qingyue no choice but to sit anxiously, feeling restless and uneasy. Li Qingzhou, unable to bear her discomfort, encouraged her to stand. Yueya, being sensible, refrained from persuading Yueya to sit down. Acknowledging with a simple, "Yes, miss," Yueya returned her focus to the rice shop. Yueya and Zhou sipped their tea, occasionally offering a piece of pastry or a cup of tea to Yueya. The three enjoyed a moment of tranquility until the laborer finished moving the rice and was granted a brief respite for water, prompting Yueya to take action. In less than 15 minutes, the laborer from the Hong family rice shop, whose appearance was fairly decent, was brought to the tea house by Yueya. Standing before Yueya and Zhou. "Miss, why have you summoned me? I know nothing. I did not set the fire in the rice shop." The laborer's eyes were slightly red, his honest features revealing a hint of grievance and helplessness. "Tell us what you know," Yueya sighed. "Yes," the laborer responded, his voice trembling as he began to speak. "That day, I was moving rice as usual, but the young master, in his mischief, somehow obtained some fireworks and insisted on setting them off. I could not stop him and pretended not to see. To my surprise, the fireworks went awry and ignited the warehouse. The master and mistress blamed me for not overseeing properly and for failing to restrain the young master. They dismissed another laborer and demanded I do the work of two, allowing me only 1 meal a day, with my wages entirely deducted to pay off the debt." The earnest laborer spoke, his eyes now glistening with tears. In stark contrast to the gentle Zhou, Yueya was seething with indignation, her heart ablaze with anger. How dare they? It is clearly his failure to manage his son. Yet they expect you to bear the entire burden. I shall confront him. As she declared this, she swiftly descended the stairs. Yueya and Zhou exchanged worried glances, fearing she might be taken advantage of, and hurried after her. Unexpectedly, at the entrance of the tea house, they encountered Li Changqian. Yueya halted abruptly, and the others followed suit. Li Changqian glanced at the laborer behind him, then fixed his gaze on Yueya. "Have you clarified the situation?" "Not yet," Yueya replied, gesturing towards the laborer and quickly recapping his earlier statements for Li Changqian. Upon hearing her, Li Changqian asserted, "I shall accompany you." "Very well," Yueya responded, her face lighting up with joy. The group proceeded to the rice shop, just in time to find the master and mistress inspecting the warehouse. Upon seeing the laborer standing with them, they approached without greeting and proceeded to reprimand him. Yueya spread her arms to block the couple, who attempted to bypass her to confront the laborer. With a single palm strike, Zhou repelled them back. The couple stumbled and steadied themselves at the counter, finally directing their gaze towards the group, their eyes landing on Li Changqian. "Sir, may I inquire what brings you to our humble rice shop?" The couple, stout and rotund, adorned in wide-sleeve garments of fine cotton in vibrant hues, undeniably exuded an air of affluence, yet they dared to bully a laborer clad in coarse linen and straw sandals. "What is your name?" "Yeah," asked the laborer, intimidated by the proprietors, timidly uttered his name. "I'm called Chunda." "Very well." Yueya's gaze shifted toward the rice shop owners. "Now, recount to me how Chunda set fire to your establishment. Spare no detail, for any inaccuracies shall bear consequences." From a young age, she had idolized her father as he adjudicated cases beneath the gleaming plaque proclaiming justice, and now she found herself with a similar opportunity. Her eyes sparkled as she regarded the proprietors, akin to a treasure hunter beholding gold. Under her intense scrutiny, the couple grew anxious, stumbling over their words and struggling to articulate a coherent narrative. "Perhaps it was that I neglected to extinguish the oil lamp while guarding the warehouse at night. In the following morning, the sun and wind ignited a spark that fell upon the rice bags," they muttered. "Indeed, that is correct," Yueya replied with a cold huff. "Pray tell, at what hour did the flames arise?" The couple exchanged glances, clearly unprepared and unable to recall specific details. Yueya's expression turned to one of exasperation. "Was it in the afternoon?" "Oh, yes, it was in the afternoon," they exhaled in relief. Zhou and Yueya exchanged knowing glances, simultaneously averting their gazes to stifle laughter, while Li Changqian sat stoically, exuding an aura of regal authority akin to a formidable tiger. Turning back to Chunda, Yueya continued her inquiry. "On that night, did you light the oil lamp? Did it extinguish?" Chunda nodded, still unable to meet the eyes of the shop owners. "I did light the lamp, but The wick was nearly spent, and it naturally extinguished before I went to sleep. The master and madam are aware of this. As the wick requires cotton thread, which is rather costly, the master advised to conserve it, especially since the moonlight has been sufficient these past few nights. Yueya smiled. And where's the oil lamp now? I shall retrieve it, Chunda replied, hastily departing. Shortly thereafter, he returned with the lamp, which bore only a minuscule wick. Explaining its extinguishment, the proprietor's expressions shifted, hastily concocting a new excuse. Sir, I must have erred. It was not the oil lamp, but rather a conflict we had the other day. Out of spite, he sought to exact revenge by setting fire to my warehouse to alleviate his grievances. With brazen audacity, the rice shop owner fabricated his tale. Yueya's eyes grew cold. You are audacious. How dare you lie and slander another in the presence of this princess? Do you take me for a fool? The very mention of this princess elicited suppressed laughter from Qing Yue and Li Qingzhou, while Li Chengqian's brows furrowed, a throbbing pain manifesting at his temples. The owner of the rice shop and his wife cast a glance at the imposing Li Chengqian and then at Yueya, realizing that despite their reluctance, they had no choice but to admit their fault. With faces full of regret, they knelt on the ground, addressing her as Your Highness. We acknowledge our mistake. You claim to recognize your error, yet it is merely your fear of my noble status that compels your insincere apology. Do you think I am unaware of your true thoughts? Yueya said disdainfully. The couple from the rice shop appeared guilty. Chunda, with tear-filled eyes, looked at Yueya with admiration and gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness, for restoring justice on my behalf. Enough. Rise, Yueya commanded, turning to Qingwei. Qingwei, accompany Chunda to bring their son here. I wish for this couple to fully comprehend their wrongdoing. Yes, Your Grace, Your Highness, Qingwei replied, casting a cautious glance at Li Chengqian. Seeing no adverse reaction, she sighed in relief before departing the rice shop with Chunda. By this time, a crowd had gathered outside the rice shop, many pointing fingers at the kneeling couple. Naturally, Yueya, Li Chengqian, and Li Qingzhou were not spared from scrutiny either. However, Li Chengqian paid them no mind, while Yueya felt a sense of pride her first case attracting public attention. Li Qingzhou, feeling slightly uncomfortable, stepped back to the door, using it to shield himself. A quarter of an hour later, Qingwei and Chunda returned, escorting a portly young master who exuded arrogance. It was evident from his demeanor that he belonged to the same family, living a life of luxury. He strutted in, shouting, Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? How dare you bring me here? Get out of my way. Before he could finish, he caught sight of his pitiful parents kneeling on the ground, causing him to falter momentarily. Yueya looked at him triumphantly and inquired, And do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? Do you know who my future husband is? The plump young master stood there, bewildered and shaking his head, utterly clueless. Yueya sat beside Li Chengqian and sternly asked, Were you the one playing with the fireworks that ignited the warehouse? Speak. The young master instinctively wanted to protest, but upon meeting Li Chengqian's fierce gaze, all his bravado withered away. In a moment of sheer panic, he averted his eyes, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. He swallowed hard, confessing, Yes, it was I who played with the fireworks and accidentally set the warehouse ablaze. Who provided you with the fireworks? Yueya probed. Li Qingzhou and Li Chengqian's gazes shifted towards Yueya, both surprised at her cleverness in pinpointing the crux of the matter. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the young master stammered, An old man sold them to me. I stole them. Is that old man still in the capital? Yueya continued. Yes, the young master replied, trembling and constantly licking his lips. You falsely accused Chunda, forcing him to take the blame while your parents bullied him. How do you intend to compensate him? Yueya stated, glancing at the rice shop owner. Surely, you are adept at calculations? Calculate how much silver should be given to Chunda. Today, the princess is present. Not a single coin may be spared. Ensure you calculate it meticulously. Chapter 57. Is there any hoof meat to eat? Seeing that Yueya did not quite understand, Li Qingzhou stepped forward. This must include the withheld monthly silver, as well as the extra work he performed beyond his duties. All must be accounted for. Under Li Chengqian's watchful gaze, the couple who owned the rice shop dared not utter a word, and the shopkeeper was equally reluctant to falter. After careful calculation, it was determined that over the past year, the total amounted to 10 taels and 5 chien of silver. The shopkeeper lowered his head, unable to meet the eyes of the rice shop owners. Chunda, feeling aggrieved, exclaimed, "Doesn't the fee for the medicine I was charged the other day count? You were the one who struck first." The rice shop owner's complexion turned ashen. Chunda gritted his teeth. "You insulted my wife. Should I not retaliate? As a man, am I not permitted to protect my own?" The rice shop owner's wife's expression shifted. She pinched the rice shop owner's ear painfully, causing a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Li Qingzhou withdrew his gaze and addressed the shopkeeper. "Calculate the fee for the medicine precisely." The plump young master attempted to intervene, but was seized by Qing Yueya, who twisted his hand, causing him to howl in pain. He was then flung aside, silencing him. The shopkeeper, trembling, worked the abacus and soon arrived at a total of 15 taels of silver. "What?" The rice shop owners' faces drained of color as they felt the weight of Li Chengxian's stare, leaving them to swallow their indignation. "Pay Chun to the silver." Yuan knelt, extending her hand toward the rice shop owner. 15 taels of silver, quickly. The rice shop owner stammered, I will go to the backyard to fetch it." However, he took longer than expected, causing Li Qingzhou, Yueya, and Chunda to feel anxious, while Li Chengxian and Qingwei remained composed, showing no signs of disturbance. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed down the street. As the footsteps approached, the crowd discerned the identity of the newcomers, Jingzhao and Xiang Nanfang. Onlookers eagerly anticipated a spectacle, murmuring among themselves about the misfortune that awaited Yueya, Li Qingzhou, and the others as they followed Xiang Nanfang's entourage into the rice shop. The rice shop owner strode in with a sense of pride. The crowd was dispersed by the constables, creating a clear space in the center. Xiang Nanfang, hands clasped behind his back, donned a red official robe, exuding authority as he stood amidst the crowd, facing the rice shop, declaring, "Who dares to cause a ruckus in this important area of the capital?" Within the rice shop, Qingwei stood beside Li Chengxian, blocking his line of sight. The others, the rice shop owner's wife, sat helplessly on the ground, the plump young master as well, while the shopkeeper stood nervously to the side. Yueya, Li Qingzhou, and Chunda stood before them, clearly in a position of dominance. His words prompted all inside the rice shop to look outward, yet none responded. Xiang Nanfang's expression darkened as he turned to the constables beside him, ordering, "Arrest all the troublemakers and bring them to the yamen. I shall interrogate each one and seek justice for Boss Hong." "Yes, my lord." The constables, brimming with ferocity, advanced and encircled the rice shop, preventing anyone from fleeing. A group of them rushed inside to apprehend individuals, while Qingwei swiftly positioned herself before Yueya, Li Qingzhou, and Chunda. The gaze of the constables fell upon the isolated Li Chengxian, who became their target. "Seize them," commanded Xiang Nanfang once more. "Yes." The constables eagerly complied. Xiang Nanfang, stroking his beard with a hint of pride, had not yet reached the end of his beard when he was forcefully knocked to the ground by the constables emerging from the rice shop. One after another, within a breath's time, they piled atop one another, forming a massive heap, with the Jingzhui and Xiang Nanfang at the very bottom, revealing only a pair of helpless hands and a round, disoriented head adorned with a cap. "How dare you?" A deep purple sleeve appeared at the entrance of the rice shop, interrupting Xiang Nanfang. He struggled to lift his head and followed the sleeve upward, beholding the tall and imposing figure of the regent, whose features were sharp and aristocratic. Heavens, how could this living Yama appear here? The Jingzhuian was momentarily stunned, his head, which could barely move, turned menacingly towards the rice shop owner, sending him retreating into his shell. Then, a young lady dressed in a light green narrow-sleeve garment appeared beside the regent, standing closely to him with a pout. "They say I am the princess, yet you still do not believe me." Xiang Nanfang's expression shifted as he realized the regent did not refute her claim. At that moment, the constables who had been atop the Jingzhuian began to disperse, helping him to his feet. Some constables drew their long knives, surrounding Li Chengxian and the others with predatory glances. The Jingzhuian, not even pausing to tidy his cap, approached them and struck their heads one by one, commanding, Put away your blades, all of you. This is the prince, the prince. He hurriedly came before Li Changxian, bowing and bending with respect. Your servant has come to pay respects to the prince. The rice shop owner informed me of a disturbance here and requested that I maintain justice on his behalf. I was unaware of your identity, and for that, I am deserving of death. I beseech the prince to impose punishment. The constable's expressions shifted, some hastily sheathing their blades and accidentally cutting themselves as they bowed in respect. The rice shop owner, his wife, the shopkeeper, and the chubby young master all knelt in supplication. Li Changxian did not even cast them a glance, while Qingyue stepped forward to assist the Jingzhuan. Sir Xiang, you were unaware of the circumstances. It is of no consequence. Xiang Nanfang sighed with relief. Thank you, my lady, he said, raising a hand to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Li Qingzhou turned to the rice shop owner. 15 taels of silver. Do you have any objections? This. Sir Xiang was bewildered, and Qingyue hurriedly explained. After the explanation, Xiang Nanfang felt as though he had been used as a pawn by the rice shop owner. The owner dared not utter another word, obediently handing over 5 additional taels, totaling 20 taels of silver to Chunda. The family was thoroughly chastised by Xiang Nanfang, and they did not dare utter a single word. After sending away Chunda, who was incessantly expressing gratitude and bowing to Li Changxian, and after reprimanding the Hong family and the shopkeeper, the group prepared to depart. At that moment, Xiang Nanfang spoke up, inviting Li Changxian to dine at the Recollection Tower as an act of contrition. Naturally, Li Changxian declined, leaving Xiang Nanfang drenched in cold sweat and filled with trepidation. The news of offending the regent would spread, and being rebuffed in his attempt to make amends would spell the end of his prospects in the capital. His future in politics lay bare before him. As this realization struck, Xiang Nanfang's complexion paled. Li Qingzhou, observing from the side, felt a pang of sympathy. As the daughter of the inspector of Jiangjun, she understood some of the intricacies of courtly affairs, yet she refrained from speaking out of turn. Meanwhile, Yueya's eyes brightened at the mention of dining at the Recollection Tower, and she eagerly asked Xiang Nanfang, Sir Xiang, may we order the braised pig trotter? Upon hearing this, both Li Qingzhou and Xiang Nanfang exhaled in relief. Xiang Nanfang, brushing aside the cold sweat trickling down his back, respectfully gestured to Yueya, somewhat awkwardly stating, Your Highness may order as much as you desire. Li Changxian, let's go have the braised pig trotter, shall we? She implored sweetly. Li Changxian merely replied with a cold HM, which sufficed as his consent. Instantly, a radiant smile blossomed on Xiang Nanfang's face as he exclaimed, Your Highness, this way please. In a bid to momentarily forget Li Changxian, Yueya, without hesitation, took Li Changxian's hand, following Xiang Nanfang. Halfway through, she suddenly became acutely aware of whose hand she was holding, her body stiffening with discomfort. She attempted to loosen her grip, but Li Changxian tightened his hold. Furthermore, he leaned slightly to coolly remark, You wish to hold my hand, so you do, but should you choose not to, then why bother? Is the world so accommodating? Yueya's face flushed crimson with shyness, her words caught in her throat, unable to articulate a single response. Behind them, Li Qingzhou and Qingyue could not suppress their laughter, though they did so discreetly to spare Yueya any further embarrassment. Watching their intertwined hands, Xiang Nanfang devised a plan in his mind. Upon their arrival at the Recollection Tower, the attendants dined on the first floor, while they ascended to the second, settling at a window-side table chosen by Yueya, with the ordering of dishes entirely in her and Li Qingzhou's hands. Throughout the meal, Li Changxian remained silent, coldly seated beside Yueya, sipping tea and occasionally glancing at her or responding briefly to Xiang Nanfang's comments. After their meal, they made their way back. Strolling along the East City Long Street, Yueya patted her burgeoning belly, reflecting, Li Changxian, this gentleman is rather agreeable. He allowed me to choose the dishes and even treated the attendants to a meal. Li Changxian allowed a cold smile to escape his lips. If I did not behave thus, how could I win your favor? Well, my favor? Why? Yueya asked, her petite face a picture of confusion. Li Qingzhou, smiling gently from beside them, understood Li Changxian's intent to cultivate Yueya's discernment and volunteered an explanation. He cannot curry favor with the prince directly, thus he must approach it through you. If you are content, the prince shall be content, and his objectives will be achieved. As she spoke, Li Qingzhou felt a blend of admiration and a hint of shyness. Yueya, grasping only partially, nodded thoughtfully, gazing at Li Changqian. So I must not allow others to manipulate me for their own ends? Why? Li Changqian inquirat pujlat. Yueya gazed at him with concern and expressed her innermost thoughts. They are using me to win your favor, but I fear that my ignorance in seeking your approval may cause you trouble. Please be mindful. Li Changqian's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes shimmering with a hint of pride as he reached out to caress Yueya's head. He exchanged a glance with Qingwei, both admiring the determination reflected in Yueya's eyes. Upon returning to the royal residence, Yueya, having indulged excessively, felt discomfort in her stomach. After a refreshing bath and changing into more comfortable attire, she still felt uneasy. Frustrated, she clutched her abdomen and made her way to Li Changqian's study. Without uttering a word, she took his hand and led him to his room. Before Li Changqian could complete his sentence, Yueya had already reclined on the soft couch in his chamber, one hand resting on her round, soft belly, while the other pointed to a spot beside her head. Li Changqian, please sit here and rub my belly. It feels so bloated and uncomfortable. With a deep sigh, Li Changqian tilted his head back, his temples throbbing, and retorted, I warned you against eating so much. That old man from Jingzhou, nearly my father's age, was smiling at me ingratiatingly, serving me dishes with great reverence. It pained me to see his struggles, and I couldn't bear to refuse, leading to this excess. Yueya spoke, inching closer. Please sit down, won't you? Don't be so foolish next time. You are too soft-hearted. In this capital, aside from the two in the palace, everyone else seeks to curry favor with me. He is fortunate. For many, the chance to win my favor may never come. Li Changqian uttered these words with a blend of cruelty and gentleness. Yueya obediently nodded, pulling Li Changqian down to sit beside her and guiding his large hand to her small belly. Rub it please quickly. As she spoke, she closed her eyes in contentment, allowing Li Changqian to tenderly massage her abdomen. She always did this, dismantling her defenses before approaching you, offering a sweet smile and revealing her most vulnerable self. You found yourself powerless to resist her charm. Thus, the scene in Li Changqian's room unfolded with him sitting elegantly, one hand holding a book while the other gently kneaded Yueya's soft, round belly. Outside, Lin Qin and Lin Quan stood in astonishment beneath the trees. After a while, as he continued to rub her belly, Li Changqian recalled something and casually inquired, in a few days, the palace will host a mid-autumn banquet with delegations from Yizu, Beimao, and Goryeo presenting dances, along with the most exquisite dancers from our Tang kingdom. Would you like to attend? Can I go? Yueya asked, a hint of uncertainty in her voice, though she genuinely wished to join. As my maid, you may attend, Li Changqian replied, flipping a page of his book with calm composure. Yueya turned to face him, grasping his large hand. If I declare myself your princess today, will it cause you trouble? No, it will only let the entire capital know that I have a candidate for a princess, including those in the palace. Li Changqian's eyes glimmered with enigmatic depths. Can I accompany you to the palace in the capacity of your princess? Yueya's inquiry was sincere, not merely a test. Understanding her nature, Li Changqian responded with certainty. Not yet. We will use that title after we are married. For now, you must remain as my maid. When shall we marry? I have a secret to share. My third and fourth sisters are twins, so it's possible I might bear twins as well. The moonlit bud smiled shyly, exuding sweetness and softness. Li Changqian coughed lightly, his ears tinged with a hint of crimson, as he rose from the soft couch. Clutching a book while making his way into the room, I shall retreat to the study to pen some documents. You may rest a while before returning on your own. Understood? All right, replied the moonlit bud, her expression tinged with a subtle disappointment as she turned to lie on the couch, propping her chin with her hands. When might she wed Li Changqian? She pondered. At this thought, her eyes sparkled. Had she not, in some sense, already captured Li Changqian's heart? It was merely the formalities of marriage that remained. Perhaps she could pen a letter home to boast to her mother. However, She decided against using her current handwriting and resolved to practice until it improved before writing home. With the thought of practicing her calligraphy, the moonlit bud suddenly sprang from the couch and made her way to Li Chengqian's study. Not resting, Li Chengqian inquired, a hint of puzzlement in his gaze. She nodded, her eyes resolute, declaring, "I wish to continue practicing my writing." With that, she settled beside him, drawing out her brush, ink, paper, and inkstone to begin her practice. Observing her earnest dedication, Li Chengqian hesitated for a moment before volunteering. "There is a noble lady in the palace, the emperor's concubine, with whom I once had a verbal engagement. It is possible that you may meet her during our visit." This revelation caused the moonlit bud to pause, turning her head to regard Li Chengqian. "A concubine? You have an engagement? Is she beautiful?" "I cannot say," Li Chengqian replied nonchalantly, his demeanor unchanged. "You cannot say? Why not?" The moonlit bud queried, somewhat perplexed, believing it should be evident upon a mere glance. "If you're curious about her, you may see for yourself. Regardless of what I say, it will not please you. So, I choose to remain silent," he stated, his expression serene as his hand continued its motion. The moonlit bud chuckled. "Very well. I shall discover her appearance when we enter the palace together." With that, she resumed her writing, fully engrossed in her task. Li Chengqian let out a sigh of relief, recalling something as he added, "Tomorrow, I shall have Li Qingzhou accompany you to acquire a set of garments. Am I not merely a maid? Is it not sufficient to wear any ordinary attire?" She replied, though she secretly delighted in the prospect of new clothes, apprehensive that an overly splendid outfit might draw attention. "You are but labeled a maid. However, everyone knows you are far more than that," Li Chengqian reassured her, intent on not allowing her to feel constrained, for he possessed ample strength to protect her. The moonlit bud felt relieved, her spirits soaring. "Then I wish for a flowing pink and white dress, adorned with butterfly hairpins, tassel hair ornaments, and embroidered shoes. Is that acceptable?" Though phrased as a question, her eyes sparkled with anticipation, fixing an unwavering gaze upon Li Chengqian, rendering him unable to decline. Li Chengqian suppressed a pang of reluctance, responding with great difficulty, "For tomorrow. On that day, you may procure all that you desire." "Wow!" the moonlit bud exclaimed joyfully, leaping about the room. "Li Chengqian, you're truly wonderful." Witnessing her unbridled joy eased the ache in Li Chengqian's heart considerably. The next day, the moonlit bud, brimming with excitement, accompanied Li Qingzhou to the treasury to withdraw funds, then visited the embroidery house in the capital to purchase a lovely pink and white dress, followed by a trip to the treasure pavilion for jewelry. Throughout the day, Li Qingzhou styled her hair and tended her nails with great skill. After days of preparation, on the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival, as twilight descended, the moonlit bud adorned herself and set off with Li Chengqian in a carriage toward the palace. She felt a flutter of nerves, while Li Chengqian, seated beside her, immersed himself in his reading, exuding an air of tranquility. After a long and arduous journey, they finally brought the carriage to a halt and proceeded on foot to the palace. A eunuch appeared to guide them, and recalling what Li Qingzhou had said, Yueya bestowed a silver coin upon the young eunuch, expressing her gratitude. The eunuch, casting a cautious glance at Li Chengqian, joyfully accepted the coin and courteously gestured for Yueya to proceed. It was well known that she was to be the future little princess, certainly not a mere maidservant. Upon entering the palace, they stepped into the ancient and majestic Xianjing Hall, where most officials and royal relatives had already gathered. Shortly thereafter, the emperor arrived, accompanied by the empress dowager and the imperial concubine. As the emperor had yet to establish an empress, the affairs of the harem were managed by the imperial concubine, who was also permitted to attend such occasions alongside the emperor. As everyone rose to pay their respects, Yueya, standing behind Li Chengqian, followed suit. Carefully glancing at the emperor seated on the dragon throne, the imperial concubine, and the empress dowager, her gaze ultimately lingering on the imperial concubine, unable to be torn away. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her delicate and fair skin barely visible, her crimson lips alluring, eyes like rippling waters, and her towering hair adorned with pearls and jewels. She wore a magnificent robe of red and yellow cloud-patterned silk with wide sleeves, embellished with large peonies, exuding both grandeur and enchanting allure. The imperial concubine, the emperor, and the empress dowager were evidently also gazing in her direction, their eyes sweeping past Li Changqian to rest upon Yueya. Flustered, she quickly lowered her head, her heart racing. The intensity of 3 pairs of eyes was somewhat intimidating. Li Changqian noticed her discomfort and glanced up, only to find the 3 gazes discreetly retreating. Soon, envoys from distant lands and small kingdoms led a troupe of dancers, presenting a myriad of performances. Yueya was mesmerized, clapping enthusiastically. Unlike the other maidservants and guards who were solely devoted to attending to their masters, Yueya was thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle. Li Changqian poured himself wine and served himself food, occasionally reaching back to offer her a piece of pastry, showering her with unrestrained affection. After all, other princes, even when accompanied by their princesses, rarely treated them with such kindness. In the hall, many women cast their eyes upon her, some filled with envy, others with jealousy, and some scrutinizing her intently. As the regent prince, Li Changqian was approached by many who wished to toast him, making Yueya's presence all the more essential. Yet, she remained captivated by the performances, her eyes sparkling with delight. At the high table, eunuch Yi Quan, having received the emperor's approval, hurried down to pour wine for Li Changqian. Only then did Yueya realize, her face flushing slightly. Li Changqian glanced back at her, signaling that she need not concern herself. Relieved, she returned her focus to the performance. All these scenes were observed by those seated at the high table. Zhang Ran was acutely aware that her feelings were somewhat pathological and irrational, yet she could not help herself. Why should that inconsequential little maid be the recipient of such boundless affection and indulgence? She had once thought herself quite stunning, only to realize that she was merely a petite girl with a round face and a clean, innocent demeanor. Your Majesty, I shall step outside for a breath of fresh air. As the crescent moon emerged, Yueya, under the guidance of Steward Yi, made her way outside. Zhang Ran, intrigued, informed the emperor and departed to Xianzhong Hall with her personal maid. What was the reason for Yueya's outing? Having overindulged in fruit, she sought to relieve herself. Once she had washed her hands, she intended to return to the Grand Hall to resume her enjoyment of the performances. However, a stunningly tall woman obstructed her path. Greetings, Your Highness. Yi bowed deeply, and Yueya, realizing her oversight, followed suit. Greetings, Your Highness. Steward Yi, I find a certain affinity with this young lady. You may enter. I wish to converse with her. Zhang Ran spoke gently, his gaze soft yet devoid of malice. At the behest of the lady. The prince has instructed this maid to escort the young lady back. Yi lowered his head. Steward, you may return, Yueya asserted, glancing at Zhang Ran and then back at Yi. Ultimately, he refrained from further comment and turned to re-enter the Xianzhong Hall, intending to report to the regent. This matter was beyond his jurisdiction now. You may go as well. I will speak with the young lady privately, Zhang Ran instructed her maid, who nodded in acknowledgement and distanced herself, scanning the area for onlookers before settling in a quiet spot. Please have a seat. Zhang Ran gestured towards a stone table and several stone stools behind the Xianzhong Hall. Yueya, unreserved, took her seat. Zhang Ran paused momentarily before sitting down. May I inquire your name, young lady? I am Su Yueya. The Empress refers to me simply as Yueya, she replied, poised and courteous. Ah, Zhang Ran's patience waned, and she directly inquired, are you the renowned young lady from Jiangjun who the regent brought to the capital? Yueya was taken aback, but perceiving the subtle shift in Zhang Ran's demeanor, she shook her head. I am not someone he brought. I came to find him on my own. Is that so? Zhang Ran's eyes darkened, her fingers pressing against the stone table, the moonlight illuminating her tense grip until her fingertips turned pale. Yet, her expression remained composed. Indeed, Yueya nodded adorably. Zhang Ran chuckled. You possess considerable audacity, Miss Su. Are you not concerned about your reputation? Not all. Compared to winning over Li Changqian, my reputation is of little consequence. He will marry me regardless, Yueya replied with unwavering confidence. Zhang Ran's facade faltered, her breath quickening. Miss Su, you are quite bold. Are you not afraid that the prince may not marry you leaving your reputation tarnished and you forever unmarried? Why should I fear? I believe that to attain any desire, one must be prepared to pay the price. I like Li Changxian, and if I wish to have him, I must be ready for the corresponding sacrifices, Yueya stated with a bemused expression, finding no difficulty in her reasoning. Does Li Changxian know of your shamelessness? Zhang Ran retorted with a mocking glare. Sensing the malice directed at her, Yueya's mood soured, and her tone turned frosty. Li Changxian is quite astute. Do you think he is unaware? Do you not feel that you are unworthy of him? You are merely an ill-mannered girl, not particularly beautiful, while he is the regent of the Tang, second only to the emperor. In what way do you think you are compatible? Please enlighten me. Zhang Ran was infuriated. Her father held the esteemed position of prime minister in Tang, while the father of this young girl had merely been promoted to governor. How despicable! I admire Li Changxian. What relevance does that have to you? He remains indifferent, yet you seem to care more than he does. You have already wed His Majesty the Emperor. Why do you still dwell on him? Yuya's face flushed white with anger, once brimming with confidence. Her feelings for Li Changxian had instilled a sense of inferiority within her, making her vulnerable to hurt. However, she understood well that the only one capable of truly wounding her was Li Changxian. The words of others merely provoked her momentarily, without lasting effect. What nonsense are you spouting? You wild girl, devoid of manners! Zhang Ran exclaimed, her irritation boiling over. You scoffed, I speak not in vain. You forsook the green bean for a sesame seed, and now that you have the sesame, you desire the green bean as well. Is there such a thing as having both fish and bear's paw in this world? Surely, you must be dreaming. How dare a mere servant girl speak to her in such a manner? Zhang Ran was beside herself with rage. Rising to her feet, she bent down and struck Yueya across the face with a resounding slap, causing her head to turn. You ill-mannered wild girl, I shall teach you some decorum. Touching her burning, stinging cheek, Yueya seized the teapot from the table and hurled it at Zhang Ran. You shrew, you struck me, so I shall strike you in return. The teapot crashed onto Zhang Ran's elaborate hairdo, the cold tea splashing across her face, smudging her cosmetics and rendering her once enchanting visage grotesque, her fierce glare now somewhat terrifying. Yueya's face throbbed with pain, and unable to contain her anger. She scratched Zhang Ran's face, drawing blood. Zhang Ran screamed, "Someone, capture the assassin." Yueya fled. She could not contend with the guards. You coward. The term assassin was dreadfully alarming. Soon, the imperial guards, led by their commander, arrived. Yu Qingli swiftly advanced and seized the fleeing Yueya, tossing her to the ground with a thud. Pain coursed through her body, causing her to break into a cold sweat, tears streaming uncontrollably. Struggling to rise, Yueya's head throbbed, filled with indignation and sorrow. Li Changxian, someone is bullying me, she cried. Commander Yu, she has injured me and seeks my life. Kill her. Zhang Ran covered her face, glaring at Yueya with venomous eyes. Yueya managed to stand, employing her limited skills to fend off the guards attempting to capture her. Yu Qingli shot a glance at Zhang Ran and then, in a swift motion, leaped over the guards to engage Yueya. Outmatched, she was swiftly struck aside by his palm, crashing to the ground, her insides feeling as though they had been displaced. Refusing to yield, she summoned her strength to rise again. Yu Qingli snorted disdainfully, snatching a blade from a nearby guard and hurling it towards Yueya. As the deadly blade hurtled toward her, Yueya coughed up blood, paralyzed by pain and unable to flee, staring death in the face, her eyes filled with terror, fear, and injustice. Suddenly, a stone, imbued with the essence of sword energy, soared through the air, striking the approaching blade with a clang. The sword bent and then shattered, falling into two pieces on the ground. Accompanying the falling blade was an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. The air quivered around Yu Qingli and his companions, a chilling sensation washing over them as they were treated like mere ants, easily crushed at will, before they could fully grasp the gravity of their plight. A figure cloaked in deep purple materialized in an instant, delivering a dual strike that sent everyone, including Yu Qingli and Zhang Ran, crashing to the ground. As they lay incapacitated, the deep purple figure cradled Yueya and swiftly approached them. In the blink of an eye, the several elite guards, Yu Qingli among them, had been vanquished by Li Changxian. Li Changxian, holding Yueya tenderly, stepped beside Yu Qingli, placing a boot upon his chest. His voice was cold and unyielding. He had contemplated stepping upon Yu Qingli's face, but reconsidered, acknowledging that the man had merely been a pawn. Yu Qingli, racked with pain, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, with great effort, turned to kneel before Li Changxian, pleading for mercy, imploring the prince to spare his life. Confessing his errors. Without a glance in his direction, Li Changxian advanced to Zhang Ran. At that moment, the enchanting and statuesque imperial consort sat slumped upon the ground, her complexion pale and blood trickling from her lips, a clear indication of her severe injuries. "How audacious of you!" Li Changxian's voice was as frigid as winter's ice. "To command the guards to slay my men. Are you not afraid of the consequences?" Zhang Ran seethed with bitterness. How could this man so easily disregard him? Lavishing care upon that wild girl? For her, he had even sustained injury. A cold smile crept across Zhang Ran's face, his gaze growing increasingly frigid and malevolent. "To perish alongside the regent is an honor for me." In that moment, Li Changxian's heart darkened with murderous intent, whether it was Zhang Ran or Yu Qingli. His expression grew increasingly terrifying. The dazed Yueya was stirred to wakefulness, her soft voice trembling as she addressed him. "Li Changxian, may I take my revenge upon them myself? I wish to settle my own scores without your assistance, as it would be too embarrassing otherwise." Before her arrival, Qing Zhou had warned her about the banquet in the palace, emphasizing the necessity of caution and precision to avoid implicating Li Changxian in any misfortunes. Should he choose to kill Zhang Ran and Yu Qingli in this moment, his already tarnished reputation would be further sullied, potentially echoing across foreign lands. Indeed, these two were wicked, having plotted to kill her, yet compared to Li Changxian's standing, Yueya felt her grievances paled in significance. Moreover, had Li Changxian not already disciplined them? Still harboring resentment, she reasoned that a couple of slaps would suffice for her vengeance. Thus, she expressed her desire aloud. Chapter 61. Disfigurement. Li Changxian regarded Yueya with a chilling stare, remaining silent. She tentatively reached out to caress his face. "Li Changxian, I wish to return. May I?" Her pallid complexion painted a picture of vulnerability. Gradually, Li Changxian regained his composure, casting a cold glance at Zhang Ran and Yu Qingli before turning away with Yueya in his arms. Retaining his rationality, he instructed Yi Quan to watch over Yueya while he personally entered the grand hall to greet the assembly, partaking in the ceremonial drinks before re-emerging to escort her away from the imposing palace. Inside the carriage, Yueya occasionally coughed blood, yet Li Changxian remained silent, merely holding her quietly. Upon arriving at the Wangfu, he instructed Li Xing to summon Dr. Li to attend to Yueya. Despite their previous discord, Li Xing felt a surge of concern upon seeing the severely injured Yueya and hurried off to fetch his grandfather. After a considerable interval, Dr. Li arrived, took her pulse, and advised to wait. Meanwhile, Li Changxian utilized his internal energy to heal Yueya, who expelled several mouthfuls of tainted blood, her complexion gradually improving. Upon receiving the news, Li Qingzhou rushed over, his face pale with anxiety, while Xiao Feng was not in a much better state. By the time they arrived, Yueya's ashen visage had regained a hint of color. Dr. Li hastily examined her pulse, withdrew his hand, and sighed in relief. "Dr. Li, how is she?" Li Qingzhou inquired, his expression darkening. Dr. Li wiped his forehead with his sleeve, casting a cautious glance at Li Changxian. "Your Highness, the young lady is out of danger. She merely needs to take some restorative medicine to invigorate her blood and dispel the bruises. I shall prepare a prescription." Li Xing, fetch the writing materials, Li Changxian commanded. "Yes, master," Li Xing replied, leading Xiao Feng to follow Dr. Li downstairs. Li Qingzhou sat by the bedside, grasping Yueya's hand and tidying her disheveled hair. "Look at her. I have matters to attend to," Li Changxian remarked before turning to leave. Li Qingzhou rose respectfully to escort him out, then returned to the room, gently stroking Yueya's head and wiping away her sweat. After a while, Yueya awoke, and Li Qingzhou sighed in relief. "Are you feeling better?" Yueya managed a faint smile, replying, "Much improved." "Now, recount everything that transpired," Li Qingzhou urged, caressing Yueya's face. She obediently nodded, narrating her encounter with Zhang Ran, the conversation they had, the circumstances of her injury, and how Li Changxian had come to her rescue. Upon hearing her account, Li Qingzhou exhaled softly, his expression turning grim. She truly wished to kill you. Indeed, I sensed it too. Had it not been for Li Changxian's timely arrival, I might have perished at that person's hands, Yueya admitted, still feeling a chill of fear. Li Qingzhou exhaled slowly. Although the prince had harmed her, they could not suffer in silence. They must devise a means of retaliation. Retaliation? We are so distant from her. How can we possibly retaliate? Perhaps it is best to let it go for now, Yueya replied, feeling apprehensive and unable to conceive a strategy to approach Zhang Ran. Was she not injured? We could disguise ourselves as doctors, Li Qingzhou coldly suggested. Her eyes darkened with resolve. Yueya, observing her demeanor, felt a sudden apprehension. Qingzhou, truly, I am fine. Do not worry for me. She is a favored concubine, and we are merely women of common status. We cannot contend with her. I have a friend named Jing Yue, a renowned physician. The favored concubine is unwell. Having been injured by a martial artist, ordinary doctors cannot treat her. They will surely seek out the highly skilled Jing Yue to attend to her, and we can take advantage of the situation to administer our own remedy. Li Qingzhou contemplated with meticulous caution, though this time she appeared impulsive. Qingzhou, we may endanger your friend. Yueya felt compelled to remind her, though she was unaware of when Qingzhou had acquired a physician friend. You make a valid point. Li Qingzhou acknowledged, pondering for a moment before suppressing that notion, her heart still restless with unbidden thoughts. Seeing her no longer entangled in her thoughts, Yueya let out a sigh of relief, for she was indeed exhausted. Drowsily, she exchanged a few words with Li Qingzhou before drifting off to sleep. For the next 2 days, she recuperated in Yulan Pavilion, frequently accompanied by Li Changxian and Li Qingzhou. On the 3rd day, news reached the palace that delighted Yueya. Concubine Zhang Ran had been disfigured, her face rendered nearly unrecognizable. The emperor himself issued a decree, and a royal edict was posted in the capital, inviting renowned physicians from across the land to come to the palace to treat the concubine. Simultaneously, Li Changxian and Li Qingzhou emerged from the palace. The moment Yueya laid eyes on them, her heart surged with suspicion, prompting her to say to Li Qingzhou, "You are taking too great a risk. This is unwise. I am not afraid of her. She has no evidence against me," Li Qingzhou replied with a calm demeanor, though a complex and somber smile danced upon his lips. "Qingzhou, do you know something?" Yueya's heart brimmed with concern. The Qin family and their father and son are aligned with the prime minister. The prince informed me that they are considering changing their punishment from execution to exile, to appease those who serve them. After all, such grave crimes do not warrant death. Their subordinates will toil even harder, knowing they will be cared for even in exile. She gazed at Yueya. "Thus, they are indeed my enemies. You need not harbor any worries." Having lost everything, her father, mother, and sister, only Su Yueya remained to show her kindness. Coincidentally, those individuals were her foes. It would be fitting to settle accounts. Her words left Yueya pale, tears brimming in her eyes as she incredulously asked Li Qingzhou, "Did Li Changxian tell you this?" "Yes," Li Qingzhou replied, not intending to conceal the truth from Yueya, nodding gently. A sudden, sharp pain pierced Yueya's head, her eyes reddening. "Why would he do this?" "For my sake? What did he promise you?" Li Qingzhou met her gaze. "The prince promised me he would do everything in his power to ensure the Qin family faces execution, and I intend to undermine the Zhang family. By destroying Zhang Ran, we will eliminate their most pivotal piece on the board while also avenging you. I believe this is a fair exchange. Do not be afraid. You need not involve yourself in these matters, but I think it is important for you to be aware." Yueya was rendered speechless. Yes, she despised Zhang Ran for attempting to kill her, yet she did not wish for Li Qingzhou to become embroiled in such darkness. Nor did she desire Li Changxian to treat her dear friend in this manner. "I will confront him," Yueya declared, rising from her bed. Han Yue and Qing Yue hurried in to assist her in dressing, and then accompanied her to the listening snow pavilion. Upon entering, Qing Yue, Han Yue, and Li Qingzhou waited outside, while Yueya stepped into the study. Li Changxian looked up as she entered, feeling stronger. "Come," Sit down and practice your calligraphy. Qingzhou informed me that you manipulated her to ruin Zhang Ran's appearance, and then you promised her that you would shift the Qin family's punishment from execution to exile. Yueya stated, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Li Changqian. Chapter 62. Revenge. Her words did not elicit the slightest change in Li Changqian's demeanor. He remained as aloof as ever, his expression cold. Indeed, I have said she could choose to inform you, he replied, showing no inclination to lie, speaking with calm rationality. Yueya's expression shifted dramatically, her tone laced with reproach. She is my friend. She may be in peril. This is her choice. Yueya's stance rendered Li Changqian's demeanor cold and detached. Suddenly at a loss, Yueya felt a pang of heartache. She was neither benevolent nor cowardly. Yet she could not reconcile the fact that the one she cherished was exploiting her friend. She had offended the Zhang family, who would not spare her. The Zhangs, being the very faction that had annihilated her family, were sworn enemies, and it was a matter of life and death. Aligning herself with me was her only option. Li Changqian calmly elucidated the situation to Yueya. Exhaling slowly, she found herself at a loss for words, for she comprehended that from Li Changqian's perspective, his actions were devoid of fault. He merely opted for the path of maximum benefit. From Li Qingzhou's viewpoint, she had gained a protector, enabling her to gradually exact revenge for her parents and sister. Yet, her own circumstances felt dissonant and out of place. I will take my leave now, Yueya declared before turning away. Upon exiting, she noticed Li Qingzhou's expression had shifted to one of evident concern. Yaya? You? Yueya forced a smile. I am merely fatigued and wish to rest for a while. Under the care of Hong Yue and Qing Yue, Yueya departed from Tingxue courtyard and made her way to Yulan Pavilion. Li Qingzhou knocked on the door. Gumin. Li Changqian closed the document in his hands. Li Qingzhou entered, bowing respectfully. Your Highness. Speak, Li Changqian replied, his impatience palpable. Yueya, I cannot conceal this from her. Li Qingzhou had not anticipated Yueya's keen perception, which immediately grasped the situation. She was not foolish. Her simplicity had merely delayed her introduction to darkness. A swifter awakening could prove beneficial. Li Changqian, maintaining his composure, did not reproach Li Qingzhou for this. Your Highness? Is it? Li Qingzhou, I, as Yueya's friend, shall exert every effort to ensure your safety. However, regarding matters concerning Yueya, I do not seek your counsel. I am fully aware of everything. Li Changqian interrupta Li Qingzhou's incompletitud. Understood, Your Highness. Li Qingzhou dared not protest further and exchanged a few more words before departing. Upon returning to Yulan Pavilion, she sought out Yueya, only to find her fast asleep, compelling her to retreat to her own chamber for rest. In the palace, Madame Zhang, the wife of Minister Zhang, entered with a renowned physician to treat Zhang Ran. The treatment was remarkably effective, yet it was fraught with agony. Indeed, Zhang Ran would endure considerable suffering. Even someone as resilient as she writhed in pain, having endured the torment of sinister insects invading her visage. Despite the excruciating pain rendering her nearly unconscious, she uttered not a single cry of anguish, her eyes morphing into a grotesque and twisted visage. Madame Zhang watched, her heart tightening with sorrow while simultaneously harboring intense resentment towards Li Qingzhou. After enduring over an hour of torment, the physician Jing Hao finally extracted the malevolent insects. Zhang Ran, gritting her teeth, was bloodied by the ordeal. The moment the insects were expelled, blood flowed from her mouth, which the palace maid promptly wiped away. Madame Zhang trembled with heartache, her teeth clenched in fury. I should never have spared that wretched girl. She ought to be eliminated as well, to avoid such calamities today. Zhang Ran coughed up blood, managing a weak smile. Whether alive or dead now mattered little, as it was merely a matter of time. What do you plan to do? Lady Zhang directed her gaze towards her daughter. The Emperor, feeling guilty over my predicament, now heeds my every word. I shall seize this opportunity to make her life a living hell. Her desires remained unchanged. She felt genuine regret regarding Li Changqian. Yet now he obstructed her path and even threatened her. She would not, under any circumstances, let him escape unscathed. Do not act impulsively. Proceed with caution and patience. Lady Zhang advised her daughter. Zhang Ran acknowledged her mother's counsel with a nonchalant murmur. After a brief respite of 2 days, Yueya's injury healed. Although she still felt a pang of distress over the dealings between Li Changqian and Li Qingzhou, she had come to understand Li Qingzhou's position, albeit with some difficulty accepting her utilization of Li Changqian. Evidently, Li Changqian was not overly concerned about her sentiments. A turn of events transpired at the end of August when the emperor, disregarding his ministers and Li Changqian, directly bestowed a marriage onto Li Qingzhou, the groom being none other than the sensitive and enigmatic heir to the northern town, Gu Chaoyan. Yang Zhishui was the first to voice his opposition, followed closely by Li Changqian and Grand Secretary Zhang Yuede. However, the chancellor's faction was resolute in their intentions, extolling the merits of this union. Ultimately, the emperor made his decision, affirming the marriage. Under Li Changqian's instruction, Li Qingzhou returned to the residence of the Minister of Rites to receive the imperial edict. At the moment she received the decree, Li Qingzhou recognized it as an act of vengeance from the Zhang family. Yet, even with this knowledge, she trembled with rage. Once the messenger departed, Yang Qianrong immediately rose, exclaiming, "Why has the emperor arranged a marriage with Gu Chaoyan? Is he not pushing my cousin into a pit of fire?" Lady Yang swiftly covered her mouth, imploring, "My dear, please refrain from speaking recklessly." Yang Zhishui turned to Li Qingzhou, helping her to her feet while glancing at the edict in her hands. I, along with the prince and other ministers, vehemently opposed this decision, but His Majesty remained resolute. "We cannot act excessively." His words captured the attention of both Yang Qianrong and Lady Yang. Though aware of his predicament, Lady Yang felt displeasure. After all, was not the prince a regent? Why could he not overturn a mere edict? Yang Zhishui looked at his wife, speaking softly and cautiously. "It is not merely an edict. At that moment, His Majesty was evidently just informing us. Chancellor Zhang and his faction have us cornered, and the emperor, of course, stands firm. Even the regent cannot openly challenge the emperor in court, lest the world perceive him as having ambitions of usurpation. Moreover, Chancellor Zhang's faction is not to be underestimated." Contemplating this, Yang Zhishui's expression darkened. "Our only recourse now is to ensure Qingzhou's safety. What more can we do to protect her? The court aims to diminish the fiefdoms, and the northern town prince's residence is already under scrutiny. Marrying into it is tantamount to courting death. Originally, she was to wed Princess Mingzhu, yet now, while the princess escapes unscathed, our Qingzhou finds herself in dire straits." Lady Yang's eyes welled with tears of frustration, and Yang Zhishui sighed deeply. Seeing their concern for her, Li Qingzhou felt a sense of relief wash over her. Her heart slightly warmed by the thought that her uncle and aunt need not worry. She would be fine. Yang Qianrong's eyes were red, and it was clear that mere words of reassurance could not alleviate true concern. Chapter 63. Let us depart. Li Qingzhou managed a faint smile, choosing silence thereafter. Yang Qianrong wished to say more, but was interrupted by Madame Yang Zhishui, leaving her to watch as Li Qingzhou made her way back to the courtyard step by step. News of this matter quickly reached the Wang residence, and Yueya had heard of it. She sought out Li Changqian in his study. Having refrained from visiting him for several days, her arrival took Li Xing by surprise. Though Li Changqian remained unfazed, Qingzhou has been betrothed to Gu Chaoyan. This was the first thing Yueya had said to Li Changqian in days. Li Changqian merely responded with a non-committal putting down his brush and turning to face her. This is Zhang Ran's retaliation. Why would the emperor consent to such a thing? Does he not realize it will chill the hearts of loyal subjects? Qingzhou's father has done so much for the people of Jiangjun, yet this is how the emperor treats her. Yueya's eyes brimmed with indignation. "Please, take a seat." Li Changqian gestured to the chair beside him. As she sat down, Yueya felt a sense of helplessness. What would Qingzhou do now? That remark. Who taught you such words? Li Changqian refrained from answering directly, instead posing a question in return. Yueya lowered her gaze. "Honyue mentioned it to me. Do not blame her. She was merely compelled to analyze it for me because I was bothering her." In that moment, she realized how little she understood. Li Changqian, is it still possible for us to intervene? Yueya's foremost concern lingered on this matter. prompting her to inquire again. Li Chengqian looked at her, puzzled. Why would we want to intervene? Because this would harm Qing Zhou and tarnish the emperor's reputation. It benefits neither party, Yueya said, almost innocently. A smile crept onto Li Chengqian's face as he reached out to caress Yueya's cheek. However, his expression soon darkened and his movements became unsettling. Why should we stop it? This is precisely what I desire. In a sudden panic, Yueya pushed him away and stood up from the chair. What are you saying? I said, this is exactly what I desire. Li Chengqian rose, forcing her back into her seat. Do not provoke my ire. Behave yourself. Dazed and confused, Yueya felt lost, unable to contemplate Li Chengqian's true intentions. Fear gripped her heart as she met his indifferent gaze. Do you remember? I have warned you countless times. It's not just you. Gu Chaoyan also warned me once when I first arrived in the capital. Reflecting on the irony, she had still not resolved her feelings about this matter. To love Li Chengqian meant accepting the reality of potential assassination attempts, whether against her or others. Being ensnared in such a web left her with no control. This sentiment echoed Gu Chaoyan's words, and now, as she recalled them, a chill ran through her. Do not worry. Gu Chaoyan will not harm Li Qingzhou. You will treat her well. Li Chengqian attempted to reassure her. He turned to him, asking, will you marry someone else? The question made Li Chengqian's body tense, and he remained silent. Yueya abruptly stood from her seat. Will you marry someone else? Is that true? Indeed, the Empress Dowager has compelled me to wed Zhao Xingbei's daughter, Zhao Yuru, as a means to restrain me. Should I refuse? They would not trust my intentions and would demand I relinquish my power. Li Chengqian revealed the unvarnished truth to Yueya without reservation. Yet, it was precisely this revelation that left Yueya in a state of disbelief, as she had long been evasive of the matter. Finally, she mustered the courage to inquire. Is there truly no way to avoid this marriage? She clenched her teeth, her heart feeling as though it had been pierced, aching profoundly. There is a possibility, he replied, but the palace will need to position their agents within my household. I must concede something in exchange. To remain obstinate would place both myself and my allies in peril. Li Chengqian's gaze bore heavily upon Yueya. This includes your father. I recently journeyed to Jiangjun and eliminated the third prince, Li Qingrui, along with all those aligned with the chancellor. The current state of Jiangjun is almost entirely under my influence, including your father. Even if he is reluctant, he is now within my sphere of control, and should your brother excel in the capital's examinations, he too would fall under my purview. As I shall preside as the chief examiner in the spring, I have obligations. None among my associates can escape this web. I cannot afford to be selfish. After speaking, he approached Yueya and tenderly caressed her face. She instinctively recoiled, causing his hand to fall to his side. For a moment, both were a loss for words. The realization dawning upon Yueya that she was already enmeshed in this intricate game. Lowering her head, she exhaled slowly, acknowledging her own foolishness. I possess no remarkable talents, nor do I share bonds with those in power. The only person I truly care for is you. I can gradually come to terms with the dreadful circumstances. Yet the thought of you marrying another is something I cannot bear, not ever. Upon returning to Yulon Pavilion, Yueya's heart felt overwhelmingly heavy. She was acutely aware that it was she who had first entangled herself with Li Chengqian. He had granted her the opportunity to depart, but she had dismissed it as inconsequential, even pursuing him from Lucheng to the capital. She recognized that she could not accept him taking another as his bride, a notion that was utterly intolerable. As evening descended, in her sorrow, she sought out Li Qingzhou at the residence of the Vice Minister of Rites. Li Qingzhou was engaged in needlework, embodying a serene elegance, seemingly untouched by the turmoil of the engagement. Yueya seized her embroidery frame and lamented. Li Chengqian has told me that he will either allow them to place spies in his household or marry Zhao Yuru, and I cannot accept such a fate. Lowering her gaze, Li Qingzhou inquired, Yueya, do you regret your choices? Upon grasping the implication of Li Qingzhou's question, Yueya offered a faint smile, confessing. To claim I have no regrets would be disingenuous, yet this regret feels trivial in the grand scheme. What do you intend to do? Li Qingzhou understood that despite Yueya's innocence, she possessed a resolute spirit. Li Chengqian has yet to provide me with an answer. should he truly wish to marry another. I shall leave. That is my firm boundary. Other matters I can learn to accept, but not this. Yueya's determination was palpable. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, as if one foot were suspended in midair without a solid foundation, yearning to return home. I wish to go home. Will you accompany me? Yueya looked intently at Li Qingzhou, her gaze unwavering. Yueya, I cannot leave. I must marry Gu Chaoyan, Li Qingzhou gently declined, reclaiming her embroidery frame and resuming her stitching. Upon departing from the residence of the Minister of Rites, Yueya suddenly sensed that something was amiss after the Mid-Autumn Festival. She returned to the royal palace, retrieved some silver from her chamber, and stealthily sought out Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, shall we go home? She implored. At that moment, Xiaofeng was counting the silver, and upon hearing her words, his face lit up with joy. Really, my lady? Indeed, it is true, Yueya affirmed, handing her pouch of coins to Xiaofeng. You keep it safe. I fear that I might deplete it too quickly. Very well, Xiaofeng acquiesced, then winked at her. I can manage your silver, but you must give me some for me to safeguard it. Is one tael acceptable? Yueya replied, somewhat at a loss for words. Agreed. Xiaofeng readily accepted. The plan devised by Yueya and Xiaofeng was soon conveyed to Li Chengxian by Lin Quan. As Li Chengxian turned a page in his book, he ordered the horses and carriages to facilitate their passage, instructing that they should neither follow nor impede their journey, as if they were invisible. Let this be another chance for her to escape, he mused darkly. Thus, at dawn the following day, as the sky began to lighten, Yueya and Xiaofeng stealthily crept from the courtyard, resembling two little mice, making their way to the stables. I shall keep watch. You prepare the carriage, Yueya whispered. Xiaofeng nodded and lightly treaded towards the stables, encountering Li Xing along the way, who, with his head held high, passed by as if he could not see him. Xiaofeng scratched his head, bewildered. Is this person's sight impaired? Yueya faced a similar experience, as both Li Xing and Lin Qin brushed past her, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Bewildered at first, Yueya then felt a surge of happiness as she and Xiaofeng quietly exited the royal palace and the city. Meanwhile, in a nearby alley, a homing pigeon soared into the sky, soon vanishing down a street in the eastern part of the city, heading towards the palace. The carriage carrying Xiaofeng and Yueya managed to exit the city gates without incident, proceeding southward. Originally, Yueya had intended to seek out Liang Zheng. However, Xiaofeng informed her that Liang Zheng had departed 2 days prior, escorting a convoy to Jiangjun. Yueya pondered that they might encounter Liang Zheng soon, given that the convoy was heavy and they typically traveled slowly, prompting both to hasten their journey. The unforeseen turn of events occurred that afternoon, as they had already left the capital's jurisdiction. Midway, a group of men clad in black, armed with weapons, obstructed their path. Xiaofeng, halt the carriage, Yueya instructed, lifting the curtain to gaze at the group. Esteemed gentlemen, we are in haste to return home. Might you grant us passage? As she spoke, Yueya retrieved a small pouch of silver from Xiaofeng's waist and tossed it to the evident leader of the group. Xiaofeng grimaced, suppressing his dismay. The leader stowed the silver within his garments, but did not move away, coldly regarding Yueya as he remarked, someone has offered a price on your life. Perhaps your servant intends to slip away to deliver a message? Yueya's expression shifted, fear coursing through her, rendering her weak. Who wishes to purchase Our Lady's life? She is costly to maintain, and her father holds a mere minor office. Her life is not worth much, Xiaofeng stammered, extending his arms protectively around his mistress. Yueya remained silent for quite some time, timidly hiding behind Xiaofeng. You are mistaken. Your daughter's life is exceedingly valuable, worth 100 taels of gold, spoke the leader. Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled with surprise as he turned to Yueya, exclaiming, My lady, your life is worth 100 taels of gold. I seem to be quite precious. Yueya, on the verge of tears, patted Xiaofeng's shoulder. Understanding her cue, Xiaofeng took advantage of the distraction and struck the horse's rear with his whip, causing it to bolt away in an instant. When Li Changxian received the news, Yueya had been rescued, but Xiaofeng had perished. Upon arriving at Jingfeng Hall, Dr. Jingyue was extracting the knife from Yueya's chest and applying medication to her wounds. Yueya lay in a stupor, tormented by nightmares, murmuring incoherently. "Let him go. I will die. Let him go. I will die. Xiaofeng, do not kill him. Please, I beg you, I kneel before you, do not kill him." Continually muttering. Her forehead was drenched in blood, her skin marred and swollen, her delicate face pale as paper and slick with sweat, her brows furrowed tightly. Li Changqian sat beside her. Taking her hand, Yueya mistook it for Xiaofeng's, and her brows unfurled in relief. "You're not dead, that is well." Finally, she succumbed to a serene slumber. Letting out a breath, Li Changqian turned to Jingyue, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Jing, for saving her life." "No need for thanks," Jingyue replied. "I happened to be out gathering herbs and fortuitously stumbled upon the scene. Had I arrived a moment later, she would have perished. She is indeed strong-willed. Despite being on the brink of death, she did not utter a sound, yet she knelt in supplication for the life of a mere servant." As Jingyue spoke, he gently wrapped a white cloth, laden with medicine, around Yueya's forehead. Yet, that servant was truly devoted. It was clear he cherished her deeply. First, he withdrew the silver from his sleeves, but when they threatened to slay his lady, he even offered the silver hidden in his chest. When they still refused, he emptied his shoes of silver. Regrettably, I was a moment too late. He was stabbed through the chest, and the silver he clutched fell to the ground, while the lady he sought to protect was also wounded. This master-servant bond was genuine. One, a lady of noble birth, refusing to kneel for her own life, yet pleading on behalf of the other, enamored with silver, willing to relinquish every last coin for the sake of the one he loved. Such devotion I have seldom witnessed, Jingyue remarked, handing a damp cloth to Li Changqian to wipe his hands. Noticing the small scars on Yueya's hands from pebbles, Li Changqian felt a heaviness in his heart, struggling to exhale. After cleaning his hands, he rose and addressed the doctor. "I must trouble you to watch over her for a moment. I shall return shortly. Your Highness, do not let matters delay you. I have ample time at present," Jingyue replied, seeing Li Changqian off. Once seated again, he tenderly touched Yueya's forehead, a smile gracing his face. "He must be one of the last individuals on your mind as you near death, for you called out his name incessantly." Of course, Yueya could provide no response, and Jingyue bore no resentment, continuing their conversation. Meanwhile, upon returning to the royal residence, Li Changqian's first order of business was to dispatch Lin Quan to investigate the matter thoroughly, leaving no trace unexamined, while also ensuring Xiaofeng's return, even if it were only his remains. Lin Quan received his orders and departed, while Li Changqian made his way to Jingfeng Hall. By this time, the night had descended completely, and Yueya remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. On the following day, Yueya still had not roused, and for once, Li Changqian unusually did not attend the morning court. Many were taken aback by this, and even some officials aligned with the prime minister openly criticized him for disregarding the law and neglecting the affairs of state. However, despite his absence, news of the situation would inevitably reach him. At this moment, Lin Quan returned from his investigation. "Master, we have yet to locate Xiaofeng's body. Its whereabouts remain a mystery. The identities of the assassins are equally perplexing. What we can confirm is that they belong to a faction from the martial world, not affiliated with the court," Lin Quan reported. Upon hearing this, Li Changqian gazed at him with a hint of uncertainty and asked, "Do you think she will be able to accept this when she learns the truth?" This was the first time Lin Quan witnessed such uncertainty on the princess' face. He had always been confident and assured in his beliefs. "Your Highness, I believe the young lady will be strong," Lin Quan replied, lacking conviction, unsure whether he was offering comfort to Li Changqian or merely stating his thoughts. "Tapte sashantasing, Li Changqian, ambrasa." Li Changqian remained silent, spending the entire day by Yueya's side, holding her hand. "When you awaken, I promise you one thing," he murmured softly, his fingers gently brushing over the injuries on her head caused by her bowing. "I never anticipated you would bow your head for another's life, while your own remains so resilient. It seems Xiaofeng holds great significance in your heart." With his long, fair fingers, he tucked the stray strands of hair behind her ear. His touch was tender, and his gaze was filled with a mixture of affection and intensity. "Awaken soon. I miss you," he whispered, slowly leaning down to rest his head against her chest, straining to hear her faint heartbeat. The blood-stained cloth nearby was a testament to the severity of her injuries. Could it be that he almost failed to hear this vital sound? Jingwei was about to enter when she sensed something was amiss with Li Changxian, prompting her to hesitate and ultimately retreat. For 3 consecutive days, Li Changxian did not attend the morning court, and the emperor, unable to endure the situation, dispatched someone to compel him to return. The world could continue to function without anyone, yet some individuals could influence the very direction of its course. Though Li Changxian was displeased with others, he chose not to vent his frustrations on innocents, instead commanding Lin Qin to convey messages and ensure the safety of Yi Quan and others. On the 3rd day, rumors spread throughout the streets of the capital. The regent neglects state affairs for the sake of a beauty, disregarding the lives of the populace. The news circulated rapidly, and Lin Quan, the leader of the royal guards, quickly learned of it and rushed to find Li Changxian. Li Changxian turned to him, instructing them to relay the information. Master, Lin Quan clasped his fists, concern etched in his eyes. You must leave. Li Changxian's voice rose, barely containing his fury, his gaze revealing a fierceness that was uncharacteristic of him. This was not the usual Li Changxian. Lin Quan, Lin Qin, Li Xing, and others had followed him since childhood. They had never witnessed him lose his temper. He had always maintained excellent control over his emotions, regardless of the insults, slanders, or harm directed at him. He had always remained composed, confident in his victory. This was the first time he had lost control. He was acutely aware that he was commanding himself to quell the fury that had overtaken him, a rage far more intense than an ordinary outburst. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure. Turning to Lin Quan, he said, I do not blame you. You may return. I have made my decision regarding this matter, so there is no need for you to worry. Lin Quan inclined his head respectfully in acknowledgement and departed, casting a glance at the unconscious Yueya with a hint of concern. What about the girl? How is she? There is nothing to fear, Li Changxian reassured, his gaze momentarily meeting Lin Quan's. Lin Quan dared not speak further and took his leave. Yueya awakened on the evening of the 3rd day, her chest wound barely mended but still excruciatingly painful. Upon opening her eyes, the first sight she beheld was Li Changxian, and tears streamed down her cheeks. With faint movements, she reached out to him, her voice frail and plaintive. Li Changxian, hold me. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Changxian bent down, gently enveloping her in his arms. Yueya smiled through her tears. Why are you so obedient? After scanning the surroundings, she inquired, where is Xiao Feng? Xiao Feng is dead, Li Changxian replied, his grip tightening around Yueya's neck, his bloodshot eyes fixated on her as he repeated, Xiao Feng is dead. Initially, disbelief flickered in her clear, apricot eyes, swiftly followed by shock and ultimately profound sorrow. Regret and anguish crystallized in her gaze, sealed by tears, a weighty presence that neither time nor circumstance could dissolve. I. For a long while, she struggled to utter a single word. After what felt like an eternity, she grasped Li Changxian's other hand tightly, exclaiming, No, it cannot be. It must not be. Li Changxian remained silent, his pained crimson eyes fixed on Yueya, who gradually began to regain her composure, yet felt an immense void erupt within her chest. She was still so young, her heart not yet fully formed, and now a cruel portion had been wrenched away. Blood seeping from her flesh as her head tilted, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. At that moment, Jingyu hurried into the room, her eyes wide with shock as she regarded Li Changxian. You are utterly cruel. Li Changxian did not respond. Jingyu pushed him aside and employed her inner strength to heal Yueya's wounds. The healing techniques of their medicinal lineage possessed remarkable efficacy, applicable to both her and Jing Hao. After a considerable time had passed, Yueya steadied herself and looked at Li Changxian. I was wrong. The words struck Jingyu as peculiar, her expression one of disbelief. Miss Su, you have done nothing to wrong him. I forced my way into your world, nearly ensuring you would never see me again. I am sorry. If she were to die, Li Changxian would suffer 1,000-fold, a myriad of times more than her current pain. It was precisely because he was enduring such torment that he could not bear to let her go. Li Chengxian bent down and embraced her tightly, his grip unyielding. The cool liquid from his eyes gradually soaked into Yueya's delicate neck. Yueya turned to glance at Jingyu, who chose not to speak further and exited the room. After Yueya awoke, Li Chengxian, who had endured 3 days and nights without rest, finally allowed himself to succumb to slumber. He slept from evening until noon the following day, and upon awakening, he found Yueya slowly stirring. Approaching the bedside, she reached out, tenderly caressing his face as she gently held him close. "I know, Xiao Feng is dead. I know you know," Li Chengxian responded, lifting his arms to embrace her. "The general boat came to see me." She expressed her relief that it was merely the servant who had perished, rather than myself. Gu Chaoyan also visited, echoing the sentiment that it was fortunate the servant had died instead of me. Yueya's voice trembled slightly, laden with anguish and injustice. "No, Xiaofeng was not merely your servant. He was a family member willing to sacrifice everything, including his life for you. He is both your servant and your benefactor, not just a servant." Li Chengxian's words struck a chord as Yueya's scalding tears cascaded down, soaking into his garments. Indeed, those who believed they had merely slain a servant were mistaken. Xiaofeng was more than that. He had grown up alongside me, often being miserly, always seeking to gain silver from me. Yet this time, he was willing to part with all his wealth to shield me from harm. "Li Chengxian, you are right. He is my family. Having been sold by his parents at a young age, he had lived in my household, and I had not even helped him find a bride. He is only 2 years my senior, merely 17, so young, yet despite his stinginess, he would buy me candied hawthorn. Li Chengxian, my heart aches. It hurts so much." Tears streaming down her face, she pointed to her chest, where the pain felt unbearable and suffocating. Li Chengyan embranged her tightly, vowing to protect her and buy her candied hawthorn. That entire morning, Yueya remained sorrowful, understanding that from the perspectives of Li Qingzhou and Gu Chaoyan, they were not wrong. Xiaofeng was indeed just a servant. Even those who had taken Xiaofeng's life shared this belief. Chapter 66, Be My Little Princess. Yet she could not accept this notion. In her heart, Xiaofeng was first and foremost a human being, and only then a servant. All lives are equal, and those assassins who believed otherwise would be made to prove that life holds equal value. "I do not want your protection. I wish to train in martial arts. I will never again allow such a thing to happen to me." Yueya had changed, and Li Chengxian understood this better than anyone else. Witnessing the unfamiliar hatred and anger in her eyes, he felt a flicker of regret, though it quickly vanished. If she did not change, how could he bear to remain by her side? That evening, Yueya departed from Jingfeng Hall, pale and fragile, cradled in Li Chengxian's arms as they made their way back to the royal residence. "I will summon the master." Once they arrived at the palace, Li Chengxian spoke to Yueya. She looked at him puzzled. "The master?" "Yes, he is at Yaoshui Pavilion, claiming his martial prowess to be second to none, asserting that there is no one who can claim the title of the best." Li Chengxian gently caressed Yueya's face, urging her to rest well. "All right," she replied, obediently lying down. Once inside the royal palace, in addition to her sorrow over Xiaofeng, she recalled the matter of Li Chengxian's impending marriage to the princess. Yet this time, she chose not to inquire, believing he had already made his choice. At Yaoshui Pavilion, Nie Qingtian, having listened to his disciple's account, lamented that the situation could have been avoided, yet fate had twisted it into a desired outcome, leaving the poor child to suffer. If her parents, brothers, and sisters were to witness this, they would surely be heartbroken. How can she withstand the hidden arrows if she does not change? Li Chengxian nearly gritted his teeth as he uttered these words. Your vehement arguments cannot alter your inherent indifference, selfishness, and cruelty. The darkness that festers within your heart renders you unworthy of her pure and innocent spirit. You are acutely aware of this truth. Fate has conspired to fill her heart with hatred, and you have insidiously darkened her soul step by step. What a heartless wretch you are. Nie Qingtian watches helplessly as a once innocent and kind child transforms into a person consumed by self-interest and scheming. Now, he is forced to witness another vivacious and good-hearted child being led astray into a path laden with animosity. I offered her an opportunity to escape. The first time in Lucheng, I feigned ignorance of her feelings and departed, yet she audaciously pursued me to the capital. The second time, I intended for her to seek accommodation elsewhere, gradually allowing her to comprehend the chasm between us, hoping she would withdraw. Instead, she compelled me to reveal my true self, to express uncontrollably my feelings, leading to her residing in the Wangfu. The third time, had she truly returned to Lucheng with Xiaofeng, even if I were driven mad with longing, wishing to tear my heart out, I would not have disturbed her life. I confess, from the moment I first laid eyes on her, I was ensnared by her charm, thus willingly risking assassination to become her captive. Their beginning was marked by her forceful intrusion, regardless of his consent or willingness. Nia Qingtian observes the anguished Li Changxian, his heart stirred with ripples. Yet he cruelly states, "Do you dare claim you did not anticipate her actions?" This remark causes Li Changxian's body to stiffen momentarily before he erupts into laughter, his eyes reddening, filled with shadows and ferocity. "Do immediately anticipate. I even yearn for her actions," he responds viciously. With an icy gaze fixed on Ye Qingtian, he coldly instructs her in martial arts, generously bestowing upon her the means to protect herself, promising that he would spare the life of the one she wishes to save. Regretful? Ye Qingtian inquires of Li Changxian. Regret what? Li Changxian retorts coldly. Regret not having allowed her to learn martial arts sooner, to possess the ability to defend herself, to avert the loss of those dear to her, and to escape the clutches of hatred. I see you are regretting. You are not entirely lost to darkness. Nie Qingtian reluctantly concedes that witnessing Li Changxian in this state brings him a measure of relief. At least he now harbors regret and has begun to protect her innocence and kindness. Though somewhat belated, there remains hope that as long as he persists in safeguarding her, she will eventually return to her former self. Li Changxian's nostrils flared, his eyes glinting with cold, murderous intent. Nie Qingtian patted his shoulder, reminding him to honor his promise. He would impart his knowledge, and in return, Li Changxian would spare the life of the person he wished to protect. Agreed. Li Changxian responda curly. The following morning, Yueya accompanied Li Changxian to meet the silver-haired Nie Qingtian. She whispered curiously, "Why does he appear to be around 40, yet has a head of white hair?" "Youthful white," Li Changxian replied, taking Yueya's hand and leading her to Nie Qingtian. Calling out master, Yueya, upon addressing him as master, attempted to kneel and bow, but was halted by Li Changxian. Yueya and Nie Qingtian simultaneously turned their gazes towards Li Changxian, who responded with a chilling smile, his eyes glinting with malice as he addressed Nie Qingtian. "I have struck a deal with him. Thus, he is naturally obliged to instruct you. There is no need for you to kneel in gratitude." Ignoring Li Changxian, Yueya knelt before Nie Qingtian, respectfully bowing her head. "Master, please accept this humble salute from your disciple." "Rise," Nie Qingtian commanded, casting a proud glance at Li Changxian. "Disciple, I must say, this little princess exhibits far greater decorum than you. When do you intend to wed?" The question struck a chord in both of them, particularly within Yueya's heart. Having agreed to practice diligently after their initiation, the two returned home, yet they found themselves rendered speechless by their master's inquiry, leaving Yueya in a tumult of conflicting emotions. Upon arriving at Yulan Pavilion, Li Changxian grasped her hand firmly, his tone resolute yet sincere. "Would you consider marrying me and becoming my little princess?" His words left Yueya momentarily stunned, her mouth agape as she struggled to articulate a coherent response. You, I. Her stammering was more befitting of a child learning to speak than a young woman in love. "The assailants targeting you belong to the Qingchang sect, which has allied itself with the Chancellor's faction. I intend to leverage the lives of the entire Qingchang sect to compel them to abandon their plans of infiltrating my residence and thwart any attempts to arrange for my marriage to another. There may be future threats, but shall we withstand them together?" Li Changxian's words provided Yueya with immense reassurance. Stepping closer, she embraced him tightly. "Li Changxian, are you serious?" As he gently stroked her back, the depths of his gaze overflowed with tenderness. "Indeed. Very well. I shall marry you." Please write a letter to my parents proposing a union. Yueya's heart swelled with warmth. No, I must seek vengeance for Xiao Feng before I can truly marry you. Otherwise, I will never find peace, she asserted with newfound determination. Li Changqian caressed her face softly. I will assist you in that. Chapter 67. His Majesty's ambition for power within the palace. Under the care of the renowned poison physician Jing Hao, Zhang Ran's facial scars had diminished somewhat, allowing her to finally meet with Emperor Li Jingfu. Filled with guilt, Li Jingfu tenderly traced her face with his fingers, sighing in relief upon seeing her improved condition. I am so grateful. It is a relief to see you well. Zhang Ran, frail and delicate, leaned against Li Jingfu, her hand gently caressing his chest. Your Majesty, I feared I would never again have the honor of seeing you. These past few days, I have longed for you. Ranner, I too have missed you dearly. Your recovery brings me great joy, Li Jingfu responded, his eyes filled with concern as he cradled Zhang Ran, his heart heavy with sorrow. Your Majesty, I am well. Please do not be distressed, she reassured him, though her voice trembled with fear. I still harbor a deep-seated dread of being harmed again, of having my visage marred. The very face you cherish. Your Majesty, I am so worried. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and Li Jingfu's heart ached for her. Do not fear, Ranner. I will safeguard you and ensure that your beauty remains untouched. Li Jingfu vowed with unwavering resolve, determined not to let the perpetrator who marred her face escape justice. With this determination, Li Jingfu summoned Yan Wushuang, the captain of the city guards, commanding him to enforce a strict lockdown of the capital. Every individual entering or leaving the city, particularly those with questionable identities, would face meticulous scrutiny. None were to be overlooked. Without the command of the regent, Yan Wushuang dared not take orders. Li Jingfu smashed the cup in his hand fiercely onto the ground, demanding, will you heed my words or those of the regent? Li Changqian, are you loyal to the throne? Or to him, Li Changqian? Speak now. As he spoke, his eyes brimmed with fury, glaring menacingly at Yan Wushuang. If you desire a prosperous career, you must learn to make choices. I will reclaim everything that belongs to me, step by step. You had better ascertain whose side you truly stand on. At 17, he understood that for the sake of his beloved and his own ambitions, he must begin to seize control of the court, no longer allowing Li Changqian to dictate his every move. It was unclear what Yan Wushuang responded with. But from that day forth, the capital was under strict martial law, causing immense inconvenience for the citizens wishing to enter or leave the city, with long queues stretching far and wide. By evening, news of this had reached Li Changqian. He sat upright, diligently inscribing characters, his study adorned with a large, soft couch unlike his usual setup. At this moment, Yueya sat cross-legged beside him on the couch, practicing internal martial arts. Her pale face glistening with fine beads of sweat as wisps of white vapor escaped from her head. After a while, she paused and approached Li Changqian to observe his writing. Did the palace not convey the news? It is said that His Majesty bypassed you and directly commanded Yan Wushuang to enforce martial law in the capital. Why did you not intervene? This will ultimately bear little fruit. Li Changqian glanced at her, then lowered his head to continue his practice. It matters not. They cannot stir up any significant upheaval. Are you sure? Yueya asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Li Changqian met her gaze, affirming, indeed, so do not worry. Continue honing your skills. Once you recover, remember to practice your swordsmanship 1,000 times daily. Yueya looked at him, pondering, how long would it take to reach your level by practicing 1,000 strokes each day? Her words carried an underlying admiration and anticipation, which brought a subtle joy to Li Changqian's heart. He replied gently, 20 years. 20 years? I refuse. Yueya was determined to achieve rapid progress. Li Changqian regarded her patiently. Then what is it that you desire? I wish to become a master within 6 months. Even if I am not as formidable as you, I must at least surpass Qingzhou. Tell me, if I defeat Qingzhou, how many strokes must I practice daily? 1,000 strokes each day for 2 years. Li Changqian calculated, aware that Li Qingzhou was merely a mediocre martial artist in the realm. If I practice 3,000 strokes daily, would that not allow me to reach Qingzhou's level in half a year? Yueya's eyes sparkled with hope. Li Qingyan regarded Hertoth. You already possess a foundation in martial arts, though it is somewhat weak. If you're truly gifted, your progress will be swift. What would constitute a great talent? Ya asked, a touch of anxiety in her tone. Li Changxian smiled. Defeat Li Xing within a month, and you will prove to be quite talented. Among his acquaintances, Li Xing was the least skilled. A fierce determination ignited in Yueya's eyes. I will certainly defeat Li Xing. With that declaration, she resumed her meditation and practice. The following evening, Li Qingzhou visited the Wang residence. As the date of her marriage to Gu Chaoyan approached, she found herself increasingly flustered and unable to maintain her composure. I do not know what to do, she confessed, her gaze fixed on Yueya. The moonlit bud remained in meditation, practicing her internal cultivation. Upon hearing the words, she ceased her gestures, deciding to abandon the matter at hand. My mother once told me, when you are uncertain of what to do, it is best not to think of anything at all. Your words are only meaningful to yourself. They hold no significance for me. Li Qingzhou lowered her head, grappling with her inability to control her thoughts. Despite her daily resolve to refrain from overthinking, she found herself lost in her musings. Even the act of sleeping became a luxury beyond her reach. Qingzhou. The moonlit bud gazed at Li Qingzhou with a hint of compassion. I am sorry. I cannot offer you solace. Li Qingzhou managed a faint smile. I do not seek your comfort. Just listening to me is enough. I am orphaned and alone. This life is indeed a profound suffering. Often, I contemplate avenging my family, yet I know it is futile. However, without that vengeance, I cannot continue to exist. At this juncture, Li Qingzhou's voice quivered, and the moonlit bud shed tears, gently grasping Li Qingzhou's hand. Thus, you see, revenge is not solely for them. Do you understand? She looked at the moonlit bud. It is merely a reason for me to persist in life. There were moments when she genuinely wished to cease living, for her existence seemed devoid of meaning. With her parents and sister gone, the most cherished individuals had vanished, leaving her in a world where nothing and no one mattered to her anymore. She felt like an outsider, a mere spectator ready to depart at any moment. The moonlit bud tightened her grip. Qingzhou, seek your vengeance. Without it, how could you face your parents and sister? Just as I must avenge Xiao Feng, I will not spare those responsible. She fixed her gaze upon Li Qingzhou. Li Chengxian told me that the ones who killed Xiao Feng are from the Qingqing sect. I shall diligently hone my skills until I can avenge Xiao Feng and eliminate those who took her life. Regarding your family's enmity, I will assist you. Her eyes were sincere and unmasked, and Li Qingzhou felt a surge of emotion, embracing her tightly. I do not wish for your assistance. I simply want you by my side when I finally exact my revenge. I implore you. For Li Qingzhou, after the loss of her family, the moonlit bud was the first to offer her warmth, and she wished for her eternal happiness. Chapter 68. Competing in beauty with the Regent, the moonlit bud held her tightly. I promise. They exchanged words for quite some time, discussing the matter of the favored concubine. Zhang ran. Li Qingzhou advised the moonlit bud, you must understand the importance of careful consideration. Zhang Ran is ruthless. She will not spare us. We must tread cautiously. Moreover, do not fear the terrifying events that may unfold. The prince has advised you not to be intimidated. You must confront them with courage. We do not instigate harm, nor do we injure the innocent, yet we must ensure that we are not harmed. We must learn to protect ourselves. Do you comprehend? Li Qingzhou imparted much wisdom to the moonlit bud. After she departed, the moonlit bud felt a sense of gloom and sought out Li Changxian in the study, eager for a conversation. However, she overheard him speaking with the steward. Find any suitable place to house them. Do not allow them to appear before the young lady, as it may disturb her. Li Shangqian instructa meticulously. The steward responded with a bow. Yes, my lord. The door creaked open, interrupting Li Changqian's unfinished words. Ya stood at the threshold, visibly fuming. Who are they? The steward glanced at Li Changxian, hastily bowed to Ya, and hurried away, moving with a speed that belied his age, leaving Ya momentarily dumbfounded. However, she quickly collected herself and turned to Li Changxian. I know you would never lie to me. Li Changxian met her gaze silently. Although the imperial concubine and the chancellor had not dispatched anyone to the residence, The emperor had sent 2 beautiful women accompanied by 2 matrons, totaling 4 individuals. Letting out a deep breath, Yueya felt a surge of anger. The sensation of having something that belonged to her coveted by others was unbearable. I must go see them, she declared resolutely. Storming into the adjacent courtyard, Yueya found Li Xing bowing and smiling while fawning over the newcomers. With her hands on her hips, she called out, "Li Xing, they are ladies. I shall handle this." Upon recognizing her, Li Xing recalled the harrowing memory of their last encounter and, not daring to offend Yueya, turned and hurriedly bowed before fleeing as if pursued by a ghost. Approaching the 2 maidens, Yueya was struck by their extraordinary beauty. One possessed a slender waist and delicate, pale arms, her skin so fair and refined that it commanded attention. The other had a captivating figure, curvaceous and alluring, her enchanting eyes full of charm and emotion. Not only that, but the matron attending them exuded an air of stern dignity, clearly indicating their esteemed status. Yueya's gaze fell to her own modest form. A mere bundle of softness, and a wave of dejection washed over her. As she assessed the 4 individuals, they equally scrutinized her, particularly the vivacious maiden whose gaze lingered on Yueya's every move, unable to suppress a smile. The smile incensed Yueya further. She puffed out her small chest defiantly. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm not laughing at anything. I simply find you quite adorable," the girl replied, though her eyes glinted with playful mockery, inciting Yueya's ire. Another ethereal and delicate beauty approached Yueya, her tall and graceful figure accentuating Yueya's petite stature. Yueya's heart raced with frustration, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. Trembling, she pointed at them and declared, You wait here. I will summon Li Changxian." Exchanging glances laden with scorn, the 2 maidens shared a smirk, dismissing the tempestuous and seemingly ineffectual girl. How truly ironic that such a fiery, easily angered little creature would dare to confront them. Seeing their expressions fueled Yueya's fury further. "Just wait," she exclaimed, turning on her heel and storming toward Li Changxian's study. Inside, she was so incensed that she paced back and forth, exclaiming, "I could just die from rage." Li Changxian set aside his brush, his tone both indulgent and resigned. "What has transpired to provoke such fury?" Stand up, Yueya insisted, moving to his side and pulling him up, measuring their heights, her frustration palpable. "What's going on?" Li Changxian asked, his expression one of helplessness. Yueya, in a fit of frustration, cried out, "I am so short." She gestured to indicate her height in comparison to Li Changxian's, her eyes widening with indignation. She then placed her hands on her chest, lamenting, "I am not even half as big as them, and my skin is not as fair." Li Changxian observed her actions, his gaze inadvertently drifting to her chest, causing his throat to constrict and his ears to flush crimson. He remained silent, while Yueya, exasperated, stamped her feet. "Why are you not speaking? Do you no longer like me?" she exclaimed. One of them was dazzlingly voluptuous, while the other was elegantly slender and beautiful. Yueya felt utterly inferior. Li Changxian replied, "Have you forgotten that I have not yet met them?" Yueya shook her head defiantly, pouting, "I haven't forgotten, but I'm still very upset. They are so stunning. The moment you see them, your attention will be drawn to them. I possess no advantage in their presence." Her reaction, coupled with her envious tone, intrigued Li Changxian. "Weren't you once confident that you were the smartest and most adorable?" he inquired, his gaze fixed upon her. Yueya touched her head, asking, "What are you looking at my head for? Do you wish to swap brains?" "No, I'm simply curious about what thoughts occupy your mind," he responded, bewildered by her propensity for comparison with inconsequential individuals. "I just think they are beautiful with ample bosoms, tall statures, and fair skin." Yueya felt both angered and distressed by this comparison. Why must it be this way? I see no need for it. Li Changxian, with a calm demeanor, settled onto the soft couch and began to read a book. Yueya huffed, her voice laced with acidity. "I am merely concerned that you might prefer them. You need not worry at all. I hold no interest in beauties, for no one can surpass my admiration for you," he replied nonchalantly, turning a page. Yueya's eyes sparkled with delight as she seized Li Changxian's hand, declaring, "Come with me. They looked down on me just now, and I will prove to them that you find me more beautiful. Li Shanqian raplia, y pusas intayact. He pondered, unwilling to engage in such childish antics. And what of having intellect? Does that exempt me from going? Yueya questioned, her face a portrait of confusion. Will you go or not? He pressed, observing her vexation. Li Chengxian rubbed his forehead. Have you forgotten my status? I am the regent of the Tang kingdom, second only to the emperor. I do not care. You must accompany me. I have already been looked down upon. Do not tell me you are in cahoots with them. She insisted, shaking his arm and playfully pouting. Ultimately, Li Chengxian found himself unable to refuse and agreed to accompany her. Upon arriving at the small courtyard, he stood rigidly, exuding an air of cold authority in the center. While Yueya, hands on her hips, called out, "Hey, come out. Li Chengxian has come to see you." Her words proved to be remarkably effective. As the two beauties emerged from their respective chambers, they approached Li Chengxian, bowing respectfully, their demeanor exuding grace and allure, their eyes fixated on him like hooks. Regrettably, Li Chengxian did not glance their way, but instead wore a bemused expression as he looked at the petite girl beside him, asking, "Are we ready?" The two individuals were utterly astonished. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the slender young girl mischievously exclaimed, "All right, you are indeed more beautiful than them." I have triumphed. The two beauties exchanged glances, incredulous that the esteemed regent, known for his icy demeanor, had been drawn into a beauty contest with a mere child. Chapter 69. The frugal Prince Li Chengxian surveyed the two enchanting women with a cold expression and bluntly remarked, "She is the mistress of the palace. If you wish to remain in her good graces, you must win her favor." A sudden idea struck him, although he found her puffed-up demeanor amusing and delightful. He was reluctant to see her displeased. Thus, he devised a plan in his mind. Noticing the two beauties fall silent, his expression grew even colder, and his gaze turned sharp as he scrutinized them. In an instant, the two beauties, along with the matron, knelt on the ground, trembling in submission. They respectfully bowed to Yueya first, then to him. Yueya cleared her throat and haughtily approached Li Chengxian, declaring, "I am to be the future little princess of Li Chengxian." Li Chengxian, let us depart." With that, Su Yu took Li Chengxian by the arm and led him away. Once they had left, the two beauties rose. The more exposed beauty remarked, "I had thought her to be a formidable woman, yet she is merely a child who has not yet matured." The cool and delicate beauty smiled coldly. "That is precisely her strength. She does not need to send us away. She has the regent distancing himself from us of his own accord. In addressing the issue at its root, she outshines those cunning women of the inner court." Upon hearing this, a stern matron-esque expression turned icy. The young lady spoke wisely. Her brilliance lies in her effortless ability to capture the regent's affections, compelling him to stand by her side in warding off adversaries. Compared to those women who resort to all manner of schemes to bind their husbands while targeting concubines, she is far superior. They will never understand that the true endeavor lies in earning a husband's love and having him stand beside her against external threats. Otherwise, any machinations against concubines merely result in a futile exchange of one problem for another. Another matron, her countenance darkened, nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, this girl may appear foolish, yet she possesses a profound wisdom beneath her innocence. Otherwise, how could the cold and ruthless regent be so compliant to her wishes? It seems we are dealing with a formidable character." The voluptuous beauty reached a decision. Unbeknownst to Yueya, she was presently indulging in a playful mood with Li Chengxian, coaxing him into buying candied hawthorns. "Be frugal. Are you not bringing a gift for Li Qingzhou's wedding?" Li Shanqian kuntarati wayas playful damiano. She pouted and produced all her coins, her thoughts drifting to the late Xiao Feng, her eyes welling with tears. Li Chengxian sighed, a look of helplessness in his eyes, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of Yueya's eyes with his thumb. "Do not cry. For Xiao Feng's sake, I shall buy you some later, all right? If he were alive, I would buy him candied hawthorns." Buried her head in Li Chengxian's embrace, her heart heavy with sorrow. However, her emotions were as fleeting as they were intense. Once outside on the bustling street, her attention was swiftly diverted by the sight of candied hawthorns. As she indulged in the sweet treat, memories of Xiao Feng flooded her mind, and tears streamed down her cheeks while she savored each bite. I must eat more, she thought. When I pass away, I shall traverse the Naiha Bridge to inform Xiao Feng that the candied hawthorns in the capital are far less delectable than those in Lu City. It was my fault for taking him away from Lu City without bringing him back. Yet, I am unafraid, for I possess his garments. Upon my return to my homeland, I shall erect a tomb for him, allowing him to return to his roots. As she wept and ate, her heart-wrenching display left Li Chengxian at a loss for words. Yet he resolutely held her hand amidst the throngs on the street. Once the candied hawthorns were consumed, her tears subsided, and she concocted a justification for her earlier sorrow. I cannot cry. I must not allow Xiao Feng to see me as a spectacle, to look down upon me and mock me. Li Chengxian could only wipe away the tears that had escaped her eyes. At that moment, they stood at the entrance of the treasure pavilion, and the sight of Yueya drying her tears attracted the attention of those nearby who were shopping for jewelry and antiques. Among the crowd, one individual, evidently familiar with Li Chengxian, whispered, "Could it be that the prince is usually so frugal that this sudden shopping excursion has overwhelmed her to the point of tears?" Others nodded in agreement, speculating on the prince's notorious stinginess, noting that even his garments had faded from wear. Though they stood at a distance and spoke softly, Li Chengxian and Yueya remained oblivious to their comments. Yet, it was a rare moment for Yueya to cease her tears as she entered the treasure pavilion alongside Li Chengxian. "What shall we give to Qingzhou?" she inquired. "It is you who shall present the gift, not I," Li Chengxian replied nonchalantly. Yuya's eyes widened in disbelief. "You miser. Then lend me some silver." "How much?" Li Chengxian asked, pulling out a thick stack of silver notes from his sleeve, nearly dazzling Yueya with their brilliance. "Just one note, 1,000 taels. I fear I may not repay more," she admitted, suppressing her guilt, as her intention was never to repay him. Li Chengxian smirked. "Write a promissory note." Yueya huffed in annoyance, releasing his hand in frustration. "No need. I can purchase it with just 10 taels. Miss, what would you like to buy?" The attendant inquired politely. Yueya promptly handed over a silver note of 10 taels. "Please prepare a gift for me worth 10 taels." Li Chengxian exhaled in relief, neatly returning the silver notes to his sleeve and following her with his hands clasped behind his back. Inside the treasure pavilion, the items were exceedingly precious. 10 taels would only afford them the most inexpensive offerings. Therefore, the attendant led Yueya to a secluded corner where a set of gilded dishes, enveloped in a red box, exuded a celebratory charm. Additionally, there was a brocade box containing a gold bracelet priced at 12 taels. After a moment's contemplation, Yueya produced another 10 taels. "Attendant, could you reduce the price a bit? I have only 20 taels, and I wish to purchase this gilded set and the gold bracelet." The attendant found himself in a dilemma. It was unlikely he could offer a discount with a deity standing nearby, adorned with a golden dragon crown that likely surpassed the value of the entire treasure pavilion. Just then, the manager arrived, and the attendant hurried to him as if he were savior. The manager, accustomed to the nobility of the capital, recognized Li Chengxian immediately and approached him with a respectful bow, greeting him with utmost deference. "Attend to your own affairs. There is no need for hospitality. I shall accompany the young lady to purchase a gift," Li Chengxian stated with a hint of indifference. The shopkeeper, smiling, clasped his fists in respect, saying, "Your Highness graces us with your presence. The treasure pavilion shines brighter for it. This set of dishes and this gold bracelet shall be a gift for the young lady." Yueya cast a glance at the shopkeeper, contemplated for a moment, and then handed him 20 taels of silver. "Reducing it by 2 taels will suffice. I'm already quite pleased." Li Chengxian shook his sleeve and placed 2 taels of silver into the shopkeeper's hand. "There is no need to reduce the amount. Though your treasure pavilion is grand and prosperous, your master must still earn a living, mustn't he? Even our Regent Prince knows how to be considerate." A teasing and magnetic voice resonated through the gathering, drawing everyone's attention. In the opulent and brightly lit hall of the treasure pavilion, a man clad in the robes of a fourth-rank official approached, and most present respectfully greeted him. "We have the honor of meeting the Lord Shaoqing." "Shaoqing? The Lord Shaoqing of the Dali Temple?" Yueya murmured in confusion. Indeed, Li Chengxian replied, the Lord Shaoqing of the Dali Temple, a blooming peacock. The official approached, smiling, and said, I have met your highness, but I am not aware of how I have offended you to receive such commendation. He winked at Yueya, startled. Yueya quietly slipped behind Li Chengxian, peeking out with her round little head to gaze curiously at Xiao Mo, her big eyes sparkling with intrigue. Xiao Mo chuckled softly and beckoned with his finger. What does the young lady wish to purchase? Choose freely, it is my treat. Li Chengxian's expression darkened. While all others were intimidated by him, Xiao Mo exhibited no fear. Your Highness, I mentioned wanting to gift something to the young lady. You seem displeased. On what grounds do you express such discontent? Upon hearing this, Yueya turned to look at Li Chengxian, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. This was delightful. Even the shopkeeper, the attendant, and the surrounding patrons all leaned in, keen to hear. Li Chengxian retorted, It seems the prince has grown timid. Xiao Mo savored the moment. Ah, how amusing. She is my princess, Li Chengxian declared, unable to contain his frustration. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers, their astonishment palpable as they exchanged glances filled with disbelief. The regent prince, known for his reluctance to marry, had a princess? When had this union occurred? Li Chengxian exhaled deeply and, addressing the crowd with a formal bow, announced, In the spring of next year, in March, I shall wed you. At that time, we will prepare a modest feast at our residence and invite you all to attend the ceremony. Though seething with rage, he understood the necessity of decorum. Xiao Mo opened his mouth to speak further, but Li Chengxian preempted him, taking the 2 gift boxes from the shopkeeper and leading Yueya out of the treasure pavilion. Xiao Mo hurried after them, exclaiming, Why the rush? I am treating you to a meal. I am treating you to a meal. Yueya chimed in softly, breaking Li Chengxian's stride. Little girl, what would you like to eat? Your brother shall buy it for you. Xiao Mo declared confidently, his face radiating self-admiration. Yueya's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Li Chengxian smiled coldly, eagerly awaiting her response. I yearned to dine at the Huiwei building, craving dishes such as the red braised chicken, braised pork knuckle, 8 treasure duck, and squirrel fish. I rattled off 10 dish names in one breath. Xiao Mo stealthily approached Li Chengxian, whispering in his ear, You must be raising a girl, or perhaps a glutton who consumes gold. Li Chengxian took a step back, distancing himself from Xiao Mo, and coldly replied, She has finally caught someone. Would she easily let him go? The last person who invited her to Huiwei building was Gu Chaoyan. Xiao Mo clicked his tongue, feeling his coin pouch, which seemed sufficient, and said, Let us go. After taking a few steps, he curiously glanced at Yueya and inquired, Can you manage to eat it all? Yueya smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. I can eat. I shan't waste. Do not overindulge. Li Chengxian coldly interrupted Yueya. Very well. Yueya obediently agreed. As they approached Huiwei building, Xiao Mo suddenly recalled something. He looked at them meaningfully and asked, Would you mind if I invited another person? Since Miss Yueya is present, I would like to extend an invitation to a lady as well, if that is agreeable. He directed his gaze at Li Chengxian. Inviting another lady? Yueya found this somewhat peculiar. Xiao Mo nodded. Yes, her name is Lucia. You may call her Yu. She's my betrothed, and we are to marry next month. It appears she has yet to visit Huiwei building. Speaking of Lucia, Xiao Mo's playful demeanor diminished, replaced by a more serious disposition. Li Chengxian turned to Yueya and said, What do you think? I defer to your judgment. Then I shall go fetch her. Please wait for me outside, he decided. Though the customs of her dynasty are rather open, some families remain traditional, so we must exercise caution. Agreed. Xiao Mo replied without hesitation. Thus, the 3 redirected their path to the Lu residence. Yueya soon realized that the Lu family was right next to the royal palace. Separated by just a wall, so close indeed, so near, Yueya's eyes widened in surprise. Xiao Mo chuckled. Indeed, have you not seen Yu during this time? I have not, Yueya admitted, unaware of the girl next door's existence. Please help me deliver these items to the steward. I will accompany Yueya to knock on the door. Li Chengxian thoughtfully proposed. The Lu family was unfamiliar with Yueya, and if she were to knock alone, they might slam the door shut, causing her great distress. Xiao Mo offered no objections, taking the items to the royal palace. Yueya approached the Lu family and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Came a voice. This is the prince, Li Chengxian replied coldly. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a head that quickly recognized Li Chengxian and hurriedly opened the door. Bowing respectfully, Li Chengxian coldly inquired, "Is the young lady of your family at home?" The servant eagerly nodded. "Yes, she is here, your highness, please come in." Yueya followed closely behind Li Chengxian to meet Lord Lu. After some twists and turns, they finally encountered a pale, frail young lady. She was not much taller than Yueya, yet appeared considerably weaker, as if a gust of wind could topple her. Upon seeing her, Yueya could not help but frown, but a glance from Li Chengxian conveyed everything she needed to understand. Without uttering a word, she stepped forward, took Lu Xie's hand, and led her away. Li Chengxian smiled indulgently and said to Lord Lu, "She is quite lonely without companions. Thank you for sacrificing a bit of your time to accompany her for dinner." Although Lord Lu was rather rigid, he was astute enough not to offend Li Chengxian, refraining from displaying any displeasure, for Li Chengxian wielded significant power, unlike other idol princes. Li Chengxian paid little heed to his mood and turned away, following the moonlit Lu Xie. Naturally, due to Lord Lu's disposition, two maidservants accompanied Lu Xie, though they kept their distance out of respect for Li Chengxian's status. As they stepped outside, Moonlight noticed the slight relaxation in Lu Xie's previously tense demeanor. May I call you that? Xiao Mo mentioned it could be used, she said with a degree of familiarity. Lu Xie blushed and nodded, affirming, "Whatever Brother Xiao says goes." "Your voice is so gentle," Moonlight remarked enviously, her own voice being rather loud and lacking in softness. Lu Xie smiled tenderly. "I actually envy your voice. It feels so powerful." As they conversed, they spotted Xiao Mo in front of the Wangfu. Upon noticing the maidservants behind them, he refrained from approaching them, maintaining a respectful distance. "Xiao Mo has invited us to dine at the Recollection Pavilion, renowned for its delectable pig trotters and stewed pigeon. The squirrel fish is also a must-try," Moonlight exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with vivacity reminiscent of lush greenery. Chapter 71. Deliberate Seduction. Lu Xie gazed at Moonlight with admiration. Upon arriving at the Recollection Pavilion, the young waiter recognized Moonlight and greeted her warmly, leaving Li Chengxian, Xiao Mo, and Lu Xie astonished. Li Chengxian chuckled, prompting Xiao Mo to inquire, "What is the prince laughing about?" "She possesses such an innate charm that makes everyone feel at ease around her," Li Chengxian replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Xiao Mo shot a cold smile in response. "Does this include you, your highness?" This comment left Li Chengxian momentarily speechless, and he said nothing further as they ascended to the second floor. Just as they were about to approach a private room, Xiao Mo intercepted them, stating, "Your highness, Yu is quite timid. I suggest we keep our distance, especially since she has her maidservants with her." This marked one of Li Chengxian's most frustrating moments. They dined separately from Moonlight and Lu Xie, though the proximity of the two private rooms allowed them to hear the lively banter of Moonlight and the softly encouraging tones of Lu Xie. Once the meal concluded, Li Chengxian, suppressing his irritation, accompanied Lu Xie back. Xiao Mo, having been thoroughly drained of funds, also returned home. Moonlight sauntered into the Wangfu with Li Chengxian. But this time, no one served her food, and although she did not overindulge, she had overheard some of Lu Xie's conversations, which dampened her appetite. "Li Chengxian, how bothersome," Moonlight remarked with a hint of frustration. Li Chengxian, slightly puzzled, prompted, "Do tell. Do you think stepmothers are often harsh?" she asked earnestly. Li Chengxian gently caressed her cheek. "I cannot say for certain. His mother passed away early, and he was essentially raised by the Empress Dowager. Thus he must refrain from speaking indiscreetly." Yueya let out a sigh and, noticing her slight distress, remarked, "Fortunately, Yu will soon marry Xiao Mo. Otherwise, life would be truly arduous." She was not one to speak excessively, uttering only this remark before falling silent. In the days that followed, they lived peacefully. Li Chengxian attended court as usual, while Yueya, having recovered, trained in martial arts daily alongside Nie Qing, and practiced calligraphy and reading under the company of Li Qingzhou or Lu Siye. On a day in October, the two young ladies in the rear courtyard became contemplative. Li Changqian, burdened with affairs, burned candles deep into the night, while Yueya, fatigued from her training, retired early. The voluptuous maiden seized her opportunity, undeterred by the cold, donned in sheer gauze that hinted at her figure, revealing her delicate waist and rosy arms in an alluring manner. She carried a tray with a jug of wine, a plate of delicacies, a small cup, and a pair of chopsticks. In her movement, she unveiled an enticing portion of her arm, adorned with soft pink nails and a charmingly graceful visage, while her gauzy attire cascaded back, nearly gathering in her elbow's curve. Knock, knock, knock. Li Changqian, engrossed in his work, assumed the knock was from one of his subordinates and casually instructed, "Come in." Just then, before the person entered, a waft of fragrance floated in with the breeze, instantly enveloping the study in a gentle, enchanting aroma. Li Changqian halted his actions, glancing toward the door. Without a pause in his gaze, he instinctively returned to his task, bellowing, "Get out." His voice was as frigid as ice, devoid of any inflection. The alluring maiden, undeterred by his tone, gracefully entered and approached him from behind, her well-proportioned hands resting on his shoulders. Li Changqian, unable to endure any longer, slammed his brush onto the desk, turned without looking back, and seized the maiden's arm, forcefully tossing her out, where she collided with the newly arrived Li Xing. Accompanied by the woman's shriek, Li Xing was startled into a panic, exclaiming, "Master, save me." Li Changqian rose, towering over him. "Were you not tasked with keeping an eye on them? Open your eyes and see whom you are with." Lin Qin, sensing the tension, hurried in to assist the terrified maiden, while Li Xing, upon recognizing her identity, was momentarily rendered speechless. "Go fetch 30 military sticks. Reflect on your actions. Should this happen again, you shall no longer serve." Li Changqian's icy glare instilled considerable fear in Li Xing, who stumbled away in a daze. Meanwhile, the maiden remained bewildered, having just experienced the terror of being so abruptly cast aside. Take her away, ensure she is closely monitored, and prevent any recurrence. Li Changqian coldly instructed Lin Qin. After a moment of hesitation, promptly escorted the maiden out. Exhaling deeply, Li Changqian returned to his study to review official documents, only to find the lingering scent still pervading the air, undiminished by the departure of the maiden. Sighing once more, he entered his chamber with a stack of documents. The following day, Li Changqian instructed Li Xing that this incident must not be disclosed to Yueya before proceeding to morning court. After completing her martial arts training, Yueya ventured into the study to read and write. Before she could settle down, she was captivated by an unfamiliar yet alluring fragrance wafting through the air. However, due to her limited experience, she dismissed it as merely a new incense employed by the household. It wasn't until Lu Siye and Li Qingzhou arrived that her curiosity was piqued. "Yueya, did you purchase some perfume?" Lu Siye inquired. "I heard from Qianrong that the Qishan Pavilion has concocted a delightful new scent, subtle yet long-lasting, with a sweet aroma that carries a hint of an exotic undertone. My aunt bought some after hearing about it." Yang Qianrong had mentioned that her mother hoped to bear a sister for her father, which prompted the purchase. Of course, such candidness was easy for Yang Qianrong, yet Yueya felt at a loss to express such sentiments. After sharing this, Lu Siye scoffed, concealing the scars on her wrist with her sleeve, her words spilling forth carelessly. "My stepmother has been applying it daily, flaunting herself like a butterfly, and she has even forbidden the concubines in the manor from using it. If my father has a liking for it, he must visit her chambers." Her remarks left Li Qingzhou and Yueya astounded. Yueya, in her naivety, slowly began to piece together the implications. "Are you saying this is meant for women to attract men?" she asked bluntly. Li Qingzhou blushed slightly, while Lu Siye nodded, her cheeks flushed, affirming, "Indeed." As she approached Yueya, she whispered, "Yueya, please do not be disheartened by my words, but truthfully, as women, we must discern the appropriate context for certain things. What is suitable for the boudoir should not be employed elsewhere, lest we appear frivolous and lacking in decorum. That could have dire consequences." Yueya's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked between the two. But this ISNT mine, I don't know who used it. I just noticed it in Li Chengxian's study. Her sentence trailed off as she became speechless, staring blankly at them. Chapter 72. Sowing discord, why is there such a fragrance in Li Chengxian's study? She asked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, startling her companions. They hurried to reassure her. Do not jump to conclusions just yet. First, ascertain who has used this scent and whether that person has entered the study. Additionally, check if the Princess chambers possess the same fragrance, Lu Xie suggested, leaving Li Qingzhou momentarily dumbfounded. After several hesitant attempts to speak, Li Qingzhou finally mustered the courage to say, "A Yu is right. You ought to investigate. Come with me. You stay outside while I enter," Yueya said. A mixture of excitement and anger coursing through her. Hearing her initial statement caused concern in her companions, but they sighed in relief at the latter part. Thus, the three proceeded to Li Chengxian's quarters. Meanwhile, Lin Qin crouched atop the study, trembling in fear, uncertain of his next move. After a while, upon seeing Lin Quan, he dashed down as if he had found a savior. "Quick, get the prince back, it's over. The young lady has discovered everything." Lin Quan appeared perplexed. What has the prince done that the young lady has found out? What is the big deal? What has the prince done? Last night, that beauty named Hongzhu went to the study to find the prince, leaving behind her fragrance, and now the young lady has noticed. The young lady now intends to visit the prince's chamber, while the prince, having bestowed 2 of the few maidservants from our residence upon her, has left the garments he changed out of last night in disarray, which I am certain will be discovered by the young lady. "You must hasten to summon the prince back," Lin Qin urged anxiously, while Lin Quan, speechless, made haste to depart. Meanwhile, in Li Chengxian's room, Yueya indeed detected a fragrant aroma emanating from the outer garment he had discarded yesterday, which caused her face to flush with indignation. At that moment, Lin Quan awaited Li Chengxian at the palace gates. "Lin Quan, why are you not in the residence?" Li Chengxian inquired, a note of concern evident in his voice. Fearing some calamity had befallen the household, Lin Quan struggled to articulate the events that had transpired, and before he could finish, Li Chengxian mounted his steed and galloped away with remarkable speed, leaving Lin Quan unable to keep pace. Upon arriving at the royal residence, Li Chengxian headed straight for his own quarters, issuing commands to Lin Quan along the way to summon the maid with the red beads and insist she speak the truth, or else face dire consequences. "Yes, my lord," Lin Quan replied, turning towards a small courtyard. As Li Chengxian stepped into his courtyard, he was immediately enveloped by a thick haze, followed by the enticing scent and a cacophony of sounds. "Li Chengxian, whose fragrance is this?" Lin Qin insisted on knowing. But Yueya, chattering incessantly, was accompanied by the young ladies Lu Xie and Li Qingzhou. Li Chengxian, removing the garment draped over his head, was momentarily at a loss for words before tossing it to Lin Qin with a firm command. "Take this away and burn it." "Yes, my lord," Lin Qin acknowledged, retreating with the garment. This sequence of events left Yueya perplexed, interpreting it as an effort to eliminate incriminating evidence, leading her to ignore him in frustration. Upon regaining her composure, she felt enraged, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. Li Chengxian, unable to suppress a smile, noted that as Xiao Yueya had a peculiar trait. She seldom uttered harsh words, with her most severe retort being, "I will ignore you." Seeing that he appeared oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Yueya stomped her feet in exasperation. Li Chengxian, he, slightly exasperated, gathered her into his embrace, gently stroking her head. There, let us not quarrel, be good." His response made Yueya feel as though she were being unreasonable, as if all her emotions were trivialized in his presence. This realization stoked her anger, causing her eyes to mist over. "I will ignore you," she declared, pushing him away and retreating to her courtyard in tears. Lu Xie and Li Qingzhou hastily followed her. Returning to Yulan Pavilion, Yueya hesitated at the prospect of leaving. Yet feeling that she had already spoken, she could not back down without losing face. Thus, she feigned resolve, demanding, "Whose house shall I go to? Who will take me in?" The two exchanged glances, and ultimately, Lu Xie spoke, "You may go to Qingzhou's place, my household is chaotic, and I fear it may dampen your spirits. Very well, Yueya acquiesced, having made her decision. With remarkable speed, she gathered her belongings, soon ready with a small bundle. Slinging it over her shoulder, she huffed defiantly, I shall depart. After all, Li Changqian has yet to utter a word in protest. Crouching by the door with a small bundle on her back, she burst into tears, overwhelmed with sorrow. I shall no longer pay heed to Li Changqian, I vowed. Yet a voice, both amusing and exasperated, pierced the air. Are you truly going to ignore me? Li Qingzhou and Lu Siye turned towards the source of the sound, discovering Li Changqian at the forefront, flanked by Lin Quan and two subordinates, one of whom was a captivating young woman with a voluptuous figure and an enchanting demeanor. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Qingzhou and Lu Siye instantly grasped the situation, while Yueya, oblivious to the intricacies of the inner chambers, questioned the intent behind her presence. Was it merely to flaunt? This remark incensed Li Changqian, causing his brows to furrow in agitation. Su Yueya, you must know when to stop. Continue this folly, and I shall cease to engage with you. The moment those words left his lips, he regretted them upon seeing Yueya's crestfallen expression. Yet, a man must stand by his words, and he could not retract them. It is she who has deliberately seduced me. I have firmly refused her advances. Presenting her now is merely to clarify matters with you. Be compliant and do not squander our time. I have numerous documents awaiting my review. Li Changqian was weary, dark circles under his eyes betraying his fatigue. Listening to his tone, Yueya, clutching her small bundle, approached Hongzhu, her voice laced with indignation. What is your purpose in pursuing Li Changqian? He has no affection for you. He does not fancy me? Pray, does he favor you then? If he indeed cherished you, why has he not taken you as his wife? Why allow you to linger without status, risking ridicule and tarnishing your reputation? The girl spoke with genuine concern, her words imbued with a sense of earnest advice. Yueya glanced at Li Changqian and retorted, do not attempt to sow discord. Though I am vexed by the scent of other women upon him, your mere presence alleviates my distress. I am certain Li Changqian could never be enamored with you, unless he were devoid of reason. Li Changqian and Li Qingzhou exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain whether to interpret this as praise or an insult. Meanwhile, Hongzhu stood momentarily dazed. What do you mean? Am I mistaken? Yueya chuckled. Indeed, but Li Changqian has assured me, as he has to many others at the Jinbao Pavilion, that we shall wed in the coming spring, a promise I wholeheartedly believe. Chapter 73. Farewell to Guangling San. Her emotions, as swift to rise as they were to dissipate, soon returned to a state of normalcy. Hongzhu, seething with anger, found herself at a loss for words before being led away by Li Xing, seeing that Yueya was unharmed. Li Qingzhou and Lu Siye exchanged a few words before departing. Yueya, feeling a touch of shyness as she observed Li Changqian's handsome visage, tentatively approached him. I am truly sorry. It was not my intention to cause a stir. I was merely a bit upset. Li Changqian smirked coldly. And where's your little bundle? I shall tidy it up at once, Yueya replied, dashing back to her room to organize her belongings before returning outside, gazing at Li Changqian with a smile. Am I not well behaved? Indeed you are. Li Changqian nodded gently, stroking her head. Come with me to the study. I shall compose a memorial while you practice your calligraphy or read. All right, I will heed your every word, she replied, feeling somewhat guilty, naturally acquiescing to whatever Li Changqian suggested. Thus, the two busied themselves in the study, one practicing writing while the other penned official documents. Days passed in this manner, until the day of Li Qingzhou's wedding to Gu Chaoyan arrived. Moon Blossom, carrying a gift she had purchased, attended the ceremony, accompanied by Lu Siye. Before long, autumn drew to a close. The day of execution for the Qin father and son finally arrived. During this time, various parties had employed extraordinary means to attempt to spare them from execution. Yet, Li Changqian remained resolute, and ultimately, they were led to the execution ground. On that day, Moon Blossom, Lin Qin, Hong Yue, Qin Yue, Gu Chaoyan, and the maids of the northern king's residence accompanied Li Qingzhou, with Moon Blossom carrying a guzheng for her. Upon arrival, they set up the platform, the guzheng, and a stool. That day, the entire capital bore witness to Li Qingzhou's talent and spirit. clad in a flowing crimson robe. Amidst the crisp autumn air and swirling yellow leaves, she confronted her two enemies, those who had murdered her father, mother, and sister, who knelt at the execution ground. With a resounding performance of Guangling San, she declared war against the Chancellor's faction. Though she had been ensnared into marrying Gu Chaoyan by their machinations, she would never submit. The clear notes of the music resonated, accompanied by silent tears from Qin Wuxing. In another life, he vowed, he would not have slaughtered her entire family and watched her wed another while he remained powerless in a prison cell. Moon Blossom, choked with emotion, stood beside Li Qingzhou, her heart heavy with sorrow. Ultimately, as the final notes echoed, Qin Wuxing and his father met their demise, their severed heads rolling as their lifeblood stained the ground. Even in death, Qin Wuxing's gaze remained fixed upon Li Qingzhou. Did you once cherish me? I did very much. And now? No longer. I only desire to drink your blood and consume your flesh. Li Qingzhou fell ill, prompting Moon Blossom to hurriedly summon Jingyue to attend to her. Fortunately, Jingyue was a close friend of Li Qingzhou and understood her health. After administering 2 doses of medicine and allowing her to rest for 2 days, Li Qingzhou felt significantly better. Moon Blossom, who had been visiting the Northern King's residence daily, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Qingzhou reclined against her pillow, her complexion pale and beads of sweat dotting her forehead. She gazed at Moon Blossom, who was holding a bowl of medicine to feed her, unable to suppress her gratitude. Thank you for always being by my side. At these words, Jingyue, who had been playing chess nearby, felt a twinge of displeasure. It seems you have forgotten me. I would never dare, Li Qingzhou replied with a forced smile, her gaze returning to Moon Blossom. Do you not find it troublesome coming here every day? The medicine is at the right temperature, Moon Blossom said, extending the bowl to Li Qingzhou. With a smile, she added. Li Chengxian said, I am free to come and go as I please. Ah, such confidence from the Regent. Others do not dare to be so bold. Jingyue remarked with a smile. Li Qingzhou then inquired, what of your senior brother Jinghao? Is it true he is allied with the noble consort Zhongran and even restored her beauty? Indeed, quite impressive, Jingyue replied coldly. Li Qingzhou nudda. Acknowledging the impressive feat of having unraveled something I had meticulously crafted with all my might, while I could only endure everything she imposed upon me. You are too inexperienced, Jingyue coldly remarked, her eyes chillingly devoid of warmth. Li Qingzhou agreed, recognizing her youthfulness, admitting that she had overlooked the vital point. In contrast to their perspectives, Yueya held her own views. However, if not for Jinghao, wouldn't this endeavor have been quite successful? Yet, it was Jinghao's emergence that shattered all of Qingzhou's plans. Upon uttering this, she managed to soothe Li Qingzhou slightly, and Jingyue smiled, you little girl are quite adept at offering comfort. That's fortunate, Yueya replied with a lack of modesty, prompting smiles from both. Li Qingzhou smiled and said, just take your time. I have faith in myself. I believe in you too, Yueya affirmed. That day unfolded like any other, with Yueya lingering at the north town Wangfu until late. It was only in the evening that Li Chengxian emerged from the palace and came to escort her back. Yueya recounted the events of the day to him, expressing how difficult life was and how burdensome it felt, particularly for Qingzhou. I truly feel for her, she lamented. Li Chengxian took her hand and, upon hearing this, smiled gently. This is her choice, her fate. No one can save her. Do not advise her. She is living on this hatred now, you understand? His words cast a long shadow of sorrow over Yueya, who gazed at Li Chengxian, her heart aching profoundly. It was indeed a challenging and painful existence for her. The one she loved had slain her family and become her enemy. Now that her enemy was gone, she found herself ensnared in a plot, forced to marry someone she did not love. No one bore a heavier burden than she did. Li Chengxian squeezed her hand and reassured her, do not be sorrowful. You need not do anything but remain by her side. She needs you. As for Gu Chaoyan, he was a man worthy of lifelong trust. He would protect Li Qingzhou well. Have faith that one day he could help her reclaim her life. Li Chengxian's words were ones Yueya could hardly doubt. She believed in him. Then I shall always stay by her side, Yueya said gently. Li Chengxian nodded. You are obedient. In the time that followed, Zhang Ran within the palace did nothing but focus on her health to conceive, a fact revealed by Jing Hao, which reached Jing Yue's ears. Upon learning this, Jing Yue inquired of them, "What means do you want me to employ to ensure that Zhang Ran cannot bear children? To prevent her from giving birth and subsequently dying, thereby endangering the child." Her words left the two momentarily speechless. Li Qingzhou looked at Yueya, who in turn looked at Li Qingzhou, and they found themselves a loss for words. "What is that expression on your faces?" Jingwei expressed her dissatisfaction, directly questioning them. After a moment, Yueya timidly responded, "She may not necessarily conceive. We should not engage in such actions," she added. "Why not? For a woman, this is a fatal blow," Jingwei retorted, challenging both of them. Li Qingzhou glanced at Yueya, expressing her discomfort as she remarked, "To be honest, I would rather deliver a swift blow or mar her visage than subject her to this cruel fate of being incapable of motherhood." Her sentiments were echoed by Yueya, who added, "As a woman, I cannot harm her in such a manner, yet I could accept severing her with a single stroke." "Very well. You two are the epitome of kindness," Jing Yue said coldly, rising to leave the room in discontent. Li Qingzhou and Yueya exchanged a glance, remaining silent and offering no counsel to Jingwei. Unaware of the suffering of others, one should refrain from advising them toward virtue. Days passed, and Jingwei returned to her former self. Before long, winter arrived, and Yueya's elder brother, Su Yueya, shone brilliantly in the provincial examinations, securing the top rank. In the spring of the following year, he was to take the imperial examination in the capital. Consequently, Su Yueya, accompanied by his younger brother Su Yuelang and their parents, ventured to the capital, where they purchased a modest abode in the West City. This sum was amassed from the sale of all of Madame Su's dowry and her savings over the years, alongside the earnings of Su Yuelang, which collectively sufficed for the purchase of their small courtyard. On the day they arrived in the capital, Li Qingzhou, Gu Chaoyan, Yueya, Jingyue, Li Chengxian, Xiao Mo, Lucia, and others came bearing gifts to the humble Su residence. As they received the offerings, Su Yuelang's hearty laughter rang out. "It seems my sister has been quite successful in making numerous good friends." Yueya winked at him and stepped inside, allowing Qing Yue and Hong Yue to assist in attending to the other guests. Fortunately, with the capable hands of Hong Yue and Qing Yue, the two men, Su Yuelang and Su Yueya, were spared from being flustered. "Where is Xiaofeng?" After the guests were well taken care of, Su Yueya's inquiry caused Yueya's eyes to redden, and Su Yuelang immediately grew anxious. What happened? They both turned their gaze toward Yueya, who, at a loss for words, could only weep profusely. After a long pause, Li Chengxian sighed and took the initiative to explain the events. Upon hearing Li Chengxian's account, both Su Yueya and Su Yuelang's eyes glistened with unshed tears as they turned away, unable to articulate their feelings. "I'm sorry, brother. I failed to protect him, allowing him to perish. I also owe him an apology for bringing him out, yet lacking the ability to return him safely." Yueya's deep-seated guilt finally erupted, and she wept pitifully. Su Yueya and Su Yuelang remained silent for a considerable time, and seeing this, Yueya burdened herself with all the blame. It was then that Li Chengxian felt compelled to speak the truth. After they listened, their gazes fell upon Yueya, with the hope that she would endure and cease her tears. Although the loss of Xiaofeng was profoundly sorrowful, it was a blessing that their sister remained unharmed, though it was a pity for the lively little attendant. "For the time being, we should keep this from our parents," Su Yueya suggested. Li Qingzhou, Lucia, Guamchuyan, and Xiao Mo found it difficult to comprehend such sentiments. To them, he was merely a servant. His death warranted a moment of sadness, yet it was, in their view, not of great consequence. However, for the Su family, it seemed to weigh heavily upon their hearts. After pondering for a moment, they thought perhaps they had come to regard the young servant as family. Su Yuelang and Su Yueya nodded in agreement. The three siblings conversed for quite some time, and Yueya informed them. Li Chengxian mentioned, "He has something to discuss with you. We shall step outside." With that, Yueya rose and led them out. Once outside, Lucia, with a puzzled expression, remarked, "Isn't Xiao Feng just a servant? Why do you seem so sorrowful? Please don't misunderstand. I am merely curious. For my family servant does not share such profound feelings." The mere mention of Xiao Feng brought tears to Yueya's eyes. with a pitiful expression. She wiped her tears and sorrowfully explained, "We grew up together. He was bought by my mother, who encouraged us to treat him kindly. He is our family. He is older than I am and would carry me around to play, even enduring beatings to protect me. I envy the bond you share," Lucia said. Her eyes filled with longing, for no one had ever treated her so kindly. Li Qingzhou thought of his own sister, his eyes reddening. "Do not be disheartened. We know who our enemies are," Yueya responded with a soft her martial arts skills having progressed rapidly during this time, instilling her with confidence regarding her quest for vengeance. They lingered at the Su residence for considerable while before heading to Huiwei, building for a meal in the afternoon. By then, several months had passed, and Yueya felt a slight sense of relaxation, while Su Yuqi and Su Yueya struggled to eat, their hearts heavy with sorrow. After the meal, the others departed. Yueya and Li Changqian accompanied them back, with Li Changqian trailing behind to give the three siblings some space. "I have been practicing martial arts and making good progress," Yin Tento Avingzhou Thing, Li Henjun disclosed. "I have learned that the ones who killed him belong to the Qingchang sect, and they are also responsible for my injuries, being affiliated with the Chancellor's faction." His words left Su Yuqi and Su Yueya momentarily stunned. They had never anticipated that she was aware of such matters. They exchanged glances, disbelief mingling with a tinge of sadness. Their sister had indeed changed. It seemed Xiao Feng's demise had dealt her a tremendous blow. Su Yuqi gently patted Yueya's head, saying, "Do not be sad. He saved you and would wish for your happiness, understand?" "I understand, but I still feel sorrowful and cannot accept it," she replied. "Every time I think of—" "Yueya, do you know what the prince told us?" Su Yueya interjected, cutting off his sister's unfinished thought. Yueya, easily distracted, looked at Su Yueya and shook her head, uncertain. "The prince told us he cannot wait until the spring of March. He wishes to marry you as soon as possible and has come to propose to us. Once our parents arrive, your marriage will be formalized." Su Yuqi added, "When we came, our mother mentioned that since you have not returned home in so long, this must be a done deal. Thus, as the eldest brother, I can accept your union with the prince." Their words brought a flicker of joy to Yueya's heart, and she looked at them, asking, "Does Li Chengxian know?" "He does," Su Yueya replied with a smile. Yueya took 2 steps back to stand beside Li Chengxian, smiling brightly as she asked, "Li Chengxian, what did you mean when you said you cannot wait until the spring of March?" Li Chengxian placed a hand gently upon her head, his ears tinged with crimson, and spoke in a nonchalant tone. "It holds no significance." Yueya tilted her head to observe, her heart racing momentarily as she playfully teased, "Li Chengxian, are you feeling shy? Is it because you are to marry me?" As his hand slid down to brush against her eyes, Li Chengxian lifted his chin defiantly, asserting, "Am I to feel shy? I am the regent, and a regent does not shy away." His words elicited a secretive smile from Yueya. Chapter 75. His ambitions, she chose not to expose the fact that his ears were flushed, keeping it as a cherished secret of her own. After that day, a significant upheaval transpired within the court. Li Chengxian was absent for several days, consumed by relentless busyness without a moment's respite. It was not until nearly half a month later that he finally gathered himself to return home, only to be intercepted by the emperor. "Royal brother, do you have any interest in a discussion?" Li Qingfu's expression was grim. Li Chengxian cast a glance at him before resuming his seat. "The officials of the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of War have been forcibly appointed and dismissed by your majesty. I, along with the other dignitaries, have already addressed this matter. What further words does your majesty wish to convey?" These officials had been elevated through his efforts over the years, entwined in complex relationships. Fortunately, he had anticipated this day. The factional support behind these officials remained unchanged. The dismissed officials and those newly appointed were merely different spokespersons. Of course, the losses were still substantial, resulting in a severe crisis of trust. For the past half-month, he had endured sleepless nights, fraught with anxiety, solely to rectify matters for his majesty. With 3 ministers dismissed, the court was in disarray, with factions vying to replace positions with their own allies, creating utter chaos. Meanwhile, the emperor sat high above, observing their mutual discord. Li Chengxian, with bloodshot eyes, gazed at the silent emperor, his face paling with frustration. Your Majesty should understand that to consolidate imperial authority, to ensure the populace lives in peace and prosperity, the aristocracy cannot dominate. He truly could not fathom the emperor's inclination towards the noble families. Observing his second brother, Li Chengfu could not help but chuckle coldly, saying, "To secure the support of the aristocracy and fortify my throne, does royal brother not comprehend this?" As he spoke, he paced the study, his face a mask of agitation. The world only recognizes Regent Li Changxian, oblivious to Emperor Li Chengfu. How can I accept this? The Prime Minister urged you to return power to me. Yet you took it lightly, did you not? I am blunt, preferring candor, and if royal brother dislikes it, there is little to be done. As he settled into a chair, he regarded Li Changxian with a haughty demeanor. What is it that you wish to express, royal brother? Staring at Li Chengfu, Li Changxian was taken aback at having raised a cunning adversary over the years. He chuckled, his eyes reflecting a mix of satisfaction and disappointment. The emperor was clever, yet not astutely so. Did he truly believe that by heeding the mere words of others, coupled with his limited understanding, he could grasp the essence of imperial power? How many eyes are trained on the emperor, coveting a piece of the succulent power he holds? Does the emperor realize this? For years, I have drawn from the examination system of the previous dynasty to vigorously reform our own bureaucratic selection process. What is the purpose of this endeavor, if not to cultivate my own loyal followers? I am determined to curtail the incessant expansion of the aristocracy. Li Changxian felt a piercing pain in his eyes from anger, wearily sinking into a chair. Is the chancellor truly devoted to the emperor? No, he serves only the Zhang family. For that, he is willing to sacrifice his own daughter. The emperor's decision to replace the minister with his own man only accelerates the Zhang family's influence in the court. Rubbing his forehead, Li Changxian felt a wave of discomfort in his heart. And what of the emperor's uncle? His intention to marry his daughter to me is also for the expansion of the Zhao family. Does the emperor not comprehend any of this? For the first time, Li Changxian felt an overwhelming disappointment towards Li Chengfu and a profound disdain for the late emperor. Li Chengfu could not utter a word. He realized just how naive he had been. Brother, the emperor must always remember this. My surname is Li, regardless of my intentions. Our stance is united in reinforcing imperial authority, suppressing the aristocracy, and safeguarding the dominance of the Li clan over the realm. Moreover, before my father passed, he compelled me to swear a solemn oath. Should I ever betray his divine decree, I would remain solitary in this life and the next, without offspring or spouse. Does Li Changxian harbor treasonous thoughts? Yes. Does he desire to usurp Li Chengfu? Certainly. Does he yearn to unify the realm and become the sovereign of the most powerful nation? Indeed. Yet, after years of occupying a high position since the age of 13, he has grown weary and fatigued. After enduring years of suppressing the aristocracy, the emperor's recent actions nearly rendered a decade of his efforts futile. Fortunately, he has managed to maintain stability, avoiding major upheaval. All he wishes now is to return home, embrace his little sprout, and rest. It has been half a month since he last saw her. Disregarding Li Chengfu, Li Changxian rose from the southern study and returned to the royal residence. This time, he did not ride a horse but took a carriage, and as soon as he settled inside, he fell asleep. Upon arriving at the palace, he remained in slumber. Receiving news, Yueya, who had been eagerly awaiting at the entrance, found it peculiar. She approached and lifted the carriage curtain, revealing Li Changxian, utterly exhausted, asleep within. Dark circles lingered under his eyes, and his once handsome, radiant face had significantly thinned. How could this be? Yueya lowered the curtain and turned to Lin Qin, who carelessly recounted the busy days they had endured. Upon hearing this, Yueya's eyes filled with compassion. She then instructed Qingyue and Hongyue, "You two, one go boil water to prepare a bath for Li Changxian, and the other go to the kitchen to make a bowl of chicken porridge for him. Be swift." "Yes, miss." Qingyue and Hongyue promptly departed. Yueya sighed and directed Lin Qin and Li Xing to assist him to the listening snow courtyard. Unexpectedly, Li Changxian awoke suddenly, and before they could assist him, he had already risen. "There is no need," he said coolly, stepping out of the carriage, his body swaying slightly. Yueya hurriedly moved to support him, her voice laced with concern. "Are you well?" Li Chengxian nodded, gently touching her face. "You have lost so much weight. Have you not been eating properly? And what of you? Look at yourself." Yueya replied with worry, helping him walk into the residence while unable to suppress her complaints. "Were it not for the daily sight of your handwriting, I might have thought you abandoned me. How could I? Would I leave behind this grand estate for you?" Li Chengxian, in a state of helplessness, leaned his entire weight upon Yueya. Fortunately, Yueya possessed great strength. Otherwise, she would have been pinned beneath him. Upon arriving at the listening snow courtyard, Li Chengxian reclined on the soft couch while Yueya settled beside him. "You may leave now." He glanced at Lin Qin and the others. "Yes, master," they replied and departed. Turning to Yueya, Li Chengxian spoke with a grave and frosty demeanor. "I have made a decision. Would you care to know?" After a moment of hesitation, Yueya nodded, sensing that this matter bore significance to her, instilling a sense of unease. "I no longer wish to be the regent. It is exhausting," he confessed wearily, his tall frame curling up on the couch, his head resting against Yueya's abdomen. As she gently massaged his head, he continued, "In the past, I even entertained thoughts of becoming the emperor. Ridiculous, isn't it?" These words were ones Yueya dreaded to hear. She could feel that Li Chengxian was a man driven by ambition. Choosing silence, she persisted with her massage as he continued, but eventually, those thoughts dissipated. "I realize that I do not genuinely enjoy any of this, which is why I feel so tormented and fatigued. If I truly loved it, I would embrace it willingly." Yueya had forcefully entered his life, infusing his cold existence with joy and vitality, revealing to him just how terrifying and dull his life had been. Without experiencing sweetness, one cannot comprehend bitterness. His ambition was vast, yet deep down, he did not relish it, leading him to suffer. Li Chengfu, in contrast, lacked his intelligence but reveled in the schemes and machinations, never feeling weariness or pain. When he faltered, he merely criticized his own lack of cleverness. At that moment, Li Chengxian grasped the reason why the late emperor appointed him as regent. That man understood him well, recognizing that it was his unwillingness and ambition that drove him, not a true enjoyment of power. Perhaps that person shared a character strikingly similar to his own, which allowed for such profound understanding. A cold smile crept upon Li Chengxian's face, yet as he smiled, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yueya pretended not to notice, allowing the tears to cascade from his eyes onto her dress. "Li Chengxian, I will always stand by your side, forever. Only death can part us. Nothing else will ever do." While others might hesitate to utter such words, she believed herself capable of fulfilling this promise. Li Chengxian trusted her in return. "Very well. After I have something to eat and a bath, I shall take you to see my storeroom." Storeroom. Yueya's eyes widened in disbelief, soon followed by a hint of displeasure. "How could you keep such a thing from me? Shall I gift it to you?" Li Chengxian said with a smile. Yueya's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really?" "Of course," he affirmed, but soon felt a wave of dizziness, prompting Yueya to hush him. "After your bath, change into fresh clothes. Have a little something to eat, and then rest." Li Chengxian acquiesced. As a result, he fell into a deep slumber, leaving Yueya with no choice but to refrain from disturbing him, allowing him to rest, with plans to discuss matters anew on the morrow. The evening had descended, and Li Chengxian, in a deep slumber, did not awaken until the following afternoon, by which time the sun had already shifted its position. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a young maiden clad in a pale yellow dress, seated at the edge of his bed, engrossed in a book with an air of utmost seriousness. Li Chengxian gently touched his forehead, feeling an overall sense of comfort and ease. Upon noticing his awakening, Yueya placed her book aside, rose, and drew back the bed curtains. "Shall we begin with a bath and then change into fresh attire, or the other way around?" "You decide," she suggested. Li Chengxian, stretching his limbs, replied, "Very well. Let us bathe first, change into clean garments, and then have a meal." Yueya smiled and stepped outside to convey his wishes. Before long, Qing Wei and Hong Yue arrived with attendants who had prepared the bathing water. Yueya returned to the room, presenting Li Chengxian with a light purple robe with flowing sleeves, far more comfortable than formal attire. After his bath, donning the seldom-worn garments, Li Chengqian felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation. He took Yueya's hand and proceeded to the small flower hall for a meal. The two enjoyed bowls of congee, and after their repast, they decided to take a stroll. However, upon realizing the chill in the air, they returned to their quarters to don additional cloaks before stepping outside. In the winter, with farming activities at a lull, the streets were evidently bustling with more people. This pleased Yueya, who relished the vibrancy of life. "By the way, did you rest well?" Li Chengqian remarked, observing the lively street, previously unnoticed by him, now teeming with warmth and vitality. As he spoke, Yueya smiled and, spotting a nearby dessert shop, exclaimed, "I wish to indulge in some red bean soup. Let us go together. It is my treat." "Certainly," Li Chengqian readily agreed. Upon arriving at the dessert shop and ordering 2 bowls of red bean soup, they had yet to begin when Yueya, from a distance, saw Gu Chaoyan approaching with a food box from the Huiwei pavilion. She waved enthusiastically at him. Gu Chaoyan noticed her and, after a moment's hesitation, approached. "Greetings, Your Highness." "Yueya, what brings you here?" he inquired. "We came for red bean soup. Would you care for a bowl? By the way, what do you have in your food box?" Yueya's gaze fell upon the package in Gu Chaoyan's hand. He smiled and replied, "Qingzhou is with child and has a craving for cold pig's trotters. So I came to fetch some for her." "What?" Yueya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she sprang from her seat. "Li Chengqian, shall we go visit Qingzhou, please?" Li Chengqian glanced at Gu Chaoyan and said, "Join us for a bowl of red bean soup first, and then we shall accompany you to your residence to visit your wife." His manner of addressing Li Qingzhou always remained distant yet courteous, a demeanor he maintained towards all women, save for Yueya. Since her pregnancy, Li Qingzhou had been melancholic and far from joyful. Gu Chaoyan had hoped Yueya would provide her with companionship, yet he had refrained from speaking of it, having heard that their situation was not well. Now that they had brought it up, he was eager to seize the opportunity. He casually handed the food box to an attendant, instructing, "Take this back to the lady. I shall join you shortly." "Yes, my lord," the attendant replied, departing for the Northern King's residence. Gu Chaoyan entered the dessert shop and joined them at the table. Yueya ordered 2 more bowls, one to take away, intending to have the attendant return with the food box afterward. Before long, they finished the red bean porridge and set off for the Wangfu of the northern town. Yueya could not help but inquire, "How long has Qingzhou been pregnant? Why has no one informed me, so that I might be mentally prepared?" "To be frank, I only learned of it recently," Gu Chaoyan replied with a hint of helplessness. Yueya glanced at Li Chengqian and asked, "Should we prepare a gift for the child?" Though she was not entirely certain, she believed that adhering to tradition was always a safe choice. Gu Chaoyan, overhearing her, chuckled, "The child is yet to be born. What is the rush? Furthermore, Yueya, please keep this matter between us. It should remain known only to our small circle. Why is it that I, rather than Li Chengqian, am singled out for discretion?" Yueya felt a twinge of discontent. Gu Chaoyan could not suppress a laugh, and Li Chengqian joined in, gently stroking her cheek. "Because you will surely share this with your elder brother, second brother, and Lu Xie. Am I not correct?" Yueya fell silent, and both Gu Chaoyan and Li Chengqian laughed again. Yueya huffed, "I have no intention of bothering my elder or second brother. They are busy enough as it is. As for Lu Xie, she has not visited me in quite some time." With this thought, Yueya's eyes brightened as she continued her inquiry with Gu Chaoyan. "When can we announce it?" 3 months from now would be preferable," Gu Chaoyan replied uncertainly. Li Chengqian chimed in, "Let's wait a bit longer. It's best not to speak of it until it is more evident." "Agreed," Yueya acquiesced readily, as it was no hardship for her to hold her tongue for the sake of Li Qingzhou's well-being. Upon arriving at the Wangfu of the northern town, it was evident that Li Qingzhou was uncomfortable due to her pregnancy. She appeared significantly slimmer, her small face pale and somewhat pitiful. Upon seeing Yueya, a smile graced her features, adding a touch of pink to her cheeks. Yueya approached her, taking her hand. "Shall we take a stroll together?" "Of course," Li Qingzhou replied readily, and the two began to walk through the Wangfu, accompanied by Shi Wen and Baiji, who were specifically attending to Li Qingzhou. After a while, Yueya requested that they leave, wishing to spend some time alone with Li Qingzhou. Once Shi Wen and Baiji had departed, Yueya observed Li Qingzhou with concern. "What troubles you? You seem rather unhappy." Li Qingzhou let out a cold laugh. Do you know? Zhang Ran seems to be nurturing her body for pregnancy, but she has yet to conceive. Isn't that already known, Yao? Are you not worried? Li Qingzhou interrupted Yueya, aware of her pure-hearted nature and wishing to shield her from unsavory matters. Yet, she felt compelled to speak, cleverly attempting to elicit a confession from Yueya to alleviate her own guilt. I am not afraid. Do tell, Yueya replied, her eyes sincere and clear. Li Qingzhou blushed slightly, her heart aching, and she lowered her pale face. Am I being too calculating? Yueya, puzzled, asked Li Qingzhou. Have you done something? Why do you speak of yourself this way? Li Qingzhou turned her head away. I no longer wish to discuss it. Yueya chuckled softly. Recalling what Hong Yue had mentioned earlier, are you implying that Zhang Ran wishes to conceive and bear a child to become the empress, thereby solidifying the Zhang family's position in court? How did you know, Yao? Li Qingzhou inquired, taken aback. Yueya felt a tinge of embarrassment, reminiscent of their previous encounter, which was relayed to her by the Red Moon. It was no surprise. Li Qingzhou pondered for a moment before confiding in her, expressing his suspicion that Zhang Ran harbored ambitions beyond merely becoming the empress. She aspired to be the Empress Dowager as well. The Chancellor maintained an exceptionally close relationship with the commander of the Imperial Guard, Yu Qingli, and the city patrol army was also under their influence. Their control over the imperial city and the emperor would be remarkably effortless. Once Zhang Ran bore a child, the emperor would be in peril, as that child would ascend to the throne, and the chancellor would assume the role of the new regent, displacing the prince from his position. These matters were too delicate for Li Qingzhou to disclose to Li Changxian. However, she wished for Ya to be informed, so that she might relay the information to him in due course. Seeking vengeance would necessitate the assistance of Regent Li Changxian, relying solely on her own abilities. Alongside the wary and sensitive circumstances surrounding the Northern King's manor, would be exceedingly arduous. Yueya understood her intricate schemes. She was innocent, yet not foolish. Though unable to articulate her thoughts clearly in that moment, Yueya could not help but feel affected by the gravity of the conversation. After a considerable pause, she grasped Li Qingzhou's hand and earnestly declared, I will always stand by your side. Do not fear or rush. Trust in Li Changxian. With him, there will be no issues. As for Li Changxian, she felt no need to direct him. He likely already knew of these matters and had made arrangements well in advance. Recognizing that Ya had seen through her stratagems, Li Qingzhou offered a bittersweet smile, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Do not speak to me as if we are strangers. We shall always be sisters, always be friends. I am truly glad to be of assistance. Yueya, while speaking, gently stroked Li Qingzhou's hand. She fully comprehended Li Qingzhou's predicament, as she too faced significant challenges and hardships. Her steadiness and lack of turmoil allowed her to empathize more deeply with her friend. They conversed for an extended period until Li Changxian arrived to urge them to conclude their discussion. As they returned together that evening, Li Changxian took Yueya's hand, expressing his desire to have the emperor bestow her upon him. Why is that? Yueya inquired, somewhat perplexed. Li Changxian chuckled, a hint of madness glimmering in his eyes, perhaps eager to flaunt his fortune to the world. If the emperor grants me this marriage, it will certainly draw the attention of all. In due time, everyone will know that you are mine. Yueya, being a young woman, found the notion captivating rather than intimidating, and thus she joyfully acquiesced. However, this plan soon faced a significant setback. When Li Changxian sought the emperor's decree, the Empress Dowager, upon learning of the matter, immediately arrived at the southern study to obstruct the issuance of the imperial edict. As your mother, I wish to find several individuals to care for you. Yu Ro is kind and gentle, perfectly suited to serve as your concubine, assisting your little princess in managing household affairs and navigating the intricate relationships within the capital. If the Empress Dowager were indeed well-intentioned, it would naturally be a beneficial arrangement, as many noble ladies in the capital struggle to comprehend such matters, let alone someone as naive as Yueya. Yet, ironically, she intended for her own niece to enter the prince's manor as a concubine, ostensibly a consort, but in reality a covert spy. Before Li Changxian could respond, the Empress Dowager continued, if this is the case, then surely the marriage can be postponed until a more equitable solution can be devised. What do you think, Chengxian? Was she coercing him into making a choice? Li Chengxian gazed indifferently at the Empress Dowager, a slight smile gracing his lips. Just days prior, my subordinate Lin Quan had witnessed my uncle receiving a considerable number of gifts from officials returning to the capital for their reports, reportedly amounting to nearly 10,000 taels of silver, merely for a minor vacancy in the Ministry of Revenue. Regardless of the Empress Dowager's displeased countenance, Li Chengxian continued, "Such matters are trivial. The real trouble lies in a recent incident where my cousin, in the eastern part of the city, killed the illegitimate son of a minor official. I had Lin Quan assist my cousin in resolving this issue. The father is now a scholar in the Hamlin Academy, one I promoted. The Empress Dowager had only one brother and one nephew, the sole heir of the Zhao family. Clearly, ensuring the safety of one's kin took precedence over the benefits gained from placing spies. Forcing herself to suppress her indignation, the Empress Dowager coldly regarded Li Chengxian, remarking, 'My son has grown wiser. The Empress Dowager has aged and cannot keep pace with you.' With that, she departed the Nanshifang, surrounded by a retinue of palace maids and eunuchs. Once she left, Li Chengxian turned his attention to Emperor Li Chengfu, continuing his writing. Li Chengfu, momentarily stunned by his elder brother's words, eventually regained his composure and swiftly completed the imperial edict, incredulously exclaiming, 'Elder brother is truly formidable. I have never seen mother so defeated.' Li Chengxian smirked, observing him, and replied, 'When threatening others, one must possess sufficient strength. Otherwise, a child threatening an adult can easily be countered. Such threats are ineffective and appear foolish. Do you understand?' As the elder brother, Li Chengxian felt it necessary to impart a lesson to Li Chengfu. Chapter 78. Abundant rewards. Li Chengfu, deep in thought, responded with a complex expression. 'If a child possesses leverage over an adult but cannot threaten them, as you said, they risk being countered. What should the child do to bring down the adult?' Li Chengxian smiled faintly, fixing his gaze upon Li Chengfu, articulating each word deliberately. 'Entrust the leverage to someone who would benefit from it, who poses no harm to you, and holds a grudge against the adult. In this way, without a single soldier being dispatched, one can achieve the desired outcome by merely observing the ensuing conflict from a distance.' With that, disregarding Li Chengfu, he picked up the imperial edict and inquired, 'Yi Quan, shall we go and announce the edict?' 'Wait.' Li Chengfu called after Li Chengxian. 'Elder brother, please hold on. I have something to bestow upon the Empress. I hope she will appreciate it. Simply give her silver ingots or gold bars. She adores such gifts. Additionally, some fine fabrics would suffice, as she has a penchant for beautiful garments. If His Majesty is willing, a large food box filled with pastries that can last a long time would also be fitting.' Li Chengxian suggested, unable to suppress a broad smile. Witnessing Li Chengxian, typically characterized by his dark and cunning demeanor, reveal such a clear and cheerful smile for the first time, Li Chengfu felt a pang of sentimentality. It seemed his elder brother had encountered someone he truly cherished. Li Chengxian managed a faint smile before falling silent, taking his leave as he rode away from the palace, returning to the Wangfu. Upon his arrival, a grand procession of palace maids, eunuchs, and the palace guards, led by Yi Quan, made their way toward the regent's residence. Along the way, throngs of people halted in their tracks, many of whom had not witnessed such a grand spectacle in years. They followed the procession slowly, arriving at the entrance of the regent's residence. The long-closed gates of the estate were swung wide open by the doorkeeper, and all within a manner, led by Yueya and Li Chengxian, knelt in the courtyard to receive the imperial decree. Yi Quan held the edict with a solemn expression. The emperor of the Tang dynasty, in his decree, proclaimed, the fifth daughter of the Su family, Yueya, lively and pure-hearted, possessing a virtuous and graceful disposition, is hereby betrothed to Regent Li Chengxian. Thus it is decreed. The officials, in unison, responded, 'We receive the decree.' What was meant to be a proclamation delivered by Lord Su or Su Yueya found its way into Li Chengxian's hands, who then entrusted it to Yueya. Cradling the heavy edict, Yueya's eyes sparkled with realization. She had indeed won her wager. Honyue, Qingwei, and other attendants, along with Lin Qin, Lin Quan, Li Xing, and the guards, under the steward's guidance, eagerly accepted the precious items from the palace maids and eunuchs. The steward, despite Li Chengqian's pained expression, generously bestowed silver to Yi Quan and the others. Once the crowd dispersed, Yueya gleefully tugged Li Chengqian towards Yulon Pavilion. Now bustling with activity, filled with an array of gifts from the emperor, Yueya's eyes gleamed, especially upon touching the silver ingots. She beamed at Li Chengqian. Did you know how much I adore these? Did you ask the emperor on my behalf? I'm so delighted. As long as you are happy, replied Li Chengqian, standing back by the door, allowing her to explore. After caressing the silver ingots, she turned her attention to the gold, and her gaze was soon captured by exquisite fabrics. Li Chengqian, look at these beautiful textiles. I love them. May I use them to make clothes? Of course, they're all yours. You may do with them as you please, he assured her, aware of the Su family's financial struggles. Unlike other officials with numerous siblings who could support them through business ventures, Su Qingyun, as an only child, lacked such advantages. Over the years, his salary barely sustained Ya, and it was only through the cleverness of his wife and son that the family managed to thrive. Preparing dowries for 3 daughters was indeed no small feat thus. He had specifically requested silver and gold for Yueya, as these would constitute the bulk of her dowry. After a moment's contemplation, Yueya turned to Li Chengqian and asked, "Isn't this too much?" She felt a twinge of guilt, sensing that she did not deserve such treasures. Turning, she buried herself in his embrace, feeling a pang of inferiority. "Li Chengqian, I feel unworthy of you. You are truly too good to me." Li Chengqian wrapped his arms around her, a hint of exasperation in his tone as he jested. "Too good? Then no one wants you? You were picked up by me?" In truth, he knew what he desired and what suited him. He was weary and no longer wished to marry someone who required his constant affection and delicate handling, or a wife with whom he could share a mundane existence. He desires neither of these two, hence he remains unmarried. He is a selfish individual, yearning to be treated well, cherished, and wholeheartedly loved. However, upon encountering her, he feels a sense of contentment unparalleled by anything else. Outsiders may perceive that Yueya has encountered fortune in meeting him, yet only he understands the magnitude of his own luck in finding a girl who embraces his dark heart without being frightened away by his obsession. Yueya is truly remarkable. As long as she meets a kind-hearted person, she can thrive and bask in happiness. He, on the other hand, desires solely to possess her. She is confident and believes in her own discernment, daring to chase after his footsteps, willing to invest emotionally, unafraid of pain or hardship. Meanwhile, he has done nothing but offer her a response. By merely reciprocating, he can possess a remarkable person whom others might never attain in a lifetime. Li Chengqian chuckled with pride, proclaiming, "You must treat me well for a lifetime, understand? After all, I am the regent, and countless eyes are upon me." He smiled, and Yueya replied with an earnest stating, "I will strive to treat you well, but you must also maintain this state. Do you understand?" As long as he sustains this demeanor, he need not exert any further effort. It is rather effortless. "What state?" Li Chengqian inquired, slightly puzzled, yet captivated by the mischief in her eyes. Yueya beamed with joy, her eyes curving in delight, maintaining a distance from all other girls, akin to a gentle boat. You know, Yueya understands better than anyone that as long as he upholds this manner, he shall never be seduced away by a vixen. Li Chengqian laughed heartily, affectionately touching her face, calling her a little sprite. "It's all good," Yueya smiled, her gaze landing on the silver ingots, turning to Li Chengqian and asking, "Are they truly all mine? Also, didn't you promise to show me your treasury? You've mentioned it several times. Why haven't you taken me there yet? Are you afraid I might take your silver?" Chapter 79. Learning the rules while hungry. Yueya's curiosity about his treasury was piqued. However, Li Chengqian was reluctant for her to be so inquisitive, feeling a twinge of guilt as he attempted to divert the conversation. "How about sending some silver and gold to your brother, so they can prepare your dowry?" "Huh?" Yueya, momentarily distracted, pondered seriously if that would be inappropriate. Li Chengqian ruffled her hair, sighing in relief. "No, it's perfectly fine. Do you need my assistance?" "No need, I can manage on my own." Yueya believed that transporting silver was not a daunting task. At that moment, the steward sent word, "Master, the Empress Dowager has dispatched 2 matrons to the palace, claiming they wish to teach the young lady the rules of the princess." What? Li Chengqian's expression shifted dramatically. The steward nodded repeatedly, his eyes subtly conveying, "They are the Dowager's matrons. The crux of the matter is that they are indeed the Dowager's attendants, as long as they do not act recklessly. They cannot be easily dismissed, for to do so would be to openly slap the Dowager in the face. Such an act would be beyond even Li Chengqian's courage, let alone the emperor's. After all, the Empress Dowager is not to be trifled with. Her younger brother, Zhao Xingbei, is a first-rank general, not the kind of powerless dowager one might assume. Moreover, the Empress Dowager approached this matter with utmost propriety, leaving no room for delay. While the discerning understood the nuances, to the world at large, it appeared as an exemplary display of maternal affection and filial piety. Li Chengqian, accompanied by Yueya, stepped forth to greet the 2 matrons. "Yang Mama and Zhang Mama." Li Chengqian maintained a rather indifferent demeanor, whereas Yueya exhibited a commendable attitude. Yet, the 2 matrons reciprocated with their own indifference, displaying a haughty and dismissive air toward Yueya. Even as she performed her bow, they remained unresponsive. Li Chengqian, suppressing his frustrations, noted the lateness of the hour and suggested that the matrons rest well, promising to trouble them again the following day to instruct Yueya in proper etiquette. With a discreet glance towards the steward, he signaled for the remaining 2 maidservants to attend to Yang Mama and Zhang Mama. Once they departed, Li Chengqian observed a flicker of apprehension on Yueya's face, prompting her to voice her concerns. "It seems they do not like me. What should I do?" Feeling at a loss, as she was seldom faced with disfavor. With a gentle smile, Li Chengqian patted her head reassuringly. "Fear not, my dear. If they do not favor you, there is no need for you to reciprocate. Does that thought not bring you some solace?" Yueya nodded, her spirits lifted slightly, responding affirmatively. "Then let's not dwell on it. Tonight, let us enjoy a good meal and a restful night as sleep, and tomorrow we shall learn the rules." Li Chengqian smiled, though a twinge of worry lingered in his heart. At the break of dawn the following day, he set off for the morning court session, leaving Yueya in the company of Qing Yue and Hong Yue to face the 2 matrons. They imparted little in the way of instruction, merely emphasizing the importance of standing and sitting with grace, as well as the proper manner of drinking tea and placing cups. For Yueya, the art of sipping tea elegantly and recognizing the subtleties of social interaction proved to be the most daunting challenges. A gentle sip was all that was required. Yet the young lady found herself taking a large gulp from her cup, deemed too uncouth and barbaric by the standards of decorum. "Do you not understand? Others will mock you if they witness such behavior." Young Mama scolded her sharply. Yueya, parched and desperate, could scarcely tolerate the single small cup of tea offered to her. She gulped it down and yearned for more. Consequently, Young Mama seized the opportunity to lecture her on propriety, declaring, "You are to become the consort of the Regent Prince. You must endure your thirst and adhere to the rules of elegance. You cannot behave like a rustic, downing cup after cup of tea." With that, she forcibly snatched the small teacup from Yueya's grasp. Feeling disheartened, Yueya lowered her head, while Young Mama paid her no mind, instead handing her a filled tea bowl. "Now, let us practice the proper way to handle the tea bowl. May I have a sip?" Yueya implored, her thirst overwhelming as she cautiously regarded Young Mama. With a frosty gaze, Young Mama continued her instruction. "No, my dear, please place the tea bowl down." As she set the bowl into Yueya's hands, she continued, "Now, you may take a small sip, but remember, no sound should escape between the cups." Suppressing her inner turmoil, Yueya complied diligently, carefully lifting the bowl and taking a small sip, mindful of every detail. Setting down the teacup with her little finger as a cushion, she gently placed the cup on the table, making not a sound. Subsequently, she dabbed at the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief, pressing lightly. Yueya meticulously replicated each of her movements and postures. Seeing her obedience, Mama Yang refrained from causing trouble, merely instructing her to abstain from drinking water and later allowing her to consume only a meager portion of food at lunch, leaving Yueya feeling utterly drained. In the evening, upon finishing his duties, Li Changqian returned from the palace and found Yueya sitting forlornly on the threshold of the Wangfu, waiting for him. He dismounted swiftly and approached her. The moment she spotted him, she dashed forward and stood before him, asking, "You're back?" Noticing her unusual demeanor, Li Changqian grew concerned and reached out to touch her forehead. "What is wrong?" Yueya offered a weak smile, her expression a mix of pity and grievance. "I'm so hungry and thirsty. Li Changqian, could you take me to Huiwei for a meal?" Without inquiring about her hardships, Li Changqian lifted her onto his horse, mounted behind her, and they set off towards Huiwei. On this first day, with Li Changqian's assistance, Yueya indulged in a sumptuous feast. However, on the following day, Li Changqian had pressing matters and could not return until late. Yueya rose early, but for breakfast, Mama Yang and Mama Zhang strictly controlled her portions, allowing her only a meager amount. Luncheon was even scarcer, and she barely drank a sip of water. After inadvertently twisting her ankle while walking, she was reprimanded for her lack of poise, further delaying her dinner. Having gone a whole day without a proper meal, continuously active without a moment's rest, she, in her youthful years, found it unbearable. By dusk, she slumped over the table, her complexion pale. The heavy, voluminous lavender robe draped over her, layered with exquisite skirts, and the weighty hairpin adorned with pearls only added to her fragility. Mama Yang, hands on her hips, exclaimed, "My lady, it is not my intention to scold you. But is this little exertion truly beyond your capability? What shall you do on your wedding day? And for future rituals, you must endure long days of busyness. How will you manage?" Yueya struggled to open her eyelids, gazing weakly at Mama Yang. She wished to express that a full meal would grant her strength to accomplish these tasks. Yet fatigue, thirst, and drowsiness overwhelmed her. "If you feel unwell, you may seek assistance from someone. The Zhao family's daughter, Yueya, is gentle and kind. With her as the prince's consort, everything would be arranged splendidly, and you could enjoy your life." Taking advantage of the moment, Mama Zhang interjected. Yueya's eyes widened in disbelief as she mustered all her strength to sit up. "I will learn at my own pace. There is no need for outsiders to assist me." Yet, she was too exhausted. Even if she forced herself to complete the tasks, she was drenched in sweat, her lips and face pale, lacking the vitality she usually possessed. Once Mama Yang and Mama Zhang retired for the evening, she lacked the strength to wait outside for Li Changqian's return, longing for him to take her to Huiwei for a private meal. By the time Li Changqian finally returned, she was too weary to move her fingers. She managed to take a quick bath, drank 5 or 6 cups of water in one go, and, having filled herself with water rather than food, collapsed on her bed, falling into a deep slumber. As Li Changqian entered the room, he gazed upon her pale visage and, reluctant to disturb her, quietly stepped back outside. That night, Yueya found herself drinking too much water, necessitating a trip to the restroom. After relieving herself and washing up, she returned to her bed only to be bathed in the moonlight filtering through the window, which overwhelmed her with sorrow, prompting tears to flow unbidden. She felt lost and confused, though no harsh words were spoken to her, nor was she bullied. The subtle disdain in their eyes made her feel as if she were something unclean, someone they dared not touch for fear of sullied hands. Wiping her tears, she longed to seek out her brothers, yet she could not bear to leave Li Changqian behind. Drying her eyes, she donned a clean garment and, with reluctance, packed her belongings before making her way to the Tingxue courtyard, entering Li Changqian's domain. He was still in the study, burning the midnight oil as he reviewed official documents. Initially intending to visit his chamber, Yueya was drawn to the flickering candlelight in the study instead. "Come in," he called, without lifting his head. Yueya timidly pushed the door open and approached the desk, her heart pounding. Upon hearing her footsteps, Li Changqian looked up, his tone gentle and indulgent. "What is it?" His voice, imbued with warmth, caused her to break down, tears spilling forth as she confessed, "I'm so hungry." In his haste, he had not even set down his brush properly. It fell to the ground alongside a couple of documents. But he paid them no mind as he tenderly wiped away her tears, his expression a mixture of concern and affection. "What's wrong?" he asked softly. I'm starving. I drank too much water and couldn't eat dinner, and now I'm so hungry, she lamented, wiping her eyes with her hand, looking both pitiful and aggrieved. Li Changqian, amused yet helpless, took her hand and led her outside. There must be someone selling late-night snacks in the market. I will take you there. Okay, she replied, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she eagerly set down her small bundle and followed him outside. Noticing her little bag, he asked with a teasing tone, Are you planning to run away? No, I just miss my brothers, she admitted, a hint of bashfulness in her voice. It seemed that whenever she faced difficulties, her thoughts turned to home, to her parents and siblings. This realization left her feeling somewhat helpless, yet she could not change it. With a slight sigh, Li Changqian asked, What do you want to eat? I want a big bowl of wontons with a bit of spice, she said, her eyes gleaming. Very well, he replied, taking her hand as they ventured out. Once outside, they ordered 2 bowls of wontons. Li Changqian chose a smaller portion while Yueya opted for a larger one. As they dined, he generously offered her several of his wontons, keeping only a few for himself. After finishing their meal, Yueya yawned, her eyes heavy with sleep. I'm so tired, she murmured, her eyelids drooping. Li Changqian chuckled softly, taking her hand to guide her back to bed. Let's go to sleep. Okay, Yueya replied sleepily, following him back to the palace in a daze. The next morning, as she awoke for breakfast, she was surprised to find Li Changqian had not attended the morning court, but remained at home, which brought her great joy. What are we having for breakfast? She chirped, bouncing over to the table, only to discover that Granny Yang and Granny Zhang had settled nearby. Her movements immediately transformed into an elegant and dignified slowness, creating an impression of authenticity. Meanwhile, Han Yue and Qing Yue exhibited a marked change, devoting their attention to the care of Yang Momo and Zhang Momo. Yueya, somewhat perplexed, cautiously seated herself beside Li Changqian, wondering what was amiss. Li Changqian's gaze was icy, emanating a chilling aura. Those 2 cunning old women dare to torment my woman with their veiled barbs. Your Highness, we have not overstepped any bounds. We sincerely aim to teach the princess the proper decorum, Yang Momo lamented, her face reflecting a hint of grievance. Zhang Momo chimed in, the princess has learned remarkably well. Besides, to master etiquette, one must endure a bit of hardship. Your Highness, the heavens bear witness that we have not harmed the little princess, they pleaded, observing their demeanor. Li Changqian coldly instructed Han Yue and Qing Yue, replicate exactly what the young lady consumed yesterday. Leave nothing out. His words rendered Yang Momo and Zhang Momo speechless. Li Changqian regarded them with a piercing gaze. You come to teach the young lady etiquette. I am well aware of your proximity to my mother. The concern lies in whether you present a facade of obedience while harboring ulterior motives, tarnishing my mother's reputation. As her dutiful son, I must scrutinize your character without fail. Li Changqian, as always, spoke with unerring precision. Yueya's eyes widened in admiration, her expression filled with reverence as she handed him a bun, saying, Li Changqian, eat more. He reciprocated, offering her 2 buns, along with a bowl of porridge and an egg, urging her to eat heartily. Meanwhile, Yang Momo and Zhang Momo were left with but a single small bun each. Li Changqian remarked, You 2 provided the princess with merely half a small bun yesterday. In comparison, I am indeed lacking in decorum, allowing you to have a whole one. Yang Momo and Zhang Momo turned pale, rendered momentarily speechless, and cautiously lifted their lone bun, savoring it with utmost care. They were acutely aware of their actions from the previous day, realizing that today they had only this meager bun to sustain them. Yueya, watching the scene unfold, felt a pang of compassion but understood that kindness could invite contempt. Thus, one must wield benevolence judiciously. Li Changqian, mindful of her potential burdens, had chosen to grant them an entire small bun instead of a mere half. She recognized this and chose to remain silent. After a considerable pause, the 2 Momo finished their meager meal, their faces still sullen and proud as Han Yue and Qing Yue commenced their lessons in etiquette. Though the 2 maintained a cold demeanor throughout, their attitude was markedly improved compared to that of the Momo. Meanwhile, Li Changqian sat in the flower hall, engrossed in a book, while Yueya diligently practiced martial arts in the courtyard, preferring it over the constraints of decorum. As the day wore on, Yang Momo and Zhang Momo found themselves utterly famished, devoid of any strength, and upon sitting down, they had no desire to move. Li Chengxian cast a cold glance at them, questioning whether they would dare to bully his princess again. The two individuals exchanged glances, and with great caution, Zhang Momo spoke. In response to the prince's inquiry, "We have indeed been excessively demanding. In the days to come, we shall sincerely teach the princess the proper etiquette." The one who reacted to her words was not Li Chengxian, but rather Yueya, who immediately felt a pang of worry. With a pitiful gaze directed at Li Chengxian, she expressed her reluctance to learn the rules. However, upon realizing that the indulgent Li Chengxian did not seize the opportunity to abolish the notion of learning etiquette, he instead instructed the two matrons that as long as their intentions were genuine, he would place great trust in them. At this juncture, he stood up, fixing his gaze upon the two matrons, and declared, "Thus, you shall rest well today, and tomorrow you will continue to instruct the princess in etiquette." After uttering these words, he turned to leave, with Yueya hastily following him, exclaiming, "Li Chengxian, I do not wish to learn the rules." Her tone was somewhat resolute, prompting Li Chengxian to pause in his steps, turning to face her as he firmly stated, "The rules must be learned. They are elderly companions of the Empress Dowager, possessing vast knowledge. If they teach you sincerely, you will acquire much." His unwavering stance caused Yueya to feel a twinge of unhappiness. "Is it possible to forego learning the rules? I do not wish to learn. It is not an option," he replied, maintaining his firmness. Yueya gradually exhaled, reiterating, "I do not enjoy learning. It is imperative. You must learn." Li Chengxian continued to gaze at her steadfastly, leaving no room for negotiation. In that moment, Yueya felt a wave of sadness wash over her, her eyes glimmering with unshed tears. "I said I do not wish to learn. Did you not hear me?" Li Chengxian observed her emotional unraveling, attempting to grasp her hand, only for Yueya to evade his touch. "I do not want to learn the rules. I wish to return home and spend time with my brothers. I want to rest." She had never experienced such a tedious and burdensome existence, where each day was consumed by either learning etiquette or martial arts, leaving her with no time for herself. She found this life exceedingly dull, monotonous, and vexing. "To marry me, it is essential to learn the rules, to manage the household. I do not wish to learn," Yueya exclaimed vehemently, her heart heavy with exhaustion and helplessness. "I cannot learn. I am quite foolish and understand nothing. Even if I try, I will not succeed." As she spoke, she teetered on the brink of despair. "Li Chengxian, I wish to go back and stay with my brothers for a while." With that, she attempted to walk away, but Li Chengxian seized her hand, and before she could protest, he lifted her in his arms and carried her towards the Tingxue courtyard. Inside the Tingxue courtyard, Li Chengxian placed her in the room and instructed, "Rest well, do not act recklessly. Tomorrow, we will continue with the lessons." "I refuse. I will not learn. I am so tired," Yueya cried, her eyes reddened from tears. Li Chengxian knelt down and embraced her. "If you are weary, then rest. I assure you, they will be gentle tomorrow. You shall not suffer, and it will be enjoyable." Nestled in Li Chengxian's embrace, Yueya sobbed, "Is that true?" "Indeed," he replied, releasing her and offering her a handkerchief to wipe her tears, which had rendered her face a mess. He understood the reason for her distress. This life was a far cry from what she had known. The myriad of intricate rules overwhelmed her. How could an innocent girl, so unfamiliar with such complexities, possibly comprehend it all? After enduring for so long, she could no longer bear it. He realized that if he did not ameliorate this situation, she might consider fleeing, even contemplating separation from him. Such occurrences must never transpire. He was acutely aware of this, and thus he sought to ensnare her as his own, selfishly binding her with various forms of affection. She, being innocent, would have her attention diverted momentarily, gradually soothing her troubled mind, and in doing so, she would remain nestled in his embrace, unwilling to depart. Consequently, once Yueya's emotions had calmed, Li Chengxian draped a cloak over her shoulders, gently took her hand, and led her outside. "Let's take a stroll, and you may share your thoughts with me along the way." The Na'vi young girl, completely unguarded, obediently acquiesced. Li Chengxian brought forth the horse, lifted her onto its back, and mounted as well. Together they ventured towards the outskirts of the capital. After a while, he halted, dismounted while still holding her, allowing the horse to graze freely, and seated her upon a tree trunk where they engaged in conversation. "What kind of life do you desire?" Li Chengxian inquired gently, his demeanor radiating warmth. Yueya, devoid of any reservations, shared her heart's desires candidly. "I yearn for a life amidst the mountains and fields. Yet such a life without you seems rather dull." With a hint of regret, she confessed, her heart swelling with melancholy. "Li Chengxian, I understand that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. I am not greedy, and I recognize that to be with you, I must learn to adhere to certain rules, to become acquainted with many people, and to coordinate with you, ensuring that no one can exploit our vulnerabilities. Managing the household and overseeing its affairs, I know I cannot evade these responsibilities. Though I harbor a strong aversion to them, I must learn." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with tears that fell one by one, and she stubbornly wiped them away. "I also comprehend that these actions must stem from my own willingness, not from a sense of obligation to you, for otherwise I would find no happiness, and you would not either. Li Chengxian, I am fully aware of this. Yet I feel utterly exhausted. I wish to take my time. I cannot learn everything all at once." Her heart was heavy with frustration and hurt. Yet she would not flee. Li Chengxian's voice caught in his throat for a moment before he embraced her, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "I will grant you the time you need. Let us wait until you are 20 before you take the reins, shall we? However, before that, you must learn from the steward and others. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Yueya exhaled a sigh of relief, obediently responding, "Yes, indeed." Her affection for Li Chengxian was profound. The thought of not marrying him seemed far more daunting than any trouble she faced. Moreover, with Li Chengxian allowing her ample time, she could indeed relax. With this realization, Yueya's spirits lifted. "Li Chengxian, how long have I been training in martial arts?" "Nearly 2 months, why do you ask?" Upon recalling her forthcoming duel with Li Xing, he couldn't help but chuckle. "You wish to compete with Li Xing?" "Yes, I want you to witness it, all right? He has always looked down upon me. Although he was frightened last time and will likely refrain from targeting me again, I know he harbors some disdain. Therefore, I must show him that I am formidable as well. He may dislike me, but he cannot underestimate me." This was Yueya's conviction. Li Chengxian felt a surge of joy as he helped her back onto the horse. "Let us return, for I wish to see your prowess in action." Not only was he curious about the crescent moon, but he was also intrigued by her progress during this period. Chapter 82. A duel with Li Xing. Upon arriving at the Wangfu, they found Li Xing practicing martial arts on the training platform in the second courtyard. Li Chengxian directly led the crescent moon over. By the time they arrived, Li Xing had just descended from the platform. The crescent moon stepped forward and proposed. "Lita Sholing, shall we have a duel?" Without even glancing at her, Li Xing strode past, stating, "My lady, I have urgent matters to attend to and no time for a duel." "I'll wager 100 taels of silver," the crescent moon declared, pulling out a note of 100 taels and tossing it into Li Chengxian's hand for him to witness. "I'm afraid I cannot spare 100 taels, nor do I have time for such frivolities." Although Li Xing did not utter these words, they were clearly written on his face. Li Chengxian remained silent, merely sitting there. "Are you afraid? If I told you that you need not pay 100 taels, and should I lose, the 100 taels would belong to you, while if I were to win, I would not require your wager." As a young lady who had been cherished since childhood, the crescent moon possessed her own pride. Hearing this, Li Xing halted momentarily, shed his fitted sleeves, and leapt back onto the training platform, gesturing, "My lady, please." The crescent moon's gentle and vivacious gaze gradually hardened until it turned cold, at which point she sprang onto the platform, retrieving a long knife from the weapon rack and twirling it gracefully. Her agile movements caught Li Xing off guard, causing him to regard her with newfound seriousness. Lin Xin and Lin Quan, who arrived in haste, stood transfixed, observing the two on the training platform. Lin Quan questioned, "Hasn't the young lady just begun her martial training?" "How long has it been?" Lin Xin replied, "About 2 months, but she had a foundational skill in martial arts, so her progress has been swift." Defeating Li Xing should not pose much of a challenge. Are you certain? I am quite certain. She practices diligently, wielding her knife 3,000 times each day. She can indeed defeat Li Xing. Lin Quan's doubts were assuaged by Li Chengqian's confidence. He scratched his nose, feeling somewhat uncertain, and refrained from further comment. Though he still harbored disbelief that the crescent moon could vanquish Li Xing regardless of their thoughts and discussions, the duel commenced on the training platform, with Li Xing wielding a large knife and the crescent moon brandishing her long knife. In no time, their combat escalated, with strikes landing on the platform's pillars and nearby trees, causing leaves to scatter like snowflakes upon the ground. Though the crescent moon felt her strength waning, her agility, honed under Nie Qingtian's tutelage, allowed her to evade Li Xing's powerful strikes with ease. After a while, Li Xing grew weary. No matter how fiercely he attacked, he found it impossible to catch the crescent moon, who slipped away like a slippery eel. Frustrated, he unleashed a furious blow that cleaved a training pillar in half. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, including Li Xing himself, who was startled by his own ferocity. He quickly regained his composure, returning to his previous pace. Ultimately, however, Li Xing succumbed to defeat. His impatience and rage led him to be outmaneuvered by the crescent moon, who cleverly forced him off the platform. I have emerged victorious, though I accept your claim that my victory lacks honor. Yueya seized the banknote from Li Chengqian's hand, her grip on the knife trembling slightly. If you truly wish to kill me, I would undoubtedly be no match for you, she acknowledged, demonstrating her self-awareness. Li Xing wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing into Yueya's eyes, which sparkled with admiration. I assumed you were merely jesting, yet I am astonished to discover that you have genuinely practiced martial arts and made remarkable progress. I am quite impressed. He was acutely aware of the length of his own training. Yueya shook her head. That is not the case. At this juncture, she glanced at the others and raised the banknote in her hand. I intend to use half of this 100 taels to treat you all to a meal at the Huiwei restaurant, inviting everyone from the Wang residence. Gather at Huiwei restaurant. The cuisine at Huiwei restaurant, should it be of superior quality, would allow them to dine there only once a month, and even then, they could not indulge fully. Except for Li Chengqian, everyone else brightened with joy. As they eagerly prepared for the outing, Li Chengqian wore a discontented expression, his face cold. Yueya tugged at him as they walked towards the Tingshu courtyard. What is the matter? You seem a bit downcast. I'm fine, Li Chengqian replied stubbornly, though Yueya was not convinced. Do not deceive me. You're definitely not happy. I'm not, he insisted again. Yueya moved closer, grasping his hand. Do you not think it would be delightful for us to dine together? I do not believe so. I find it far more enjoyable for just the two of us. Li Chengqian stated, his ears slightly flushed. Yueya noticed this and could not help but stifle a laugh. What are you laughing at? Li Chengqian asked, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Yueya quickly shook her head. I am not laughing at anything. I was merely pondering that to become their princess, I must establish my authority. Qingzhou and Lu Xie have both advised me to wield a big stick and a big date. I shall demonstrate my prowess to them through a match with Li Xing, and then treat them to dinner, so they may genuinely feel endeared to me. Being with them, she had learned quite a bit. Li Chengqian was somewhat taken aback. This was an angle he had not considered. Indeed, he mused, contemplating that this approach might actually be quite effective. Are you praising me? Yueya's eyes sparkled with surprise. Li Chengqian affirmed with a grunt and strode purposefully towards the Tingshu courtyard. Yueya hurried to catch up with him. What color will you wear? I wish to don the same hue. That will not do, he replied, feeling a bit shy about such an overt display. Yueya huffed playfully and pouted. Then I shall wear the light purple ensemble with the flowing sleeves. With that, she disregarded Li Chengqian's response and headed towards her residence at Yulon Pavilion. It was still early evening, and the weather was splendid. Li Chengqian was clad in a black python-patterned long robe with narrow sleeves, cinched at the waist with a white jade belt. Yueya, anticipating that Li Chengqian would not wear purple, opted for a pink and white flowing gown. One was tall, striking, and coldly handsome, a rare beauty in the world. The other was lively, gentle, and adorably naive, a rare girl capable of loving wholeheartedly. They complemented each other perfectly. A large group from the Wang residence followed behind, some eager to dine quickly and return to fetch others, naturally excluding the two matrons from the palace, due to their status, would not easily share a table with others. Upon arriving at Huiwei restaurant, the proprietor personally came out to greet them. After all, Yueya generously offered 50 taels of silver, arranging 10 exquisite tables laden with delicious dishes. Soon this incident, along with the affairs concerning the two matrons, reached the ears of the Empress Dowager, who was infuriated, shattering 2 teacups in her rage. How audacious of Li Chengxian! The Empress Dowager's heart raced with fury and indignation. The eunuch beside her turned pale, urging her to calm down. Calm down. How can this palace be at peace? Li Chengxian, oh Li Chengxian, I shall not let this matter rest easily. Her chest heaved with uncontainable anger as she glared coldly at the eunuch. Go, summon General Zhao to the palace. Yes, Your Majesty, replied Eunuch Wang, bowing deeply before departing. Unbeknownst to them, after finishing their meal at the restaurant, Yueya and Li Chengxian strolled at the rear, with Yueya slightly intoxicated from the drinks. Li Chengxian, why do you have 2 heads? She asked, her gaze unfocused yet curious. Li Chengxian looked at her, his expression filled with helplessness. To prevent her from stumbling, he suppressed his embarrassment and crouched down, extending his arms. Come, let me carry you. No, you must be exhausted. I couldn't possibly let you carry me, Yueya stubbornly protested, attempting to wobbly walk ahead. With no other option, Li Chengxian rose and, seeing the surroundings were nearly deserted, stepped in front of her. He wrapped one arm around her back and the other under her knees, lifting her effortlessly. Hold onto my neck to save some strength, he said resignedly. All right, she acquiesced, obediently placing a hand around his neck as he carried her back to the manor. The servants and maids of the Wang residence turned to glance at them, but Yueya remained oblivious, content in his embrace, while Li Chengxian paid no mind to their stares, aware they were all his household staff. Upon returning to the residence, Yueya refused to retreat to her own quarters, insisting on staying with Li Chengxian. With no choice, he sat on the soft couch, waiting for her to fall asleep. Once she was asleep, he gently carried her towards Yulon Pavilion. Arriving at Yulon Pavilion, he carefully entrusted her to Hong Yue and Qing Yue, softly instructing, take good care of the young lady. Allow her to wake naturally before teaching her the proper etiquette. And while teaching, ensure she does not suffer any distress. Yes, master, Hong Yue and Qing Yue promptly affirmed. Li Chengxian shook his sore hands and departed from Yulon Pavilion. The following day, as Li Chengxian had predicted, the two matrons were considerably gentler, making the lessons on etiquette far less tedious and somewhat enjoyable. Yueya found the learning process much less burdensome. However, that evening a significant incident occurred in the manor. Li Xing had gone out drinking and, astonishingly, killed a courtesan at Qihong Tower, causing quite an uproar. The head of the Jingzhou prefecture, Xiang Nanfang, personally came to the Wang residence to take him away. Li Chengxian was still at the palace and had not returned. Lin Quan and Lin Qin exchanged glances, knowing this matter would not end well, and helplessly watched as Li Xing was taken away by Xiang Nanfang. Upon hearing of the incident, Yueya's initial reaction was one of disbelief. How is this possible? Li Xing is so timid. How could he have killed someone? She had been in Yulon Pavilion learning etiquette when she learned of the event, only to find that Li Xing had already been taken away. Upon hearing her words, Lin Quan and Lin Qin were aware of the situation. However, it was evident to others that it was indeed Li Xing who had pushed Miss Chunyu, causing her to fall to the ground and meet her demise. The two conveyed Xiang Nanfang's words to Yueya, who, upon hearing them, sensed a hidden agenda. She gazed at them and instructed Lin Quan, send someone to the palace to notify Li Chengxian. Lin Qin, accompany me as we venture out to seek Qing Zhou. We require her assistance in this matter. Understood, miss, replied both Lin Quan and Lin Qin, exchanging glances. Their thoughts aligned with hers, and thus they refrained from further comments, choosing to follow her lead. Consequently, they dispersed to carry out their respective tasks. Before long, Yueya had changed into a different outfit and, accompanied by Lin Qin, made her way to the residence of the northern town king to find Li Qingzhou. Fortunately, they found her at home, and Yueya spotted her in the courtyard, immediately noticing an unusual expression on her face. Yueya, what troubles you? Li Qingzhou inquired, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Although she had learned that Yuya had come with someone from the palace, suggesting that she had not fallen out with the prince, her pallor was indeed concerning. Yuya met her gaze and explained, Li Xing has gone to Qihonglu, where he killed a courtesan in plain sight. Now, Jing Zhao in Xiang Nanfang has apprehended him. Yet Li Chengqian remains in the palace and has not emerged. I am at a loss as to what to do. I sent Lin Quan to find Li Chengqian, while I sought you out to see if you might have a solution. You are always more astute than I. I implore you to assist me. Qingzhou. Yuya's eyes brimmed with trust as she looked at Li Qingzhou. I shall change my attire, and then we will seek out Jingyu. With her assistance, we shall not encounter any issues, Li Qingzhou declared before hastily retreating to her room to change. Half an hour later, they arrived at Jingfeng Hall and recounted the day's events to Jingyu. With a serious demeanor, Jingyu responded, I must see the body, meet with Li Xing, and consult the eyewitnesses. Yuya, we are in an impasse. There is no one available to assist us, Li Qingzhou remarked, her anxiety palpable. Yuya, equally perturbed, pondered aloud. Whom shall we seek? Suddenly, an epiphany struck her, and she exclaimed, Have I been foolish? We should consult Xiao Mo. As the deputy minister of the Dali Temple, he ought to be involved in this case. Xiao Montak. Yes, I too have been rather muddled, Li Qingzhou replied, laughter escaping her lips as she relaxed. Jingyu observed their mirth and remarked, What are we waiting for? We must urgently seek out the deputy minister of the Dali Temple. Indeed, Yuya affirmed, turning to find Lin Qin and instructing him to guide them. Soon after, they arrived at Zhao's residence, only to discover that he was not present, leaving them to await news from Lin Qin. At that moment, Lu Xie, now married to Xiao Mo, welcomed them. She had undergone considerable transformation. Her wounds had nearly healed, and her figure had filled out, her complexion glowing with health. Yuya felt a surge of joy upon seeing her, though her heart remained burdened with concern. Yuya, worry not. All will be well, Lu Xie reassured her, placing a plate of osmanthus cake beside Yuya, a plate of mung bean cake before Li Qingzhou, and a plate of rice cake next to Jingyu. These are your favorites. Indulge yourselves, she said as she took a seat. Several individuals picked up pastries to indulge in them. Shortly thereafter, Lin Qin returned with Xiao Mo, prompting everyone to hastily set down their sweet treats. Together, they departed for the yamen. Lu Xie wished to accompany them, and though Xiao Mo was not averse to her presence, he feared displeasing the more traditional members of his household, and thus asked Lu Xie to take Wei Mao along to avoid suspicion. Eventually, they arrived at the yamen. With Xiao Mo's presence, meeting people was no challenge. Yueya, Xiao Mo, and Jingwei encountered Li Xing, Lin Qin, Lu Xie, and Li Qingzhou, who were all waiting outside. Li Xing had envisioned countless scenarios of meeting a throng of people, yet he never imagined encountering Yueya here, leaving him momentarily stunned and speechless. Enough with the pleasantries. You must recount every detail of the incident without omitting even the slightest point, Xiao Mo commanded, his experience evident. Li Xing understood the gravity of the situation and diligently recounted everything without fail. She insisted on taking me upstairs. I merely wished to enjoy a drink and experience the world, having no desire to ascend. Where her persistence became unbearable, I had no choice but to push her away. In Chapter 84, a chain of events unfolded. Who could have known she would collide with the table and perish? My lady, my lord, I truly did not kill Hong Xiu. You must believe me. In that moment, Li Xing's fear surged forth, revealing a hint of panic. Yuya observed him, then turned to Xiao Mo, perplexed and uncertain of how to proceed. Xiao Mo scrutinized Li Xing's countenance, his expression grave, contemplating if there were any doubts among those present at the time. Li Xing pondered for a moment before shaking his head, indicating he had seen nothing amiss. At that juncture, Jingwei, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Did the girl named Hong Xiu exhibit any peculiar behavior during your encounter with her? I heard she had a fierce argument with another girl in the building over a client just the other day, Li Xing replied thoughtfully. Jingwei exchanged a glance with Xiao Mo. Let us step outside. I must examine the body. Very well, Xiao Mo agreed, meeting Yueya's gaze, who nodded in affirmation. Turning to Li Xing, she said, Do not fear. I will do my utmost. With Lord Xiao, Dr. Jing, and the astute Li Qingzhou by our side, you shall come to no harm. In that moment, Li Xing's heart softened immensely. Once outside, Xiao Mo and Jing Wei engaged in earnest discussion with Xiang Nanfang, who remained quite obstinate. Yueya could scarcely contain her frustration. My lord, while the dignity of the deceased is undoubtedly important, it pales in comparison to the urgency of identifying the murderer. If we wish for Hong Xiu to find peace, we must uncover her killer rather than preserve the useless dignity of her corpse. Xiang Nanfang's expression shifted, and, just as he was about to respond, he was interrupted by Li Qingzhou. My lord, Yueya is simply anxious. Please do not hold it against her. I am aware of the regulations of your yamen, as my father has imparted such knowledge to me. However, he has also stated that extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Moreover, we have guaranteed that we will only examine the body, not engage in any further actions. Li Qingzhou's tone was gentle, and with her father's esteemed status, Xiang Nanfang finally relented. They ultimately found themselves in the Yamen's courtyard, where they beheld the lifeless form of Hong Xiu. However, Xiang Nanfang did not fully trust them. When examining the corpse, he dispatched a constable to accompany them throughout the process. Xiao Mo held Lu Siye's hand, exchanging a glance with Yueya and Qingzhou, ultimately leading Lu Siye to engage the constable in conversation, occasionally obstructing his line of sight. Jing Wei retrieved tools from her waist, donned gloves crafted from sheep intestines, and began her examination of the body. After failing to identify any issues, she focused her attention on the deceased's bleeding head. On the victim's forehead, Jing Wei discovered a small bluish mark, which was simultaneously noticed by Li Qingzhou and Ya as they shielded the constable's view. Li Qingzhou made an inquiring gesture towards Xiao Mo, who, with a serious expression, nodded in assent, signaling that they could proceed with their examination. Thus, Jing Wei placed her tools upon the corpse, parting the hair to access the skull. She was a prodigy from Jingfeng Hall, a talent that emerged only once in a decade, with only her senior brother Jing Hao able to rival her, though he had evidently allied himself with Zhang Ran, necessitating opposition against them. Xiang Nanfang grew suspicious. They had lingered in the backyard for far too long. He entered with the constable, witnessing Jing Yue's bloodied hands, which startled him greatly. Lord Xiao, Princess Consort, I trusted you. Where have you placed my trust? Please do not panic, Sir Xiang, Jing Wei interjected. The coroner behind Xiang Nanfang changed countenance, ready to stir trouble. But Jing Yue called out to him, Coroner, could you come here and examine this fissure on the victim's forehead? Is it not peculiar? The coroner hesitated, approached for a closer look, and his expression shifted, for he indeed discovered a crack on the deceased's forehead. He turned to Xiang Nanfang. Sir, there is a fine fissure on the victim's forehead. However, the deceased was clearly pushed by the suspect and fell backward, as everyone present has stated, including the suspect himself. Upon hearing this, Xiang Nanfang's expression altered. I shall immediately prepare the order for an autopsy. He hastily concluded his statement, clasped fists with Xiao Mo, and departed in a hurry. Once he left, the constable no longer obstructed them, and the coroner followed Jing Yue to assist with the autopsy. With the coroner's aid, the task became significantly more manageable. The scene was too gruesome for Yueya, Lu Siye, and Li Qingzhou, who could no longer bear it and retreated, leaving behind Xiao Mo, several constables, Jing Wei, and the coroner. When Xiang Nanfang returned with the necessary approval, the coroner and Jing Wei had already reached a conclusion. Sir, the coroner bowed. The deceased's occiput bears almost no injuries. The fatal wound is the fissure on the forehead, which, based on the estimated time of death, must have been inflicted yesterday, or the day before, certainly not today. Jing Wei lowered her head, concentrating on restoring the corpse's appearance, striving to return it to its original state. Once she had finished, Xiang Nanfang looked at her with admiration. Dr. Jing, your skills are remarkable. Had it not been for you, I would have mistakenly accused an innocent person. Jing Wei bowed her head respectfully. You flatter me, sir. The matters ahead are your concern, and we shall not intrude further. Dr. Jing, take your leave, Xiang Nanfang gestured. Stepping outside, they relayed the results to Yueya and Li Qingzhou. Upon hearing the news, both exhaled deeply. relieved as if a heavy weight had been lifted from their shoulders. You scare me to death. Thankfully, it was merely a false alarm, Yueya remarked, her face pale from fright. Li Qingzhou chuckled softly. What is there to fear? Nothing will happen. Yueya smiled faintly, glancing at her companions, Jingwei and Luxiu. I'm grateful for your support. Allow me to treat you to a meal. No refusals. That sounds agreeable. Xiaomo raised an eyebrow, recalling how they had previously emptied his purse. He suggested, why don't we dine at the Recollection Pavilion? I'm not worried at all. It's settled. Yueya replied confidently. Jingyue, slightly exasperated, interjected, I believe you should grant me a moment to bathe and change. If you don't mind dining with me in this state. I certainly don't mind either. She waved her hand, her charming face radiating an air of audacity. The others nodded in acquiescence, and Yueya obediently suggested, you should head back to bathe first. We'll wait for you at the Recollection Pavilion and order the dishes. Once you arrive, we can begin the meal. Today, Jingwei and Lord Xiao are the true heroes, so you all order first while you and I will defer our choices to you. Li Qingzhou said with a smile. Luxiu nodded fervently, and Jingwei, not one to be polite, promptly began selecting dishes. Xiao Imo mentioned he would order only upon reaching the restaurant. However, their fortunes took a turn for the worse. Xiang Nanfang sent men to the Qihong building to apprehend the courtesan who had engaged in a violent altercation with the deceased Hongxiu over a client. To their horror, they discovered that this courtesan had also met a tragic end, her demise gruesome. Upon learning of this, the group's appetite vanished entirely. They had not anticipated such a turn of events. Li Qingzhou remarked coldly, someone has orchestrated this from the shadows. Chapter 85, Twisted Jealousy. Yet, they lacked evidence, and Yueya felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Just then, she felt warmth envelop her hand, realizing Li Qingzhou was holding it. Do not worry, everything will be fine. Yueya responded softly. On their way back, Lin Qin and Yueya encountered an assassination attempt. Lin Qin fought valiantly to protect Yueya's life, and fortunately, she possessed some martial skills as well. However, the assailants in black were formidable, and the city guards failed to appear. Lin Qin was struck by a powerful assailant who leaped from a tree, piercing his shoulder with a blade. With a heavy thud, Lin Qin collapsed onto the ground, causing Yueya's face to drain of color, her forehead beaded with cold sweat, her hand trembling around the knife. Are you all right? Lin Qin, Yueya exclaimed in terror, biting down hard on her teeth. Lin Qin, straining to lift himself, brandished his knife, surveying the encroaching black-clad figures. You have such audacity. Whose men are you? Do you even know who you are attacking? From a throng of black-clad assailants emerged a striking young man dressed in white. Enough of your prattle. Kill them. Yes, young master. The group surged forward, encircling them and launching a fierce assault. One by one, the black-clad figures fell, yet Lin Qin swayed precariously. Due to her lack of combat experience, Yueya suffered several wounds as well. Suddenly, one of the assailants stepped in front of Yueya, removing the black mask from his face. As the mask dropped, Yueya hesitated for a moment, her grip on the knife faltering. Suddenly, the knife in that person's hand struck the shoulder of Yueya, and just as the next blow was aimed at her neck, Lin Qin struggled to retaliate. How dare you harm my lady? I shall await the day when you face retribution for your actions. Lin Qin firmly supported the unconscious Yueya. When Lin Quan arrived, Yueya had lost her consciousness, and Lin Qin was on the brink of death. They fended off the assailants in black and hurriedly brought them to Jingfeng Hall. Bang, bang, bang. Who's there? It's late and causing a ruckus. It is us, the people of the Regent's palace. Our lady is gravely injured. We seek Dr. Jing's aid. Lin Quan's voice trembled with urgency, as he dared not imagine the consequences if something befell the lady upon the return of the prince. The candles in Jingfeng Hall illuminated the space in an instant, and after a while, the door swung open to reveal the well-dressed Jingwei. What has transpired? Hurriedly, he cradled Yueya as he entered Jingfeng Hall. Lin Quan's face was pale, filled with panic. Something has happened. We were ambushed on the road. What? Jingyue's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly urged Lin Quan to lay Yueya down. There's another. An attendant behind Lin Quan stepped forward, bringing Lin Qin with him. The two had encountered the assailants on their way back to the palace. Where are the assailants? Jingwei inquired while cutting away Yueya's clothing. They fled. We were preoccupied with saving her and left no bodies behind. Lin Quan's complexion turned ashen. Is of no consequence, Jingwei stated, dismissing them. Soon, the room was left with only Jingwei and a young doctor, separated by a screen, each attending to their respective patients. Meanwhile, Li Chengxian had been trapped in the southern study all day. Zhang Ran, under the pretext of visiting His Majesty, entered the study. Why does the regent seem so anxious? Zhang Ran strolled in, casting a smile at Li Chengxian. What are you plotting? Li Chengxian gritted his teeth, casting a fierce glance at the pale-faced emperor Li Chengfu beside him. Why is the regent so upset? General Zhao reported that there were spies in your residence, and in order to protect your safety and clear your name, you were confined within the palace to investigate the connections of those in your household. What? Li Chengxian clenched the brush in his hand, his eyes narrowing dangerously at Zhang Ran. Does the regent not know? One of your household, Li Xing, injured someone at Qi Honglu originally. Lord Xiang and the others had determined he was not the culprit, but it seems he is quite loyal to you. In a desperate attempt to preserve your reputation, he tried to take his own life in prison, nearly succeeding. Zhang Ran's teeth clenched as he spoke. Li Chengxian sat down again, and Zhang Ran's anger intensified. I heard that a lady from your household is also gravely injured and on the verge of death. Li Chengfu's expression changed as he looked at Zhang Ran. Did you not say that you would ascertain whether there were spies in my elder brother's residence, and that no harm would come to Su Yueya? Zhang Ran did not glance at Li Chengfu, his gaze fixed on Li Chengxian. Is there nothing you wish to say, Your Highness? The atmosphere in the southern study dropped to a chilling silence. What have you done? Li Chengxian glared fiercely at Zhang Ran, his fists clenched tightly. I did nothing. I merely suggested she investigate the case of Li Xing. Unfortunately, she encountered misfortune and was nearly killed in an ambush. What extraordinary luck she possesses, does she not, Regent? Zhang Ran's eyes glinted with ferocity, brimming with resentment as she approached Li Chengxian step by step. Let be known to the world. You lack the capability to govern the court, being both mediocre and inept. Return the affairs of state to His Majesty. How many are involved? Li Chengyan regarded her coldly. What? Taken aback by his inquiry, Zhang Ran found herself momentarily at a loss. How many conspired against me? Li Chengxian's gaze turned to her, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes, resembling the look one might cast upon decaying vegetable leaves. Zhang Ran gritted her teeth, her lips trembling with rage. What are you saying? How long did you prepare for this operation? It's not just His Majesty who stands with them. Who else? Oh, you just mentioned General Zhao. Which General Zhao? Zhao Xingbei. Li Chengxian rose and approached Zhang Ran deliberately, recalling every instance of her suffering, vowing to remember them all without exception. What purpose does that serve? Zhang Ran advanced, radiating arrogance as she scrutinized Li Chengxian, her alluring eyes twisted with menace. Taking a step back, Li Chengxian smirked coldly. You lack the qualification to listen. May His Majesty leave. I wish to have a proper conversation with the regent, to counsel him to reflect upon whether there are any spies in his vicinity. Upon finishing her words, Li Chengxian cast her a glance, uttering not a word, and departed with Yi Quan. In an instant, only the two of them remained in the southern study. Li Chengxian took a seat, his captivating visage frozen in a cold expression, while Zhang Ran approached from behind, attempting to embrace him, only to be deftly evaded. Remember your own status, Zhang Ran. Li Chengxian turned to her, his beautiful eyes icy, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. You will always be this way, always towards me. Yet you would never behave thus with Su Yueya. As she spoke, she produced a stack of papers from her sleeve, hurling them onto Li Chengxian. Chapter 86. Infuriating her. You are yet to be married, and you would hold her, kiss her, and wait for her to fall asleep in your embrace. Li Chengxian, you cannot be biased. When I was yours, I sought you out, yet you refused to see me, claiming that men and women should not have close contact. When I gifted you something, you would return it, stating that I should wait for you to marry me until the time was ripe. How could you be so cruel to me? Why do you not regard me as human? Zhang Ran stood beside Li Changxian, her hands fiercely clutching his clothing, her gaze filled with malice. With a swift motion, Li Changxian brushed her aside, his eyes chillingly cold. Because your father is blinded by self-interest, because you are consumed by your own desires, and because I have no interest in you. I had originally intended to take responsibility for you, planning to marry you upon my return from Lucheng. For such is a man's duty. Even without love, I would honor our engagement and take you as my wife. Yet you have been far too impatient, have you not? While I was locked in a life-and-death struggle against the bureaucrats of Jiangjun, having faced assassination attempts more than once, you, in such perilous times, hastily abandoned our engagement to marry His Majesty, becoming His Majesty's noble consort. He is my brother. You are the emperor of the Tang nation. Are you marrying him? Your intentions are glaringly apparent, are they not? Now, you come to me feigning deep affection. Li Qingxian's eyes were filled with scorn and malice. Do you take me for a fool? Zhang Ran, you are not as clever as you believe. It would be wise not to engage in matters requiring intellect. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Ran's expression darkened considerably, and she forcefully pushed Li Changxian away. Marry me? What a joke. Is it not you who has entangled yourself with Su Yueya in Lucheng? Li Changxian, do not pretend with me. You are the true traitor. Su Yueya is not as innocent as she appears. She is fully aware of your betrothal, yet still approaches you. She is no virtuous soul. She seemed to falter slightly, her alluring visage twisting in discontent. I wish to clarify. It is not that I care for you or intend to conceal anything. I merely desire for Su Yueya to stand proudly by my side. It was only upon receiving the news of your elevation to the rank of imperial consort that I acknowledged Su Yueya's existence. Prior to that, she was merely my source of amusement. Do you comprehend? Furthermore, based on the timeline, our first meeting occurred 10 days after you became a consort. Do you understand? Li Changxian, having expressed his impatience, took a seat in silence. Zhang Ran gazed at him in disbelief, even shock. She never anticipated that the proud and imperious Li Changxian would fall for an ordinary wild girl. She retreated step by step, and with Jing Hao's assistance, she regained her composure, though her expression became twisted and fierce. Have you truly fallen for her? Is that so? She screamed, her lips trembling uncontrollably. How could you love a common wild girl? You even patiently explained to me to enhance her reputation? Li Changxian, you have lost your mind. You have fallen for such a person. I am not mad. It is you who have lost your senses. Li Changxian raplia kuli. Zhang Ran, infuriated, raised her hand to strike him. Li Changxian stepped back, evading her blow, and warned coldly, "Keep your distance from me. You are unclean." Zhang Ran's face paled with rage. What did you say? She stared at him wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. What do you mean? Having no desire to cast another glance her way or engage in further discourse, Li Changxian returned to his position, resuming his review of official documents. He picked up the stack of papers she had previously discarded and began to peruse them one by one. They were ink-wash paintings featuring two figures, one being himself, the other Su Yueya. As he examined them, Li Changxian found himself captivated, ultimately commenting that they were quite well done. Who is the artist? I shall reward them handsomely. Zhang Ran could hardly believe her ears. What are you saying? I said the painting is good. Who is the artist? Introduce them to me. Li Changxian gazed at her with indifference, yet it was evident that upon mention of Yueya, he became animated and patient. Zhang Ran, infuriated, advanced to snatch the painting from his hands, but was deftly evaded by Li Changxian, who coldly warned her, "Please, esteemed consort, maintain your dignity." Undeniably, his heart was anxious for Yueya's well-being. Even knowing that Jing Yue was present and no harm would come, he still felt a deep sense of unease. However, upon seeing the small illustrations and the smile radiating from the crescent moon as it gazed at him, his spirits lifted considerably. He needed some time before he could venture outside, hoping she would patiently tend to her recovery. Li Changxian closed his eyes, no longer wishing to cast a glance at Zhang Ran. They were unaware of these matters. After her wound was dressed and the poison purged, Yueya remained in a deep slumber, leaving Lin Xin with a pallid face full of concern. "Dr. Jing, is the young lady unharmed?" he inquired. Jingyu glanced at her and replied, "She is fine. I shall procure some medicine." As she proceeded to the apothecary's back courtyard, she noticed the herbalist adding something peculiar to the medicinal pot. Her expression shifted, and she swiftly approached, gripping the person's arm. "What are you attempting to do?" The pharmacy apprentice's face paled, stepping back several paces. Jingyu poured out the contents of the pot, inhaling deeply, and realized that the ingredients were not harmful. In fact, their combination would not alter the medicine's efficacy. After another sniff, she discerned it was merely ordinary rice flour. She fixed her gaze on the apprentice. "What were your intentions?" The apprentice knelt, clutching Jingyu's arm with a pitiful expression. "Someone provided me with a packet of medicine and instructed me to add it to the concoction for the young lady. I beseech you, Dr. Jing, spare my life." As he uttered this, he glanced toward the outside, and Jingyu, familiar with their daily interactions, instantly grasped his intentions. Her hand brushed her waist, feeling the silver needles. With a flick of her fingers, the needles shot forth swiftly. With a series of peculiar sounds, Jingyu darted outside, landing atop the wall to discover a remarkably unremarkable individual lying on the ground. He had been immobilized by her silver needle, curled up in the corner of the wall. Jingyu descended, swiftly lifting him and leaping back onto the wall, tossing him into the courtyard before landing a forceful kick upon his shoulder. "Speak. Whose orders are you following? Why have you done this?" The man's face contorted in pain as Jingyu kicked him away, causing him to land hard on the ground. Grimacing in agony, she then bent down to press on his acupoint. Turning her gaze to the apprentice, she instructed, "Bring me a packet of sedative to prevent him from taking his own life." "Yes, Dr. Jing," the apprentice replied, hurrying off. Shortly, he returned with a packet of sedative, which Jingyu administered to the man. "Take him away and secure him. Upon your return, remember to prepare the medicine," Jingyu remarked coldly, then headed to the front courtyard to check on Yueya and Lin Qin. Upon her arrival, she found Li Qingzhou and Gu Chaoyan visiting Yueya. Chapter 87. "I know you are unharmed, Chaoyan. Who do you suspect is behind this?" Li Qingzhou pondered thoughtfully, gazing at Gu Chaoyan. Gu Chaoyan remained silent, merely exhaling a deep sigh. Observing his demeanor, Li Qingzhou chose not to press further. Just then, Jingyu entered the room, and Li Qingzhou inquired about Yueya's condition. Relieved to learn there was no serious harm, Yueya awoke the following noon. In the crisp autumn air, the weather was splendid. She gazed out of the window, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "What a beautiful day." Li Qingzhou sat at her bedside, affirming, "Indeed, it is quite lovely." Upon hearing this, Yueya's eyes fell upon her abdomen. "It has been nearly 2 months, hasn't it?" "Not quite, just over a month," Li Qingzhou replied with a smile, though her eyes reflected no joy. Yueya, slightly puzzled, inquired, "What troubles you, Qingzhou?" "It is nothing. Many matters are exceedingly bothersome, and she is reluctant to share them with Yueya. By the way, have you discerned the identity of those who attempted to assassinate you?" Li Qingzhou felt a twinge of concern. This marked the 3rd such incident. The first occurred on the streets, the second when you departed the capital with Xiaofeng, and now, as you were with Lin Qin, I sense that they are targeting you directly. Li Qingzhou furrowed her brow deeply, her heart restless and unable to find peace. Upon hearing the name Xiaofeng, Yueya's expression shifted dramatically. She hastily lowered her head. "Qingzhou, do you know the situation regarding Li Chengxian? There are whispers that spies lurk within his residence, and to divert suspicion from him, they have deliberately confined him within the palace to investigate those who serve him." As she spoke, Li Qingzhou's voice grew softer. "How do you know this?" Yueya inquired, puzzled. Li Qingzhou leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "Xiao Emo informed me." Yueya was aware of the close relationship between Xiao Emo and Li Chengxian, which was far from ordinary. Could it truly be as he claimed? "Qingzhou, their actions seem to be a direct affront to Li Chengxian. They will surely regret it." Her concern was not merely for Li Chengxian's safety, but for the possibility of him taking decisive action. "They will undoubtedly regret it," Li Qingzhou sneered. To offend Li Chengxian is a grave mistake. However, she had no intention of elaborating on the terrifying aspects of Li Chengxian. She believed it best for him to convey certain matters to Yueya himself. On the day Li Chengxian returned to the residence, the weather was splendid. Yueya, with a pale visage, sat languidly on the cushioned couch in the study. Upon seeing her, Li Chengxian uttered not a word, but instructed Han Yue to dispatch personnel to return the two palace nurses to the palace. Han Yue exchanged glances with Qing Yue and summoned the coarse maidservants who had originally attended to the nurses, along with two young attendants, to accompany them back. Before their departure, Li Chengxian met with them. After they left, Yueya confided in Li Chengxian about a particular matter, causing his expression to shift momentarily. "It's nothing, do not fear," he reassured her, gently caressing her face, his touch tender and meticulous as it glided from her cheek to her neck, finally resting on her shoulder, brushing softly over the wound. "In my absence, do not venture outside." As he spoke, his hand trembled slightly, and his gaze took on an ominous intensity. "You're injured." His voice quavered in response. Having never witnessed such a display of vulnerability from Li Chengxian, Yueya was taken aback. She hurried to comfort him. "I am fine. Do not worry. Does it hurt?" His eyes were bloodshot, his voice thick with emotion. Yueya grasped his hand firmly, declaring, "Are you afraid, Li Chengxian? I told you I am fine. Do not fear, do not worry. I know you are unharmed." Li Chengxian knelt, resting his head upon her chest. "You are my mother, of lowly status. Left me at an early age, sacrificed to save the late emperor, with the condition that he would care for me well." As he spoke, his teeth clenched tightly. Yueya stared at him in shock, rendered speechless for a time, her hand gently stroking his head. She, in fact, deliberately sought death, for she understood better than anyone that she held neither power nor favor from the late emperor. She could only stake her life in hopes of securing a prosperous future for me. My heart aches profoundly. She exchanged her life for my future, allowing me to be nurtured by the current empress, once the queen. I am aware of everything, and thus I strive tirelessly, sacrificing my rest to merely 2 hours a day, relentlessly training in martial arts and studying, imploring my father to place me within the 6 ministries so that I might gradually hone my skills. At last, I earned the loyalty of the court officials, which was unattainable for others. However, my father demanded that I swear an oath of loyalty, binding me to serve solely as a regent, faithfully assisting the current emperor, with the threat of eternal solitude should I dare harbor any doubts. I shall no longer make excuses for him, claiming that he believed my character incompatible, thus relegating me to the role of this so-called regent. In truth, he merely looked down upon me, deeming me unworthy. Yueya's eyes widened as she disregarded her aching shoulder and embraced him tightly. "Li Chengxian, what is wrong with you?" "I am fine, truly," he replied. "Let me take you somewhere." As he spoke, Li Chengxian stood and took Yueya's hand, leading her outside. They drove their carriage to the outskirts, arriving at a vast estate bustling with workers, each one vigorous and lively. The moment they appeared, Yueya could discern that the gaze of the workers was unsettling. "Follow me," Li Chengxian urged, striding confidently toward a building. They navigated through the mountains and entered a secretive armory filled with countless weapons and crates of gold. Yueya turned to Li Chengxian. "Li Chengxian, before I met you, I had prepared myself for a lifetime of solitude, determined to seize that position. This ambition has consumed nearly a decade of my life, which explains my current impoverishment." Li Chengxian grasped Yueya's hand and approached the stacks of gold. He lifted a piece and offered it to her. "Do you like it? It's all yours." Yueya gazed at him, tossing the gold back into the crate, and turned to embrace him. "Please don't do this. Don't be afraid. If you are afraid, I'm afraid too." She understood that Li Chengxian always lost control because of her. He had never concealed his true self in her presence. Holding Yueya tightly, Li Chengxian spoke calmly. "Tonight, a band of outlaws will invade the Prime Minister's residence as part of a vendetta, annihilating everything within." Yueya's eyes widened in terror, reflecting her fear. The Prime Minister's estate had encroached on nearly 1,000 acres of land belonging to the common people. Those wronged had pooled their silver to hire the outlaws, who would come to obliterate the entire household. Gripping Li Chengxian's hand, Yueya shook her head vigorously. "No, this will lead to the death of many innocents. I may be simple-minded, lacking great aspirations. I do not care whether the Prime Minister lives or dies, but we cannot allow the innocent to perish." "I like you, Yueya." They are from the Prime Minister's household. They deserve to die. Li Chengqian's beautiful eyes transformed into a fierce glare. Yueya continued to shake her head. I refuse. I know I am an ordinary person, just like those others. We all deserve to live. We should have the choice, and none of us should die. The Chancellor, in his relentless pursuit of power and wealth, has committed countless heinous acts that warrant death. However, the innocent must not perish. Yueya understands this truth better than anyone. Such individuals are inconsequential, mere pawns in the hands of those who wish to eliminate them at will. She refuses to become one of them. We can adopt an alternative approach, one that is just and honorable, like the measures taken against the Qin family, ensuring that those deserving of exile are exiled, and those deserving of execution are executed. This way, we can spare many innocents from a tragic fate. Her eyes, filled with earnest pleading, were fixed upon Li Chengqian, who exhaled slowly, finding a semblance of calm. Very well, I shall proceed with an honorable method, allowing them to make their choices, he declared, embracing Yueya tightly. By the way, do you aspire to be emperor? Yueya asked, concern etching her features. I do, Li Chengqian confessed honestly, releasing her and approaching the chest filled with gold, lifting the gleaming pieces one by one. However, my mother wishes only for me to be a joyful and unassailable individual. The late emperor also hoped I would refrain from taking the throne. In truth, I am not particularly eager for it. I have seen through the hypocrisy and difficulties that accompany such a position. Thus, I have long been indecisive. You have solidified my resolve. Not becoming an emperor is indeed preferable. Being a regent with immense power is quite satisfactory. As he spoke, he turned to look at Yueya. Do not bear such a heavy burden. This has always been a matter of indecision for me, and you have merely helped me find clarity. He pondered. What is the purpose of becoming an emperor? He then gazed at Yueya, asking, all this gold now belongs to you. What do you plan to do with it? I will contemplate it. I cannot think of anything at the moment, Yueya replied with a smile, though soon her expression dimmed. I am quite foolish, and you are so intelligent. You are not foolish. You are a unique treasure in this world, merely fortunate to have found a place in my arms. I fear the late emperor in the heavens might even envy my fortune, he mused, reflecting on his regrets. To occupy that position, yet be unable to protect the woman he loves, is a profound folly. That Navi woman even believes herself to be wretched. You claim I am not foolish because you hold affection for me, Yueya acknowledged, aware of her own shortcomings. Li Chengqian, in his brilliance, was indeed a lofty figure, and she felt she had climbed a great height by encountering him. In what way are you foolish? Your self-awareness surpasses that of many in this world. He easily penetrated the facades of others, unable to endure even the slightest hint of hypocrisy or deceit. Her presence in his life felt as if the heavens had sent her as a divine gift. He truly realized that he was ill-suited for the throne, not due to a lack of capability, but because of his character. As Yueya received his praise, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. She, too, had her fantasies. She admired Li Chengqian for his looks, his status as regent, his wealth, and his kind heart, qualities that endeared him to her. Her mother was aware of these reasons and thus supported her affections. The multitude of reasons for her fondness coalesced into a profound and weighty affection. Reflecting on this, Yueya blushed deeply and, summoning her courage, gazed at Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian, I truly like you. Let us be together forever, never to part. After speaking, Yueya extended her hands to embrace Li Chengqian's firm waist, exhibiting an audacious and unreasonable demeanor. I do not care. You must remain with me forever, loving only me for a lifetime. My affection for you is so profound that you must reciprocate it with equal fervor. While others might claim that love should not be calculated, Yueya was resolute. Her love for Li Chengqian demanded his affection in return. Should he fail to provide it, she would withdraw her own. Without hesitation, Li Chengqian readily acquiesced to Yueya's wishes. That evening, the two returned home, with Yueya clutching a piece of gold, sleeping soundly and occasionally chuckling softly. Hong Yue and Qing Yue exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of helplessness. The following day, during the morning court session, Li Chengxian presented a memorandum regarding the reform of land taxation directly to the emperor. As the emperor began to read the document, the courtiers' expressions shifted dramatically, particularly those of Chancellor Zhang and Zhao Xingbei. Given that they possessed the majority of land throughout the Great Dexian, the implementation of Li Chengxian's decree would impose an additional tax burden of nearly 1 million taels of silver annually upon them. They had recently been attacking Li Chengxian's vulnerabilities, yet today he had struck at their very lifeline, their ancestral legacies. Li Chengxian's ruthless proposition sent shockwaves throughout the Tang Kingdom. Which high-ranking official did not possess hundreds of acres of tax-exempt land? With this move, Li Chengxian had effectively declared war on all officials and aristocratic families. After several hours of uproar, when the morning court finally concluded, even Xiao Mo, a close friend of Li Chengxian, found it difficult to acquiesce. Reassessing the agricultural land area in the Tang Kingdom is understandable, as the annual grain tax has been diminishing. However, to compel officials and landowners to pay taxes like the common people, are you not waging war against the entire bureaucratic and aristocratic class? Xiao Mo's expression turned sardonic. Do you realize how many would wish for your downfall? It is possible that before this decree is even enacted, conspiracies against your life will already be underway. The aristocracy was entrenched, and the officials had substantial influence. Xiao Mo understood their struggles all too well. Yet just as things seemed to improve, Li Chengxian was determined to proceed with such drastic measures, leaving Xiao Mo utterly perplexed. Meeting Xiao Mo's gaze, Li Chengxian coldly replied, "Once these reforms are enacted, I will increase the official salaries to stabilize them. As for the aristocracy, I do not intend to eradicate them. The stability of the court requires their presence. However, they must no longer oppress the common folk. They need to be restrained. In the entire Tang Kingdom, only I possess the capability to enact these changes. If I do not act, the common people will forever bear the weight of the imperial family, the aristocrats, and the powerful officials. Why must they alone shoulder this burden when these towering obstacles could be shifted or even dismantled? Xiao Mo, I do not wish to argue with you. You are exceedingly intelligent, and I trust you will come to understand." As Li Chengxian spoke, he turned to leave. Yueya was correct. Innocent lives must be protected. In the past, his mother had been an innocent victim. Now, it was Yueya, along with countless commoners throughout the realm. Chapter 89. The golden brick Li Chengxian was in a melancholic mood. After returning home, he sequestered himself in his study, contemplating his thoughts until Yueya came to find him, at which point he managed to force a smile. "I'm hungry. Shall we dine at Huiwei Tower?" Yueya proposed to Li Chengxian. Although he was reluctant to go, his desire to be with her prompted his agreement. "Are you treating me?" Li Chengxian asked earnestly, gazing at Yueya. She retrieved a piece of gold from her sleeve, her eyes sparkling with delight. "I am now a wealthy lady. My foresight was truly remarkable." "What do you mean by remarkable foresight?" Li Chengxian inquired, perplexed as he took her hand and they walked out together. Yueya, beaming with pride, replied, "Through your faded garments, one can discern your wealth and power." Li Chengxian found himself at a loss for words, pulling her hand along a bit faster. Upon reaching Huiwei Tower, they encountered an unfamiliar young dandy on the second floor. "Stop! What is your name, young lady?" he demanded, clad in luxurious attire and flanked by a dozen attendants, exuding arrogance. Casting a glance at Li Chengxian, who was conversing with Xiao Mo downstairs, Yueya huffed, "Make way. You are obstructing my path." "What? What did you say?" Zhao Yanqing exclaimed in disbelief, taken aback that she had the audacity to ask him to move aside. He clenched his fist, pointing his thumb at himself with an air of arrogance. "Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is?" This statement struck a familiar chord with Yueya. After a moment's reflection, she realized it was the same boastful young master she had encountered before. Looking at Zhao Yanqing with confusion, she produced another piece of gold from her sleeve. "If you don't want to be struck by gold, then scram." The dazzling piece of gold instantly captivated the attention of everyone on the second floor of Huiwei Tower, their gazes fixated upon the gleaming treasure in Yueya's hand. With a cold huff, she seized Zhao Yanqing by his collar and tossed him aside. "What are you pretending to be, a young master? You can't even produce a piece of gold." Zhao Yanqing was left speechless. "Excuse me, young lady, but who brings a large piece of gold when going out to eat?" "I do," Yueya replied confidently, waving the gold in front of his eyes. "It's merely a piece of worthless gold. Why are you so arrogant?" Zhao Yanqing, at a loss for words, thought to himself that he had never encountered anyone as extravagant as her. Yueya clasped her hands in salute. "Well said, well said. We, the children of the rivers and lakes, do not fuss over trifles." "Rivers and lakes?" Zhao Yanqing's eyes brightened. "Are you from the martial world?" Yueya huffed, concealing the gold behind her. "I am Li Yueya, the young mistress of Li Su Mountain Villa." Li Yueya? That name sounds peculiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before. Zhao Yanqing pondered, unable to recall the source. Casting a glance below, she noticed that Xiao Mo and Li Chengxian were nearly finished with their conversation. Deciding not to engage further, she declared, "Very well, we shall converse another time. This heroine is off to dine." Without waiting for Zhao Yanqing's response, she seated herself by the window. When Li Chengxian arrived, he found Yueya proudly displaying her gold, surrounded by several eager onlookers. "Put that away," Li Chengxian advised gently. Yueya fondled the gold, reluctant to part with it. "No, I quite like it." To what extent, one might wonder. Even during their meal, a smile graced her face. Li Chengxian smiled gently, shook his head, and chose not to speak further about her. To ensure she did not go hungry, he decided to serve her some dishes. As they were enjoying their meal, a commotion erupted below. A young girl was crying out in distress as she pursued a thief who had stolen her money. The thief, a man, fled swiftly, causing the girl to weep and chase after him desperately. Yueya's brows furrowed in anger as she grabbed a gold ingot from the table and hurled it downwards. With a resounding thud, the gold struck the thief on the head, rendering him dazed and causing him to collapse to the ground. The crowd that had gathered, upon seeing the gold, rushed to seize it as if they had encountered long-lost kin. Yueya stepped onto the windowsill and leapt down, using her strength to push back the throng of people. "This is no mere gold. It is a deadly weapon," Yueya shouted, prompting those who had grabbed the gold to toss it away. She deftly caught it midair. Approaching the thief, she bent down to speak with him, but he suddenly lunged at her with a glinting dagger in hand, catching her off guard. At that moment, the girl whose money had been stolen also attacked Yueya from behind with a dagger. Just as Yueya found herself caught between two attackers, a soft sword shot forth, striking the thief's heart, causing him to cough up blood and die. The girl, too, was flung to the ground by Li Chengxian's powerful blow, meeting her demise with a resounding thud. The onlookers were taken aback, and Yueya stood frozen in shock as Li Chengxian swiftly approached, retrieving the soft sword from the thief's heart and pulling Yueya into his embrace, assuring her that all was well. Regaining her composure, Yueya sighed in relief, her forehead glistening with cold sweat. "Thank goodness I am unharmed," she remarked. Li Chengxian, with a hint of exasperation, nodded in response. After a considerable time, Xiang Nanfang arrived with his men, to whom Li Chengxian entrusted the thief and the deceased girl, exchanging a few words with him. Once the situation was resolved, Yueya and Li Chengxian hurried home. Still shaken, Yueya found comfort in Li Chengxian's reassurances. After a while, she gently released his hand, causing his expression to change. Before he could speak, Yueya stood before him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "How do you perform that move?" With a swift strike, the soft sword pierced the enemy's heart. "I must learn it, Li Chengxian, I must learn." She mimicked the action, playfully coaxing him. Li Chengxian sighed in relief, slightly helpless, and took her hand, continuing their walk. "What weapon do you desire?" he inquired. "How about this piece of gold? Can I use it as my weapon, Li Chengxian?" Yueya's eyes shone with excitement as she looked at him. Li Chengxian placed a hand on his forehead. "Are you certain?" Yueya nodded earnestly, affirming her decision. Ignoring her enthusiasm, Li Chengxian led her towards Jingfeng Hall. Recognizing their route, Yueya questioned, "Where are we going, Li Chengxian?" "To Jingfeng Hall," he replied succinctly. Yueya, slightly puzzled, remarked, "I'm fine now. I have recovered." "This concerns Jingwei," he explained. "Jingwei?" Yueya queried, intrigued, but Li Chengxian offered no further details, leaving her in the dark. Soon, they arrived at Jingfeng Hall, where Li Chengxian engaged in a private conversation with Jingwei while Yueya sat outside, playing with the gold in her hands. Observing Yueya from within, Jingwe smirked and remarked, "Your Highness, does Miss Yueya know why you have come to see me?" "Dr. Jing, I am merely illuminating a path for you." Li Chengxian gazed at Jingyu with an unyielding expression, devoid of any flicker of emotion. Jingyu turned to face Li Chengxian, her eyes brimming with ambition. She yearned to claim Jing Feng Tang, ensuring her elder brother would forever forfeit his right to inherit it. Chapter 90. Entering the palace. These are the foundational terms I offer you. Upon the successful completion of this task, I shall bestow upon you 1,000 taels of gold. Whether you choose to stay or depart, I shall acquiesce, declared Li Chengxian as he turned to exit. Yueya promptly rose, approached him, and clasped his hand. "Let us return. I am rather fatigued." Since her recovery, she found herself inexplicably weary and easily fatigued. "Very well," Li Chengxian replied, leading her away from Jing Fengtang. On the third day after their return, a notice was affixed at the palace gates, announcing that the emperor had suddenly fallen ill, and the palace physicians were at a loss. They were now seeking renowned doctors from across the realm to come to the capital and attend to the emperor's ailment. Those who could cure him would be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold or a position in the imperial medical office. Within the third hour of the notice being posted, a woman clad in a light green robe with wide sleeves unveiled the imperial edict. "Is this not Dr. Jing from Jing Fengtang? Is she seeking to enter the palace?" "Enter the palace? She is there to treat the emperor. Do you not understand? Who can say for certain? It may merely appear to be for healing, but in truth, it could be an opportunity to enter the palace as a consort." Such discussions reached the ears of numerous onlookers, who soon blended into the crowd, vanishing shortly thereafter. Before long, the news of Dr. Jing's entrance into the palace to attend to the emperor spread to the residences of Prime Minister Zhang and General Zhao. Our informants discovered that just the day prior, Regent Li Chengxian had visited Jing Fengtang and met with Dr. Jing. The Prime Minister's countenance shifted upon hearing this. Could it be that Jingyu is aligned with Li Chengxian? Is he deliberately positioning someone close to the emperor? Zhang Qingyi, with a cold smirk, remarked, "Father, this speculation is likely quite accurate. Li Chengxian's actions undoubtedly possess ulterior motives." The servant who returned with news glanced at them and shared the public's discourse. Zhang Qingyi contemplated. Does Li Chengxian intend to undermine his sister's exclusive favor? It indeed appears so, the Prime Minister mused, dismissing the servant and whispering a few words to his son. Zhang Qingyi nodded in understanding. Similarly, the Zhao general's residence found itself embroiled in complications. Soon, news of Jingyu's entrance into the palace reached Li Qingzhou, who sought out Li Chengxian. Though he initially wished to avoid her, he ultimately relented for Yueya's sake. "What are your true intentions, Your Highness? Why does Jingyu wish to enter the palace?" Li Qingzhou clenched her teeth. Jingyu was her dear friend, and she could not bear to see her ensnared in such tumult. Unlike Yueya, she had the means to escape, did she not? Li Chengxian regarded her with a frosty demeanor. "Li Qingzhou, I acknowledge your friendship with Yueya, hence my willingness to meet with you. You must understand, this was Dr. Jing's decision. I merely afforded her an opportunity to choose." Reflecting on her previous involvement, where she willingly entered the palace to assassinate Zhang, ran in exchange for her enemy's execution, Li Qingzhou found herself rendered speechless. Li Chengxian took a seat. Although Jing Yue appeared to be in a position of prominence, in truth, the master of the Divine Healer Valley did not regard her highly. Her mother held no significant standing there either. She required this prince's assistance to gain complete control over the Divine Healer Valley and to become the master of those who had bullied and harmed her. Lowering her head, Li Qingzhou found herself at a loss for words. This prince does not coerce anyone. He merely offers choices. Li Chengxian gazed at Li Qingzhou, declaring that this was the final instance in which she could question him so impertinently. Should there be another occasion, he would prevent Yueya from seeing her. Li Qingzhou's countenance shifted as she promptly knelt, pleading for the prince not to take offense. Explaining her anxiousness regarding Jing Yue's unfortunate plight and the challenges she had faced to reach her current position. "Leave," Li Chengxian commanded. Li Qingzhou dared not utter another word and turned to exit the prince's study. Arriving at Yulan Pavilion, Li Qingzhou observed Yueya, who was engrossed in reading while clutching a gold ingot. She was acutely aware that Yueya was Li Chengqian's Achilles heel, yet felt utterly powerless to act. Whether it was against Yueya or the Regent, she could not bring herself to harm them. After standing by Yueya's side for a considerable time, Li Chengqian remained silent. And it was not until Hong Yue's arrival that Yueya became aware of her presence. "What is it, Qingzhou? Why are you so quiet?" Yueya inquired as she set aside her book. Li Qingzhou shook her head and approached Yueya, bemused by the gold ingot she was holding. "What on earth are you doing with such a hefty piece of gold?" "Isn't it heavy?" "It's incredibly heavy, almost unbearable, but as a weapon it's simply marvelous." Yueya replied with a gleeful smile, recounting the events that had transpired earlier. Upon hearing this, Li Qingzhou felt her previous burdens lift, replaced by a sense of mild joy. "It seems indeed well suited for you," she remarked, reaching out to gently touch Yueya's hair. Yueya giggled and conspiratorially whispered in her ear, "I've made up my mind. The next time we meet, I shall use this gold ingot to knock out that wicked woman, Zhang Ran." "Qingzhou, why are you so silent? Do you disagree?" Yueya asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Of course I disagree. That is exceedingly dangerous, do you not realize?" Li Qingzhou responded, exasperated by the thought of seeking vengeance. Considering herself a mere fledgling. "It's not dangerous. I will have Qing Yue and Hong Yue accompany me, as well as Li Chengqian. I shall be safe," Yueya replied with infectious delight. Li Qingzhou found herself at a loss for words and decided to shift the topic. "Jing Yue has entered the palace. Are you aware of this?" "I am," Yueya replied candidly, not concealing the truth. "A few days ago, I accompanied Li Chengqian to find her. They spoke privately, and I surmised there was a matter at hand. With Jing Yue entering the palace today, I knew it to be true." Noticing Li Qingzhou's troubled expression, Yueya understood her concerns. "Qingzhou, do not overthink it. Li Chengqian intends to implement a decree soon. His Majesty has blocked the opposition from Chancellor Zhao and General Zhang, granting his approval. Therefore, both His Majesty and Li Chengqian may be in peril. It is likely that Li Chengqian brought Jing Yue into the palace for the sake of the Emperor's safety." Upon hearing this, Li Qingzhou felt a mix of shock and disbelief. "Is that so?" she replied, her tone somewhat dismissive. Yueya nodded earnestly. "Isn't Jing Yue's senior brother, Jing Hao, also in the Imperial Medical Institute? Such a formidable person is best kept under scrutiny, and Jing Yue undoubtedly represents the optimal choice." With a hint of astonishment, Li Qingzhou gazed at Yueya, never expecting her to utter such words. "Yueya, it seems you have become quite clever," he remarked, a touch of surprise in his voice. Yueya, feeling a bit bashful, touched her nose and confessed, "I racked my brain to come up with that. I must be rather foolish." Li Qingzhou chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. "Not foolish at all. You're quite clever." Unable to suppress a secret smile, Yueya beamed with joy and asked, "The new year is approaching. What do you plan to prepare for the festivities? There's still time. Why the urgency?" Li Qingzhou replied with a hint of exasperation. Yueya's cheeks flushed slightly. Her eyes filled with shyness. "This will be my first new year with Li Chengqian, and I feel a bit nervous." "Oh my," Li Qingzhou thought, choosing to ignore her. Chapter 91. The appearance of a bitter rival. Is something wrong? Yueya inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Li Qingzhou reassured her, "You needn't be anxious. Just act as you normally would." Though it sounded simple, she still felt a flutter of nervousness within. Yueya, feeling a bit awkward, replied, "What should I bring when I come to wish you a happy new year?" With a slight sigh, Li Qingzhou responded, "How about a generous assortment of pastries?" "That sounds wonderful." Yueya smiled, grateful for the distraction. After exchanging a few more words, Yueya escorted him from the Wang residence, her thoughts wandering to her brothers, who had sent Qing Yue to convey a message to Li Chengqian about visiting the Su residence. However, Li Chengqian intercepted her, saying, "Be good and wait. I will accompany you when I have time." "But have you forgotten about my injury?" Yueya retorted, raising an eyebrow. Li Chengqian gently countered, "Are you unable to speak?" She fell silent, hesitant to say more, as the pain in her chest persisted, and there were matters weighing heavily on her heart that she wished to discuss with him. "I have something important to tell you," she said, her expression growing serious. "Go ahead," he urged, sensing her distress as she had been preoccupied in recent days. Leaving him perplexed. That day, The reason I was injured was because one of the assassins bore a striking resemblance to Xiaofeng. Yueya's eyes reflected sorrow and confusion. Before Li Chengxian could respond, she continued, "On that day, Xiaofeng's body vanished, which gives me ample reason to suspect that he may not be dead after all, right?" Her urgency was palpable as she sought his affirmation. Li Chengxian did not disappoint her. He responded gravely, "He may indeed still be alive and could have become a tool to harm you." His last words were laced with an icy demeanor. Yueya immediately sensed the implication, her anxiety escalating. "Li Chengxian, if Xiaofeng is truly alive, please do not harm him." To ease her troubled mind, Li Chengxian gently patted her head, assuring her, "I will not harm him." "Good," Yueya sighed in relief. Li Chengxian then turned to find Lin Quan, instructing him, "You are to protect her closely. If you encounter anyone resembling Xiaofeng, show no mercy." His eyes were as cold as ice. "Understood, sir," Lin Quan replied solemnly. In the days that followed, Yueya was closely guarded by Lin Qin, Lin Quan, Han Yu, and Qin Yu, rendering the Qingqing faction unable to approach her. For a time, Yueya found herself in the company of a large entourage wherever she went. Several days had passed when news arrived from the royal residence. The foremost shadow guard, Lin Shuang, made her entrance. She was a captivating and statuesque woman who, upon her return, brought with her shocking tidings. "What? The Qingqing sect has been exterminated." Yueya felt a surge of terror at this revelation, and with trepidation, she inquired of Lin Shuang, "Who was responsible?" "It was my subordinates," Lin Shuang replied coldly. Yueya's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why would you annihilate the Qingqing sect? Where is Xiaofeng? Where is he?" A sudden chill enveloped her limbs, and her heart raced with anxiety. "Why? Do you not understand more than anyone else?" Lin Shuang retorted with disdain. Yueya instinctively took several steps back. "I did not kill Bo Run. It was Bo Run who died because of me." Leaning against the table, Yueya's petite frame trembled uncontrollably in fear. Observing Yueya's distress, Lin Shuang's eyes brimmed with contempt. This utterly inept woman had caused her lord countless troubles. Under Lin Shuang's scornful gaze, Yueya averted her eyes. But her heart ached as she could not help but ask, "Did you also murder the innocent?" "No one from the Qingqing sect is innocent," Lin Shuang replied icily. Emphasizing her words, Yueya pressed her hand to her chest, where a dull pain throbbed. "What about the kitchen maid? The servants? The children?" The questions poured forth from Yueya, eliciting an involuntary irritation from Lin Shuang. "Those people do not warrant our concern. They live by depending on the Qingqing sect. That is their fate. Is that so?" A wave of pain coursed through Yueya's head, and she suddenly found herself at a loss for words, fully aware that reasoning was futile. After a lengthy silence, she rose to leave Li Chengxian's study, uttering, "I shall not disturb you further." Lin Shuang's cold mockery followed her departure, her face a mask of disdain. Such maternal kindness. No wonder she has been murdered countless times. Yueya heard this and turned pale, yet she did not linger, pretending not to hear, and continued on her way from the listening snow courtyard. That evening, when Li Chengxian returned, he bore the exhaustion of a long day on his face. Yueya dared not disturb him, choosing instead to bottle up her concerns. The following day, before she had even risen, Lin Shuang appeared at her side. "Given your lackluster martial skills and the numerous times you nearly perished at the hands of enemies, it is imperative that you diligently practice to safeguard your life. What say you?" She stood by the bedside, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Yueya, feeling the chill of winter, was reluctant to leave the warmth of her blankets. "I wish to practice at noon. I will make an effort, so you need not worry." "I worry about you? Ayist. Have you looked at your own worth? What use are you except to bring trouble to the Lord?" Lin Shuang's demeanor was even more severe than the day before. This displeased Yueya. Even a clay figurine has its limits, and she was no mere figurine. Throwing off the covers in a fit of anger, Yueya rose to her feet, towering over Lin Shuang. "How have I offended you? I cannot fathom why you treat me so rudely, as if I were your adversary. You have caused the Lord much trouble. I find you exceedingly bothersome, and it is only natural that I do not like you. Are you truly so lacking in self-awareness?" Lin Shuang countered. Yueya, incensed, felt her temper flare, gritting her teeth. I relish causing Li Changxian trouble. What can you do about it? If you have the capability, then strike me. After she spoke, a haughty and domineering expression adorned her face. If you dare to strike me, Li Changxian will punish you. Since you claim I trouble him, I shall create significant trouble for him. After all, he will not be angered by me, nor will he bear any grudge against me. Go on, hit me. Her arrogance and shamelessness incited Lin Shuang's fury, her fists cracking ominously as she glared at her, eyes filled with murderous intent. I see your only skill lies in pretense and shamelessness. Beyond that, you are utterly worthless. I truly cannot fathom what the prince sees in you. This statement ignited a blazing fire within Yueya, nearly reducing her to ashes. Furious, Yueya's eyes turned blood red as she leapt from the bed. I will destroy you. You make me so furious. As she tearfully tugged at Lin Shuang's hair, Lin Shuang refrained from employing her martial arts, engaging in a scuffle with Yueya instead. Being of shorter stature, Yueya found herself helpless as Lin Shuang seized her by the neck. In a moment, she was sobbing so hard she could barely breathe, her tears and snot smearing her face, rendering her a pitiable sight. Lin Shuang sneered mockingly, with a physique like yours. You cannot even compare to those two useless beauties in the courtyard. I truly do not understand what the prince sees in you. Li Changxian likes me for my petite figure and my height. What of it? If you have the capability, go seek him out. Why do you bully me? Chapter 92. Reduced to tears, I have no interest in seeking the prince. I am here to confront you, you little vixen who has bewitched him. Lin Shuang appeared composed and well-dressed, while Yueya was disheveled, her clothes in disarray, revealing a glimpse of her delicate white magnolia flower undergarment. Her skin was pale with a hint of rosy hue, exuding an innocent charm. What of it if I am a vixen? I will infuriate you. I will infuriate you. Her attempts at insults were rather inept, merely echoing phrases she had heard before. You bully me. I will seek Li Changxian. Bully you? Clearly, you are the one who has tormented me. Years of my preparation have been ruined because of you. How dare you accuse me of bullying you? Lin Shuang's face turned ashen with rage, wishing to strangle her. You are the villain. You strike me, and Li Changxian will not spare you. Yueya's sobs grew more sorrowful, her appearance utterly pitiable. I am the villain. You are the wicked woman, the vixen who seduces the prince, making him forsake so much for you. Lin Shuang's eyes blazed with fury. Unable to overpower Lin Shuang, Yueya fell onto the bed and ceased her struggles, appearing disheveled and forlorn. When Hong Yue and Qing Yue arrived, they were met with this disheartening scene. Yueya lay pitifully on the bed, her hair a mess, clothes askew, revealing her soft white magnolia undergarment. Her almond-shaped eyes brimming with tears, evoking immense sympathy. Hong Yue and Qing Yue immediately launched themselves at Lin Shuang. Though their skills were considered somewhat proficient within the martial world, they were no match for Lin Shuang, who defeated them in less than 10 moves, leaving them on the ground, bloodied. Hong Yue, Qing Yue, are you all right? Yueya's eyes were filled with panic and concern. Wiping her tears with her sleeve, she pitifully addressed Lin Shuang. You need not strike them. Just hit me instead. Miss. Hong Yue and Qing Yue were filled with worry, frantic with concern. Lin Shuang let out a cold laugh, fixing her gaze intensely on Yueya's eyes. Is this how you conquer them? Making them brave enough to confront me on your behalf? Wiping her tears, Yueya declared, I won't pay you any attention. You are the villain, wicked indeed. I shall seek out Li Changxian. As she spoke, she attempted to dress herself, only to be hindered by her aching body. Undeterred, she continued to put on her clothes. Observing her struggle, Hong Yue and Qing Yue suppressed their own pain and rose to assist her. Once clad, her hair unkempt, she slipped on her shoes and headed towards Li Changxian's courtyard, ultimately entering his chamber. There, she collapsed onto his bed, sobbing softly. Do you dare strike me? In Li Changxian's room? I knew you wouldn't, you scheming villain. With your deep machinations and foul temper, what does it matter if you are tall or beautiful? You are nothing but a femme fatale. Lin Shuang, who had followed her, was infuriated at the door of Li Changxian's room, exclaiming, Come out. What kind of coward hides away in there? Cocooned in Li Changxian's fragrant and cool blanket, Yueya found a flicker of safety in its familiar scent. Yet, an unsettling intuition whispered to her that Lin Shuang harbored murderous intent. So what if I'm a coward? If you strike me or wound me with your words, I shall berate you. You are a vile schemer. And what does it matter if you are beautiful? You cannot compare to Li Qingzhou. Huh? You dare claim I am not as beautiful as Li Qingzhou? What a farce. And you? A grotesque creature. Do you possess Li Qingzhou's gentle beauty? Do you have her intelligence? I truly cannot fathom how Li Qingzhou could mistakenly befriend someone like you. Lin Shuang, with a heart as ruthless as the years she had spent in the martial world, knew Yueya, a mere child, stood no chance against her. Unable to retaliate with either blows or words, Yueya succumbed to her fear of Lin Shuang's potential violence, retreating into the warmth of Li Chengxian's blanket, weeping softly. It was indeed a tragic scene. Upon returning from court, Li Chengxian, clad only in his inner garments after shedding his official robes, immediately sensed something amiss upon encountering his bed. His expression shifted as unsettling thoughts crossed his mind, and with a surge of murderous intent, he seized the sword resting by the bed. As he lifted the blanket, intending to confront the situation, he was struck by an unexpected revelation. The small figure nestled in his bed was unmistakably hers. Yueya. Sheathing his sword, he neglected to don his outer garments and approached the bed, turning Yueya onto her back. But upon seeing her swollen eyes and tightly furrowed brow, concern washed over him. Yueya, what troubles you? What has happened? Li Chengxian felt an inexplicable anxiety. Yueya opened her eyes to find Li Chengxian at her side, and her heart broke anew. She burst into tears, throwing her arms around his neck, smudging her tears and mucus onto him. Li Chengxian, someone bullied me, she sobbed, hiccuping in her distress, truly pitiful. Li Chengxian's brow furrowed, immediately suspecting the culprit. Lin Shuang? Did she torment you? Yes, she did. She called me a seductress, claiming I am the source of your troubles, saying all her plans have come to ruin because of me. Do not call me an ugly monster, she mumbled, her eyes swollen from crying, clinging tightly to Li Chengxian. Li Chengxian, exasperated, urged her to stop crying and to get up, change her attire, and wash up, promising to confront her adversary. All right, she replied, wiping her tears with her sleeve before getting out of bed. For reasons unknown, gazing at Li Chengxian's sharp, brooding features, she hesitated to reveal the murderous intent she sensed from Lin Shuang. Once she had changed and washed, Yueya followed Li Chengxian closely like a child, accompanying him to the martial arts platform in the second courtyard. On the platform, Lin Shuang single-handedly battled both Lin Quan and Lin Qin, driving them back relentlessly, leaving them utterly defenseless. Just as they approached the platform, they were knocked down, a long blade embedding itself into the mud mere inches from their heads. Narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, Lin Shuang turned, spotting them, and approached Li Chengxian with her hands behind her back, bowing respectfully. This is Lin Shuang, your subordinate. Greetings, my lord. She maintained a poised demeanor, unafraid, unlike others before Li Chengxian. He remained impassive, coldly questioning, why are you bullying a girl? Yueya, standing nearby, felt a sense of schadenfreude at the unfolding scene. Lin Shuang smirked, responding, in truth, I have not bullied the girl. I merely exchanged a few words. It is she who has a temper. She continued, I have not interacted with her before and was unaware of her boundaries. I shall be more cautious in the future. Otherwise, if she becomes ill from anger, it shall be my fault. Clearly, Lin Shuang was adept at navigating Li Chengxian's scrutiny. Yueya's eyes widened in disbelief. You're clearly doing this on purpose. Chapter 93. A lesson in combat. Lin Shuang paid her no mind, tilting her head to smirk coldly at Yueya, who felt a headache from her frustration. Just as she was about to speak to Li Chengxian, she noticed he had stepped onto the martial arts platform, leaving her momentarily stunned. Lin Shuang, come up here. Let this prince see your progress, he commanded, standing regally in his purple attire, exuding an air of nobility. Lin Shuang felt a chill run down her spine, her earlier confidence fading as she reluctantly approached the platform. Li Chengxian, go. Defeat her, Yueya cheered, bouncing with excitement on the sidelines. Although Li Chengxian did not acknowledge her, it slightly dampened her joy. Choose your weapon, he stated coldly. Lin Shuang's heart sank, yet she dared not protest, Obediently, selecting a spear from the weapon rack and facing Li Chengxian, her expression grave. "Begin," Li Chengxian ordered icily. Lin Shuang bit her lip, gripping her spear tightly as she lunged forward, aiming directly at Li Chengxian's face, her intent lethal. He regarded her coolly, one hand behind his back, as he leaned to evade her thrust. With a swift motion, he struck her spear, forcing her to lean back and retreat. Steadying herself, Lin Shuang planted her feet firmly on the ground, gripping her spear with both hands, and launched a fierce counterattack. The two individuals engaged in a fierce struggle, their movements swift and relentless. One moment, they ascended a tree, causing leaves to cascade to the ground, and the next, they were atop a roof, dislodging tiles that fell with a resounding crash. Their speed was such that those on the ground could scarcely discern their forms until a piercing scream echoed through the air. Lin Shuang plummeted from the rooftop, landing violently, her head tilting as she coughed up blood. With a sharp thud, her spear fell beside her, vibrating for a moment before coming to a halt. Li Chengxian descended gracefully from the roof, his golden crown perfectly in place, his attire unruffled, embodying an air of elegance and nobility. Approaching Lin Shuang, he regarded her bloodied state with a cold, austere demeanor. "You have toiled hard these years," he remarked, his voice chilling. Yueya, standing beside Li Chengxian, felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Shuang, taken aback by the severity of his actions. "Li Chengxian," she called out, interrupting his unfinished thought. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Quan and Lin Qin both sighed in relief. Li Chengxian turned to Yueya, questioning her concern. "I am hungry. I wish to eat," she replied hastily, her gaze cautiously avoiding his, fearful of pleading for Lin Shuang's mercy. Li Chengxian gently ruffled her hair, the interruption easing his anger. He then directed his attention back to Lin Shuang. "Depart and reflect on your actions." Without casting another glance at Lin Shuang, he took Yueya's hand and departed. Once they left, Lin Qin and Lin Quan hurriedly helped Lin Shuang to her feet. "Do not provoke the young lady. The prince dotes on her, treating her with greater kindness than he affords himself. Begone!" Lin Shuang snapped, shoving Lin Quan away. Lin Quan, releasing his hold, added, "Though my words may be harsh, they ring true. We ought not to provoke her. The consequences of the prince's wrath are too great for us to bear. Your fear does not dictate my own. Why should she be favored without merit?" Lin Shuang's face turned a shade of green with fury, her fists clenched tightly. "Lin Shuang, our counsel is not a challenge. You must recognize the prince's strength," Lin Qin declared before choosing to disengage from the conversation, departing the courtyard. Lin Quan sighed, casting a sorrowful glance at Lin Shuang. "I understand that you find this difficult to accept, but the prince reveals his true emotions only in her presence, a feat no one else can replicate. Not even Zhang Ran from the palace, nor you." Turning to Lin Quan, Lin Shuang's eyes glimmered with a chilling resolve. "Is she, then, an exception? An exception devoid of talent or distinction? How absurd! You may fear her, but I do not. Your respect for her is of no concern to me." With that, Lin Shuang turned on her heel and stormed away, her resolute silhouette leaving Lin Quan feeling vexed and speechless. Meanwhile, as Yueya and Li Chengxian dined outside, an unexpected nosebleed afflicted Yueya, flowing uncontrollably. Li Chengxian's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly cradled her and rushed toward the palace. Upon arrival, he immediately instructed Lin Qin to summon Jing Yue from the palace while he employed his internal strength to assess Yueya's condition. Lin Quan was lost in thought, her heart racing uncontrollably. Just as she was about to speak, Li Chengxian suddenly emerged from behind Yueya and headed straight for Lin Shuang's courtyard. Anxious, Lin Quan dared not utter a word and remained cautiously in the room, guarding Yueya. In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Chengxian had grasped Lin Shuang by the neck and brought her to Yulan Pavilion, tossing her down before the bleeding Yueya. "Save her," Li Chengxian commanded coldly. Lin Shuang glared at Yueya, her voice icy. "How did you discover this so quickly? If you fail to save her, you will pay the price, along with those around you." Li Chengxian offered no reply, merely coldly stating the facts. "Why should I save her?" Lin Shuang protested, filled with resentment. Li Chengxian sat by the bed, continuously channeling his internal energy into Yueya's body. You injured her, he remarked, glancing at Lin Shuang as he did so. You've improved. You've learned the heart techniques of Penglai Island, capable of killing silently amidst tranquility. Unfortunately for you, I have read extensively and detected the anomaly in your internal energy during our recent duel. Save her, and I will spare you. Fail to do so, and although she may survive, your life will be forfeit, as will those of the people of Penglai Island. I will not save her, Lin Shuang retorted fiercely. Li Chengqian's expression darkened, and with a swift flick of his sleeve, Lin Shuang was flung against the door, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Striding over, Li Chengqian seized her by the throat with a fierce grip. Overcome by fear and the sensation of impending death, Lin Shuang had no choice but to plead for mercy. I will save her. I will save her. Li Chengqian's eyes were devoid of emotion as he cast her onto the ground before the bed. Lin Shuang stumbled to her feet, obediently checking Yueya's pulse. She retrieved a small vial of medicine from her sleeve, administering 2 pills to Yueya, and began channeling healing energy into her. Throughout this ordeal, Li Chengqian remained steadfast, watching intently. When Yueya finally ceased bleeding, a slight softening appeared in his icy demeanor. After a considerable time, Lin Shuang halted her ministrations. Her face pale as she descended from the bed. Lin Quan hurried to support her. Just as they were about to depart, Li Chengqian issued a decree. Leave the capital and head to the northern frontier. You are not to return without my command. Chapter 94. The conspiracy unfolds. Lin Shuang was taken aback, her pale face turning towards Li Chengqian in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. My lord, what are you saying? Her voice trembled. Li Chengqian coldly regarded her. Leave the capital and head to the northern frontier. Depart today. That cannot be. I have just returned. Why must it be me again? I refuse to go. Having grown up alongside him, she could not comprehend his harsh treatment. Refuse to go to the northern frontier? You shall not set foot in the Wangfu again. With that, Li Chengqian lifted Yueya and departed Yulon Pavilion, heading towards Tingxue Courtyard. Han Yue and Qing Yue exchanged glances, quickly entering to tend to the blood-stained sheets. Lin Shuang struck Lin Quan aside, glaring at him. Get lost. Despite her discomfort, she mustered her strength to return to her room, packed a bundle, and turned to leave the Wangfu. When Yueya awoke, the first person she saw was Jingwei. How did you leave the palace? Yueya asked, a hint of helplessness in her voice. I am really not that badly hurt. Indeed, you are not gravely injured. Jingwei smiled faintly and released her hand. Upon hearing this, Yueya let out a sigh of relief. It was fortunate indeed, for had it been any later, you would have bled to death. The assailants were undeniably ruthless. As Jingwei spoke, her eyes glimmered coldly with a hint of mockery. Yueya felt a twinge of discomfort and lowered her head. Did she really despise me? No wonder I felt a subtle ache in my body during our struggle. Jingwei replied with a nonchalant hum, arranging her belongings. Of course, she wished for your demise. Her words drained the color from Yueya's face, and she bowed her head, feeling a pang of sorrow. Am I truly so bothersome? No, it is merely that she failed to manage her own emotions and vented them upon you. Jingwei stated calmly and rationally. Yueya struggled to comprehend her meaning. Why? She asked, bewildered. Jingwei smirked coldly, revealing a bitter truth, even in your absence. Those who do not belong to her shall never be hers. Her hatred towards you was a misinterpretation of reality. Is that so? Yueya's mind raced, pondering this for a long while without grasping her intent. It is indeed true. It is said that Lin Shuang possesses an extraordinary background, having grown up alongside the prince. However, for reasons unknown, she distanced herself from him, yet all within the Wangfu recognized her elevated status. Nevertheless, that is as far as it goes. After all, Li Chengqian does not harbor feelings for her, relegating her to merely the foremost of shadow guards. Jingwei's words left Yueya wide-eyed. How do you know all this? Your prince fears your displeasure. Hence he instructed Han Yue to relay certain matters to me, urging me to calm you, assuring you that Lin Shuang has departed from the Wangfu and can never return without his summons. Upon finishing, Jingyue's eyes sparkled with a smile, though the depths bore little warmth, remaining icy. Yueya, with her head bowed, pondered the situation, an unsettling feeling brewing within her. Observing her demeanor, Jingwei refrained from speaking further. Placing a vial of pills in her hand. Take 3 daily to aid your recovery. Your health is fragile. I understand. Thank you, Yueya replied, contemplating her next move as she attempted to rise from the bed, only to be stopped by Jingwei. What are you doing? Lie down properly. A hint of embarrassment washed over Yueya. I wish to see you off. No need for that. I shall take my leave. You must take care of yourself, Jingwei stated before departing the Wangfu. Meanwhile, within the palace, news reached them, and Zhang Ran was elated. She turned to Eunuch Lin. Go. Send someone to find Lin Shuang and intercept her. Eunuch Lin felt a twinge of unease. She is affiliated with the Regent, and those loyal to him are often exceedingly devoted, which may prove fruitless. Zhang Ran snorted coldly, her expression turning icy. I command you to go. Find Lin Shuang. If she dares to slay all of Qingqing's sect, she must be prepared to meet her demise at my hands. Furthermore, once she is dead, spread the word that the regent, Li Changxian, in a fit of rage for the sake of his beloved young consort, has resorted to killing a subordinate who merely spoke out against her. This subordinate had only voiced a couple of grievances against the princess. Yet Li Changxian's heart is so cruel as to seek her death. As Zhang Ran spoke, his eyes turned exceedingly cold. I understood that he had many loyal followers, and thus I resolved to dismantle him from within. Upon hearing this, Eunuch Lin let out a sigh of relief, gazing at Zhang Ran with admiration. The noble concubine speaks wisely. I shall immediately dispatch someone, he said. At that moment, after escorting Jingwei away, Yueya felt a lingering unease and made her way to Li Changxian's study. Lin Xin stood guard at the door and, upon recognizing her, opened it to let her in. Yueya softly uttered her thanks and approached Li Changxian, her expression turning serious as she spoke. There is something I must discuss with you. Li Changxian looked at her quizzically, but set aside his work, his gaze affectionate and focused on her. Taking a deep breath,